Deadly Journey by Declan Connor. Chapter 1. Expect the Unexpected. DEA Agent Rawlings in El Paso. Without warning, late on a Friday evening, it happened. It was a simple business transaction for them, I guess, but for me, it was nothing of the sort. Funny how your body and mind shut down when you're faced with real danger. Sure, you can train for situations and anticipate the odds, but when that wire trips you up in real life, everything can go straight to hell in a laundry basket. I was staking out a crack house in El Paso, crouching behind low bushes. It wasn't easy for a man of my stature, at 6'1", with a 200-pound frame, to hide in silence. At least not with me having a bad case of the fidgets, thanks to a day shift running seamlessly into an evening shift. It didn't help that I stunk to high heaven and needed to scratch an itch in my day's growth of chin stubble. Maybe I should have accepted the regular hours that came with that promotion the department had offered me. I could have been at home with my family instead of freezing my butt off behind a row of Chinese juniper. What I should have done was heed the advice of our instructor at the DEA Training Academy. Agent Rawlings, can you repeat what I just said? Maybe he thought I wasn't paying attention. Expect the unexpected, sir. But my mind was wandering as I studied the target house from my vantage point behind the shrubs. The single-story home was a blot on a once proud neighborhood. The yard was overgrown, strewn with kitchen appliances and an upturned sofa. Boards hung from the facade. The only new paintwork was graffiti from a spray can. I thought about the neighbors. Those who'd hung onto their property were now prisoners, caught in a downward spiral of housing prices. Their American dream had been shattered. I was thankful my dreams were still intact. Activity drew my attention back to the task. A bed sheet used as a curtain moved aside at the window and light flooded the porch. A silver-gray Ford with 4 occupants cruised along the road. The vehicle slowed outside the house and then accelerated before I had a chance to note the license plate number. Its brake lights glowed and it turned onto a cul-de-sac. I heard a car door slam and a figure with a male gait appeared around the corner. He wore a sweatshirt with the hood pulled low over his head to mask his features. Cursing about the license number, my attention darted from the figure to the bed sheets still twitching at the window and then back. The hope was that these people were the second tier in the food chain, arriving with fresh illegal substances. With clammy hands, I grasped my camera, set up on tripod. The closer the figure got to the house, the faster my heart beat. I concentrated on watching the guy with the hood, but my mind drifted. My partner was late returning and I was starving. I'd sent him for coffee and a Monterey Melt from Whataburger over on East Side. I heard footsteps behind me. Thinking it was my partner, Rob, creeping back into position, I half turned my head. Too late. An arm gripped my throat. My heart flipped. Spasms ran through my body as if someone had tried to jump-start me with car battery cables. Something solid dug into my spine, and at the same time a voice growled, "Move and you're dead, asswipe." Self-preservation and the laws of chance involved in beating a bullet made fighting back a no-go. That split second of indecision had cost me dearly. It wasn't for lack of training that I felt helpless. Hell, colored belts all the way to black hung in my closet. But a flood of adrenaline had turned me into a 2-ton gelatin statue, then an ice sculpture. So much for the fight-or-flight syndrome. I wasn't able to do anything of my own volition. If ever I needed my partner with me, it was now. It's weird how your mind can ignore what's happening, as if there's a disconnect from reality. That's not to say I wasn't looking to escape. Through a haze of fear, I was definitely aware of what was happening. The hooded guy appeared. He prodded the barrel of his revolver in my direction, gangsta style. "Kneel," he said. The punk danced from foot to foot, agitated. I braced for a muzzle flash. A hand pressed down on my shoulder from behind. I knelt. He forced my arms behind my back and applied cuffs to my wrists. Focus turned to my family as one of the punks relieved me of my gun and cell phone. All I could think of was the last time I had told my wife and children that I loved them. Then I noted the hooded punk's appearance. He wore Nike Zoom sneakers. He was white. Young, he was maybe in his early 20s. A jumble of concerns circled. Will Mary be able to pay the mortgage loan sprang to mind. Then the if-onlys surfaced. A sense of outrage at my own stupidity followed, tempered by the certainty that that kid's trigger finger could have beaten some textbook self-defense move. The guy behind me slipped a cloth bag over my head and pulled a drawstring tight around my throat. My shoes slipped off my foot as they pulled me to my feet. With their arms locked through mine, they dragged and bundled me into what must have been the trunk of a car. It felt as though someone pressed the barrel of a gun to my forehead. "We've disabled the trunk release. Try kicking your way out and we'll shoot you through the back seat," one of them growled. The trunk closed with a clunk. I heard footsteps. Car doors slammed. The vehicle set off with a lurch. Working out the direction we were headed was futile. It didn't help my concentration that the bag over my head was impregnated with the stench of dope, so I concentrated on breathing through my mouth. Although, which was the more repugnant, the smell, or the taste, it's hard to recall, but it was a close call. A solution for the mortgage payments came in the flip of an eyelid. My only hope was that these were professionals and not some crackheads doing a favor for a fix. If they were seasoned hitmen, they'd probably already have a grave dug somewhere in the desert. Without a body, Mary could drag things out for years. The agency would still have to pay her my salary. That thought stopped giving me comfort when it drifted to a judge pronouncing me dead. Dead. If they wanted to kill me, a bullet to the back of the head would have done it back at the stakeout. Maybe I had something they wanted, either that, or they were going to ransom me, which was a faint hope at best. It was at that point I realized we hadn't made a turn for some time and we were probably on a highway. They couldn't have been speeding, because the car swayed each time a big vehicle passed. Doing nothing wasn't an option. With my arms pinned behind my back and a bag over my head, my only hope was that a cop would pull them over for some traffic violation. I guess thinking about it, you could say that it was a mixture of the notion about the traffic cops and one of those eureka moments of inspiration that handed me a plan. There was the faint red glimmer of one of the taillights shimmering through the cloth. I mean, there it was, the answer, right there in front of my nose. All I needed was to contort my body, grab the wires, and pull the connection. The idea was easier drum rolled than accomplished in the confines of a trunk. The endless contortions failed miserably when my calf muscle cramped. Over the rumble of tires on asphalt, I heard a clicking. The orange blinker light flashed through the weft of the burlap bag. It told me that the car was heading left. Where, was beyond a guess. I had half a hope they were headed for Austin, which would buy me more time to think of a way out. It was difficult to work out how long we had been driving. Maybe an hour. All I knew was it was sufficient for me to have run through my entire life many times over in my mind. Regrets? Yeah, there were quite a few. But the good times outnumbered them. My daughter Claire wobbling off down the road on her bicycle for the first time. The beam of delight on Craig's face when we hauled in his first fish. Above all, the iridescent smile radiating from Mary's very essence when she turned to me at the altar. I slipped the ring on her finger, knowing I had made the right decision. The preacher had asked me, "Do you, Kurt Rawlings, take this woman to be your wedded wife?" "I do" had never sounded so sweet, and that recollection brought a tear to my already moist eyes, when I thought I'd never see her or my kids again. The image of Mary faded as the car turned and the vehicle's suspension rumbled. Vibrations turned to rocking and bumping as if we were off-road. Desert tracks sprung to mind, which raised a thought that my initial notion was correct and these were professionals. When I tried to turn, the cramps returned, so I remained in position. All I could think of was to rub my head against the wheel well, in the hope some of my hair would drop out of the sack and leave DNA evidence. The vehicle stopped with a lurch. My heartbeat went off the scale, like a drum beating out a warning. The toes of my left foot pried off my remaining shoe to relieve a cramp. The trunk popped. Grasping hands hauled me out and dumped me on the ground. "Get up," someone called out in a strong Texas accent. It was an idiotic request. The entire right side of my body was stiff. Landing awkwardly had given me dead leg. I wish I could have complied, because, just as I imagined the pain couldn't get any worse, my ribs exploded with a crunch, as something I assumed was a boot dug into my body. "Careful with the merchandise, or we won't get paid," someone said. His words made me forget the pain and I wanted to sing out hallelujah. If I was worth a paycheck, they were hardly likely to blow out my brains. At least I hoped that was so. Once more, they dragged me to my feet and my body hurtled in one direction while facing in the other. My back slammed against an obstacle. Fingers felt what I imagined was aluminum. A creak of door hinges and heightened senses gave me a feeling the door opened outward. They hustled me up 2 metallic-sounding steps. The floor creaked underfoot. I bounced off objects, giving me the impression it was a narrow corridor. Someone forced my head down and my backside hit a cushion. Above the stench of body odor mixed with the smell of dope, there was a faint aroma of coffee. It had to be a trailer or an RV. One of them said, "Pass his things here, but take out the ammunition clip and hide his gun in that old tin chocolate box under the sink." The electronic tones of a cell phone indicated a call. I wasn't proficient in Spanish, but good enough to hear a greeting followed by something that didn't make sense when translated. Something about posting a letter, and I assumed a coded message saying they had me for collection. Then, he finished the call with something I understood. The final words I translated were ambiguous enough to send my mind into a spin. "You sure that's what you want us to do with him?" Chapter 2. The Long Walk. My assailants didn't waste any time dragging me outside after the call terminated. Thoughts of another trunk ride scared the hell out of me. After walking for 5 minutes, with the rough terrain tearing my socks and feet to shreds, the belief that they were escorting me to my grave hit me. Fear of what might lie ahead gave way to the idea that I would happily pay for another ride in the trunk. Somehow, I didn't think I was going to be that lucky. Not with these punks. There was something about the fear of death which made me hope I'd covered all the bases, so as not to end up in hell. It was no wonder, then, that I attempted to recite the Valley of Death psalm in my mind, as the thugs were hardly likely to grant one last wish. I'm sure it would have given me some comfort if only I could have made it past the first line, but the words eluded me. The walk from the trailer on the rough terrain seemed to go on forever, made more ominous by the fact that no one spoke. All I could hear was the sound of their footwear crunching stones underfoot and a faint metallic squeaking noise. I'd remained silent long enough. "Just what the hell do you want from me? Why am I here?" "Shut the hell up. You'll find out soon enough," he replied, in unison with what could have been a rifle but stabbing me in the small of my back. A strong breeze whipped up and pressed the sackcloth over my head to the contours of my face as we trudged along. The sound of intermittent squealing cut through the night air and grew louder with every step. It was as if a metal shaft was turning and a bearing needed oiling. Drawing closer to the sound, it became unbearable until we stood below the source of the high-pitched whine and whooshing blades. I imagined we were under a wind turbine. My nose twitched at the detection of petroleum gas fumes seeping through the sack. A vision of them dousing me and setting me alight to incinerate my corpse drained the energy from my legs and I stumbled. "This is as far as we go." We stopped. My heart stuttered mid-beat, tightness pulling at my chest. Short, sharp breaths made me dizzy. I took a deep inhale and slowly exhaled, returning some composure. Then I heard what sounded like a metal sheet sliding and screeching on the ground. This had to be my fate. I wasn't about to beg for mercy. Experience at the hands of trainee thugs as a child at school had taught me it would only make matters worse and prolong the torture. All I could hope was they wouldn't ask me to kneel, so I knew it was coming. Clasping my sweaty fingers behind my back, I braced, bowed my head, and squeezed my eyes closed. Is this it? I thought. Is this how I'm to meet my maker? Hands passed something around me, which tightened around my waist. Grasping a cord as it brushed my hand, I determined that it was a rope. To think the cruel bastards were going to lower me into my grave and bury me alive petrified me. Quaking, I kept my stance rigid, just in case they decided to give me a whack with a baseball bat as a going-away present. Feet clunked on metal in front of me, loud at first and then diminished. "Pass him down," the voice echoed. A prod in the back told me to move forward. My feet shuffled, waiting for the drop, when a tug of the rope digging at my gut brought me to a halt. A voice called out an order. "Turn around." It was the voice of the guy who'd gripped me around my neck at the stakeout. There was no point in arguing. He hitched the rope higher up my torso, grasped me in a bear hug, and lifted my feet off the ground. The guy must have had the stature of a gorilla. But then remembering the size of his biceps and the strength of the hold around my neck, I already had him down as a 300-pounder and fond of working out. At his mercy, I slipped through his grip until the rope took my weight. Breathing was difficult as the rope tightened further under my arms and crushed my chest. A hand grabbed an ankle and guided my toes onto a step. He pulled each foot off the rung, one step at a time. Slowly, I descended the ladder until my feet touched the ground. I counted 20 steps. Unless they had a bulldozer, there was no way this was my resting place. It would have taken forever to fill the hole we had just descended. Recalling their coded cell phone call, maybe, I thought and prayed, this could be where they were going to hide me before announcing my kidnapping, rather than putting a bullet in my skull. Partly out of nerves and in part because of itching, I twirled the wristwatch on my shackled wrist. The pin in the strap must have popped out and I felt it slide away. The division had presented the watch to me after a massive narcotics bust that earned them extra funding. Ironically, losing the watch felt as though my past life had just slipped away and my time in this life had run its course. The sound of the metal sheet dragging above gave me the impression that they were covering the hole. A click, and there was a flood of light. Whoever was still with me pushed me in the small of my back, until my shins hit an object. He started to bind my legs. Instinct told me to kick out before he tied the knot, but in my predicament, I would have probably been kicking empty air. I heard what sounded like a young voice. "Kneel down," he growled. "Look, whatever you want, I'll pay," I said. "Whatever you have ain't worth diddly squad," was his reply, stabbing at my brain. With a dig in the back, I had to kneel and he roughly handled me to lie face down. My face pressed against a flat surface. A smell of old season would seep through the sackcloth. More bonds wrapped around my body, which left me cocooned like a chrysalis. He growled, right up close to my ear. "Safe journey, dog breath." With a rumble of metal on metal, I moved forward. My neck snapped and jolted my head as the motion juddered. Damned if I didn't think I was on some kind of flatbed cart and traveling through a tunnel. What would Mary tell the kids, came to mind. Then, what if Mary thought I'd deserted her and the children? Mary could think I had run off with another woman, and she'd find another guy without even grieving. I shuddered. There was no doubt, the late-night stakeouts could lead her reasoning in that direction. I remembered my lost shoe and the night vision camera that was set up in the bushes that I'd left behind. The tripod had fallen over when they grabbed me. I prayed they'd been too busy to collect them. With luck, Rob, my partner, or the relief team would find them and they'd work out that I'd been kidnapped. Maybe, if I hadn't set Rob out on a scouting expedition to find coffee and something to eat, none of this would have happened. The whole tunnel trip was turning into a guilt trip, as the if-only syndrome started to take hold again. Ifs, buts, and maybes were driving me insane. Why did I freeze? Okay, at the time I was concentrating on the hooded punk, and tiring at the end of a double shift. I had every reason to think they were Rob's footsteps. But they were excuses. I was trained better than most to fight back. All I could think was that my body had gone into physical and mental shock. It wasn't like in training where they taught me to defend an attack from behind. You're expecting that, and your mind is prepared, same as when you're face to face with an opponent. I'd been found wanting, with the damned scene playing back in slow motion and imagining all the moves I could have made to turn the tables on the lowlifes. There was a possible truth circling that was harder to swallow. Maybe I'd acted the victim in the same way I used to set a passive stance with bullies at school, like some dumb nerd. At least I hadn't wet my pants this time. Changing the subject in those circumstances was difficult, but a ridiculous idea came to the rescue when my ears popped and I could hear nothing. What if, when my neck snapped, he had shot me and I was dead? No one ever comes back to tell us if your mind still works through your spirit after the event. Don't be so stupid, you could say. All I know is, that's what I thought at the time, but trust me, when you can't feel your body and it's blacker than black, it's an easy deduction to make when you have no point of reference for where you're going. It didn't help when, out of the blackness, I saw a faint light, which was getting brighter. A flood of light, and I began to laugh. When the movement stopped, voices jabbered in Spanish. Grasping hands released me from the flatbed and manhandled me to my feet. Absurd thoughts that they only spoke Spanish in heaven had me in uncontrollable fits of giggles, and I couldn't stop snickering. Even a blow to my head didn't abate my stupor. The second blow connected squarely on my nose, and I yelped like a kicked puppy. Staggering, I stumbled and fell. "You think this is funny, gringo?" someone said. I knew that I was inviting them to do some serious damage as my groans returned to a snicker. Curling into a ball for protection, I prayed for the blows to stop. My gut exploded with a searing pain when what must have been a boot found its way through my defenses. Winded, I gasped and searched for air. I finally took in a desperate lungful of air and I choked, coughing and spluttering on my own blood. Somewhere in the daze, my brain seemed to make a few logical deductions. I worked out that I was stoned, probably from an infusion of the dope fumes and whatever other narcotics the bag over my head had held. But still I kept snickering and whimpering. Numb to any more pain, the blows kept arriving until my body shut down and my vision faded to black. Chapter 3. No Way Out. The feel and taste of grit on my lips, together with the dank smell of urine mingled in the air and my stomach churned. Somewhere along the journey, I had lost the blindfold sack, my jacket, shoes, wristwatch, and gun holster. Raising my head, I rolled around to survey the surroundings. The swollen and gashed bridge of my nose was visible and beyond that my upper lip. It felt and looked as if I'd had some kind of foreign object transplanted onto my face, acting like a projecting gun turret on a tank as I looked around. The vision stayed with me at every turn and was annoying as hell. My head exploded with the pain. Whitewashed walls in the room, no more than 8 feet square, made me squint. Light shone through a barred window high up on outside wall. A barred rusting metal door faced me. In one corner was a mattress on the moist and crumbling concrete floor. It didn't look as though it could afford much comfort, barely 1.5 inches thick and just about wide enough for the shoulders. It looked like the type that campers use to roll up and carry on their backpacks. The cuffs were gone, leaving red scuff marks on my wrists. Using my hands, I pushed with all the strength I could summon to raise my aching body to the support of my knees. Looking at where I had lain revealed a 6-inch opening to a drain in the center of the floor. A cockroach scurried down the drain. The thought that my face had been partly lying on the drain, which, from the stench and look of the opening, those imprisoned before me had used as a toilet, brought an acid taste into my mouth. There was no light bulb hanging from the ceiling. Brown spots, low on one of the walls, caught my attention. The pattern was familiar and unlikely to be a former prisoner's attempt at surreal art. Pins jabbing at me surged through my body. Upon closer inspection I found a human hair congealed in the thickest area of blood splatter. The urge to call out to my captors my need to urinate was hard to suppress. The last thing I wanted to do was to hasten my demise, so I did what others must have done before me and relieved myself over the drain. The sound of a cockerel crowing drew my attention to the window and I tried to reach for the sill, but it was too high. What did strike me was how thin the wall must have been, say 5 or 6 inches at the most. Where the cement had crumbled around the window frame, it exposed a red brick with a cavity. I'd seen this type of wall construction and bricks before, in Mexico. The tunnel ride made sense. They must have shipped me over, or rather under the border in a smuggling tunnel. Why they would go to such lengths hung heavily on my mind. If I were in the hands of a cartel, chipping a way out through the wall wouldn't be my only worry, especially if I didn't succeed. It wasn't as though they would need the money from a ransom. That wasn't my only concern. Since I was a kidnap victim, the FBI would take charge of any investigation and I wasn't sure if that was a good thing. Not after a recent altercation I'd had with one of their local senior agents, dumbass Agent Walters. What a dick. That was a heavy ride and turned nasty on a personal level. It had left me with a sour taste as far as the FBI was concerned. Their gung-ho attitude had fouled up a recent bust, with some of my colleagues getting injured in the crossfire. It left me with a sour taste in thinking Walters wouldn't give a crap if I died in any rescue attempt by the FBI, as long as they potted my captors. With over 50,000 cartel-related deaths south of the border, I doubted they would lose any sleep over adding one more to the statistics. Negative thoughts were not doing my psyche any good, and I reckoned I needed to make my own plans if I was ever going to see Mary and the kids again. "Hey, gringo!" The labored voice seemed imaginary at first when the heavy Mexican accent called out and echoed in the corridor outside the cell door. A groan and the voice called again. "Hey, gringo! You alive?" It would have been a stupid question to ask if I was dead, but then how would they know if I hadn't answered? "Yeah, just about. Who are you?" "Miguel. I heard them drag you in here during the night." I'm in the next cell. I heard them say you were American, he said. I would have thought that obvious from my accent. Where are we? I asked him. There was a pause, and I strained to listen for his reply. His breathing was irregular, interspersed with muffled groans. Mexico. Somewhere near to the border as far as I can tell. You work for one of the other cartels? Somehow, telling him I worked in law enforcement didn't compute, so I answered him with a question. Who are these people and what are you doing here? Facebook. I've been naming names. It sounded as though he was using the cell bars to get to his feet. They must have paid some tech guy to track me down. I don't know which gang is holding us. Have you figured a way out yet? I asked him. Way out? There isn't a way out. Say your prayers, my amigo, and wish for a swift end. He let out a groan and it sounded as though he fell. Miguel, you okay? Quiet in there, you two crap heads, or it'll be sooner than you think. A tinkling sound on metal followed the statement. A small in stature, squat-looking over obese guy appeared at my cell door and rapped a machete on the bars. His stature and shaven head made it hard to figure where his chin ended and his chest began, save for a mustache connected to a goatee beard. Over his shoulder, a strap held an AK-47. He wore a sweat-stained string vest and jeans, his waist hidden by a well-fed and watered potbelly. His face contorted into a growl. Stand back from the door and face the wall. This time, there weren't any shackles or blindfolds. If he was to enter and approach, I decided that I would take him on. Hearing the sound of a bolt sliding and a creak and then the sound of something skimming on the floor, I prepared mentally for action. Make the best of it, scumbag. There's no more today. I turned around in time to see a small hinged opening at the bottom of the bars close and a tinfoil plate of food sitting in front of the door. A moment of pleasure from the pleasant aroma of the food soon turned to disgust when Squat pulled out his dick and urinated on the food. A hot flush in my cheeks and tension in my clenched fists sent a tremble through my body that made it difficult to hold back from wanting to charge over and rip his appendage from his body. He pulled up his zipper, belched, and walked away laughing. His footsteps stopped. I counted 10 footsteps. A door opened and closed, followed by the sound of bolts engaging. Did he give you food? Miguel asked. Yeah, but then he pissed on it. Were you blindfolded when they brought you here? I asked him. No, but then I doubt I'll live to tell the tale. What about you? Blindfolded most of the way and possibly all the way. I was out cold when I arrived here, I said. Maybe they're going to let you live. They haven't fed me or given me water in 24 hours. My fate is sealed. I'm as good as dead. I know we're at a hacienda, but I don't know how many of the gang is here. So it's a farm? See. There's a single farmhouse, and this cell block, he said. What made you come out and name names? They murdered my 2 older brothers and my sister, and put their heads on spikes in the village center. She was only 10 years old. My brothers couldn't pay for the shipment of drugs the police took from them to get the shipment back. Damn chotas. Jesus, crap, why your sister? And why didn't the cops arrest your brothers? It could have saved their lives. Anyways, what's a chota? A picture flashed through my mind of my own daughter and my heart went out to Miguel. Arrest them? You never heard the Mexican term chota for crooked cops? That's life and the corruption here in the border towns. Lessons are learned by fear and the strong take. You Americans should stop and think about that before snorting coke. The dollar bills handed over fuel their part in the genocide that's going on down here, when all it does for them is to give them a moment of pleasure. His lengthy sermon deserved applause. Amen to that, brother. I'm on your side. I'm with you all the way on that score. My side? He laughed. You're not my freaking brother. You know nothing about my side. I've killed more men, women, and children than I can remember for the gangs and the chota. How do you think I could name names? My mind turned into maggots crawling around in my brain at what he'd said. I staggered against the cell wall before sliding into a hunch on the floor. There I was feeling sorry for him, and all the time he was no different from the murdering scumbuckets who had taken the lives of his family. His statement defied logic for a contract killer. I could only think that with his family dead and him facing death, it was his way of avoiding responsibility for his career choice, by blaming others. Still, he had a point about the users. I stared at the wall opposite me. A question burned in my mind, as if someone had branded my brain with the thought. Just who were these people who were holding me captive, and why had they kidnapped me? Chapter 4. No way to die. Miguel must have known his words had sickened me, and silence ensued. My insides twisted with hunger. The plate of food had lost none of its appeal to look at, so I shuffled toward it on my backside and picked it off the floor. The knowledge that I couldn't survive without water for very many days worried me, but I knew I could go without food for a month before my organs gave up the fight. It has to be one of the hardest things I have ever done, when I tipped the food over the drain and used the edge of the plate to poke some of it through the grill to make sure all of it was out of sight. I hoped there was a method to my madness. A bloated stomach was giving me grief, with gas rumbling around inside. I reached to unfasten the button of my jeans only to feel the buckle of my belt. It was hard to believe they had left me with my belt. Now I had something to work with to chip away at the cement and make an escape. As hard as it was with swollen lips, I managed to smile, whipped off the belt, and hid it through a tear in the mattress. Miguel, what's outside the window? A 20-foot drop. We're above a stable. Do you have a plan? Telling him I had a plan would give him something to bargain with to gain favor. Teaming up with a murderer wasn't an option, so I ignored his question. What about the terrain? He groaned in pain, but managed an answer. Maybe 20 yards and there's a creek. Beyond that, it's all scrubland and a dirt road, if you can call it a road. Do you think there's a way out? No, but if they let us out to exercise, maybe we could make a run for it. Exercise? He snickered. This isn't one of your American prisons with human rights. Besides, a bullet shattered my kneecap and I'm shackled. He stopped talking. My ears strained at the silence, and then I heard footsteps on a stairway. I heard a bolt sliding, a door opening, muffled voices, and then clicking heels that gave me the creeps before they stopped some way down the corridor. Startled, my ears exploded at a gunshot, intensified by the confines of the corridor. Ducking to a hunch, I froze to the spot. I heard a piercing scream, followed by a grunt and something hitting the floor, which released me from my stance. Survival mode took over and I rolled to the side of my cell door, out of sight to anyone outside. That's your other knee, snitch, Squat said and then laughed. Miguel's voice screamed out. No, please no. I have money. You mean, you had money? We've sacked your bank account. 2 more shots rang out to Miguel pleading. A cartridge tinkled on the concrete floor. Wisps of smoke drifted through my cell door, along with the familiar odor of spent powder. Someone choked as if drowning. A final rasping breath trailed off to silence. Then I heard hacking sounds. It was hard to get a handle on what was happening, but it sounded as though they had entered Miguel's cell and they were now dragging Miguel's body down the corridor. There was silence for maybe 10 minutes, and then footsteps returned along the corridor. The clicking heels stopped briefly and then continued toward my cell door. The walls of my room spun as my eyes danced, looking for a safer position. As I wished for the powers of a chameleon to blend with the wall, the palpitations in my chest grew ever faster and louder in intensity. The lethal injection they gave to murderers in some states sprang to mind and seemed like a better option, but it was doubtful something like that was within their resume. I had second thoughts, when the recent botched executions came to mind. Cold shudders ran through my body and I pressed my back to one side of the door, craning to see who was approaching. If I was to meet a similar end, they would have to open the door to get to me and I would go down fighting. My eyes rolled to the ceiling and I mouthed a plea in a whisper. Oh, Dad, what the hell do I do to get out of this mess? Stripped bare of any protection, like a naked youngster, I'd not felt as vulnerable since I was bullied in middle school. Gone was the protection of my badge and sidearm. Suck it up, son, Dad had said. It's part of life. Okay, I can go and have a word with the school authorities, he'd said, in a reluctant tone of voice as I recalled. Then he continued with his sage advice. But really, it could make the situation worse, he'd said. And it sure did that after the interview. I shrugged at the memories. Dad had to have a serious word with me when he'd said, "The only escape will come from within." Think about how some animals protect themselves. Take the cat family, they puff up their coats to make them appear larger than they are. I didn't understand his analogy at first, until he enrolled me in judo and later karate. After word got round about my gaining my first belt grade, it all became clear. Sure enough, I seemed to walk a little taller, with my stature growing at every grade I achieved without having to fight back. Most of my tormentors gave me a wide berth, but funnily enough, some wanted to be my buddy. What good my prowess at hand-to-hand combat would do in my current situation, I couldn't work out. I would have given anything to trade in my judogi for body armor and my black belt for an assault rifle with a stack of high-velocity clips of ammunition. A loud clang on the cell bars got my attention. My eyes popped and my mouth gaped. Squat stood there, carrying a machete in one hand and holding a severed head by the hair in the other. A shiver ran from head to toe, as if what remained of Miguel's body in ghostly form had passed through me. Blood dripped to the floor as he held it up at the cell door. "I'll stew this for supper," said Squat, followed by a bellicose laugh that grated in my mind, pretty much like taking a bite on an ice pop with a sensitive tooth. Miguel's expression was frozen in time, bulging eyes told the fear of his journey to hell. An acid taste rose through my gullet and soured my mouth. Squat let out another rumble of laughter and someone joined him. Squat said, "Take this to Miguel's village and spike it in the village square with a warning to anyone contemplating snitching on the internet. Then get hold of the tech guy, take a picture on your cell phone and have him upload it to Miguel's Facebook page with a warning. That'll spread the message wider, until they pull it down." The fact that he'd mentioned supper at least gave the impression it wasn't my time to die. Pressed against the wall, I couldn't stop quaking and wanted to vomit. I couldn't remove the vision of Miguel's severed head from my thoughts. "I see you enjoyed your lunch. Next time you can eat my shit." Kick the plate out. Killing a man isn't easy. I've dropped 2 in my career when they pulled a weapon on me. As for Squat, the pugnacious bastard, I would have happily strangled him with my bare hands at that moment, self-defense or not. He strolled away. I kicked up the plate, but returned to hide with my back against the wall and listened. Squat must have been happy with his work as he whistled a tune to the sound of spraying running water. A puddle seeped through the bottom of the cell door and then a spray of water directed at the mattress. "Sleep well tonight, American." If he was saying there was to be a tonight, then I had nothing to lose and everything to gain, and I rushed to stand over the drain. It was time to put Dad's theory into practice. The water from the hose directed near me and I threw him a sneer. "Hey, dickhead." It did the trick and I eagerly gulped down the spray that hit my face, until I choked. To my surprise, Squat lost interest and moved on down the corridor. While I had solved one problem, I had possibly gained another and prayed it was going to be as hot during the night as it had been during the day. I stripped off my soaked clothes down to my boxers. Sleeping that night wasn't in the plan, but then neither was coming down with hypothermia. I moved the mattress into the beam of sunlight from the window, together with my jeans and t-shirt in the hope they would dry. Dad was right. Somehow, I had to make myself bigger than my captors were, to outsmart them, and to gain my freedom. It was just the thought of luck playing too large a part in what I had planned that worried me. I prayed, for the sake of my wife and kids, that my parents, God rest their souls, were up for giving Lady Luck a nudge in the right direction. Chapter 5. Time for a plan. Time passed slowly. The cliché watching paint dry took on a completely new meaning. Steam rose from the mattress and my clothing. However many times I touched and turned them, the drying process didn't seem to make much headway. Rob would be tearing his hair out by now, I thought. We had been friends ever since middle school and had joined the force together. Not many people have the pleasure of their friend as a partner. He'd been best man at my wedding, as well, and I wondered if he would be the one to break the news to Mary. But then, thinking about it, he would insist. Fond memories floated through my mind of our wild teenage years. It was a wonder either of us had joined the police force, what with some of the stunts we'd pulled, some of them illegal. I had wanted to teach biology, but working with my best buddy was more appealing at the time. That, and being able to carry a gun with the authority to take down the scum who made the lives of ordinary citizens a living hell. Reminiscing brought out a smile, as a welcome distraction. Rob, I recalled, had always been the louder of the two of us and used to come up with all the pranks. I was always a wimp when it came to women. That's probably where his swapping girlfriends idea came from. I'm just thankful I had found my tongue by the time I met Mary and didn't need his help. Funnily enough, that must have been around the time he lost his gift of chat and he knuckled down to making detective. It would have been great if he had found a woman to settle down with, instead of acting as a third wheel at barbecues. At least I knew good old Uncle Rob would protect my kids until I returned, and he'd take his god-parenting duties seriously. The sounds of children laughing and a dog barking caught my attention. Whoever my captors were, they had family there at the farm. It was hard to work out why the kids' parents would turn to crime and how they could give life through their children on the one hand, but take it away so readily on the other. Taking someone's life is one thing when you have a gun pointed at your or your family's head. But carrying out the actions of a psychopath as they had done with Miguel was a whole different rollerball game. Maybe, I thought, if an opportunity arose, I could gain some empathy by playing on the family aspect. Standing with my back to the wall, I slithered down into a crouch and buried my head in my hands. Considering my incarceration brought a saying to mind. Take away all the pleasures in life and all that remains for you to look forward to are death and ingratitude. Whoever said that escaped my memory, and in any event, it was of no consequence in the scheme of the universe, but I hoped they were full of crap, because it wasn't in my plans to curl up and die. One of those Dumbo moments struck while I was staring at the cell door. I scrambled to my feet. There was no box with a locking mechanism for a key, just the shaft of a bolt. Sidling up to the door, I slipped my hand through the bars and ran it along the shaft of the bolt. 2 brackets held it to the wall, with one welded to the doorframe. The bend of a handle was within reach of my fingertips and faced downward, but the handle itself was beyond my grasp. The light outside had started to dim when I heard the door in the corridor open. Squat appeared at my cell door, unarmed. He ordered me to stand against the far wall and pass through a plate of sandwiches and a plastic water bottle. A sprint to grab the sandwiches and water seemed the way to go, but it wasn't necessary. He turned and walked the 10 paces along the corridor. The outer door closed, but I didn't hear the bolt sliding to lock the door. He must have thought I had eaten the urine-soaked food. That proved my initial attempts at the psychology of emptying the food down the drain, and to make him think I had eaten it, had worked. This time it was a porcelain plate, so at least I had another tool. There was no point wasting time with the light fading, and I grabbed the sandwiches, opened one and inspected the contents. An egg salad sandwich had never smelled or tasted so good. After yanking off the top of the water bottle, I eagerly gulped down half the contents. With my wristwatch gone, there was no way I could determine the time. All there was to go by was the illumination from the farmhouse and the hope that my captors went to sleep the same time as normal folk. At least with the white walls and what little light there was from outside, my eyes had grown accustomed to the dark. As I retrieved my belt from inside the mattress, hip-hop music blasted through the peace and quiet, offending my eardrums. I hated any type of rap music. A woman called out. Thankfully, the volume lowered, but it was still loud enough to mask the sound of me scratching the buckle of my belt on the concrete to give it a sharp edge. Much to my relief, after an hour of the music pounding, it gave way to the sound of a television program. I couldn't believe they had tuned into an American broadcast. As luck would have it, the program pinpointed the time of night and brought a smile to my face as much as it hurt. The lights extinguished in the farmhouse, along with the sound from their television. Felons and house raids had taught me that between 2 and 4 in the morning was the best time to rob or enter a house. Close to 4 was the best time, when people are typically in a deep sleep. That's when you can walk right up to someone sleeping in their bed, make faces at them, and they would never know you had been there, until they awoke and found their house ransacked. I preferred our battering ram type of entry. It relies on a swift run up the stairway, but even then, the scum would be so disoriented that none of them escaped the cuffs. Stealth was the plan. The last thing I needed was for them to awake before I reached safety. The next 2 hours were unbearable. There was no way of knowing if they would check up on me. The belt buckle was razor sharp and, like scraping butter, I cut a 1-foot square in the damp cement down to the brick. I scraped away the residue until all the bricks were exposed. Something brushed my bare foot and I felt a nip at my ankle. Damned rat couldn't wait until I was dead, attracted by my blood-caked feet. Never knew they could squeal that loud as I launched it against the cell door with a well-aimed kick. Worry that it would be difficult to run far without shoes made me scream inside at having left them behind. That's why I cursed at having wasted 2 hours waiting and spent the next 20 minutes or so in cutting up some of the fabric from the mattress to fashion a covering for my feet, before the belt buckle blunted from what I had planned. I felt around the brickwork for the cement holding them together and I began to scrape. At the rate I was progressing, I reckoned I would be skeletal before I removed the first brick. Desperation took hold, and I slapped my forehead with the palm of my hand at the realization that the bricks were not solid, or hardened. I had noticed earlier that they had an outer skin of around 1/4 of an inch, a cavity, and then another 1/4 of an inch leading to another cavity and then the outside edge. Taking deep breaths, one foot in front of the other, legs slightly apart, creating a comfortable stance and with knees slightly bent, I cleared my head of all thoughts. I went to that special place in my mind that people who do what I was about to do know well. With clenched fists, I reached out, measuring the distance with my left arm, touching the wall with my knuckles and then drew back. More steady breathing, and like a cobra strike, my fist twisted from vertical to horizontal. The force of the blow made a crunching sound as my knuckles hit the brick. All that was missing was the distraction of a war cry, to numb the pain. Standing in silence, eyes closed, I continued to breathe steadily and then relaxed, dropping my arms to my sides. My knuckles stung like hell and I hoped the effort was worth the pain. A silent prayer and I inspected the damage. The surface of the brick had shattered, cracking the inner lining and the cement holding it to the next brick, and I pried away with the belt buckle. Feverishly I pulled away at the loose debris. That one blow had turned the wall into a house of cards and in no time the brick was out, with more to follow. Dropping to my knees, I peered through the hole. There it was, freedom, a short distance to the creek and then thick shrub as far as the eye could see in the moonlight. That sort of upped the tempo, and without having to resort to more blows, or scraping, only pulling and pushing, I soon had a hole large enough for me to get some serious fresh air. More frantic pulling and pushing at the bricks and hole was big enough for me to get through with a stoop. Not forgetting the 20-foot drop, all I had to worry about now was not to break a leg with the jump, or so I thought. Lying on my belly, I inched my body to get my head through the large hole and peered downward. The feeling of anxiety in my chest was akin to a passenger on a damaged ship, ready to sink and without a lifeboat to launch into shark-infested waters. Below and against the wall I could see 2 lengths of coiled barbed wire running the length of the stable. My captors were obviously wise to anyone attempting to escape, but they forgot about the hidden lifeboat, or should I say the mattress. It was simple, throw the mattress out first to land on the razor wire, and then jump with a soft landing on the mattress. Only the vision of Miguel's severed head made it all seem plausible, that and a vision of Mary and the kids willing me on. All the same, it was a gamble. Chapter 6. No Plan B. The t-shirt had dried, but my jeans were still damp as I dressed. Dragging the mattress to the hole, I glanced downward. My fear was that the mattress would bounce off the barbed wire and finish up out of reach. There was no way I could lever enough power to clear the barrier without taking a run and a jump, but the hole just wasn't big enough. Cracks had appeared in the cement above the hole. If I took out any more bricks, the roof was likely to collapse and I'd be screwed. Thoughts that the noise of the mattress hitting the wire might disturb my captor's sleep prompted my already thundering heart to race even faster. My mind might have wanted to jump, but leaden legs and my heart trying to escape my chest told me my body was reluctant to follow instructions. With the mattress leaning against the wall, I held out my hands. My fingers were bloody and blistered from clawing at the brickwork. They shook along with the rest of my body and I needed to get a grip. Looking at my fingers, my eyes widened. There was no wedding ring. My stomach tightened, and bile entered my throat. Defying logic, I wasted precious moments trying to recall if I had noticed the ring on my finger while I was in the cell. Getting out of captivity took second place as I scratched through the debris. With nothing found, I tried to restore some composure and attempted to convince myself that my captors had taken the ring. Long even breaths brought the trembling under control as the shaking subsided. It was now or never. I took hold of one end of the mattress and inched it out of the hole until it was vertical against the wall outside, the dead weight tugging at my armpits. With a final push away from the wall, so the mattress would fall horizontally, I closed my eyes. The sound of cowbells rang out as the mattress struck the wire and alerted the farm dog. All hell broke loose and my mind turned to spaghetti as their dog barked long and loud. My stomach was in the process of trying to escape through my backside at the thought that they had alarmed the wire. Light flooded outside and I rolled away from the hole. Springing to my feet, I took a quick glance down at the ground and then pressed my back against the wall. The mattress had landed perfectly as planned. How far I could get in 10 minutes on stony ground, with already lacerated feet, ran through my mind and froze me to the spot. A vision of Squat's AK-47 riddling bullets into my back as I ran cemented my fear. The if-only scenarios started to bug me again. If only my arms were 2 inches longer, I could have opened the cell door and simply walked away. My head screamed at the thought that there was no plan B. The hopeless resignation that I had built my own bridge left me knowing I needed to get over it, and I slid down the wall to sit on the floor to await the outcome. What a jackass. Outside sounded like mayhem. Over the dog barking, doors slammed. People were shouting and running around. Engines started, tires screeched. A flashlight beam illuminated the cell, dancing through the hole in the wall, before turning its attention elsewhere. If you have ever reacted in a sort of daze to events happening while you were awake, then that's how I felt. The feeling I was in another dimension looking on the scene took hold, together with the notion that I was helpless to cross over and help. Why they didn't check the cell, other than with the flashlight from below, I'll never know. Maybe Dad had had a quiet word with Lady Luck after all. The sounds diminished outside and the dog stopped barking. Stretching my neck and scrambling to my feet, I closed my eyes and listened with my back melting into the wall. I could hear the sound of engines in the distance, but otherwise there was silence outside. 1, 2, 3, I counted for courage, and took a glance through the hole to the yard below and then out into the distance. There were maybe 5 vehicles tearing away from the farm, probably trucks, or open-back jeeps. Besides the headlights, beams of lights were scouring the brush from atop of the vehicles. Dropping to a hunch, and thinking about the mood they'd be in when they returned, left little to the imagination of what they might do with me. If they had left a guard back at the farm, which was likely, then jumping and setting the cowbells ringing wasn't an option. Picking up the belt, I started to flail my knees with the strap in a kind of self-flagellation. Then it dawned. Plan B. Nothing in life is easy, but like trying to hoop a prize at a fairground booth, the new plan was pure desperation, nothing short of impossible, and would cost in effort what the fairground cost in dollars. Thoughts of my body and mind ending up like an empty wallet made me shiver. Still, it had to be worth a try. Tiptoeing across to the cell door, I slipped the strap through the buckle of the belt to form a loop. With a firm grip on the strap, I extended my arm through the bars and ran my hand along the bolt to the bend, leaving the loop dangling. To say I was petrified of losing the strap would be an understatement as I teased it through my fingers to add small degrees of length and kept flicking my wrists. I thought my heart had stopped when the belt snagged at the flick of the wrist at the umpteenth attempt and I heard a metallic creak. Sweat poured from my forehead and smarted in my eyes. The strap was taut and I gave a final tug, releasing the creak from hell that amplified down the corridor. Praying to God wasn't one of my strong points, but if it was to work, I made a promise to go to church every Sunday. The fear was that when I released the tension, the handle would simply fall back into place. It would have been impossible to grip the bolt without withdrawing my arm. God must have been listening, because when I hung the strap over a crossbar, I gripped the bolt, and it moved along and out of the door bracket with ease. When things go according to plan, something in the back of your mind tells you to give yourself a pinch so as not to get too complacent. There were a number of options. One was to bolt the door behind me and hide in Miguel's cell. The idea was that they would return, see the cell door locked, and believe I had escaped. I would wait for them to retire and then sneak off into the night. The problem with that was that A, they might find me in Miguel's cell, or B, they would bolt his cell with me in it, or C, they would secure the outside door. There was nothing else to debate. Slipping through the cell door, I bolted it and headed the 10 paces to the exit. After moments' hesitation, I grasped the door handle and listened. Opening the door an inch at first, I peered out and saw the farmhouse lit up like a Las Vegas casino. The stairway down to the yard was in full view. Aware that everything around there creaked, making a quick rush for freedom didn't seem to be the way to go, so, Inching the door open enough for me to slip through, I dropped to a crouch on the gantry and slowly closed the door. Hope that the dog had jumped into one of their vehicles clung to me as I scrambled down the stairway and hid behind a stack of barrels. Why I hadn't asked Miguel what lay in the opposite direction was beyond contemplation. Then it hit me, the water bottle. I'd forgotten the water bottle. If all that lay ahead was mile after mile of desert, it would have been a gigantic mistake, unless I doubled back to pick up the creek and followed its flow. There were bound to be other farms or houses near to a water source. Or so I hoped that would be the case. Keeping as low a profile as possible, I moved like an ape from cover to cover away from the house. Behind a row of bushes, I peeked out and my jaw almost hit the ground. An 8-foot-high wall stood there, an insurmountable obstacle, with huge, wrought-iron gates. A guard sat on a stool nursing an automatic rifle and smoking. My eyeline followed the wall, which connected the farmhouse to the cell block, and beyond. Behind me, I detected the sound of vehicles and looked around. The headlights were moving toward the farm. Whatever I decided to do, it had to be quick. Using the cover of a row of bushes, I moved swiftly along the back of the cell block and then crawled across and behind a small guard shed at the entrance. The smell of cigar smoke hung in the air and hit the back of my throat. They had left a guard behind. Thank God for his iPod. His head was swaying to a beat, and there were telltale wires running from his ears. I had to think carefully before my next move. The vehicles were no more than 10 minutes away. There was no way past the guard without him seeing me. It was one of those all-or-nothing decisions, as I wrapped my arm around the guard's head. My biceps pressed firmly on the artery in his neck. Using the leverage of my head pressed against his and with hands clasped, I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. His body went limp and I lowered him to the ground. It was enough to knock him out cold by starving his brain of oxygen, but not enough to kill him. He didn't look a day over 16, so his mom would be pleased that I hadn't gone for those few extra seconds, or snapped his neck. I dragged him into the shed, slung the strap of his rifle over my shoulder, and headed outside and through the gate to freedom. The terrain was flat and the horizon was devoid of any lighting indicating habitation. Thinking back to the search pattern of the vehicles, going straight ahead would be inviting them to find me, so I turned left down a dirt road. Running would lead to exhaustion, so I tried speedwalking. I'd always thought speedwalkers looked ridiculous when I watched them on television, but the ground I covered made up for my feeling stupid. Around 400 yards and it felt like I was walking on hot coals. Trying to concentrate on something to distract myself from the pain, I tried to remember how many yards there were in a mile, which was about the stride I was generating. 1760 came to mind, drilled into me by my old math teacher at middle school. I started counting from 400. At 920, I felt dizzy. My footsteps were spaced about a foot per stride and then reduced to a stumbling shuffle. The mattress material had long since stopped acting as a sole and was flapping around my ankles, whipping and stinging my calf muscles. There was no alternative. I had to stop to remove the rags from around my ankles. Having traveled over half a mile, I looked down the road. The hedgerow hid the farm from view, but over on the left, I could see multiple headlights in the distance, probably searching for me. They must have found the guard. It was a mistake to have sat down. What with the way I had been trussed up on the journey into captivity, and the beatings I had taken, plus the fact that my feet were lacerated and the muscles in my legs had seized up, I was a mess. Not even Scott would have made it to the pole in that condition. The only thing I could do, under the circumstances, was to crawl through a gap in the hedgerow and rest. Whatever insects might be crawling around me, I had no idea, nor did I care. It just felt good to lie on the ground and gaze up at the sky. I had a soft moment. Maybe it was relief at being free. Below the moon and stars, I felt humble, privileged and yet insignificant. If only I'd learned about astronomy, I could have worked out which way was north and home. My childhood seemed a million years ago, when I'd last camped out under the stars. I'd never really taken any notice of the beauty and wonder of the universe since then. For all the distance, it felt like I could reach out and touch the moon's surface. The thought that if Mary was looking out of our bedroom window right now, she would be looking at the same lunar surface that I saw, brought a tear to my eye. So near and yet so far. Secure in the belief that I was hidden, I decided to rest for an hour and then check to see if my captors had called off the search. Rest seemed such an odd choice of word. I might have relaxed my body, but every sound of nature in the still of the night brought with it a fear that they would find me, my luck finally running out. Chapter 7. Exhausted. Exhaustion and lack of sleep had taken their toll on my body and mind. My eyes opened to daylight, throbbing feet, and aching leg muscles. To think I had only had the stamina to travel such a short distance from my captors made me want to scream, but at least I was free and armed. The flaring sun perched on the horizon. Its position pinpointed the compass bearing for home. That's when I looked down at my feet and realized I was in a heap of trouble. If sunrise was around 7 in the morning, I had probably been asleep for 3, or possibly 4 hours. Hitching a ride seemed like a lost cause. I looked at my jeans and t-shirt caked in blood and dust. My fingers stroked 2 days of facial hair growth. I had no shoes, revealing bloody feet, and my face was a mess with cuts and bruises. To complete the picture, I was carrying an automatic rifle. If I came across someone looking the way I did, I'd have stepped on the gas pedal and run them over. Short of hijacking a car at gunpoint, the only way forward was for me to set off walking and to keep behind the hedgerow. A half-baked idea fermented that I should go back to the hacienda and surrender. If they wanted to ransom me, maybe they would give my feet medical attention. What they'd done to Miguel soon squashed that idea. A shake of my head did little to remove the vision of Squad holding Miguel's head, the scene holding center stage in my mind. Even the sounds of the gunshots and his pleas for mercy played out. Miguel's pleading and bulging eyes reminded me of what might lie ahead if I didn't make good my escape. It's not that I wasn't used to seeing death masks. Goodness knows I'd had plenty of experience down at the morgue and at the scenes of shootouts. Usually, there is never that connection that I had encountered with Miguel, tenuous as it had been, with the few words we shared. This was up close and personal. Rolling over, I pushed myself to my knees and then to my feet. The vision of Miguel's severed head was cleared from my mind by the pain running from my feet and on up through my legs. I had probably covered 20 yards shuffling and stumbling, using the rifle as a crutch, when I could walk no farther and collapsed. Blisters had popped, leaving raw, exposed flesh on the soles and heels of both my feet, and the lacerations from my previous walk in the desert were infected. Even with the best of intentions, moving from this spot in an upright position would have been impossible. Back home, I would have needed a wheelchair and emergency medical treatment to get me mobile. Likely, I needed a week's recovery for the skin on my feet to heal enough to allow me to walk. The idea of lying in a ditch for a week, without food or water, until I had recovered reminded me of the desperate situation I was in and that it would call for desperate measures. My eyelids were heavy, despite my having slept. Although the hedgerow afforded some cover, the open field where I was lying left me exposed. On hands and knees, I crawled until I reached the cover of some bushes and a drainage ditch alongside the hedgerow. A truck thundered past along the road. It was the first vehicle I had heard and I hoped there would be more, but Sunday morning wasn't the best of days to be hoping for heavy traffic. Curling into the fetal position gave me respite from the pain and made me wonder if having started life in that position, that was how they were going to find me if I expired. Mary and the kids drifted into my mind. If it wasn't for thoughts of returning to my family spurring me on, it would have been easier to put the gun barrel to my chin and pull the trigger, such was the pain I was enduring. Warmth from the morning sun was my only comfort and with heavy eyelids, I drifted asleep again. I awoke to the sound of rustling in the bushes, followed by a twig breaking. My heart went into ticking time bomb mode and I grabbed the rifle. Taking aim in the direction of the sound, I scrambled to my knees. To have gotten this far, if I was to be discovered and returned to the cell, I would be dead anyway. A picture of Miguel's severed head stuck in my mind's eye. My sense of urgency turned to frustration. Sweat ran from my brow, dripping into my eyes. My vision blurred, adding to the panic. Swiping the back of my hand across my eyes, I cracked open first one eye, then the other and decided to fight my way out. I called out a warning. "Stop and show yourself, or I'll blow your freaking brains out." All composure had deserted me, and I trembled from head to toe. My lips had parched in the sun. Uttering those few words had ripped a split in my top lip like an overripe tomato bursting. The drainage ditch gave me some cover, but whoever was out there continued to move in on my position. I was sure I heard a click, as if someone was locking and loading around in the chamber of a shotgun, and I squeezed the trigger of my AK-47 to fire off a warning shot. Nothing happened. I rolled over onto my back to change position and for me to inspect the AK. It was fitted with a damn safety. Frustration turned to anger. By the time that I'd figured it out and rolled back onto my belly to aim, my eye line came face to face with the goat's head. Damn thing bleated at me through a gap in the bushes. Tears and laughter flowed at the same time. The animal flicked its head and trundled away. Scanning the area, I relaxed, satisfied the goat didn't have a herder in tow. My sight fixed on a small lizard gathering heat on exposed stone. Its head bobbed rapidly up and down in a ritual that was beyond me. In the blink of an eye, the creature darted forward, gathered an insect in its mouth, and began chomping. Fascinating as it was, and though I was pleased at the distraction, it reminded me that there could be other predators around, looking for me. Feverishly, I checked my immediate surroundings for snakes. Every twig became a suspect as paranoia took hold. In an effort to curb my fear, I began to think about the incident that had led to my incarceration. It seemed idiotic to me for the suppliers of the crack house to have planned to have me kidnapped. Surely they would know that the agency would round up all the occupants of the crack house, and someone would talk at the onset of cold turkey, before being cut a deal for release. I began to think that our position had been compromised. Whoever had done this to me must have known we were there all along and had watched Rob scuttle off around the back of our position. Then again, maybe none of that had been planned and they just saw him leaving me alone as an opportunity to take me hostage as a warning, without thinking it through. I quickly discounted that idea. My kidnapping had definitely been planned. The who, why, and what of it scrambled my brain, especially at the possibility it had nothing to do with the crack house and it was payback for my having arrested someone in the past. Trying to work it out brought on a thumping headache. I knew I couldn't stay in that position. I needed to put more distance between the farmhouse and me. I crawled to peer through the hedgerow, just in time to see a passing car. Farther down the road, I could see a slow-moving vehicle and decided I had to attempt to get a ride. As it neared, I could see it was a battered pickup truck, pulling an open trailer. The chugging vehicle looked as though it had driven out of a museum. Clouds of black smoke belched from the exhaust and the engine spluttered. There was only the driver behind the windshield. Leaving the rifle behind, hidden under boulders on a rocky outcrop, as the vehicle neared, I crept through the hedgerow. Standing in the middle of the road, in the truck's path, took every ounce of strength and willpower I could summon to overcome the hurt running through my body. I waved like a madman, and then, as my legs wobbled, the landscape started to shimmer. It was hard to make out the outline of the approaching vehicle. All around my head, the vision before me spun as if I stood in a vortex. Light of head and foot, I hit the ground with a thud. Dust billowed around me and I choked, taking in a lungful of dirt. The sound of the truck's engine exploded in my ears. As I labored to lift my head, like a tortoise trying to find its bearings, the radiator grill loomed large. The shrill grating of graphite on metal, then, as if someone had thrown a cover over me, darkness descended for the second time on my deadly journey into the unknown. Chapter 8. False sense of security. I noticed the stench at first, and then my body bouncing about. The motion reminded me of the helplessness I had felt as a child when tumbling in a bouncy castle. Childhood angst returned to haunt me when I was unable to scramble to my feet. I had a vision of a group of children jumping around me, mocking my situation. Opening my eyes, I sat up to find I was on the trailer. It smelled as though it had recently dumped a load of cow dung. Above the sound of the engine chugging, I could hear the noise of an aircraft engine buzzing like an annoying housefly. I looked up in time to see a light aircraft fly low overhead. There were pipes under the wing that gave the impression that it was a crop duster. Through the wooden slats, I could see we had left the hedgerow behind. We were heading in the direction of a small farmhouse. Clouds of dust and exhaust fumes surrounded the vehicle as it slowed. We stopped outside the farmhouse door, scattering chickens, clucking with their wings flapping. The back of the trailer dropped open. I came face to face with the wizened features of the driver. He beckoned me forward. I shuffled on my backside to the tailgate, dangling my legs over the side. He was twisted and frail, maybe in his late 60s, but his appearance belied his strength. He took me over his shoulder, carried me inside and on into a bedroom. Without ceremony, he launched me onto a bed. You passed out. You'll need fixing. That was the nearest I could translate. I'm American. Do you speak English? A little. I need a telephone. To make sure he understood, I formed my hand into a mock handset. He shook his head and left the room. A woman appeared in the doorway, walked to the bed, and looked me up and down. It was hard to know if her wincing was from the sight of me or the smell. She left the room and 2 children entered, a boy aged around 8 and a girl around 10. Hi, what are your names? They either didn't understand or they were shy. They started to snicker and the young boy sidled up to my bedside, poked me, and stood back. He became excited and started to shout. Americano, Americano. Out, you two, said the woman as she returned with a bowl of water, a cloth, and a towel. You and the children speak English? Yes, I speak it well. The children have forgotten most of it, but they understand the word out. We lived in Texas for a while until they caught us, 2 years back, and sent us back over the border. I'll need to fix you up. Lucky for you I trained as a nurse. How did you get like this? Telling her I was a U.S. government drug agent from Texas didn't seem the sensible thing to do, or I imagined it might make her forget the nursing. I struggled to find an alternative for a while before the words to answer her finally arrived. I need to contact the police. I'm a tourist and I've been robbed. I don't have any identification. They took it all. I was heading for the border. Pausing, the realization struck at what I was saying and I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks. Freaking I. The way I was speaking sounded unnatural and each sentence I'd uttered sounded like the lie that it was, I thought. The woman smiled. Sorry, what's your name? I asked. My name is Layla. We can talk later, but first let's get you out of these clothes and I'll wash you, clean your wounds and dress them. We don't have a telephone, but my father will drive you to the border. She turned her back and placed a bowl on a beat-up old dresser with 2 drawers missing. The walls in the bedroom and in the living area, as I'd noticed on the way in, were bare brick. The ceiling was open to the trusses and roof tiles. Wires strung along the wall, connected to dangling electrical plug sockets. Everything I had seen screamed poverty. Layla turned and came over to the bed. She helped me take off my jeans and remove my t-shirt. Her silhouette brought a vision of Mary dancing through my thoughts. Averting her gaze, she removed my boxers and chatted away, saving me embarrassment before draping a towel over my lower half. An anxious gutache gripped me. I was desperate to contact Mary to let her know I was safe. Is there a village nearby where I can get to a telephone? No, there's nothing between here and the gas stations near the border. She washed and dabbed at the wounds, applying antiseptic cream to my feet before bandaging them. Look, write down your address and when I return home, I'll send you some money for my keep and the gas. It's not necessary. The family's kindness touched me. How long did you live in Texas? I asked. 2 years. Ironic, isn't it? My ancestors lived in Texas until the Americans stole it along with the star on their flag. Now they treat us like low-life dirt. The words hit me like a barb sinking into my flesh. She took a single cotton sheet from the remaining drawer of the dresser and draped it over me. I'll get some of my brother's clothes ready for your journey. They should fit. Try and rest. Are you sure he won't mind? Mind? She laughed. He's been dead 4 years now. Sorry. No need. How did he pass away? Gunned down by a rival gang. The way she said it, it was as though it was no big deal. She closed the door as she left, leaving me with my thoughts. Looking around the room gave me the impression that their plight was understandable. I began to wonder what I would have done, had I been born into a similar position on the wrong side of the border. Would I have turned to the safety of numbers and a gang and trafficked drugs to those who denied me shelter? Or would I have tried to flee to America for a new life of always looking over my shoulder? I prayed that in 24 hours, I would reach the safety of the border. But not before I had taken down the name and address to send them a big fat thank you through Western Union, to be collected at their nearest depot. 10 minutes had gone by when Layla brought a pile of clothes and some boots into the bedroom. Try these for size. She placed the items on a chair next to the bed and left the room. I hadn't worn jockeys since I was a child, but eagerly slipped them on. The t-shirt was okay, but the jeans were a little on the short side and wide around the waist. At least they were clean. I took the belt from my old jeans and buckled it around my waist. Easing myself from the bed, I stood and took a few paces. The bandages were comfortable to walk on, but I could still feel stinging in the soles of my feet. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I pulled the socks over my feet and then tried the boots. They were a size too big, but I would have given anything to have had them when I first escaped. Loosely tying the laces, I stood to try them. It was better with just the bandages, but I made it to the bedroom door and turned the handle. Layla was sitting at the table. Dried beans covered the surface and she was sifting through them, separating out the bad ones. She looked up and gave me a warm smile. Thanks for the clothes. No problem. I'm preparing a meal. You look as though you could do with something to eat. Now go and rest. The beans brought to mind shopping at Walmart with Mary and picking cans off the shelf. It made it easy to forget beans came from plants. Layla's father walked in holding a chicken. He wrung its neck, tossed it in the direction of the children, and walked outside. Its wings were still flapping as the boy gripped it with one arm and started to pluck the feathers with his other hand. Closing the door, I went to sit on the bed, thanking God my kids didn't have to resort to going native. Hens, sounding the alarm, scattered in the yard outside. I heard the crunch of tires skidding on the dirt. I moved to the window and peeked outside. 5 men carrying guns jumped off the open back of a pickup truck and charged toward the house. Another pickup came to a halt, with more men joining the invasion. I quickly moved away from the window. My vision danced around the room. My initial reaction was that the family had betrayed me. A woman screamed. My head jolted in the direction of the sound. More screams, but this time the shrill sound of children facing terror. The bedroom door burst open. A pistol thrust at my face. I struck the guy's gun arm with mine to deflect his aim. A shot rang out. I brought my other hand with straight fingers into the soft flesh of his neck. He dropped to his knees, clutching his throat. A well-aimed kick snapped his head backward. He fell as if his spine had deserted his body. A rifle butt swung toward me and I ducked. I sank my fist into my attacker's ribs with all the force I could muster. Someone grabbed me from behind. I gripped his head in my hands and threw him over my shoulder. A rifle lay on the floor and I dived for it, but someone's leg lunged, kicking the rifle under the bed. A blow to the back of my head brought stars to my eyes. Though I was aware of being manhandled and shackled, I was powerless to do anything. After they dragged me to my feet, they pushed me into the living area. The old man stood with his arms outstretched in front of Layla. She clutched the children to her and covered their eyes. One of the intruders trained a rifle at them. The children wailed. Blood trickled down Layla's forehead as she comforted her children, ignoring what was happening. Hands grabbed hold of my shoulders and forced me to sit on a chair. I heard boots clomping on the veranda outside, which sounded familiar. The shadow entered first and then the man. Squat stood at the door and spat his disgust at the scene. He nodded to the guard, pointing the automatic assault rifle at the family. The guard's finger moved to the trigger and he raised his rifle barrel. I lunged forward, and it took 2 of them to force me back and pin me to the chair. I screamed out long and hard. A deafening crescendo of shots rang out. The pungent smell of gunpowder hit my nostrils. It wasn't much different from the drifting smell of a firecracker display on the 4th of July. Only this was no celebration. It was all over in seconds. When I opened my eyes, the family lay in a pile on the floor. A primeval scream escaped my lips. Pinned to my seat, every muscle in my body tightened as I tried to stand. But I couldn't break free. Averting my gaze, I noticed a letter on the table addressed to Layla. Despite the tears in my eyes, I was able to commit the address to memory. I had brought death to their door. I should have told them the truth. My body fell limp and my chin hit my chest. Squat walked directly in front of me. He leaned forward so that I could smell his foul breath. Grabbing me by my hair, he lifted my head. "Their blood is on your head, American. He should have left you in the road for our crop duster pilot to find you. Prepare yourself, because you're going to hell." He glanced past me. "Get him in the truck." Through gritted teeth, I screeched into his face. "Bastards." Squat grinned, his lips curling to one side as he let go of my hair. My head dropped. But for my presence and their good nature, Layla's family would still be alive. The guilt I experienced at having caused their deaths took me to unimaginable depths of despair. I made an oath to avenge their deaths, if I ever managed to make it to freedom. Squat's words bounced around in my mind. I couldn't imagine that hell would be any worse than how I felt looking at their twisted dead bodies on the floor. Lifting my gaze and looking at the evil in the depths of Squat's eyes, I guessed I would soon find out. Chapter 9. Onward Journey. I expected them to take me back to the prison at the farm and make me pay for my escape. But instead we headed north and then west. All the while, visions of the fate that had befallen Miguel and Layla's family plagued me with every bounce in the road, and tore away at my insides. The scum had me hogtied in shackles. After an hour's drive, lying mostly face down in the back of the pickup truck and with my captors using my back as a footstool, we went off-road. That's if you could call what we had been driving along a road. 10 minutes or so and we stopped. One of them dragged me out of the back of the pickup. They had parked next to the crop duster I'd seen earlier from the back of the pickup when traveling to Layla's home. It had gone over my head when Squat had mentioned it. The duster solved the problem as to how they had found me at Layla's house. Yet more guilt pained me as I remembered thinking Layla and her family had betrayed my sanctuary. 2 motorized hang gliders were visible through the open doors of a large building. Wherever we were, this was clearly part of the supply chain. I guess we had to be near the border for the hang gliders to be near enough to drop their loads on the other side. Thinking their ingenuity for getting contraband over the border knew no bounds, it also worried me. They weren't stupid. The fact that they had not blindfolded me seemed like a bad omen, considering what fate had befallen Miguel. Squat came up alongside me and grinned. He handed 2 large canvas bags to the pilot. I caught a glimpse of the contents as the pilot inspected them. My butt cheeks tightened and my eyes popped when I saw what the bags held. Squat gave me a sideways glance and snarled, "They should never have bought out the hit. I hope they cut your tongue out and feed you to the buzzards." His words tumbled around in my mind as I tried to grasp the meaning other than the threat. He gave me a parting dig in the ribs. 2 of them manhandled me into the crop duster and fastened me into the passenger seat with duct tape. I knew better than to ask where we were going, but from what he'd said, I knew it likely involved a ransom. Not having a blindfold still bothered me. The thought that someone had put a hit out on me drowned out the subject of the blindfold and nagged away at my mind. Sure, there was the gang I had put behind bars for the drug bust recently, costing them a loss of millions in street value. My deliberations muddied as I thought about the many others I'd put behind bars over the years. None of it made sense. I'd heard of gambling and drugs debts being bought out before, but I had never heard of anyone buying out a hit. If I ever managed to escape and return home, would someone restore their contract to kill me? The answer to that question would have to wait. My current situation and a way out of it was the priority. XBUVW, I kept repeating over in my mind until I came up with a way of remembering the crop duster's registration number. X-Men, Border, Ultraviolet Wings. Once I had a handle on it, I kept alternating it by reciting Layla's address in my mind, in the hope that if I ever got out of this mess, these details would lead me back to Squat so I could make him pay for slaughtering Layla's family. The pilot started the engine and we set off down the dirt runway. In no time, we were airborne and took a flight path no more than 50 feet above ground, probably to avoid radar. The thing that struck me was the pilot's lack of concern for being caught and arrested. Maybe the white powder he snorted every once in a while gave him courage. But more than likely it was the stack of automatic rifles and guns stowed behind me and the bags that Squat had handed him. I'd never seen so many $100 bills in a bag before. No doubt the guy would be making a killing on his return with a stash of cocaine in return for the goods and money, and that would make up for the risk. More than likely, they had all the local officials in their pocket, but I still didn't get why a pilot couldn't make an honest living. I soon found out why. Besides snorting coke, he reached under the seat and pulled out a bottle of JD. Screwing the top off, he took the first of many long swigs he would take along the journey. Mexican music blasted through speakers, and annoyingly tone-deaf, the pilot sang along to the beat. At no time had he attempted to talk to me, so I thought we'd give it a whirl. "How long before we arrive?" I shouted over the drone of the engine and the music. He turned and snarled. "No English." After that, I left him to it, and retreated into my mind. Mary would be getting the kids ready for bed. What seemed like a million scenarios passed through my mind as to what might be happening at home. I guessed that if my kidnapping had been announced, or my colleagues had found my shoe, they would know I had been taken. The FBI would be crawling all over my house setting up wiretaps. Mary, I imagined, would be screwed up inside, but putting on a brave front for the kids. We had taught the kids never to lie, but I had the idea Mary would have to give them some kind of initial misinformation. Then again, the story would likely be on all the news channels. I always said to anyone who would listen, lies will always catch you out. I now knew the truth of that sentiment, at the tragic cost to Layla's family and my own guilt at their deaths. I just hoped that my situation wouldn't screw with my kids' heads and cause lasting damage. Poor Rob, I imagined he would be up to his neck in his own guilt by now at having left me to get coffee. He would have gone wild and started banging a few of our snitches' heads together to come up with some answers. Someone on the street would know what had been planned to go down. All it would take was someone who needed a favor. In exchange for our turning a blind eye, he or she would start singing. They always did. If it weren't for snitches, half the damn cases we took on would never find their way to a conclusion. I knew we were traveling west, and after 3 hours, I reckoned we couldn't be far from the coast. The pilot fished in his pocket, pulled out a Stanley knife and placed it in a cup holder next to his seat. Not that I could move, I froze anyway, with cold shivers running through my body. I looked out of the window as the aircraft banked and I could see the coastline up close and personal. I feared he was going to throw me out over the sea as shark bait. With my arms shackled, there was nothing much I could do to prevent it from happening. The aircraft straightened out, and the pilot turned in his seat, placing a bag over my head. I thought it was a small mercy that I wouldn't see the drop. The engine spluttered and coughed as it slowed down, and then we hit the ground with a thud and a bounce, then rolled onward and taxied to a stop. The door opened. I heard slicing and tugging at the duct tape. Hands grasped me and pulled me out of the seat. My legs buckled under me, but strong hands kept me upright. "Welcome to my humble abode, Kurt," someone said. They obviously knew who I was, but I sure didn't know who it was that greeted me in a friendly tone. Chapter 10. The Villa. I was jammed in between two people in the back seat of a vehicle, listening to my new captor chat in an accented but cultured voice from the front passenger seat. He rambled on about the upcoming presidential elections in Mexico. His stance on the state of the Mexican economy and the need for better social housing, schooling and health care for the poor clearly defined his politics. If he was the one who was going to look after my welfare, at least I knew he had a conscience. At least I dared hope. We had only driven for around 10 minutes when we stopped and someone helped me out of the vehicle. Arms at either side of me gripped and guided me in a shuffle along the pathway. My host quietly gave his orders. "Take off his leg irons at the door. I don't want the ceramics damaged." I was brought to a jarring halt and someone fumbled with the chains and removed the ankle shackles, leaving me with an itch from hell. The toe of my boot stubbed against a protrusion. I assumed it was the threshold, and I could feel a welcome blast of cool air from an AC unit. "Remove the sack." I scanned the opulent surroundings, and my jaw slackened at the contrast with the poverty of Layla's home. We were in a large hallway facing 2 stairways running either side of the walls, leading to a balcony supported by 2 marble columns, and framing a large doorway. The feminine pink and cream decor, and the Greek-style ornate reliefs, they seemed at odds with the heavily armed guards. They wore black Special Forces-type uniforms. Glancing down at my feet, I could see my reflection in the ceramic floor tiles and I could smell floor polish. From behind me, my host called out orders. "Take him for a shower and remove all his shackles. Give him a change of clothes and then bring him to the dining room." I noticed camera domes in the foyer and on the ceiling at the top of the stairway. He was obviously relaxed about any attempts I might make to escape, but then with the armed guards and the security system, I would have put my chances on a scale of 1 to 10 at a big fat 0. A rifle barrel digging in my back guided me up the stairway and into a bedroom. The room was far removed from the one at Layla's home. A chandelier hung from the center of the ceiling. There was a flat-screen television facing a king-size bed. French windows led out onto a balcony. In the corner of the ceiling next to the clothes closet there was a CCTV security camera. A guard removed my waist and wrist shackles while 2 others watched and pointed their automatic rifles in my direction. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a young maid enter the room. Maybe in her early 20s, she was wearing a black skirt and a white starched blouse with a huge black bow tie. Her black hair was fastened in a bun. In her arms, she carried a bright orange bundle with what looked like an oversized wristwatch perched on the top. She set it down on the corner of the bed. "I need your clothes," she said. She had the appearance of a native Bolivian with her narrow eyes and high cheekbones. The rest of her was all Hispanic, especially her fulsome lips. My cheeks flamed and I hesitated, until the prod of a rifle but prompted me to undress. Stripped of my dignity, I stood there in my underwear. Her hand gestured in a wave. An impish grin formed on her lips and a glint in her dark almond-shaped eyes told me she enjoyed watching me squirm. One of the guards stepped forward. I slipped off my shorts and stood with my hand covering the source of my embarrassment. The maid laughed, picked up my clothing from the floor and breezed out of the room. The shower felt good, and I wished it could go on forever. When I removed the bandages from my feet, I saw they were far from healed. "Enough," someone called out. Stepping out of the shower, I wiped the steam from the cabinet mirror and rubbed myself down with a towel. The reflection staring back at me looked like a stranger. The swelling had almost gone from my upper lip, but both lips were raw and split. The gash on my nose sat at the top of a bend that said my nose was probably broken. Black casts in the skin around my bloodshot eyes reminded me of just how much of a beating I had taken. "I need a shave. Is there a razor?" 2 of the guards looked at each other, puzzled. I made the gesture of shaving, as they clearly hadn't understood a word I had said. "No shave," one of them said, and grabbing me by the arm, he pulled me out of the en-suite and pointed his rifle at the clothing on the bed. The bright orange garment was a one-piece overall. There was no underwear, so I pulled the overall on over my legs, stood to finish dressing, and fastened the buttons. One of the guards pushed me back onto the bed and picked up the wristwatch-type object. On closer inspection, I could see it was an offender tracking bracelet that he clasped around my ankle. As the fastener clicked into place, the bracelet started to emit a flashing green LED. He stood back and threw a pair of flip-flops beside me. I glanced at my feet and then the flip-flops and back again. Shrugging my shoulders, I looked at the guard nearest me and pointed at my feet. He talked on a radio and shortly afterwards, the maid re-entered carrying bandages. She knelt in front of me and bandaged each foot in turn. Glancing up at me, she whispered, "Do everything they ask. You may be worth something to them, but they'll shoot you like a dog if you don't give them what they want." She stood and walked over to the clothes closet and opened the door. After fishing inside, she turned and tossed me a pair of slippers. "Try these." The guards hauled me to my feet, led me out of the bedroom, down the stairway and through the large doors in the foyer into a dining room. There was a long oak table with a dozen chairs. A gray-haired man of slight build sat at one end of the table, with his head bowed, studying papers. The canvas bags we had brought on our journey sat to one side of him, with one of them open. A guard forced me to sit to one side, halfway down the table. My host's head remained buried in the file on the table and he began to read aloud. "Kurt Rawlings, Drug Enforcement Agent. El Paso. Age 34. Date of birth, December 5, 1974. Wife, Mary. 1 son and 1 daughter, Craig and Claire. It says here you passed on promotion to stay with your existing team, following the recovery of $25 million worth of cocaine. Black belt in judo and karate. Top scores in marksmanship, etc., etc." He closed the file, raised his head, and gazed at me over half-rimmed eyeglasses. My heart sank and a cold wave washed through my body. He knew exactly who I was. And looking at him, I now knew exactly at whose mercy my life depended. Chapter 11. Devil in Disguise. It was hard to believe that I was sitting at the table with our department's very own ace of clubs. A sigh escaped my lips, catching his attention, and without moving his head, he shot me a penetrating stare over his eyeglasses. Averting my gaze at first, I glanced back to see him reading papers. His appearance was that of a genteel, amiable professor, rather than a potential dictator. Only the abnormality in his brow, giving him a Neanderthal ridge, created a primal signal that behind the mask might lurk danger. If I thought I had reached despair before, knowing who sat at the head of the table took events to a new low. Escaping and returning to my loved ones seemed more of an outside chance than ever. But why and what had brought me to this situation was beyond anything I could work out. The guy stared at me again, this time as if trying to guess what I was thinking. A disgraced Mexican politician, he had been hounded out of office for corruption and was suspected of having a connection to Panama's former President Noriega and his money laundering and drug-running operations. Always on the move, he had evaded justice over the years. But that was no surprise, given that the majority of the population he presided over considered him a hero of the impoverished. So many depended on a paycheck from him to put food on the table, or to supplement their public sector pay, or were fearful for their lives, that someone betraying him was a long shot at best. His politics might sound magnanimous to the population at large, but he was fast becoming the biggest threat to the established order. He lowered his gaze, flicking through more pages of what I assumed was my personnel record. I would have given anything to turn the tables on him and sit in his place. To slap cuffs on him would have given me pleasure. Department estimates were that his operation brought in more than 30% of the gross domestic product for his state. The Mexican army seemed to be reluctant to move against him. But then the top brass probably had one eye on the future. He employed ex-special forces soldiers and top brass at retirement, particularly those who had been born in his area of influence. His army and corrupt influence gave the mere mention of his name the air of his invincibility. Capturing him would more than likely result in a medal. Resting my elbows on the table, I shook my head. Defying belief, here he was, no more than a few feet from me, and I was powerless to act. I couldn't believe I was sat in front of Francisco Perez Alonso, better known as El Presidente, head of the Perez cartel. Looking at him, it was hard to believe that the United States government would be cowed by his influence. Word was, the boys at the top were afraid he was planning to fund his old political party, or maybe a brand new one, and he would take over the country as a dictator. Where or why I figured in his plans, I couldn't be sure. It wasn't as if I were a top executive in drug enforcement. All I knew was that for now, I owed him my life for buying out the hit. It left me certain I had to spend my every waking hour coming up with a plan to escape. He rummaged in the open bag and pulled out a wallet that looked suspiciously like mine. Inspecting the contents, he took out a photo and slid it across to me. Your wife and children, I assume. Keep it, we have a copy. The nape of my neck felt an icy blast. Not only did he have my service record and address, but also a photo of my family. Acid started to burn away at the lining of my stomach at the thought they might be stalking and considering harm to my family. Instinct told me to start asking questions like a good agent, but logic told me it was better to act dumb, and hopefully the silence would get him to open up. He held up my wedding ring. I'm so pleased we have this. It saves sending them a piece of your anatomy as proof we are holding you. All we need now is a swab of your DNA to go with the ransom note, together with a speech from you on camera. He picked up a handbell and rang it several times. One of his security guards opened the door and in walked the young maid carrying a small specimen bottle. She was wearing gossamer kitchen gloves. The maid came up to me and smiled as she took a swab from the sample bottle. There was no need for instructions. I opened my mouth and she tickled the inside of my cheek with the swab and then replaced it in the bottle. Perez put on a pair of latex gloves in the manner of a surgeon preparing for an operation. He glanced at me with a smirk as if to show me how intelligent he was at avoiding transferring any evidence. I couldn't help but curl my lips at the thought I already had his prints on the photograph of Mary and the kids. He opened the file in front of him and teased a typed letter out of an envelope. He slid it across the table to me. Read it. I'm sure you need to know what we think your freedom is worth. He took a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the ring, and slipped it inside the envelope. When he snapped his fingers, the maid passed him the sample bottle and it followed the ring inside the envelope. The letter was addressed to the head of my department and dated. I cringed. The only thing that was missing was the sender's name and address and a signature. My eyes honed in on a figure in words and writing. $25 million. I couldn't contain my silence any longer. That sum of money was beyond my family's means if the government failed to pay the ransom. I was looking at a death warrant. When did negotiations with bank robbers holding hostages ever end in them being given a getaway airplane? Never. The government would rather spend $25 million sending in Black Hawks and teams of Special Forces operatives. I decided to act dumb, with the intention of finding out why they had chosen to kidnap me. Why $25 million? My family can't raise that. I'm not asking your family. You and your government stole an equal sum from me and my country when you confiscated our shipment of cocaine. It's simple, I want my money back, one way or another. The last part of the sentence, he'd almost spat out through gritted teeth. But why me? I only worked for them for a paycheck to support my family. Now, that's not really true, is it? You work for drug enforcement because of your ideology concerning drugs. To me you are a terrorist. I hope the orange overalls will not be lost in their meaning to your government when they see your film. A terrorist, I said. What's so strange about that? We're at war with the United States in the same way that you are at war with the Taliban or Al-Qaeda. But Mexico isn't at war with the United States. You have the same laws against drug trafficking. For now, maybe, but laws that are against the public interest are meant to be broken. Otherwise, your laws on prohibition would still be in place. Just think about all that wasted beer the FBI poured down the drain. I may be your Al Capone today, but in years to come I will be the darling of Wall Street. At least some of your states have seen sense on cannabis. In my mind, the guy was more than 2 cents short of $1. He was getting agitated, so I thought it better to zip my lip. He called over the maid and whispered to her. She left the room and returned with 2 security guards carrying a model of a hospital which they placed on the table. A guard took hold of my sweaty hand and pressed it firmly palm down on the letter. Perez took the letter and added it to the envelope. You know they'll have to legalize cocaine again at some time in the future, he said. What do you mean by, again? I replied. Come on, you work for the DEA. Surely, they teach you the history of the drug? But then I guess not. He rolled his eyes and continued without waiting for a reply. Cocaine was used in the United States for many medicinal purposes, from alleviating toothache to weaning people from heroin. In its original recipe, even Coca-Cola, your famous American soft drink, used extracts from the coca leaf, including cocaine. Hell, your industrialists used to hand out free pills to workers as a pick-me-up. Well, yes, but that was before scientists discovered the side effects and the harm it caused to mental health. Scientists? Bah. You mean those same scientists who learned how to extract cocaine from the coca leaf to turn it into a narcotic? Still, I guess I owe them a debt of gratitude. Your government and its agencies are hypocrites. They browbeat 51 countries into banning the growing of coca and advocate eradication, yet grant a license to only one company to import the leaf. Then they give permission for them to extract the cocaine from the leaf so that your precious world-dominating soda company can put what is left into their syrup recipe. Anyway, enough of that, we need to move on. He pushed back his chair and stood. Moving the canvas bags to one side revealed a laptop. Fumbling, he removed a pen drive. Aptly named, it actually resembled a round fountain pen when he applied a cover with a clip and placed it in his top jacket pocket. One of the guards placed his hands on a large framed painting on the wall behind Perez. It depicted Adam and Eve at the Tree of Knowledge. He opened it on hinges to reveal a wall safe. The guard stood to one side. Perez entered a code and opened the safe. He placed the laptop inside and then the canvas bags, followed by the ransom envelope. Perez closed the safe. He turned, looked directly at me and then at the model. This is what your government has made me put on hold because of your actions. It's a state-of-the-art emergency hospital with a pharmacy that my people badly need. I heard his words, but all the time I was thinking what the department would give to have a search warrant to blow the safe for the information it contained. His feeble attempt at indoctrination to win me over failed. Thinking it best to humor him, I attempted to gain some empathy. Sorry to mess up your plans, but shouldn't the government be building the hospital? They should, but they won't. What you have planned is a magnificent gesture. I hope you get to build the hospital, I said. Thinking about the pharmacy gave me the idea it was a perfect front for getting the medication used to make crack cocaine. I suspected those were his motives, rather than a philanthropic gesture. Do you play chess, Agent Rawlings? Yes, why? Good. Maybe you will indulge me when you're settled in. I could do with a new victim. The laugh that followed grated, interspersed as it was with pig-like grunts. I glanced around the room, mentally noting every detail. He turned to me and smiled. It was as if he could read my mind. Don't even think of escaping. The bracelet on your ankle contains explosives. Move outside a 300-meter perimeter and you'll lose a foot. The guards each have a remote control to set off the charge. A gulp stuck in my throat. He reached out and patted me on the back. Clearly, he had me in check, but I hoped not checkmate. Don't worry. For now I'll offer you my hospitality to give you time to recover from your ordeal. After that, providing you cooperate, no problem. All I want to know from you is... Well, let's save it for later, shall we? Once I have the information I need, you can live a life of luxury until your government caves in and pays me what I'm due. Any questions? I wanted to ask who had placed the original contract on my life, but there and then didn't feel like the right time to broach the subject. There was another question I dared not ask. What if I don't cooperate? Stabbed at my brain. Chapter 12. Insurance Policy. The start of my third day of captivity began with me blinking at the light piercing through the slats of the shutters covering the glass doors to the balcony. I shielded my eyes. As comfortable as it was wearing silk pajamas and being shrouded with silk sheets, on a soft mattress and with duck-down pillows, sleep had proven difficult. My aching limbs were not the only thing that kept me awake for long periods. Thoughts of what my captors wanted from me had circled a constant stream of scenarios as to how, if ever, I would gain freedom. There was a tap on the door and the young maid entered pushing a cart holding a cooked breakfast of bacon, eggs and hash browns. The aroma of the food and wisps of steam from the coffee carafe fought for the pleasure senses in an otherwise blocked nose. Stony Face, the guard, rose from his chair and unfastened the shutters, throwing them open to a burst of light that made me squint. Reaching over to the nightstand, I picked up the photo of Mary and the kids by the edges. Their innocent smiles gave me warmth and comfort. Distracted as the maid arrived at my bedside, I replaced the photo against the lampstand, positioned so I could see their happy faces. Buenos dias, Senor Rawlings. Good morning, Air. What do I call you? Leandra. Her smile was infectious. You can call me Kurt. I returned the smile. Please eat. You need to build up your strength. Stony Face stepped forward and grabbed her wrist as she was about to place a steel knife and fork on the tray. Idiota. Tenedor de Plastico. Releasing his grip, he raised a hand in a gesture of a backhanded slap. Leandra stood akimbo and gave him a petulant stare before she cut the bacon into portions. She smiled directly into my eyes, as if she were trying to tell me something. Swiveling on a heel, she turned and scuttled from the room, taking the steel knife and fork with her. The aroma of the food made it impossible to resist, and I delicately picked up a piece of the bacon between my thumb and forefinger. Dropping the bacon into my mouth, I savored the salty flavor, wanting to make every chew count. Leandra returned and handed me a plastic fork. I'm sorry, she said. He was afraid you would use the utensils as a weapon. No problem. Stoney's perception was right. It was the first thought that had come to mind when I saw them in her hands. Senor Perez has arranged for his doctor to visit you. He will arrive in the next 15 minutes, Leandra said. Her smile continued to radiate warmth as she poured a cup of coffee. Is there anything else I can get you? She asked. I thought about Perez's prints on the picture for when I escaped. I knew we didn't have them in his file. Yeah, I could do with a small picture frame for my photograph. That's easy. I have one spare in my bedroom. I'll get it for you later. What's the itinerary after the doctor? I asked. Itinerary? Sorry, plan, I said. Ah, I understand. They have a full day planned for you to relax at the poolside. Maybe you can watch some television, or read a book. The film they plan to take of you has been cancelled until the wounds on your face heal. I tried not to let my disappointment show at the delay of them sending the ransom note to confirm I was alive. So far, Perez had been true to his word. I hoped it would stay that way. I've left you some boxer shorts and a towel on the bedside cabinet. When you've finished with the doctor, I'll see you at the pool. Leandra turned with a twirl, and in her usual unfazed manner, she stepped lightly out of the room, her skirt swaying to the wiggle of her backside. Damn if I didn't think she was flirting with me. No sooner had I devoured the breakfast than the doctor arrived. Hardly an advertisement for his trade, he was sweating profusely, wiping his brow with his handkerchief and gasping from his arduous struggle at dragging his grossly overweight body up the stairway. He finally caught his breath and waddled over to the bed, launching his case onto the mattress as if he had levered a ton of weight from his grasp. Leandra returned and placed the picture frame on the nightstand. The doctor gestured for her to remove the bed sheet, while he opened his case and took out a stethoscope. Help him undress, he said, looking at Leandra. She must have seen the panic in my eyes at having no underwear. I think I can manage, thank you. The warmth in my cheeks told me I was blushing. Leandra winked, held up her hands in a form of acceptance and with a wry smile. She took hold of the breakfast cart and pushed it out of the bedroom, snickering as she went. She seemed like a good kid. I couldn't understand why she would want to work for criminals, unless she was related to them. Sitting up was no problem and I removed my pajama top. The bottoms were more problematic. The doctor didn't see it that way. He simply whipped them from my legs like a magician, removing a tablecloth and leaving the plates and cutlery in place. If it hadn't been for the journey to arrive at the villa, I would have felt that they were honestly concerned with my welfare. The checkup was thorough. First, he checked my breathing using his stethoscope on my chest and back. Then he put a tourniquet around my upper arm and pumped it up to check my pulse and blood pressure, and finally, he shone a beam of light into each eye. You'll live, he said. Lie back. He was still wheezing. He planted the palm of his hand against my chest and pushed. With my head on the pillow, he started to pinch my nose, and then I felt him place hard cotton buds inside my nostrils. A crack and an intense pain caused me to scream out like a stuck pig. That's better. Your nose should be straight now. Let's look at those feet. The pain from the cure was worse than the original break in my nose. I hardly noticed him remove the bandages from my feet, until he stepped back and winced. No more bandages. You need to get air to the wounds. I'll give you an injection and leave some antiseptic and antibiotics. Keep your feet clean and dry. The thoroughness of the examination started to ring bells as to why they would want to make sure I was in fine health. Following the injection, questions about my medical history gave the impression I was worth more alive to them than dead. To be on the safe side, I think I should draw some blood and run some tests. You're looking anemic. I didn't protest. If I was ailing something, it was better to know. He inserted the needle into my arm and drew a blood sample, popping the vial into his case. He pressed his fingers around the bruising on my ribs. Your ribs aren't broken, just bruised. He passed me a tube of cream. Apply that to your lips if the scab's split. You've not suffered any lasting damage. It'll all heal with rest. It wasn't until he had wobbled out of the room that I realized he had forgotten to leave the antiseptic. The guard waved the barrel of his gun at me and pointed to the exit. I took hold of the boxer shorts and threw my legs over the side of the bed to dress and put on my slippers. Fortunately, he allowed me time to put the photo in the picture frame. A final glance at the photo, and my inner self told them I would be back soon. The walk down the stairway and out back to the pool was torturous, made worse by Stoney's impatience as he kept striking me across the shoulder blades with his rifle. Leandra was waiting by the pool with a grin the width of the Rio Grande. She pointed to a bottle of iodine and some cotton buds on a table next to a sun lounger. First the pain, then the pleasure. Lie down on the lounger. I thought it best to get it over with and to suffer the treatment. The iodine smarted like hell, leaving a yellowish stain, but the pain soon subsided to a numb feeling. You big baby. I've never seen a grown man flinch so much. She laughed and I had to laugh along with her. What made you take a job here? I asked. Insurance. Insurance, I said, that answer leaving me bemused. Yes, but like you, I'm worth more alive than dead, for now. I hope they never have to pay out on the policy. Her riddle gave the impression that she was far more mature than she looked, leaving me intrigued as to what she meant. Before I could ask, Perez joined us at the pool and waved her away, snapping his fingers. He stopped, and with an icy stare, looked me up and down. An agitated expression took shape on his face, as if he was trying to determine what to do with me. He turned and marched briskly over to Leandra, who waited by the door. She stood with her head slightly bowed, clasping her hands together and twiddling her thumbs. Perez talked to her with his lips close to her ear, while repeatedly casting sideways glances over my way. 3 guards stood on the opposite side of the pool. From their stance, it was easy to work out that these were professionals. With their automatic rifles held to their chests and their fingers poised on the trigger guard, they were clearly ready and waiting should I make a move. I remembered Leandra's words, worth more alive than dead. But it was the ominous, for now, she had uttered that sent my mind into overdrive. Chapter 13. Compromised. Straining to look behind me at the sound of footsteps, I did a double take as Leandra approached the pool wearing the briefest of bikinis and carrying a tray with 2 glasses, a jug of fruit juice, and a bottle of sunscreen. Her usual smile was replaced by a distant look in her eyes and her brow furrowed in a scowl. She kept whatever was on her mind to herself as she set the tray on a table at the side of my chaise lounge. Then she took a seat, her lips curved into a forced smile. Something was clearly troubling her. She averted her gaze, picked up a towel and draped it over my feet. Don't want third-degree burns to add to the damage. Lie back and I'll put some sunscreen on you. The tone of her voice suggested more of an order, unlike her normal effervescent self, and she was avoiding looking directly at me. What did Perez want? I asked her. Oh, nothing, she said. Nothing meant she wasn't in the mood to give anything away. With my eyes closed, cold drips of sunscreen on my chest made me flinch. The palms of her hands gently massaged the cream into my skin. The rotations were slow and deliberate. Maybe, I thought for a moment, incarceration wasn't all that bad. All it would have taken was for her to feed me grapes to make the vision complete. More drips and she caressed the skin around my stomach with her fingertips. I felt a stirring in my boxers, then I heard the sound of clicking and whirring. Jerking upright, I grabbed her wrist and caught sight of one of the guards taking photos. A loud metallic click snapped my eyeline in the direction of a guard who sighted his rifle directly at me. Instinct made me release my grip and I threw Leandra a stare. Her eyes were moist and she was trembling, clearly distraught. Blotches of red appeared on her cheeks. Head bowed, and shaking, Leandra grabbed a bath towel from the back of her chair. Covering her body, she stood and ran, her flip-flops slapping the tiles. She was still whimpering as she entered the villa. 2 of the guards were laughing and looking at the playback on the camera screen. My emotions were all over the place. Rage subsided into guilt at allowing this situation to come about. I was certainly capable of applying my own sunscreen, but some kind of primeval instinct and misplaced trust had made me act like a jerk. Now they had pictures of me sunning myself, with a nubile, scantily dressed young woman sliding her hand down my boxer shorts. An image flashed through my mind of them showing the pictures to Mary and the kids. No, oh God. The guard with the camera walked away from the pool and into the villa. It was uncomfortable just to lie there, so I put on my slippers and hobbled around the pool. The guards watched me, alert and wary. Another week's rest and I could have grabbed one of them, disarmed him, used his body as a shield, and dropped the others with a spray of gunfire. For now though, that was just wishful thinking. Reaching the outside edge of the pool, I rested my hands on the wooden balustrade. The area at the rear of the villa was set on a cliff top. Looking down it was a sheer drop of around 50 feet to the bottom and an outcrop of boulders. The cliff face was as smooth as a baby's backside, with no foot or hand holds to enable a descent. A prod in the back made me jump. One of the guards waved the barrel of his gun and pointed it in the direction of the chaise lounge. It crossed my mind that he thought I would jump. As embarrassed as I felt, I hadn't quite reached a level of despair where I'd want to end it all. Wafts of breeze hit my face and filtered out the negativity from my deliberations. After a couple of deep breaths, I felt composed enough to limp back to the chaise lounge. Why this? Why that? Questions reverberated to the point of making me lightheaded. The biggest question of all was who had put the original hit out on me, the one responsible for my plight. The sound of clip-clopping from behind me caught my attention. Leandra was back in uniform, her hair tied in a bun. She came alongside of me and inspected her polished shoes, with her hands clasped in front of her as she swayed slightly. Would you like some juice with ice? There was a quiver in her voice and I hesitated to answer. The trust was gone. This hadn't been some young woman's clumsy attempt at an infatuated grope, but a sneaky ploy to compromise me. She whispered, "Listen, I'm sorry. They made me do it." I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't bring myself to trust her words. I nodded and she poured out 2 glasses of juice. She must have seen me hesitating as I put the glass to my lips and then set it back down on the table without taking a sip. For all I knew, it could be laced with poison. She picked up her glass and took a long swig. "What did they threaten you with?" "They don't have to threaten, only command. I've seen firsthand what happens when you don't comply." I couldn't be sure, even with someone so young, that she wasn't playing me. Remembering what she'd said about them shooting me like a dog if I didn't do as they said made me wonder if this was all part of the plan for me to cooperate with them. "So what's all this about insurance?" "I'm not here because I want to be. They took me from my parents 4 years ago as security for their coca leaf supplies from Bolivia. Yes, they've given me a private tutor for language and international business studies, and I want for nothing, but they have stolen my life. If my father double-crosses them and supplies the Cobra cartel, or any other cartel, they will kill me." The agent in me wanted to know more. "Which part of Bolivia are you from?" Her lips tightened. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Clearly, I had acted stupid in asking a question that would betray her family. I had underestimated her maturity. "Obviously you're not stupid. Can't your parents pay a ransom?" "No, but they will exchange me for my sister when she is 16. "And how old is she now?" 12. She was right about them taking her life away. Her eyes moistened. Unless she'd had tutoring in being an actress, her anguish seemed genuine. "Do they allow you to have contact with your family?" "They allow me to speak to my mother and sister once every 6 months on Skype, from an internet cafe 40 kilometers from here, which is something." "What about a boyfriend back home?" The question must have hit a nerve. She turned her head away slightly. A tear ran down her cheek. "I've never simply just hung out with friends," she said. "I only ever had one boyfriend, but—" She clammed up and wiped her eyes with a tissue from the table. It was obviously hard for her to talk about her past. She was so young, so intelligent, and full of life. My heart went out to her at being denied the normal pleasures of a family life. It was odd she hadn't mentioned talking to her dad over the internet. "Can't you sneak a phone call from here?" Her eyes rolled and she let out a sigh. "There are no landlines, and when they tried to build a cell tower, Perez had them blow it up. Anyone except Perez caught with a satellite phone would be shot." "Do you know what they have planned for me?" A single tear ran from her eye and dribbled onto her cheek. That answered me in more than words. "All I know is, they're going to make a film tomorrow of you pleading for the ransom to be paid, then they will ask you some questions." "Have you no idea what Perez means when he says he wants questions answered?" "No, but trust me, whatever information he seeks, give them the answers." Her expression didn't seem to indicate a ploy, but rather a plea in earnest that made me shudder. The idea that I had maybe 24 hours before the film to find out if torture lay ahead for them to get the answers they needed scared the hell out of me. What secrets I could possibly have that they would want to know ran through my mind. Chapter 14. The Makeup Lady. The morning arrived and brought with it little comfort at having survived another day. The headache from hell pounded in my temples. The lights were on in the room, and when I sat upright, I was surprised to see no guard. A lack of logic, probably brought on by my exhausted brain, gave a glimmer of hope that I would find the villa deserted. For a brief moment, I was in a good place at the idea I could just walk out of there. but I didn't have to delve deep within myself to realize it was a delusion. I hadn't needed nightmares to unsettle my sleep. Every waking minute of the night had been shrouded in angst. Visions of Miguel's severed head and the demise of Layla's family had tormented me. Those awful flashbacks had been interspersed with wondering how my family was coping and what, if anything, the authorities would be doing in response to my going missing. The incident with Leandra had unsettled me. It was hard to work out if they were going to use the photographs as a means of blackmailing me into telling them what they wanted to know, or if they were going to add them to the ransom note. I glanced at the photograph of Mary and the kids on the nightstand. The knowledge that Mary was a strong woman, one who tended to take problems in her stride, gave me little comfort. She would be kicking backsides down at the FBI, demanding answers, rather than sulking in a corner. It was how my kids were managing that I couldn't figure out. Instinct told me to head for the door, and I threw the bed covers to one side. Catching sight of the beeping LED on the ankle bracelets stopped me in mid-flight. A glance at the CCTV dome on the ceiling brought a sigh. Whatever the day threw at me, I decided that I had to make a determined effort to create empathy with all of my captors, in the hope an opportunity would arise for me to escape. Intermittent screeching outside the room broke the silence. The noise stopped and the door handle twitched. First one, and then another guard entered. Leandra backed into the room with the breakfast cart, its broken wheel still squealing annoyingly. Buenos dias, amigos. Neither of the guards responded to my attempt at a greeting. One of the guards opened the window shutters and the other turned off the light. Buenos dias, Kurt, Leandra said and approached the side of the bed. Lights, camera, and action for you today. First breakfast, then a nice shower and shave. She pointed to a razor and shaving cream on the bottom tier of the cart. Maybe it was out of her still carrying the embarrassment of yesterday's escapade at the poolside, I couldn't be sure, but she avoided looking directly at me. She made her usual twirl and left the bedroom. The breakfast smelled good, but a churning stomach had me picking at the scrambled eggs. Somehow a night spent dwelling on the events at Layla's home and seeing how hens produced eggs took away my appetite. The image of Layla's daughter's body twitching in tandem with the chicken at her side just wouldn't go away. Half a slice of toast and a coffee was as much as I could manage. My thoughts turned to apprehension over what they would want me to say on camera and what sort of demeanor I should portray. I'd seen footage of captors from Iran through to Afghanistan. Most of them looked as though they were already wearing a death mask. But then, they were only minutes away from losing their lives. That notion froze my mind and sent a shiver running through my body. It made me wonder if I was reading Leandra the wrong way and her avoiding looking at me was because she knew they were going to execute me on camera. The cartel's members thought little of life and death, except their own. My head ached at the thought. Maybe the ransom note was just a ruse to keep me compliant and to give me false hope. Dusha, I think one of the guards said, and he began acting like an ape, scratching at his armpits. Assuming he meant for me to take a shower, I threw my legs over the side of the bed, shook my head, and pointed to the tracking bracelet on my ankle. Waterproof, the guard said, clearly having a command of English. Using the barrel of his rifle, he signaled me to go to the shower room. I felt an urge to leap at one of them to disarm him and use his body as a shield to take out the other. Only the determination in their eyes, and their fingers caressing their remote detonators, prevented me from moving on them. Rolling over on the bed away from them, I took the razor and shaving cream and headed for the shower. There wasn't time to savor the shower as I took the time to go over what I had gleaned. Both guards had chains around their necks with a key and a remote each for the tracker. There was a window of opportunity to escape, so near I could taste it, but also a fear that any move I made could end my life. I worked out that my priority was to return safely to my wife and kids rather than someone finding me dumped on the roadside. A glance at the window told me it was too small to squeeze through. Turning off the shower, I dried myself. I started to shave and I worked out that they were unlikely to film my death. If Perez thought I had information he wanted, as long as I could endure his questioning, I could hold on to a tenuous hope of escaping. The sound of a light aircraft engine buzzing caught my attention. This was 3 days in a row, if it was the crop duster coming into land. 2 women were talking in the bedroom, one of them Leandra. I put the towel around my waist and entered. There were now 3 guards at one end of the room, one of them with a taser in his hand. Leandra stood at the door with a gray-haired, portly woman, maybe in her 50s. The woman was holding a wooden box and Leandra held orange overalls in her arms, with shackles on top. "I've brought Maria to see you," Leandra said. "She is going to apply makeup to hide those bruises before they start filming. But first she's going to apply a face mask." A guard placed a chair in front of the bed. Maria sat with the box placed on her knees. She lifted the lid and took out a spatula and 2 straws. "This isn't going to hurt, only maybe your pride," said Leandra. "Close your eyes and she'll place the straws in your nostrils for you to breathe while the face mask dries. It won't take long." The inserts hurt more than my pride, with my nostrils still inflamed from my broken nose. At least I could still breathe. Gradually, she covered my entire face with what felt like a warm rubber solution. It seemed to take forever and felt akin to being buried alive. There was silence in the room. Every once in a while, I would feel what I imagined was a finger poking at the mask. Finally, she removed the straws. Fingers teased at the mask until it came free. I opened my eyes and could see it had been removed in one piece. I took in a long, slow gulp of air. She used a ball of cotton with an alcohol solution to wipe away the residue. My lips stung as she swept the cotton ball across them. "Ouch, careful." "Sorry," Leandra said. "She's nearly finished." Maria passed the mask to one of the guards, who took it out of the room. She then took a face duster from her box as if she were going to check for fingerprints. I simply closed my eyes and let her complete her task. She started to chat to me in Spanish and laughed. I opened my eyes at the prod of her finger in my midriff and she winked. "What's she saying?" "She says you have a nice firm body and she'd like to take you home and mother you," said Leandra. "You sure you've translated the mother part correctly?" I said. Leandra giggled. "Okay, you're done. Put on the overalls and we can go down to make the film." Maria closed her box, sat back and folded her arms as if she wasn't for moving. "Do I have to get changed with you two here in the room?" Leandra spoke to Maria, who huffed, stood, and left the room. Leandra threw me a half-hearted smile as she followed Maria. The smile and her expression told me she probably knew I had lost trust, likely knowing she would know what they had in store for me. A guard threw the orange overalls down beside me. Standing, I dropped the towel and quickly slipped them on over my legs, while edging toward the window. The face mask troubled me. Mary used them often, but I'd never seen her peel one away in one solid piece. She had always washed them away. But then what did I know about beauty products? Maybe it was a Mexican treatment. I could see the crop duster taxi on the field maybe 200 yards away as I slipped my arms into the overalls and started to fasten the buttons. There was plenty of cover between the villa and the runway. To the right of the pathway leading to the villa, there was a neatly cut maze of bushes. In the center of the maze was a structure that looked like a wishing well. When I turned to face the bed, one of the guards fastened the leg and wrist shackles. Expressionless and with my arms held out submissively, I stared at the bed sheets. 2 tied together, I reckoned, would get me to the ground floor. Chapter 15. Lights, camera, action. Standing erect, I drew in a breath. My chest slowly rose and then fell along with my shoulders. A final glance at the photograph of my wife and kids on the nightstand and a push in my back from one of my guards sent me on my way. The shackles afforded a welcome shuffle out of the bedroom and a slow descent down the stairway. All deliberations as to the demeanor I should strike during my captor's filming took second place to the specter of them beheading me on camera. One of the guard escorts hurried ahead and opened a door in the hallway. All of my focus turned to the door, trying to second-guess what lay inside. The doorframe loomed large. My body felt as though a heavy shroud had engulfed my entire essence, and I found it impossible to discard the feeling of gloom. At least a prisoner on death row taking their final walk knew what to expect and had made their peace with it. The uncertainty of what would happen at the end of my walk was like living each moment with a toss of an imaginary coin. Heads I live, tails I die. A hand grasped my shoulder and turned me to face the doorframe. Inside, I could see a video camera set up on a tripod, fronting a bank of lighting. Set on a low table in front of the camera was a television with a cable connected to a laptop to one side. Shaking my head and shrugging my shoulders did little to dispel negative thoughts. An itch in my nose developed. I bowed to reach my outstretched finger, but my restraints prevented me from connecting to administer relief. Arms grabbed me from behind and forced me to stumble to the inside of the room. To the left, a black sheet hung on the wall as a backdrop. On the cloth, words in large white lettering spelled out Cobra Freedom Front. I took a short step backward to consider the inference. On either side of the wording, they had sign-written a sword with a tattoo-style cobra snaked around each sword. It was the perfect setting for classic misinformation. Perez was winning the fight with his competition, the deadly Cobra Gang, who had for many years dominated the northeast territory of Mexico. It looked as though he meant to create some heat for them with this trickery. Sit. A guard maneuvered me behind a table in front of the banner. He pulled out a chair. With a rap of his clenched fist on my chest, I collapsed onto the seat. It was a clever ploy indeed to use the insignia of the competing drug cartel. Besides sending investigators to concentrate on the opposite side of Mexico, it was also worrying. Once they had what they wanted, the ruse would leave the true culprits with clean hands at my death. At last, I could scratch my itch. The chain connecting my leg irons to the wrist shackles made it impossible to raise my hands much above the waist. With my hands resting on the table, I leaned forward, this time connecting a finger to relieve the irritation. Lifting my head from the table, I glanced around the room. No one had possession of a machete, but then each guard carried a combat knife, strapped and sheathed. It would paint a gruesome picture, should they draw a blade across my throat at the conclusion of the film. The guards didn't look or sound too concerned. They gathered around the camera, poking at the controls, laughing and jostling each other. The normal tension they brought to the ambience with their expressionless stares was missing. Acting lighthearted, they appeared human for a change. I took it that as a sign that they were either nervous about what lay ahead, or it was a welcome distraction from their mundane surveillance of my every move. Leandra breezed into the room, her radiating smile relieving the anxiousness tightening my stomach. It was as if my body breathed a sigh of relief. The makeup lady followed her into the room. She winked directly at me and chewed suggestively on her bottom lip. Leandra gave her a playful tap and mouthed in Spanish. Behave. Leandra turned to face me. Bet you can't wait to get this over with. Are you staying for the recording? She laughed, stood akimbo and rolled her eyes. By the look of you, it's a good thing I'm staying. You look like you're waiting for an execution. Don't look so worried. Her words gave me hope. She waved a computer disk at me with one hand, while holding a buff-colored file in the other. Your script, she said and placed the file on the table. You can read the typed version to practice, but you'll be reading the words on the television screen. What, like karaoke? She laughed and swayed her head. Her eyes danced to look at the ceiling. Well, yes, I suppose, if you want to be an amateur about it, but I thought you called it an auto-prompt? Yeah, I guess. The heat in my cheeks rose a few degrees and I imagined the pallor had returned to my ashen features. That's better, you smiled. Now start practicing and let them do it in one take so we can get to the pool. Just pass on the first part. A guard will read that. At ease with her warmth, I flicked open the file and began to read. The guard's monologue brought on a raised eyebrow. We have your agent, Kurt Rawlings, as our prisoner. We demand you concede to our requirement for the payment of $25 million for his safe return. Failure to accede to any of our demands and instructions will result in your officer's death. Further contact will be made with directions for the payment to be paid and the manner of his release. In addition, the amnesty promised by the current administration for all illegal Mexican immigrants must be acted upon, with a $10,000 ex gratia payment to each individual for the duress inflicted upon them because of your inhumane immigration policies. Until you comply in full with our demands, Agent Rawlings will be treated in accordance with the same respect enjoyed by your detainees at Guantanamo Bay. Those last few words had me glancing at the sleeve of my orange overalls. What the guys back at headquarters would make of the speech puzzled me, no doubt as much as it would them. The Cobra cartel had no inclination to involve themselves in politics, other than to garner corrupt officials. I was guessing that, like me, the analysts at headquarters would hear the political content as the work of the Perez cartel. I doubted they would be fooled by the cartel's attempt at deception. In a way, It was a relief that I wouldn't have to contort my features and use gestures to give clues to those who might watch the film. This was going to be a stupid error for Perez if the film was televised, as it would give the Cobra Cartel the moral high ground for the political sentiment amongst Mexican citizens. I speed read my part. Nothing in there surprised me. I decided simply to read it aloud without showing signs of stress, just in case they decided to screen it for Mary. Stony Face entered the room and barked orders at the guards. One guard stayed behind the camera, the other two unfurling ski masks over their heads as they made their way to stand to either side of me and to my rear. Stony manhandled the guard operating the camera out of the way. His eye fixed firmly to the viewing lens. A sway of his hand and I heard the shuffle of boots behind as he guided the guards into camera shot on either side of the banner. More makeup on his nose, he ordered. The makeup lady approached. Leandra placed the computer disk in the drive to make ready. Dust from the makeup brush further irritated my sinuses and I breathed in heavily through my mouth to avoid sneezing. The woman backed away to inspect her handiwork, followed by a thumbs-up sign. Leandra knelt at the side of the laptop and called out. After your lines, you're to stand and walk to the door. Then we'll cut filming and you can relax when we remove your chains. The significance of the final paces, shuffling and shackles, was not lost on me. Headquarters wouldn't need a prison manual to understand how I was going to be treated, especially after my captor's monologue. One of their own taken prisoner was bad enough, and I guess once that they got the ransom message a few backsides would tighten along with their personal security. I just hoped the side of me trussed up like a terrorist would be motivation enough for them to think there, but for the grace of God and pay the damned ransom. In reality, I knew that would never happen. Just as I knew that not having a blindfold meant I would never be released, payment made or not. Only escape through my own efforts would bring me freedom. That thought was never far away in an all-consuming and ever-changing cauldron of recipes. On either side of me, the guards stood rigid and staring ahead. Each one clutched an automatic rifle. The scene looked all too familiar from CNN reports made during Middle East conflicts. Stony Face took hold of his two-way radio. Ready, Senor Perez. Thoughts of Perez watching the proceedings somehow instilled the onset of pinpricks washing in Mexican waves throughout my limbs. After a few minutes, the door opened and in he walked. Thankfully, he stood underneath the lighting, obscuring my vision of him and enabling me to forget his scrutiny. Leandra smiled directly at me. I looked away and cleared my mind of emotion. Stony Face stepped forward, donned his ski mask, and stood in front of me facing the camera. He nodded and then commenced with the monologue in a strong Mexican accent. It was a relief to be looking at his back, as if I were looking directly into a void. He finished and stepped to one side. The words began to roll on the screen. With tunnel vision, I recited the words from their script. I'm begging you to meet the demands of my kidnappers to the letter of their commands. I can assure you that they will carry out their threat to kill me if the ransom is not paid. Any attempt to try to rescue me would result in my death. I have explosives attached to my body that they can trigger by any one of multi-remote detonators held by my captors. Please, the words stuck in my throat and I felt my eyes moisten. My Adam's apple danced to clear my throat. I struggled to continue. My voice faltered. The cue on the screen was long gone, but the words were etched in my memory for the truth of the sentiment. "For" was all I could croak out and I had to clear my throat. For the sake of my wife and children. Please, please, do as they command and tell my family I love them. Grabbed under my armpits from behind, I stood. With head bowed, I shuffled to the door. The whirring of the camera zoom drew me to glance in its direction. Leandra silently tapped her fingers in a mock clap. The makeup woman pouted her lips in an imaginary kiss toward me. Without warning it came from nowhere, an unwelcome Elvis smile transforming my lips into a sly grin. "Cut," said the cameraman. Chatter filled the room as everyone converged on the camera to see the playback. Perez stepped forward and out of the glare of the lighting. He scowled, his eyes scrunched, making the abnormal ridge across his brow protrude more than it normally did. He was annoyed about something and paced around the room. All eyes turned to him and the frivolous talk silenced. He stopped pacing and began to speak. Edit out the second paragraph about the immigration demands. The Cobra Cartel would never have said that. Besides, with over 12 million undocumented Mexican immigrants, it would cost too much. My body sagged at his words. I could only hope that using the non-existent Freedom Front, together with the mention of Guantanamo, would be enough for HQ to decipher the film as having the hallmark of the Perez cartel as a ruse. Thinking that, I was pleased they would miss out the demand for the ex gratia payment. He was right, the cost would be ridiculous. Perez walked up to me. Now the games can begin. You'll soon find out if they value your commitment to their cause. I couldn't let the moment pass. I had to say something. You know they won't pay when the time comes, without further proof I'm still alive? Yes, I am aware. The next moves will be interesting. I'm looking forward to pitting my wits against your finest. A supercilious grin spread on lopsided lips, and he peered at me over his half-rimmed eyeglasses. His acknowledgment to my question was at best simply that. There was little comfort from his answer. There was a realization that as a politician, he would know that the government wouldn't pay the ransom if they were to hold out as being a terrorist wing of the Cobra cartel. So just what game he wanted to play with the authorities, I couldn't guess. Neither could I fathom at what stage he would tire of the proceedings. He turned to the others in the room and pulled one of the guards to one side. When you've finished the edit, I'll add it to the envelope. Make sure it gets through our usual distribution channels to Austin. Pay someone not connected to us to mail it from there. Then have them disappear, for good. Rage burned inside me. My captivity had already caused the deaths of Layla and her family. Now some other innocent was about to have his or her life terminated. I began to question my own mortality, and the thought passed by me that maybe it would be better for them and for me to have me executed before anyone else lost their life on my behalf. Perez strode out of the room. I closed my eyes, and my head dropped. One by one, the images of the death masks of Layla and her family paraded in my mind's eye. The warmth of nimble fingers wrapping my hand in theirs removed the nightmare of the dead, replaced by my own family pleading for me to come home. Leandra's voice broke through the haze. Are you okay? Come with me and sit down. You're shaking. I closed my eyes and lowered my head in the hope she wouldn't see my emotion surfacing. Leandra guided me with her hand to the chair. With my hands clasped in silent prayer, a tear dripped onto my wrists. I hoped for answers as to what I should do next. No one answered. The only thing I knew was that while Perez played his games, the decision as to what path I should take was mine alone to make. I would have to dig deep within for me to remain strong. There was a desperate need to keep my sanity before my mind closed at the onset of a nervous breakdown, knowing that whatever I decided, it had to be soon. Chapter 16. A question of trust. Returned to the bedroom, unshackled, and changed out of the overalls into Bermuda shorts and a t-shirt, I lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. The ordeal of the filming out of the way, I tried to blot out what might come next to garner some emotional relief. I'd always thought of myself as a strong character. There had been many sticky moments spelling out danger during my career, but then that was the job. At work, I had always felt in control of situations. My current plight was outside anything I had ever experienced. Without the comfort of backup and a decent array of weapons at my disposal, doubts about my ability to keep my emotions under the surface nagged away at my mind. I worried that other than Leandra, the guards might have seen my tears. Any sign of weakness I wouldn't be able to puff out like Dad talked of. Instead, I would have to hope for the ability to shrink to the size of a mouse. Then I could scurry into a corner like the bullied child I used to be and be considered a coward by all. That's how a bully works, seeking a weakness and playing with it to gain the upper hand. A new persona was called for to get me through the ordeal. Like an actor, I had lived with two personalities. At home, I was the loving husband and doting father, sharing responsibilities. Meek and mild, I guess I was a pushover at times, with Mary's will gaining the high ground in family decisions. With a strong moral base, our family was rock solid, built on truth and openness. Work was a whole different scene. In the interview room, I could be the forceful guy, or the sympathetic guy, but one who didn't suffer fools gladly, prepared to lie and cheat my way into gaining the confidence and confessions of lawbreakers. Turning the other cheek wasn't in my repertoire, but a doggedness to bring villains to justice. Somehow, I needed to find the traits of a middle ground to survive the psychological pressure. I rolled off the bed and walked over to the French doors. As I glanced around the garden, 3 men exited the maze carrying canvas bags similar to the ones Squad had handed to the pilot. Guards approached them, exchanged bags, and then the 3 men walked back into the maze. The guards threw the bags into the trunk of a car and set off towards the playing fields where the airplane had landed earlier. I turned sharply to the voice of Leandra. "Something interesting out there?" "No, just wondering if we could have a walk around the gardens before settling in at the pool." The guard held the door open for her to enter and left it open. He remained standing outside the bedroom. Leandra carried the clothes and boots I had worn when I arrived at the villa. "Can't see why not. Your clothes are washed and I've cleaned your boots." "Thanks." When I glanced out the window, there was no sight of the 3 men, leaving me puzzled. "I'll put your clothes in the closet." "Fine," I said, edged to the bed and sat. The closet door opened and swung against the wall. That's when I noticed that the floor-to-ceiling door obscured the camera. I jumped up and headed for the balcony. "I'm just opening the doors for some air." All the while, I kept my line of sight on the hidden camera. Pulling open the doors, I stepped out onto the balcony. It was only a small area surrounded by wrought iron balustrade, cemented to the floor and the wall. Grasping the iron rail, I looked left and right. There was no camera facing my way and I shook the rail to test its strength. Straight ahead, I could make out a deserted beach and the Pacific Ocean lapping at its shore. When I stepped back inside, Leandra closed the closet door and turned to me. "How are your feet?" "Getting there, but not quite ready for wearing those boots just yet." "I can manage in these slippers." "Good. Let's go for a walk. Perez has gone away until tomorrow, so you can relax." "Does Perez have a boat down at the beach?" "No, there are no boats. The beach is out of bounds for everyone, especially for you." She looked down at my tracking bracelet. Leandra was right, the beach was at least 200 yards beyond the range of safety for the detonator not to trigger the explosive charge. She turned to walk out of the room and I followed. Leandra spoke briefly with the guard outside the bedroom door and he followed us down the stairway and into the reception area. We stopped at the door where they had filmed me. "Do you want to watch your film before we go outside?" One part of me wanted to forget the whole episode, but the agent in me wanted to cast a professional eye over the proceedings. "Sure." Save for the equipment, the room was empty. Leandra walked over to the laptop. Pressing a key to bring it out of its slumber, she started the video and we stood back. The edit on Stony Face's monologue had left a short gap. The distress was there for all to see when the film arrived at my pleas for my family. The slow walk to the door at the end topped off my despair and helplessness at the situation. The camera zoomed in on me and there it was, that damned sideways glance and smirk with my lips curled in a churlish smile. "Can you edit out that smirk?" "Too late, it's done and gone." Rolling my eyes, I looked up at the ceiling. I wondered what they would make of me smiling. She turned off the computer and we sauntered outside the villa. All the while, I couldn't get the image of that final grin from my mind. I couldn't work out what those scrutinizing the film would think the smirk signified. They would never guess that the makeup woman blowing me a kiss had brought on a nervous reaction. The crop duster engine split the silence as it rose from the makeshift runway and passed overhead. A vehicle that I'd seen loaded with the bags from the guys at the maze entered the driveway and parked at the front of the villa. Guards exited the SUV carrying yet more loot from the crop duster and walked through the entrance to the villa. I doubted this was the only flow of money from Perez's activities, but this one operation alone was mind-blowing with the amounts involved on a regular basis. We approached the maze. A garden bench fronted the opening and I sat, patting the wooden slats for Leandra to join me. "Are you superstitious?" I asked. "A little. Why?" "I thought I could see a wishing well in the center of the maze." "Do you have a coin?" "I could make a wish." She snickered. "I've no need for money here, and I doubt the guard watching would let you get through the entrance." "Why?" "Come on, I'm not stupid." "How old do you think I am?" "Around 21, maybe less." She placed a hand over her mouth to stifle a laugh and snickered. "Why, thank you, kind sir. Actually, I'm 24, going on 25. How old are you?" 40 or older, I'd guess, she said, and laughed. 34, if you must know." She obviously wasn't up to giving me the same consideration. Why would you think I thought you were an idiot? She gave me an all-knowing wink. Because my bedroom is next to yours and I looked out the window just before I brought your clothes, so I'm guessing you saw the exchange? Exchange of what? Now I know you think I'm stupid. She shrugged and turned her back to me, folding her arms. If you don't want to trust me, that's fine. I'm a prisoner too, remember? Her voice had trailed off, telling me I needed to tread lightly. Have you never thought of escaping? You seem to have the run of the place. She didn't answer at first, but bowed her head. Then she turned to face me. Her eyes were moist and she swiped the back of her hand across them to wipe away a tear. Look around the outer landscape and tell me what you see. We both stood and I did a 360 turn. Hillsides. 7 of them. The 7 sisters. There's 1 hill on either side of the beach and 5 in a horseshoe around the villa. Each peak has a guard base, manned 24 hours. Why do you think Perez makes this his main hideout? Then count the guards here on all 3 shifts. They're billeted in barracks set in the woods until they are due leave and fresh guards arrive. Now look at the cameras on the poles around the grounds. The only way out is the way I came in, by boat. They have enough firepower to bring down a fleet of helicopters, so I hope your special forces don't find you and attempt a rescue. She was right about the way out. Hijacking the crop duster would be a big gamble. I thought you said he didn't have a boat? He doesn't, it's a mini-sub. The wishing well is an opening down to an old smuggler's cave. There's an underground lake regardless of the tide. Out beyond the limits, he has an exploration vessel, supposed to be surveying for wrecks. I was taken to the ship first and then brought here in the sub. So that's what the exchange was all about, drugs in, money out. Ah, so now you did see it? She lowered her voice and glanced at the guard standing a little ways down the path. Look, I'll help you if I can, but I don't know how you can get around your tracker. Maybe we can work on something together for us both to escape and I can help you get back to your parents. A single tear rolled onto her cheek. In the depths of her eyes, they spoke of anguish. I can't. What? You can't go to your parents? Or you can't escape? Both. Why? Her mouth opened, but she uttered no words and looked down at her feet. Finally, she raised her head and looked directly into my eyes. I can't tell you. You just have to trust me that I can't. Tears streamed down her face. With no handkerchief to offer, I placed an arm around her shoulder and drew her face to my t-shirt, wrapping my other arm around her and holding her tight, her tears soaking through to my skin. Shush, I trust you. Only tell me when you're ready. A forceful strike and a searing pain between my shoulder blades, and I let go of her, falling to my knees. Another blow, this time to my backside, sent me sprawling on the ground to the sound of Leandra screaming. I rolled over to see Stony Face aiming his assault rifle directly at me. He was good, very good. Someone getting the jump on me was becoming a bad habit, but he'd done it without creating a sound. Touch her again and you're dead, whatever Perez says. Stony glanced at Leandra. You stop sniveling and get in the villa. I need a word with our friend. Leandra complied, making her way back to the villa, but all the while turning her head to look back at me. Stony Face spat on the floor. Don't ever touch her, you understand? Yes, I understand. I was only consoling her. She was all I managed to say, when he showed me the flat of his hand. Never, he said. I couldn't make him out. Was he her boyfriend and he was jealous? Maybe he was the reason she wouldn't want to leave. He hadn't been there to see her stick her hand down my boxers, thank goodness, or I might be dead already. It sounded as though Perez had left word I wasn't to be terminated. Just what would motivate him to go against an order from Perez if I continued to be familiar with Leandra, it left a big question mark. Chapter 17. Slaughter in the Desert. Trudging through the villa to get to the pool with Stony Face following, I was reminded that as much as I had freedom to stroll the grounds, a watchful eye was ever present. Time dragged as painfully slowly as did my step, as if my body was reluctant to reach its destination. Only 4 days in captivity, yet it gave the impression I had been kidnapped in the distant past. Home might as well have been a world away. The more I thought about home and my family, the more they seemed to be like that cell door lever at the hacienda, out of reach. I had to remind myself that through hope and tenacity, I had fought and beaten the odds on that occasion. Emptiness and despair resonated and dwelt within me as a blow to my equilibrium. Loneliness followed every deliberate step, yet at the same time, it was a blessing with a need to be by myself to think. I hoped Leandra would not be at the pool. The idea seemed ironic. Until now, she had been the only cool spot in a furnace of hell and a calming influence, quenching the thirst of an otherwise tortured mind. If Stony Face was her boyfriend, then I might just have made a big mistake in confiding in her that I planned to escape. Then again, she had told me about the mini-sub and the strength of the guards on the Seven Sisters. The whole situation felt as though I were working out a strategy for a game of chess, but the queen who had the freedom to move anywhere on the board might turn traitor and usher me into checkmate. That trust thing bugged me again. The trust was gone. A sense of isolation gripped the pit of my stomach. Relief hit me as I stepped through the patio door. When I scanned the pool area, Leandra was nowhere in sight, just 2 guards. Stony Face's hand grabbed my shoulder and he growled in my ear. "Don't forget our little talk." Yeah. He turned and walked away. I made my way over to the chaise lounge and sat. My wish to be solitary didn't last. Maybe only 5 minutes had passed when Leandra joined me. She looked concerned. "What was all that about before?" Leandra said. There was no point in being anything other than to the point. If she was trying to act as a neutral, I decided to see how far I could push her for information. Jealousy, maybe because I had my arms around you and he jumped to conclusions. "How long has he been your boyfriend?" Boyfriend? No way. More like self-appointed bodyguard. What did he say? I'd given up trying to work out her facial expressions. If she was lying, she was good. Her reply had snapped back as if she hadn't had time to think about an answer, so I thought I'd push further. He said to keep my distance. What can you tell me about him? Well, his name is Pedro. He arrived around 6 months ago. He rose through the ranks quite quickly, and when the colonel went missing, Perez placed him in charge of the guards. What do you mean when you say self-appointed bodyguard? She shrugged. One of the young guards took an interest in me. He was always picking flowers from the bushes in the garden and handing them to me. Pedro found out and beat him to a pulp. I don't know what happened to him after that, because I never saw him again. When I asked one of the guards, they said he'd gone missing. I'm hoping he ran away. Her eyes dropped along with the tone in her voice. But I doubt it. So he's never made a pass at you? Never. In fact, at times he's off with me. Remember the knife and fork drama? Then take when Perez ordered me to, when they took pictures. I thought Pedro's eyes were going to blow out of his head. He was so red with rage, and he snatched the camera from the guard inside the villa. I heard him say he deleted the images. Before he took charge here, a few of the guards tried to be friends and to be pleasant with me. Now they don't give me as much as a sideways glance. If it wasn't for the women's staff, I'd have gone mad by now. She said the last sentence with such a wide smile. Leandra had done it again. It was difficult not to believe she was telling the truth. Or maybe I was desperate to believe her. Perhaps I was vulnerable, looking at her as some sort of magic cloak, and willing for her to be an ally in order to protect my own sanity. Either way, I needed to break the spell and seek out a self-imposed exile so I could become organized. Not to mention that I was befuddled as to why Pedro would delete the photos, as pleased as I was at hearing that. Listen, I don't feel so good today. That filming knocked hell out of me. I hope you don't mind, but I need to go to my room and relax on my own, maybe watch some television. Sure. I wasted no time getting to the bedroom. The guard following me moved ahead on the stairway, his finger poised on the remote detonator. He opened the door and sat on a chair outside the room. I turned on the television, found an American news channel, and set the volume on low. With the door closed behind me, it felt as though I had reached an inner sanctum in peace. But that peace soon turned to anguish. I sat on the edge of the bed and then, swinging my feet over, I sank into the mattress. Glancing at the picture of my family on the nightstand, I picked it up and gave them a kiss, then gently placed it back against the lampstand. With my head on the pillow, I began to deliberate. The first thing I needed was to take out a guard and release the tracker. Then I needed to make it to the wishing well and to the mini-sub. What would happen if the sub wasn't there? The plan would only work when they made an exchange. That raised the question if the sub would make it out of there if the tide changed. What if they had to wait for a high tide after the exchange? I needed to work out the tides. A vision of me backed up against an underground lake with pursuers on my heels and being unable to determine how long it would take to swim to the ocean sounded like setting my own trap. I kept coming back to the idea that the guards were under instructions not to kill me. That supposition was supported by the fact that they all now had tasers. It had to be the weak spot I was searching for to create an advantage. I knew I had to plan any escape for the sub to be there, to make it to freedom and beyond their reach. Then doubt struck. What if I couldn't operate the damn thing and I didn't manage to take the pilot as a hostage? With my thoughts whirring as if I was trapped in a tornado, a news item sparked my interest. According to the caption, they were beaming live pictures from a chopper near the border in El Paso. Their camera zoomed in and out of the burned-out wreck of a trailer. A car, still smoldering, was parked alongside with the trunk open. A single fire department truck attended, with a number of police vehicles. The chopper banked and turned to reveal a wind generator set behind a gas station at the side of a border road. The hairs on my neck bristled at the recollection of whooshing blades and the smell of gasoline through the burlap sack over my head. Despite my lack of vision at the time, the scene fit the picture I had in my mind of the area before the tunnel ride. The scene changed to a woman reporter and camera crew on the ground. She drew the mic to her lips. When I spoke to the captain of the fire crew earlier, he said that after arriving at what they first thought could be an accident, they came to believe that it was the scene of something far more sinister. The camera panned to the burned-out wreck of a car, still distinguishable as a silver-gray Ford. Jumping off the bed, I stood close to the television and raised the volume. As you can see, the side of the car is riddled with bullet holes in a pattern that would suggest an automatic assault rifle was used. So far, they have discovered the bodies of 4 men. 3 are adults and 1 is thought to be in his early teens, in what I heard one police officer describe as a gang-related hit, probably in connection with drugs. Although forensics at the scene are still carrying out their investigation, again from what the police officers were discussing, it would appear that the 3 adults died of multiple gunshot wounds. The teenager, whose wrists were bound with duct tape, bore signs of torture before his throat was cut. From the blood trails, all were believed to have died outside the trailer and then they were dragged inside before it was set on fire. The camera zoomed in on a gas can lying outside, then to a pile of spent cartridges and back to the woman reporter. Hopefully we will be able to get a statement from the officer in charge, but in the meantime we've been instructed to stay behind this line of police vehicles. This is Sandra Somerville returning you to the studio. Back at the studio, the subject changed to the economy and I lowered the volume. There was no mention of a tunnel, nor had I seen police searching that area. The whole report felt like some kind of surreal déjà vu. Stumbling, I edged backward to the bed and sat. Had more people involved in my kidnapping turned up murdered on my account? It didn't make sense that Perez would have ordered the hit on them, when it would make discovery of the tunnel possible. Maybe he thought that terminating loose ends was a price worth paying. Doubt surfaced that the tunnel would be his only means of getting drugs across the border. Hell, for all I knew, he could have a dozen tunnels. My shoe? I started a nervous snicker at the thought they might have found my shoe in the trunk. But what good would it do? I couldn't imagine that the El Paso branch of the FBI would have printed out copies from a photograph of the shoe I had left at the scene of the crack house, for distribution at staff meetings. Or worse, that the FBI had posted it on their most wanted website. Have you seen the partner to this shoe? The imaginary headline started me laughing in earnest. I mean, could anyone imagine a police briefing with someone handing out a picture of a shoe to the police officers? I imagined an officer saying, "What the hell? Haven't we got enough with most wanted and missing persons that they have us looking for lost property?" Rolling over on the mattress, I grabbed the pillow, burying my face to stifle the laughs. Sleep must have followed, and I awoke to the sound of footsteps on the stairway. When I rolled over, the time on the news channel was approaching midnight. After turning off the television with the remote, I reached out to turn off the bedside lamp, but there was only enough time for a quick glance at Mary and the kids. The door crashed open as someone switched on the main light. I shielded my eyes from the light with my hand as a male voice boomed in an American accent. "You're going for a walk. Lie still while we put on your shackles." For a fleeting moment, I thought it could be a special forces rescue. Then my eyes adjusted, dashing my hopes as I recognized one of the guards aiming a handgun at me. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. "You'll soon find out." I wasn't sure if this was the time to test my theory of them having orders not to kill me. Not with the taser and a handgun pointed at my chest. Chapter 18. Question time. As if it wasn't bad enough to have them reshackle me, one of the guards fastened a cloth as a blindfold around my head. At least it wasn't as bad as that foul-smelling burlap sack. It was a small mercy they had removed the explosive tracker from my ankle. It gave me one thing less to worry about, wherever we were going. I should have been used to the unexpected by then, but I wasn't. Fear of where they were taking me and to what end brought on a cold sweat. Hands gripped my arms, guiding me out of the bedroom. A door creaked open and Leandra's voice called out. "Where are you taking him? What's happening?" I hadn't seen Stony Face inside my bedroom, but his voice growled a reply. "Get back inside and mind your own business." "When will he be back?" Leandra retorted in an insolent tone. "That's up to him. Now close your door." "Don't push me, Pedro," she said as if through gritted teeth. "Kurt, for your family, tell them whatever they ask." Those were her last words, uttered as though she were exerting energy in a scuffle. I heard the door slam. "Carry him down to the truck or we'll be here all night," Stony Face said. Someone repeated his order in Spanish. Goodness knows how many of them manhandled me down the stairway and out to the truck. Though they were small in stature compared to my 6'1", they carried me above their weight with ease. When they dropped me to my feet, someone spun me around. They forced my head down and backed me onto the truck seat. Doors slammed. The engine sparked to life and the tires spun on the gravel. "Where are we going?" A dig in the ribs with an elbow or rifle butt replied. After that, I kept my mouth shut. From what Leandra had said, it looked as though the journey would turn out to be the question and answer time that Perez had talked about, but not of the $64,000 type. I doubted there would be a prize in it for me at the end of the session. We only drove for around 10 minutes before the truck stopped. It was far enough for them to have needed to remove the tracker, but still within the grounds of the villa somewhere. The door opened and a guard pushed me. As I shuffled on my backside along the seat, hands took hold of me and guided me out of the truck. The terrain was smooth underfoot for around 20 paces, and then we hit a rough track. I thanked God I had stepped into my slippers in the bedroom. A hand kept forcing me to duck as if to avoid an obstacle. They missed one and a branch swiped my face. The leaves brushed my lips, leaving the bitter taste of foliage. We had to be on a trail in the woods I had seen from the balcony next to the runway. That's where Leandra had said they had barracks. I couldn't help but smile inside at the drama of the blindfold and their playing soldiers, in a sort of half-hearted bravado. Brought to a halt, I heard a door open. The smile inside soon turned to cold shudders at the realization this was probably not going to be a game. I was ushered through an entrance, a door closed behind me and someone took off the blindfold. The smell of dampness was overpowering, in contrast to the sweet odor of vegetation on the walk to the barracks. The room was small, around 10 feet square. To my left, I noticed a desk and 2 chairs. The walls were fabricated as a wooden structure, with an open ceiling to a pointed roof. A single light illuminated my surroundings, hung by a cord from a wooden beam running the length of the room. There were no windows. Against the wall to my right, I could see a gurney. A flat-screen television was fastened to the beam above with the screen facing the head end of the gurney. It seemed an odd place for someone to relax to watch a program. Wires led from the monitor to an open laptop set on a wooden crate. Next to the crate was a wash basin. Stony Face wasn't one of the guards remaining, so we had lost him somewhere along the line. The guy who had spoken to me in English in the bedroom pulled out a chair and waved his hand. "Here we are, Kurt. Take a seat." There was nothing pleasant in his manner of delivery, but I sat as ordered. He walked around the desk and sat, opened the top drawer and took out a notebook and pencil. I wanted to laugh. His chair was higher than mine was, in what I presumed was an attempt to give him the psychological high ground, but he was around 5'6", and our eyes met in equal measure. All it would have taken was a powerful light in my eyes to complete the picture. I wondered if they had missed that trick in their interrogation handbook. My interrogator had the features of a weasel. His ears were almost right angles to his head. The light created shadows, accentuating his high cheekbones above sunken cheeks. He picked up the pencil and tapped it repeatedly on the desk. A few simple questions, and then you can go back to the villa and be safely tucked into bed. He sat back, placed the pencil down, and, clasping his hands and resting them on his stomach, he began twiddling his thumbs. His eyes locked on mine like a guided missile. I wasn't sure if he was waiting for a response, but I kept silent. He leaned forward and placed his still clasped hands on the desktop with his thumbs still twirling. Name? He picked up the pencil and poised it over the notebook page. The game had begun. Kurt Rawlings. Age? 34. Wife's name? I hesitated before deciding to reply. Why? Oh, Kurt, I thought I explained. A few simple questions and you can go back to the villa. Let's start again, shall we? Wife's name? You know my wife's name. I refuse to discuss my. Like a lizard's tongue unfurling to strike its prey, the back of his hand swiped my cheek and stung like hell. Let me explain. These are simple questions, and yes, we know the answers. Your wife's name is Mary and your son is Craig and your daughter Claire. You do well to remember that. We know many of the answers. That's the purpose of my opening questions. Lie to me, or fail to answer, my friend, and you will suffer the consequences. I could hardly forget they knew my family's details. The veiled threat was, I hoped, just that, a means to psychologically destroy me into compliance. Making out that they knew details was the same type of ruse I had used on many occasions when questioning a suspect. He leaned forward. Now that you know the rules, we can start with the serious questions. Who tipped you off about the shipment that you stole from us? How he expected me to answer that defied reason. If the code name he used was a known gang name, I would be handing our informant a death sentence. The truth was, I didn't know his real name. All the dealings I had had with him had been over the telephone, with failed attempts to trace the calls, other than they came from south of the border. He pushed his chair back, stood and walked behind me. The slap of his hand over my ear almost knocked me off the chair. Answer. There was no informant. It was a lucky find. These things happen, I lied. My ears started ringing. He walked to my side, signaling with the sway of his wrist to the other guards standing at the door. They both walked over behind me and quickly bound me to the chair with a rope. The next thing I knew, they had slipped a damned canvas sack over my head. Now I knew for certain that this wasn't a game. My chair legs grated on the wooden floorboards. They dragged me to a different position in the room and untied the rope. I felt tugging at my leg shackles, followed by a click that I hoped wasn't one of them racking around in the chamber of a gun. When I tried to stretch my legs, a tug indicated that they had fastened a restraint from my leg irons to the floorboards. There were to be no more questions that needed reply, just two voices screaming insults alternately at each ear. I tried counting in my mind, but their volume, together with prodding fingers on my shoulders and the occasional shove, overcame any attempt to block out the voices. You think the DA cares about you? You're just a name and rank. Crap on their shoes. Don't think for 1 minute they'll pay the ransom. You're already dead to them. Do you think your wife will care? No. Give her time and she'll be screwing someone else. She could be already. Probably is. Your kids will have a new dad and forget you. You're nothing. Nobody. History. Do you think your informant will care? No. Do you think your beloved State Department will bend their rules on ransoms? No, because they are ungrateful for all you have done for your country. The U.S. doesn't care. You're just a speck of dust, to be swept aside. Nobody cares. And so it went on. Not sure how long it lasted. It seemed like an eternity. Their voices began to grate, melding into a crescendo of garble. Heavy eyelids fluttered and my chin dropped. Visions flashed of me lying on the floor surrounded by a throng of my tormentors at school. Cry baby, they chanted, followed by, coward, coward. A slap on the side of my head brought me back to the here and now, to more abuse from Weasel. Then suddenly, he stopped. Confusion ensued. To a scuffle of noises, together with tugging at my shackles, my arms rose above my head until they were at full stretch and my body followed until the heels of my feet were just off the floor. Footsteps walked away from me. What little light had been seeping through the bag over my head extinguished to darkness. The door to the room opened and closed. Straining my hearing, I listened for a sign of breathing, anything to determine that I was alone. Heightened senses detected nothing save for a drip from the washbasin faucet. Drip, drip, freaking drip. My leg muscles tightened from the elevation of my heels. My weight tugged at my armpits and tightened my chest, restricting my breathing. My thoughts failed to distract my senses to dull the aches and pains. Squat was right. I was on a journey to hell, but I knew I hadn't quite reached the destination they had in mind. Moving my weight first to the toes of my left foot and then to my right gave only brief relief. It was the same if I grasped the chain fastening my arms to the beam above. In the end, the laws of physics and biology came together and denied me any comfort. And still the damn drip, drip, freaking drip, like a damn metronome that wouldn't switch off. My eyelids were heavy. Tiredness added to the torture of pained limbs, stretched to the maximum of their endurance. My thoughts turned to visions and hallucinations that centered around my torturer's words. Kurt? Leandra's whispering voice haunted me amongst the nightmares. A shake of the head did little to clear her voice from my mind. Kurt, it's Leandra. I have to be quick. I tried to answer, but with a swollen tongue, it came out as a groan. The bag over my head lifted. Fingers held my chin and the taste of plastic teased my lips open. Water spread inside my mouth and I gulped down as much as possible. I could see nothing, but imagined her warm smile. Kurt, they're drinking the last of their cans of beer. I have to go. Stay strong. Please, tell them all they need to know. I'll try to steal a key for your tracker to help you escape. The blindfold dropped. I heard no footsteps. For all I knew, it could have been a dream, an apparition. I detected a slight chill from a breeze and a faint click in the direction of the door. Wiping my moist lips with my tongue, I dared hope it was anything other than an illusion. Someone did care. They were wrong. All I had to do was tell them what they wanted and get out of there. I began to wonder what the hell I was thinking about when the juxtaposition to her visit hit like a thorn sinking into my flesh. The good cop, bad cop routine. Only in her case, good woman. It was the oldest trick in the book to get me to talk. The door burst open on its hinges. Voices screamed in my ears and recommenced their insults from where they had left off. This time the smell of alcohol drifted through the bag covering my face. A surge of determination not to tell them anything overcame the pain. Nevertheless, deep down I knew my resolve along with my body would surrender. I just hoped my sanity would remain intact so I could provide them with misinformation. Just tell us the location of the depot where they transport confiscated drugs. This time, there was no mistaking the sound of someone racking a slide to place a round in the chamber of a gun. The barrel dug into my temple. I flinched, screwed my eyes shut, and gritted my teeth. Chapter 19. Physically broken. Giving them an answer to the secret location where we took confiscated evidence wasn't an option, but then neither was a bullet in my head. Lower him, one of them ordered. The leg rest was welcome as was the respite from having to answer the question, giving me time to think. My backside hit a chair, but with my arms still at full stretch, my head slung forward. Answer me, or I swear I'll decorate the room with your brains. Each syllable had brought with it a dig from the gun barrel on my skull. I convinced myself that under Perez's orders, he wouldn't shoot and answered the question with the contempt it deserved. To hell with you. Do your worst. The bravado was misplaced. A searing pain from a crack to my temple threw my head to one side. The blow brought on flashes of strobe light stars. Then the barrel dug at my skull, followed by a click. At the sound, my body jolted in spasm and my bladder lost control, warmth trickling down my legs. They bound me to the chair again and then lowered my arms. No more questions followed, just a barrage of abuse, this time interspersed with the occasional pistol whip. The abuse stopped and they started to talk between themselves in whispers. Because they still spoke in English, I figured they intended me to overhear. Why don't we do it our way, a toe at a time, then the fingers? Orders. Perez doesn't want us to do anything the CIA wouldn't do. Why? That's stupid. Wait, that's okay, then. We can just say he tried to escape and shoot the mother if he doesn't answer. Maybe he needs more time to think about cooperating? I held back, wanting to scream as they hauled at the chain over the beam to raise me back into my previous upright position and kicked away the chair. Footsteps pounded on the floorboards, and then the door slammed, leading me to my agony and to consider my options. That I should simply tell them all they needed to know started to make sense. It would at least put an end to the pain. Even if Leandra was on their side, she was right. For the sake of my family, they were the ones who depended on my survival and escape. I owed it to them to do whatever it required for us to be reunited. The DEA would survive any disloyalty. But then I had to ask myself, could I live with that betrayal? Would I be able to look my colleagues in the face if I succumbed to my interrogators and gave them what they wanted? Worse, I wondered if the news ever reported my cowardice, calling into question my patriotism as an American. What would my kids think of me as a dad? There followed an endless stream of arguments for and against compliance, followed by the dreaded ifs, buts, and maybes that had followed my journey to where I was now trapped. The question of who had placed the hit that had started my life crumbling, kept circling, and all the time to the drip, drip, freaking drip of the tap water. Reasoning ceased. I had no idea how long it had been since the guards had left. I didn't even know what day it was. It became more of a concern whether my body would hold out. My fingers no longer had any feeling. I screeched at the top of my voice. A bout of cramp left my right calf taut and in agonizing pain. Then the toes of both feet cramped. Still whimpering and asking God for mercy, I heard voices mumbling and the door opened. Through the clatter of heavy boots on the floorboards, labored footsteps scraped in my direction and stopped close to me. 2 fingers and a thumb gripped my wrist. The fingers fidgeted as if looking for a pulse. Whoever it was wheezed and then coughed in a splutter. Then the unmistakable doctor's voice boomed. He'll live. Better get him down, though. This time there was no chair. My legs wouldn't support my body and I crumpled in a heap on the floor. Both arms were stiff and without strength. Every sinew ached to the extreme. Distress shrouded my brain in a vice-like grip, creating a pulsating headache. My interrogators bundled me to my feet. One of them dragged off the sack blindfold. The doctor passed them the chair and I collapsed onto the seat. They quickly bound me to the chair. My head slumped forward and someone slapped my face. No sleep. We have work to do. The questions started again. Weasel went first. What type of vehicle do they use to transport the confiscated drugs to the evidence depot? I heard the question, but all I wanted to do was sleep. I glanced down at my right hand. Most of the palm had swollen and blistered from grabbing the chain fastening me to the beam above. Only gripping my hand in a clench seemed to reduce the throbbing. A slap reminded me that they were waiting for an answer. How the crap should I know? Maybe a stagecoach and 4 horses. A blow to the side of my head landed with such force that the chair, with me in it, tipped over. They hauled me back upright and Weasel snarled an inch from my nose. You escorted the shipment you stole from us. I read it in the newspaper. So I'll repeat, he held up his pistol as if to strike. Okay, trucks. What type, color and liveries? I don't know. Maybe pink with Walt Disney written on the side. The head but was as unexpected as the explosion of pain, manifested as a colored spectrum, spreading in all directions in my vision. I groaned, then answered. Brown with no livery. Damn me that I had given them the correct details of the trucks. No, wait, black with DA, written on the doors. A hand pulled at my hair from behind, lifting my head, and my eyes met an apparently displeased Weasel, shaking his head. A grin twitched on his lips. Kurt, dear Kurt, we know they don't use their own vehicles, they use contractors. What paperwork do you need to provide at the depot for the provenance of the drugs taken there? Sleep beckoned and my eyes closed. I couldn't even remember what paperwork we used. Look at me when I'm talking. A slap to either cheek and I cracked open an eye. What? He repeated the question. I don't know. A tirade of abuse and propaganda followed, the questions put on a back burner. The words were just a sea of floating sound, but some of them stuck. Useless, nothing, unwanted, unloved, disowned, forgotten, discarded, and so on. Every time I seemed to drift toward peace, they brought me back with a slap on the face. The door opened with a blast of daylight. All I could see through scrunched eyes was a black silhouette of a man, standing akimbo in the doorway. Day shifts arrived. What have you months got? It was the voice of Stony Face. He lumbered over to the desk, picked up the notebook and threw it down. Is that it? His name, H in a freakin' brown truck? Weasel shrugged. Yes, sir. Get him on the gurney. He must be tired, Stony Face ordered. Even through the haze of a fatigued mind, his consideration didn't fool me. Catching the doctor napping over at the desk, Stony Face shook him by the shoulders. The doctor opened his eyes, coughing and wheezing as if it were his last breath. Wake up and check him out. We don't want Perez to think we're not looking out for his welfare, Stony Face said, in apparent disparagement of Perez's train of thought. Now that I was unbound from my seat, Weasel and his cohort each took a hold of me under my arms, and then launched my body with a swing onto the gurney. I didn't have an ounce of strength left, or the will to resist. Weasel held my head while his partner fastened a strap over my forehead, before moving on to strap my arms and legs. All I could hope was that the doctor would call time on any further interrogation and let me sleep. The doctor's face peered over me. Pulling at my bottom eyelids each in turn, he shone a light in each eye. Then he held my wrist, and glancing at his watch, he took my pulse again. Finally, he lifted my t-shirt and using his stethoscope, listened to my heartbeat. Stony Face said, Well? The doctor peered over my face, scrunched his top lip to his nose and spluttered. Your call. It's borderline, really. Can you give him something to keep him lucid? Stony said. Sure, give it 5 minutes to work. I'll give him an injection. Contemplating what he meant by borderline, I didn't even feel the needle when it entered. After a few minutes, what I did notice was a surge of alertness. Stony peered at me, biting at his bottom lip. Our gazes locked. If I feared Weasel, under these circumstances, Stony Face somehow terrified me more. Chapter 20. Death or Dishonor. The monitor screen overhead displayed static, flashed, and turned a hypnotic blue. Stony Face fidgeted about and I wondered what he was doing. It didn't take long to find out. With the strap holding firm on my forehead, I couldn't turn my head to see him. All I heard was a chair being placed at the side of me, then he began to talk in soft tones. A scanned photo of the picture taken from my wallet of my wife and kids appeared on the screen. As pleased as I was to see them, I was glad it was just an image and that they wouldn't have to witness what might transpire. Listen, Kurt, I really don't want to distress you, or hurt you. We have a situation here. 95% of what we ask you, we already know. Now, we could just as easily have someone enroll as a cleaner at DEA headquarters and find out the other 5%. This is all about saving time and effort. Seeing as how you're here, hold on to the thought that your answers could speed up you returning to your family. I couldn't resist asking a question that was rolling through my mind, but I had to grind it out from weakness. Wouldn't it have been easier, to do that, employ a stooge, rather than kidnapping me? Okay, fair enough. We want you to answer questions, so you deserve an answer. Let's make this a two-way street. I'm not privy to how Perez found out someone had put a hit on you. That said, when he heard that the hit was the guy who was responsible for him taking a considerable loss of merchandise, he thought it would be beneficial to buy out the hit. After that, he just needed to have you sent to him, for you to give an account of yourself. All that said, think carefully. You might consider Perez the enemy, but he's saved your life. There was no doubting he might have saved my life, but I wasn't buying that he intended me staying alive. Especially once I had answered all their questions. Why, oh. Damn, grimacing, I had to take a moment to overcome an overpowering pain in my calf muscle. Why do you need to know all this stuff you're asking? Intelligence gathering. We're running a business here. Nothing more. It's no different from your intelligence gathering. Information is power. No one will ever know you gave us the other 5%. He took a deep breath, letting it out in a long, slow sigh before continuing. I'll give you an example of something we know. When you take the confiscated goods back to your secret depot, you chemically analyze each product. Every cocaine processor uses a slightly different mix. From the result of the test and the brand stamps, you build up a map of where it was likely produced. You can work out which countries south of the border produced the cocaine from the samples sent to you when the various army units shut down a production facility. And from that you can reasonably deduce which cartel is responsible for the product. If my hands were free, I'd applaud, I said in a sarcastic tone. He tapped my arm as if applauding himself. So there we are. I'm happy to answer your question. No torture, no distress, just talking man to man. Do the same and we're out of here. It sounded tempting. I stared at my smiling family on the screen. While he was in the mood for answering my questions, I thought I would chance the big question. Who put the hit out on me? Laughter erupted around the room. Did you hear that? Stony Face said. He's not listening. He thinks it's a one-way street. Time for your questions later and I'll answer you honestly, but now it's your turn. Uninterrupted, I might add. I closed my eyes to await his question. I knew if I stalled with an answer, they'd take it as a definite lie. Who tipped you off about the consignment? I groaned out an answer. I told your friend here. It was a lucky strike. Okay, have it your way. Don't say I didn't offer you an easy way out. He obviously didn't buy the response. His chair legs scraped the floorboards as he stood and his figure passed me like a ghost in my peripheral vision. Somehow, I knew his amiable little talk was going to take a sinister turn. I shuddered at the thought of maybe losing a finger or a toe. If Perez thought he had someone inside his cartel giving away his secrets, I guess they'd stop at nothing in finding out who had informed on them. Especially with such a large consignment of cocaine lost to them. It was bound to have hurt them, big time. The magnitude of the bust must have left many anxious dopamine receptors craving, north of the border, not to mention the dollars that were lost down the supply chain. Some paranoid, drug-crazed dealer would have sufficient motive to want to take me out for denying them their precious stardust. I doubted Stony Face would give them up no matter what information I gave him. These were criminals. Criminals don't snitch without serious motivation. Water ran from the faucet at the basin as if he were washing his hands. Apprehension formed in the pit of my stomach. My temples began to throb. I closed my eyes as if doing so would keep Mary and the kids from seeing what he was going to do to me. But really, it was the terror of not knowing his next move that sent wave after wave of cold tremors through my body. Whatever the doctor had injected me with had started to wear off. It left my mind drifting, my body weak, the pain throughout my body intense. Fingers clasped my nose. Startled, I jolted. My eyes popped open. The gurney dropped in a tilt, with my head lowered. A jug of water was poised over my mouth. Droplets moistened my lips. Someone held my jaw in a vice-like grip. Desperately I attempted to move my head, my lips tightly closed, but the strap held fast. My heart pounded at the exertion of trying to hold my breath. Foolishly, I thought I could trick them. Opening my mouth, I kept my throat closed. Water filled my mouth. My lungs desperately sought oxygen. Pain stabbed at my tightened chest. My head felt as though it would explode. Trying to spit out the water proved futile as more followed. My options diminished and my throat opened, gasping for air. All I took in was a gulp of water. My body thrashed, but the straps held fast. I began to hallucinate. Dad's voice screamed in my ear. Stand tall. It was as if I was underwater. On the surface a giant poster of my family smiled back, the picture undulating on the ripples, witnessing my life slip away. The image turned to my tormentors at school, but it was my kids in the circle. Coward, coward, Dad's a coward, they sang. The gurney tilted again, raising my head. The pressure on my nostrils released. Let's try again, shall we? Who told you about our shipment? There was no answering straight away. Water spewed from my mouth and snorted through my nose. Taking a breath of air, I coughed and spluttered. The sound of the jug filling with water told me there would be more if I didn't answer. "Informant," he said. More coughs followed and loud rasping deep breaths. It was a tip-off. "Name?" Unashamedly, I began to whimper. Please, I don't know." He used the code name Bison. "How did he contact you?" My vision fixed on the picture of my family. Not sure where the stubbornness came from, but defiant, I clammed up. There was just about time to mouth sorry to my family before the gurney tilted and Stoney pinched my nose. My mouth filled with water from the jug. I held out as long as I could by holding my breath, until my willpower deserted me. This time I must have passed out. My eyes opened to the doctor, mumbling and checking my pulse. They've removed the strap from my forehead. A hand held my head tilted to one side and I could smell vomit. The voice I heard had a metallic, reverberating sound. "We nearly lost him. But you can go again, if you have to," said the doctor. It was no longer about duty to anyone other than myself. Patriotism and standing tall as a hero, with no witnesses to write a commendation after my death, was no use to man nor ornament. It was a matter of my own personal survival. My interrogators were right. I was no one in the scheme of things and little to be remembered after my obituary. Let's get this over with. How did Bison contact you? Though weak, I managed somehow to dig out an answer. This time, I replied with a croak instead of a whimper. By telephone. Always with voice encryption to alter his voice. Did you trace the calls? Stoney's face started to fade in and out, replaced by the image of Eddie Carter, the leader of the gang that had bullied me at school. He was throttling me and screaming for an answer. As I blinked my eyes frantically, Stoney face stared at me, his face distorted, as if I was viewing him inside a goldfish bowl. The calls, did you trace them? What? Oh yeah. Only to the northeast of Mexico. We couldn't pinpoint the exact location. We assumed from the cobras. The effort of talking had me gasping short breaths of air. Why? Because they didn't ask for money. He always hung up before we could do a full trace. He or she, I don't know what the voice-altering tech they have now. My voice had a ring of impertinence. I wanted to drift to sleep, but he held up the jug, which kept me going. Please, I'm telling the truth. The tone of voice came out like a child pleading. You said every time. Have you had other tip-offs? Yeah, just small stuff, but reliable. That's why we took him or her seriously. See, it's that simple. A lump like a burr stuck in my throat. Probably a side effect of vomiting. His words implied they had bought it this time. Most of it was the truth, save for the code name and the Cobra connection. Now give me the address of your depot. Please, I need to rest. Plenty of time for that. First, a slideshow. The picture on the screen morphed to a shot of Mary dropping off the kids at school. My buddy Rob walked beside them, his hand inside his jacket on the holster side. Then it cut to a picture of Mary carrying overnight baggage and the kids walking the pathway at her mother's house. Security guys in suits stood at her car, smoking and looking down at the sidewalk. They were hardly paying attention. Damn if these weren't recent pictures. They were stalking my family. A surge of strength and indignity had me raising my head and trying to snap the straps holding me to the gurney in the futile gesture of a broken mind. Then, as quickly as the surge arose, I fell into a limp, catatonic state, my eyes fixed to the monitor screen. See, we know where your kids are. Now let's finish this. Give me the address. I was aware that I answered his question in a monotone and all the others that followed, without emotion, or thoughts as to the consequences. It was as if someone had sucked the very essence of my soul from my body, leaving only a shell. The memory of them removing me from the gurney was lost to me. The next recall I had was me slumped against the wall of the barracks cabin next to the desk. A guard passed his sidearm to his colleague and, bending down, he hauled me over his shoulder. My arms hung limp, but with my blistered right hand clenched. It's a strange feeling to be devoid of thought. Some would say impossible, but with my spirit broken, I didn't even try to lift my head as he took me like a sack of garbage for a walk, before hoisting me onto the tail end of their pickup truck. Twilight turned into nighttime on this short journey. I could see my surroundings when the truck stopped at the villa, but strangely, it was as if someone had turned the volume off and I could hear nothing. One of them carried me up to my bedroom like a baby in his arms and threw me onto the bed. Managing to curl into the fetal position, with the lights out, all I was aware of was they had removed my shackles and replaced the tracker on my ankle, the LED flashing green. Flash, flash, freaking flash. There was no pain. In fact, I was numb to anything. No emotion, nothing. The door made no noise when it opened and closed. No light flooded the room. All I heard was the haunting voice of Leandra calling out my name. The bedside light suddenly lit the room. Leandra climbed onto the bed and sat with her back to the headboard. She gently hitched my head onto her lap and stroked my hair. "Oh, Kurt, what have they done?" I didn't have an answer. I was all answered out. She took hold of my clenched fist. "You're bleeding!" "There's blood trickling from inside your fist." "Kurt, are you holding something?" She tried to unfurl my fingers, but I resolved to clench them even tighter. Her last words trailed off as I finally closed my eyes, ready to surrender to sleep. Chapter 21. A Broken Mind. The lace curtains at the balcony door fluttered in the breeze. Someone had fastened back the louver doors, allowing warm sunshine to flood the bedroom. My head rested on a pillow, which strangely had a woman's legs protruding at right angles to where I lay. Startled at first, it dawned on me that Leandra must have stayed with me all night. I tried to lift my head, but couldn't. Then I realized that the rest of my body couldn't move, as if paralysis had struck my nervous system. My affliction was nothing of the kind, which was soon brought home by searing pains intensifying in every muscle and joint as the opiate of a deep slumber changed to full consciousness. The best I could muster was a drawn-out groan. "You're awake. How do you feel?" Leandra asked. Her voice was haunting, as if it came from another time and place. "Dead," I wanted to say. At least that's how I felt inside, as if I was waiting for my body to expire and for it to catch up with my spirit. I don't think I could have adequately answered her even if I had the strength of mind and body. How did I feel? I felt nothing. Only the pain reminded me that I was still alive. Leandra hitched her body from underneath the pillow and ran her fingers through my hair. "You need some dressings, the skin on your wrists is scuffed and raw. Looking at those golf balls on your head, I think you'll need some painkillers." I stared blankly at the floating curtains. Her words had simply drifted on by as if taken by the breeze. She might just as well not have been there. Aware that my legs were drawn toward my chest, I could feel the tension in a still tightly clenched fist, covered by the palm of my other hand and nestled between my knees. The bedroom door opened and closed. The dancing curtain filled a void. It was strange how an inanimate object could hold such fascination, acting like an antidepressant to take me to another time and space not of this world. Goodness knows how much time had passed, when the high-pitched squeal of the breakfast cartwheel broke the spell. The door opened and to my annoyance, Leandra obscured my view of the balcony with herself and the cart. All I wanted was to be left alone to heal, but I didn't have the strength or the inclination to protest. She was arranging pillows behind my head when a guard joined us. "Help me lift him, Carlos, please," she said. Powerless to resist, I gritted my teeth to avoid screaming out as they bundled me against a bank of pillows at the headboard. Sitting in an upright position, facing the blank screen of the television, a sense of panic enveloped me as Leandra forced a pill into my mouth. She held a glass of water to my lips, but I wasn't able to drink and managed to avert my head at a flashback to Stony Face holding his jug of water. "Come on, take a sip to swallow the tablet. The doctor left them for you. They're really strong for the pain. He's also left some sleeping pills if you need them later." My eyes met Carlos's gaze. He sucked air through his teeth and shook his head as if he pitied me. He took hold of Leandra's hand and whispered something in Spanish. Whatever he said, she nodded and they both left the room. Half the tablet had dissolved, leaving a bitter taste in my mouth by the time she returned. She held up a shot-sized glass filled with milk and held a straw in her other hand. "Sorry about the water." I didn't realize until the guard explained. She climbed on the bed. Try sipping this, or we can use the straw if you like. Somehow, I managed to signal, lifting the index finger of my left hand to point to the straw. Leandra leaned over and I sucked on the straw as best I could, but the remainder of the tablet simply wouldn't go down my reluctant blocked throat, and I ended up gagging. She knelt back. With a final gulp, the tablet passed on its way. Leandra stroked my cheek. A cobweb of red lines streaked the whites of her eyes, as if she hadn't slept. They were moist to the point of a tear welling at the bottom of each tear duct. First one droplet tumbled and then the other. Oh, Kurt, we can mend your body, but you have to fight what's going on in your head. You have to be strong and get through this. You don't have the time I had to recover. We have to get you out of here. I heard the words and they registered, but they had no meaning. I was done trying to work out where her loyalties lay. She reached over to the cart and then, turning, busied herself, cleansing and bandaging my wrists. She took some ice packs and used a towel fashioned as a turban to hold them in place around my head. At first, I flinched when she applied them, the cure being worse than the pain, but then the ice worked its soothing magic. Let's take a look at your hand. She attempted to release my clenched fingers, to no avail. A puzzled expression spread on her face from an initial twitch of her nose, to her lips pouting. Leaning back, she crossed her arms. I can't help you if you don't let me. Have they cut your hand? I looked through her, unresponsive to her question. She turned her head over her shoulder and skewed her body sideways to follow my line of vision. You want to watch television? I didn't want anything, other than for her to leave me alone. Maybe I blinked. Regardless, she took whatever response my eyes gave her as a yes, shuffled off the bed, and switched on the TV. Then she walked to the cart. Okay, we'll leave your hand until last. Let me try this cream on your muscles. I could smell the cream before I felt the initial cold shock to the skin as she applied it and vigorously rubbed it into my calf muscle. It had the kind of odor as the cream Mom used to smear under my nose if I had a cold, to relieve my sinuses. As she started to rub it into my other calf, the first application started working to heat up the muscle. By the time she had finished with my arms, my entire body felt as though I was on fire. She disappeared into the bathroom. I heard the water running and I assumed she was washing the residue from her hands. On her return, she stood at the side of the bed and I glanced sideways at her rubbing her hands with a towel. We have to deal with your hand, and then we're done. She dropped the towel onto the cart and then stood akimbo. Well, I say done, what I mean is, with the outside. I may have to call the doctor back to put you on an intravenous drip if we can't get you to take any fluid. You know you've been out of it for 18 hours? She reached over to take hold of my clenched hand, but not before I managed to put it out of her reach. Why? I croaked and then gulped at the strain of attempting to talk. Why what? She took hold of my left hand. I took another gulp and tried to free the burr that was blocking my throat. Why can't you escape? Oh, Kurt, do you want me to relive what it is you're going through now? Answer, then the hand, I managed to say. She drew an arm across her stomach and set her other arm in the manner of the thinker, but with her fingers spread out covering her face and her head bowed. She shook her head slowly from side to side and then drew her head upward to look up at the ceiling, her fingers sliding down her face to hold her chin at rest. This is going to be hard, Kurt. Chapter 22. Leandra's Secret. Leandra climbed on the bed and sat next to me, with her feet on the bed drawn backward. Listen. She shaped her finger and a thumb into a steeple and then held them before my eyes. See the gap? They're not quite touching. That's how close you were to completely shutting down. On top of that, you're seriously dehydrated. Your body can't stand much more than the 24 hours you've already missed in taking fluids. She dropped her hand to her knee. What she was saying seemed ironic, considering the amount of water they poured down my throat during the waterboarding sessions. I could see frustration on her face as it reddened and her tone changed. Damn you, acknowledge me. Do you understand? I understood, but strangely, I didn't care. Answer me, for God's sake. I blinked my eyes twice. This time her tone lowered and she was less agitated, but she still talked forcefully. Good, so you do hear me. We have to get you back to strength, so you can escape. So, before I tell you my story, I need you to drink some water. She reached out to the cart and picked up a glass of water, dropped in a straw and held it to my lips. I turned my head from side to side, keeping my lips closed as she tried to follow my movement with the glass. Leandra gave up and banged the glass down on the cart. Reaching over to the nightstand, she grabbed the photo of my family and thrust it in front of my face. See this, your family. Do you want them to suffer forever? The picture of my family morphed in my mind to the clips of Mary at the school with Rob guarding and her taking the kids to her mom's with bodyguards in tow. I started to breathe rapidly. She raised her voice. What have you lost? Man up. All you've lost is your pride, for Christ's sake. Now drink the damn water. She put down the photo, picked up the glass, and held it close to my mouth. My breathing grew ever more rapid and my chest tightened. My dad's voice screamed stand tall in my mind. Drink! Her voice boomed. A vision of stony face flashed before me, pouring the water into my mouth. That final feeling of drowning seemed all too real. My hand swiped the glass, sending it crashing against the bedroom wall. The guard burst into the room. It's okay. It's the water thing. Contact the doctor and have him bring some intravenous fluid. He gave her a thumbs up. This guard clearly understood English. I labored to reach out, grasped her arm, and shook my head. Try again, I said, barely getting the words out in a whisper. She turned to the guard. Put a hold on calling the doctor. He answered with a nod and closed the door. Leandra's demeanor changed, with a huge ear-to-ear smile. She slipped off the bed and walked to the door. I'll get a broom and a dustpan and a fresh glass. Somehow, her words made sense. Yes, my body had taken a battering, and I could handle that. However, I'd been found wanting in the mental department. The neural transmitters and receptors that had worked against me when I was kidnapped had conspired against me once again. On this occasion, they had short-circuited, closing my mind to what I couldn't accept, instead of meeting my fears head-on. Leandra was right. All I had lost was my dignity and sense of honor. As Dad had said, it was time to stand tall. It was time to remind myself who I really was. I wasn't a nobody, as they'd had me believe. I was DEA Agent Kurt Rawlings of the United States of America, loving husband and father to 2 wonderful children. Not only that, I had a victory over my captors within my grasp. All I needed to be sure of was that I could trust Leandra. She returned with a fresh glass, cleared up the broken glass, and disposed of it in the wastebasket. Settling on the bed, she poured water from the jug to the glass, dropped in a straw and turned to me. Only sip whatever you need. If it's hard sucking through the straw, blink your eyes and you can try sipping a little from the glass. No pressure. The water is iced, so it should soothe your throat. My tongue had swollen, and my mouth was dry and foul-tasting. The first small sip through the straw merely cleansed my mouth and absorbed into the skin. The second trickled down my throat and sure enough, it had a soothing effect. It was still hard going and at half a glass, I put my hand to my mouth. No problem, we can try again later. Half a glass is fine to start with, Leandra said, looking pleased. The tablet had kicked in and though I was still sore, I felt comfortable. Leandra turned and placed the glass on the cart. It seemed an overly long time that she had faced away from me. It was hard going, but I raised my arm. When I placed my hand on her shoulder, she half turned. Give me a minute. My hand slid off her shoulder and my arm dropped limply to my side. She picked up the hand towel and appeared to be drying her eyes. Sure enough, there was no hiding the moisture in her eyes when she turned to face me. Leandra seemed to dig deep within. Taking in a deep breath, she let out a long, soulful sigh. You want to know why can't I escape, or go back to my family? I suppose I should start from back home, just before I was taken. She drew her hand across her eyes. Father was strict. The business he's in meant I had bodyguards at all times outside our farm. Anyway, I fell in love with a worker on our farm, Andreas. She buried her head in her hands. We were going to have a child. I was only 2 months pregnant. The situation was hopeless. He wasn't a Catholic, just a simple farmhand with no prospects, and my father would never have approved. You would have had to meet him to understand. Regardless, we decided to elope and get married. Leandra eased off the bedside and faced the balcony. Her hair floated in the breeze along with the curtains. The pause was long and deliberate, as if she were reliving the memory. She started to sob, quietly at first, and then the sobs turned to wails of grief. She stepped backward and dropped her backside on the bed. Only burying her head in the towel stifled her sobbing. I began to wonder what sort of Pandora's box I had opened, but cruel as it seemed, I had to know the rest of her story. With my outstretched arm, my fingers trembling, I placed a hand on her shoulder and gently squeezed encouragement. Finally, she dug deep and continued. We made a plan. I slipped away from my bodyguards on a shopping trip to the city and we met. It all happened so quickly. A van pulled up beside us. Someone grabbed me from the sidewalk. Andreas fought with one of them, trying to protect me. They shot him. Perez's hired hands shot him in front of my eyes. Dragging the towel to her eyes once more, she continued to sob. If she had been 2 months pregnant, I wondered if maybe she had lost the baby. My heart went out to her for the loss of her boyfriend and the baby she had carried. I wondered how she had managed to deal with her grief during the last 4 years. None of what she had said explained why she couldn't return to her parents, or attempt an escape. Leandra walked around the bed to the bathroom. She turned on the tap water, cupped her hands, and bending over, she splashed her face at the sink, then turned to close the door. There was no denying this was hard for her. She deserved the respite to regroup. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw mug shots of 4 villains appear on the television screen. 2 of the thugs I recognized immediately. I located the remote lying beside me and pressed the button to increase the volume slightly. These 2 gang members have been identified following the fire that destroyed their trailer. The youngest of the 3 on your left, Mike Dawson, had a previous criminal history involving petty crime, but Carlos Lopez and Greg Hines, in the center, have long rap sheets for drug and violence-related crimes. The 4th, thought to be Antonio Morales, is an illegal from Mexico, according to identification found on his person. Police are still investigating. The news item changed and I lowered the volume. There was no mention of the tunnel. As I recalled, Hines and Lopez were suspected to have carried out a number of hits to settle drug debts and territorial disputes. Despite Rob and me dragging them in for questioning on more than one occasion, we had always had to let them go for lack of evidence. Even working closely with Jeff Clayton at the Homicide Division, nothing stuck. I couldn't see how questioning both would leave them with such a score to settle that they would have decided to kill me. However, they were perfectly capable of accepting a third-party contract. With them dead, it was even more unlikely that I would ever discover who had ordered my death. The bathroom door opened. Leandra's expression was one of desolation. Sorry, I mouthed. Her lip quivered. I'm not sure if it was to form a smile or to let the floodgates open. She became resolute. No, I need to tell someone. I've had to carry all this for the past 4 years. I try to put on a good front, but it haunts my every waking hour. She mounted the bed and sat alongside me, her legs drawn to her chest, her arms embracing them, her forehead resting on her knees. I can't tell you anything about my journey here. It's all a blank, other than that most of it was by sea, and as I said before, I arrived in a mini-sub. I'm not even sure to this day if my father organized my kidnap with Perez and the death of Andreas. It was even a blur after I arrived here. If it wasn't for Marina, the woman who looked after me and reminded me I had a baby inside me to feed, I would have died of starvation. I took hold of her hand. Your child? I said in a whisper. I gave her hand a squeeze. Leandra leaned forward and then began slowly rocking back and forth. They have her. She lifted her head, her eyes rolled to the ceiling. There were no tears now, just a blank stare. Even if I had had my full voice, I couldn't have prompted her. The revelation her child had lived left me in shock. A month before term, I started to have labor pains. A helicopter arrived to take me to a hospital, so I was told. She banged her fists on her knees. We arrived at a farm. I went into labor and gave birth a month early. All I heard them say was that it was a girl. A woman wrapped my baby in a cloth, handed it to a smelly little fat guy, and that's the last I saw of Rosa. You want to know why I can't escape? I'll tell you why. It's because they've said until they exchange me with my sister, I won't be reunited with my child. I choked on the doubts I had had about her. Tears streamed down my cheeks, blurring my vision. She was right on the button. I had lost nothing by comparison. I expected her to break down with an emotional response at having had to relive the trauma. Then she had probably done all the breaking down she had needed over this past 4 years. The room was deadly quiet. I forced a whisper. I guess my hand isn't that important, considering. Sorry. Your hand? Oh yeah. Let's see the damage, she said and cleared her nose with a sniffle. Reaching over to the cart, she took some tissues, wiping first her eyes and then mine. She took my clenched fist in her hand. Wait, I said in a croak. Open the closet door. I could just about raise a finger, pointing to the one in the corner. She gave me a puzzled look, but did as I told her and returned to my side. With the camera obscured, I tried to unravel my fingers, but the joints had locked. She pried them open one at a time. The blister had popped, leaving raw, exposed flesh. In the center of my palm, digging into a gash, there was what I had been guarding. My God, she gasped. How did you get that? Chapter 23. The Key. Leandra's story had taken all the thunder out of the revelation that I had acquired a key to my ankle tracker. I no longer felt smug about possessing it, just thankful that it was a distraction for her tormented mind. Also, it reminded me that just maybe, somehow my brain cells had left a route open for me to squeeze out a final act of defiance before fading out back in the torture room. She wasted no time cleaning and preparing to bandage my hand. She placed the key on the palm side of my partially bandaged hand. 3 more wraps of the bandage and she started to tie it off in a knot. The door snapped ajar, followed by the guard shouldering it open and crashing it against the wall. He aimed his assault rifle in our direction. Our eyes briefly locked. Glancing sideways at the open closet door, the guard lowered his rifle and relaxed his stance as he closed the door, then pulled his radio to his lips. Giving the all clear, he hurried out of the room, closing the door behind him as he departed. Phew, that was close, Leandra said and wiped her hand across her forehead. According to the clock on the news channel, it had taken 6.5 minutes for whoever was monitoring the room to become worried enough to sound an alert. Leandra asked, How did you manage to get the key? I tried to answer, but I could only gulp. Never mind, she said. I'll see if I can find some glycerin for your throat in the medical cupboard. I'm sure we have some. Leandra slid off the bed and walked out of the room. Part of me couldn't help but dwell on her story. The fact that they had her in checkmate, with no way out, other than to tip over the king and to concede the game, brought on a shudder. Only pure evil could devise such a strategy. Admiration, that was the only word I could think of to describe what I felt for her. Admiration that she had found the strength in captivity to live with her situation, to stand tall in front of her jailers and to reset the board in the hope of winning. The door opened and in breezed Leandra, carrying a large jar and a spoon. Sorry, no glycerin, but I found some malt extract. It should help. With the top unscrewed, she spooned the malt and twisted the syrup on the spoon to defy gravity. Open wide. Taking in the full spoonful by scraping on my teeth, I played with it using my tongue so a small portion could glide down my gizzard. The rest followed, providing instant relief. Water, I said. That single word brought a smile to her lips. This time I managed a full glass without a straw. Do you think you could eat solids? A shake of my head side to side answered that question. Fine, I'll try blending some dinner and see if you can manage that. We have to build up your strength. But first I'm dying to know how you got hold of the key. It's the key, from the guard who carried me through the woods. I took it when he lifted me over his shoulder. I held out the glass for more water. She filled it and passed it to me. I took a small sip before continuing. Luckily, he didn't notice when I grabbed his chain with the key and snapped it from around his neck. Then, gagging, I took another sip of water. The chain slithered from my fingers along the trail in the woods, hopefully for him to find it on his way back to the barracks and think he lost the key in the undergrowth. My head sunk into the pillow from the effort of talking. You'd better hope that's what he does think, or they may just turn up and tear the room and you apart. Still, good to hear they didn't completely break you. Well done. A wry smile broke out and transformed into a grin, showing her perfect set of teeth. Listen, I'll go downstairs to the kitchen to blend you a liquid lunch. Why come back, maybe we can come up with some ideas for you to escape. Downstairs? How do you get? I pointed to the breakfast cart. It's been puzzling me. How do I get it up the stairs, is that what you're asking? I nodded. Simple. I use the dumbwaiter at the end of the corridor next to the CCTV monitoring room. Gotta go, back soon. Trying unsuccessfully not to dwell on her words that maybe they would come looking in my direction for the key, I watched her leave the room, humming a tune as she closed the door. I had to wonder if her tenacity was more of a byproduct of looking after me as her surrogate child, especially with the way she fussed around me. Clearly, she had the ability to focus on the positive, even if she had left me with a negative. Only the fact that she said 18 hours had passed and a few hours since, made me believe the guard thought his key had been lost somewhere back along the trail. It occurred to me that I was fortunate to have benefited from her misfortune and experience. Except for Marina bullying Leandra during her own journey and telling her to focus on the path ahead, I guessed I could be still wallowing in my own self-pity. Perhaps, I thought, without Leandra pulling me through the hole in the ice into which I had sunk, I would have been no use to anyone, least of all my family. With my mind stuck in the molasses of despair, as it had been, and only fit for a stint in a mental asylum, there was no doubt that I owed Leandra my sanity. Thinking about the miracle of the brain, consciousness, and the power of reasoning, I tried to relate them to my experience with their methods of torture. Reasoning, though practical on many levels, could be a blessing or a curse. Working out scenarios in a threatening situation, as I now knew firsthand, was a curse. My mind painting pictures of the many ways that they could have acted to hurt my family had finally done the damage. Back in the barracks room during the waterboarding and interrogation, it had been a slow build-up to a nightmare of epic magnitude. Confused by sleep deprivation, mind-warping suggestions, my life slipping away, and the pictures they showed of my family being stalked had broken my resolve. The experience left me thinking I was no more than a worm. In contrast, my reasoning that Leandra was telling the truth and that she was on my team was proving to be a blessing. With someone on the inside, I had a reason to be optimistic that I could escape. All I could hope was that the experience hadn't left me delusional. Trying to clear my mind, I turned up the volume on the news channel. All the talk was about the president wanting to push legislation through to legalize the undocumented immigrants. I thought it a coincidence, considering Perez's original demand. Pity he hadn't left that part in the ransom, without the ex gratia payment, then they'd at least think they were influencing matters as part of the negotiations. Truth be told, the cynic in me reckoned it had more to do with capturing the Hispanic vote and being able to add more than 12 million voters to the tally once they were legal. It was obvious that my situation would become public eventually, but the image on the television screen hit me like a runaway train. A mug shot of me appeared on a news bulletin. It wasn't flattering, probably a picture taken from my personnel file. I looked like one of the felons they'd shown earlier. It was hardly the sort of image to evoke sympathy. Electronic gizmos sent the picture to the corner of the screen to reveal the reporter. Following our previous report on the disappearance of Drug Enforcement Agent Kurt Rawlings, we have confirmation that a ransom demand has been received at DEA headquarters. The FBI has been called in to handle the negotiations. We understand that Agent Rawlings' wife is to attend a press conference and televised appeal for his safe return tomorrow afternoon. We have no further information at this time, but we will be covering and broadcasting the appeal and we will keep you informed when further details emerge. He didn't even break a sweat as he moved on to the next subject about some episode of The Simpsons. I wasn't sure what I was expecting from him, but it all just seemed so damned plastic. It seemed as if the report on my kidnapping was an afterthought to add to more interesting entertainment. Leandra walked into the bedroom. She looked anxious. Listen, Kurt. I can't stay now, but I'll be back later. Perez is back. Hurrying over to the cart, Leandra pushed it close to the bed and set down a steaming mug. The aroma of the soup set my stomach churning. I attempted a smile as best I could as a thank you for her consideration. Wait until it's cooled. She smiled and fluffed up the pillows. If you can't manage on your own, I'll help you when I get back. I wanted to tell her about the news report, but hearing Perez was in the building left the words stuck in my throat. Slipping my hand over hers, I gave it a gentle squeeze. She placed her other hand over mine and returned the gesture before retracting them and straightening her skirt. Look, I really have to go. I have to help prepare coffee and snacks in the kitchen. They're holding a meeting in the dining room. His top commanders are there. In addition to that, there are 4 guys from the U.S. I've never seen before. Pedro is setting up a whiteboard, so it looks like he's going to be presenting something. By the way, Ana tells me a picture of you has been shown on Mexican television. Yeah, in the U.S. too. Listen, I'll try to find out what's happening and report back. I nodded and she left the room. I wish she could have stayed. Closing my eyes, I thought I would have given anything to be a fly on the wall during the meeting. Chapter 24. Surreal Dream. The bedside lamp lit the room as I opened my eyes to a new day. Glancing at the bottom of the bed, I noticed Leandra was lying there on top of the sheet, clutching a pillow as a comforter. I felt sorry for her. They had run her ragged the previous evening, fetching and carrying for the meeting Perez held, but she'd still found the time to see to my taking food and liquids. She'd not even changed out of her uniform. Besides disheveled clothing, straggles of hair had loosened from her bun and draped over her face. Running my fingers over the television remote, I pressed the on button and muted the sound. Looking at the date on the screen, confusion scrambled my thought processes as I tried to work out how many days had gone by since my kidnapping. Going over events, it was hard to believe it had been 7 days. I was sure it had been 6, but I had lost a day. Leandra stirred, lifting her head and sweeping the strands of hair from over her face. My eyes jolted to the door. Stony Face barged into the room. A red pinprick of light danced on the sheets as he brought his automatic rifle to line up with my chest. When I looked down, the red laser spot settled on my pajama top. What the hell's going in here with you two? Leandra turned to me and her gaze met mine. Her vision floated down to my chest area and her mouth gaped open. She scrambled on the bed to face Stony and to shield me, clutching a pillow to her chest. She flipped her head and looked in Stony's direction, then shouted, "What do you think we're doing?" "Put the rifle down. The room's monitored, you oaf." Leandra launched the pillow at him and he tossed it to one side with the barrel of his rifle. Leandra slipped off the bed and stood in front of him, poking a finger into his chest. "Haven't you done enough? You broke him, are you going to mend him? Someone's got to nurse him back to health and I don't see you doing it." Stony's face reddened. He swung the rifle behind his back, grabbed her pointing finger and pushed her to sit on the corner of the bed. His other hand rose, as if to strike her. "Hey, bozo. Fight someone your own size, coward," I said, though I was in no fit state to protect her. He threw me a sneer and let go of her finger. Then he turned his attention to Leandra and said, "Perez and his guests want breakfast. See to it, right away." Leandra's hands were trembling on the bed cover. She pushed herself to stand and faced him. "After you," she said, in the manner of an order, picked up her shoes from the floor, and ushered him with a push out of the room, closing the door behind her. I heaved a sigh of relief. Her spunky attitude had sure put him in his place. Maybe when Stony threw me that sneer, he'd seen I was in no fit state for a fight, with my wrists and hand bandaged. Perhaps he'd thought better of making me pay for my intervention. It was hard to figure him. Underneath his tough exterior, I wondered if he had morals and my calling him a coward had made him think better of striking her. It was worth noting his reaction as a possible chink in his armor. A dream I had had during the night returned to haunt me. The face mask they had given me before filming the ransom speech had been nagging at my mind before I fell asleep and must have induced the nightmare. Not that I usually remember my dreams, but this one scared the crap out of me and stuck in my mind. In the nightmare, I was prodded out of the seat of a vehicle. A team of Perez's guards stood at either side of me. We stood at the entrance to a bridge. At the other end of the bridge, I could see Mary, the kids, and some suited guys. One of the suits looked at us through binoculars and signaled. My family and the guys in suits started to push shopping carts to the center of the bridge. When they reached the middle, they stopped, discarded the carts, and walked back. Pushed forward, the guards still flanking me, I walked at an ever-quickening pace. The shopping carts, I noticed, had loose $100 bills and tins of beans stacked in the basket. I continued to walk on toward freedom and my family. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw that the guards were running, pushing the carts back toward a gigantic head of Perez, his mouth open to form a tunnel, his tongue draping over his bottom lip and merging with the road. Once the guards were inside his mouth, it closed and his tongue brushed his lips as if he had quenched his appetite. I was 10 yards from Mary and she stepped toward me. My essence seemed to float from my body and I looked on as a spectator. We both quickened our step, running into each other's arms, embraced and kissed. Mary drew back and screamed, clawing at my face and ripping away layers of skin to reveal Stoney's face. That's why I woke up sweating. Surreal as it was, I couldn't help but wonder if that's what the face mask was about and if they intended exchanging some stooge for the money. It would save them having to provide me bed and breakfast. The thought I was still alive gave me hope that my dream was just that, a dream, and in reality the mask had been just a cleansing treatment. The next hour I spent channel hopping. This was going to be a tough day, waiting for the news broadcast of Mary's plea to my kidnappers. It was a relief when Leandra backed into the room with the breakfast cart. I've made you some oats with milk. That should go down easy, but first your medication while your breakfast cools, she said. No hot coffee, just fresh juice. My throat wasn't that bad, but all my joints were still stiff. Swallowing the painkiller didn't present a problem. Neither did the heat cream she rubbed into my muscles. With all the fussing and breakfast out of the way, it was down to business. Listen, I need you to help me out of bed. The sooner I can get some mobility back, the better. You sure? We can try, but first here's what I need you to do. I need the times of the tides in the mornings. Also, I'm going to need to know where all the cameras are and what they can see, I said. She tapped her finger on her lips. I can get an idea from the monitor screens in the camera room when I take the operator his morning coffee, she said. Good. Don't write anything down, just tell me and I'll memorize everything. What about the guards' clothing? Can you get hold of some that will fit me? We wash all their clothing here, so I can sneak some to you, I guess. Great, but don't get the clothing yet. Wait until nearer the time. The sound of an aircraft engine spluttered outside. Please, could you pull back the shutters and open the French doors? It was 10 a.m. Is it the crop duster coming into land? I asked her. Yeah. What about the tide? She walked out onto the balcony and looked into the distance. Tide's in. Keep an eye out for the guys coming out of the maze. Will do. I'm also going to need to know the exact number of guards at the villa and the times and places they patrol in the mornings. When are you thinking of going? As soon as I'm fit. Are the guards preparing for the exchange at the entrance? Yeah, they're in position. How many of them are they? 2. Wait, they're heading for the maze. She turned and smiled before gazing back outside. That's it, they're making the exchange. Are the ones coming out of the maze armed? Not that I can see. Glancing at the clock on the news channel, I noted the time. Leandra stepped back inside. How long do you think it will take before you're fit to leave? 3, maybe 4 days. I need to start exercising now. I also need you to help me brush up on my Spanish, but first we need to check the times of the guards getting to the aircraft and the time they return. Sure, no problem. Incidentally, I overheard at the meeting that the Cobras have seen the film of your plea on YouTube. YouTube? Yeah, they were laughing. Apparently, north and south of the border, the authorities are putting the heat on them already and there's talk of the Cobra cartel retaliating against Perez. How would they know? Informers, I would imagine. Perez has his own inside the Cobra's camp. The revelation that the authorities were chasing down the Cobra cartel annoyed me as much as the idea that El Presidente would be gloating. Still, it gave him a reason to keep me alive as part of his game plan. What was the meeting about? Not sure. Every time we entered, they turned the whiteboard around and stopped talking. I caught a glimpse, though. I think it was building plans, she said. I'd not anticipated them putting the film on social media. Now everybody and his brother-in-law would see my smirk at the end. I could only hope the FBI would remove it from public display. They're back, she said. It had taken them 21 minutes to deliver the money and return with more canvas bags, probably carrying narcotics. Come on, help me to try and walk. I managed to shuffle to the edge of the bed and drop my legs over the side. Leandra stooped and placed my arm over her shoulder. My other hand used the cart to lever some of my weight. Finally, I stood, but I couldn't stretch to my full height. She ducked from under my arm and rested my other hand on the cart. Using the cart as a walking frame, I took one deliberate, painful step at a time, until I could walk no further. Please, give me a chair. Leandra dragged over a chair and helped me sit. The experience had me to believe that it would take a lifetime for me to be mobile again. Kurt, I have to be going. I need to clear away the breakfast things for Perez and his guests. Do you want me to help you get back into bed? No, I'll be fine, just pass me the remote, but leave the cart in case I feel like giving it a try on my own. I attempted a smile to hide the grimace inside that I felt rising at the excruciating pain in my right calf. Leandra smiled back as she left the room. Physical condition aside, I could rightly feel excited at the prospect of someone working with me from the inside to plan my escape. Equally, it was a big responsibility to ensure none of it could come back on her after I was gone. Survival at my own expense was fine, but not to the detriment of someone else, especially if it could cost Leandra and her child their lives. Strange, I thought, how time passes so annoyingly slow when you really need it to pass quickly. However, when the allotted time arrives, the drudgery of waiting seems to pass into oblivion. Leandra returned and helped me get back onto the bed. She sat on the floor at the bottom of the bed with 2 minutes remaining until the broadcast. I couldn't imagine why they would be broadcasting her plea. In the U.S., unless it was a woman or a child victim, or some other quirk, it wouldn't be newsworthy. People expect federal law enforcement agents to accept danger. It's what we're paid for. The FBI must have pulled strings for some sort of message they wanted to get across to the kidnappers. Following our report on the kidnapping of DEA Agent Kurt Rawlings, we're passing you over to our outside broadcast crew at El Paso's FBI headquarters. Mrs. Rawlings is to give a statement and plead for the return of her husband. Afterwards, we'll be returning to our studio to discuss how this kidnapping relates to the recent release of terrorist prisoners for the exchange of one of our captured soldiers, and a possible retreat on policy of not negotiating with terrorist factions. Jenny, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you, she said, twiddling with her earpiece. Behind her was a throng of reporters and cameras. A table was set at stage height in front of the FBI logo. We're told that she will be out any moment. My stomach began to churn. Yes, here she is now. The newswoman moved out of the shot, to the flashing of cameras taking still pictures. Rob walked behind the table and stood with his back to the wall. 2 men in suits walked in, guiding Mary. She was looking away from the flashing lights, walking with a stoop, her head bowed. Mary took her seat in the center, still with her head bowed. The guys in suits sat on either side of her and Rob took a seat to her far left. His expression was as I had expected, somber. I had to wonder if the FBI had coached Mary, because I'd been expecting her to march in with her head held high. My heartbeat raced in my chest. Rob swung a microphone in his direction. Please, no more photographs out of respect. Mary is going to make a statement now. She won't be answering any questions, but afterwards, we will be staying behind to answer any questions. Thank you. It was good to hear Rob's voice. I just hoped the reporters would ask the questions I wanted answered. Mary didn't cope well at all with her speech and my heart went out to her. Her sleepless nights and anguish was there for all to see. And I'm begging you, please, we want Kurt back. Please don't harm him. Mary broke down crying. The FBI agent to her left put his arm around her shoulder. Rob pushed his chair back and walked behind her. The flashing cameras were enough to bring on an epileptic fit for those susceptible, when belatedly, a warning caption appeared at the bottom of the screen. Rob held out his palm toward the hubbub, to cover her face. Helping her to her feet, her head still bowed, Rob escorted her out of the glare of the cameras and returned to take his seat. I'd not taken notice of the guy in the center before he spoke. I immediately recognized him. We had a run-in on the Perez drug bust when he tried to claim credit for himself and the FBI. The politics between our departments turned ugly and he turned it personal after they passed him over for a promotion. I can't say I was pleased he was involved in the interview. Not after our spat with a botched joint raid where some of our guys took friendly fire. Besides that farce, from what I heard, Walters' record of cutting corners had caused them to block his promotion. Walters blamed me anyway. He cleared his throat. My name is FBI Special Agent Doug Walters. I'll be heading the team investigating the kidnapping. FBI Special Agent Antonio Garcia, here on my right, will be in charge of our negotiating team once we receive further instructions from the kidnappers. We'll be working closely with Roberto Lopez, here on my left. Roberto is head of the South American Intelligence Division of the DEA. Please, if you could channel the questions through me. Uproar ensued, with a plethora of questions amongst the melee created by the newspeople. My head sank into the pillow. It was hard to take in that Rob had accepted the promotion I had turned down. Then it made sense. It would give him hands-on authority to help find me and with a virtual army at his disposal. Walters pointed to someone in the crowd. Yes, your question? We understand that when asked about the kidnapping, the State Department spokesperson stated that the government would not open negotiations with terrorists and that releasing the soldier in exchange for prisoners from Guantanamo and a prisoner of war exchange had no influence on standard government policy. With the film of Agent Rawlings making the rounds of social media, it is apparent that he has in fact been kidnapped by a political wing of the Cobra cartel. Does this mean you won't be negotiating with them? Walters fired back. Not at all. We wouldn't have a negotiator on standby if we were not thinking of negotiating. The Cobra Freedom Front is not a recognized terrorist organization. Next question. Walters' eyes danced around the crowd and he pointed. You with the bow tie. From our own investigation we understand that Mr. Lopez was working with the agent at the time of his kidnap. Could Mr. Lopez give an account of that night and have they unearthed any clues during their investigation? Rob cleared his throat, stretched out his arm showing his cufflinks, bent his arm and then glanced at his wristwatch. He rolled his eyes to look at the ceiling. I'd never seen him look so nervous. Mr. Lopez? Walters held his hand pointing in Rob's direction. Damn if I didn't think Rob had given me a sign he was on my kidnapper's trail, as he pushed his sleeve back into place. If only I'd have been closer to the screen. It was Rob looking at the watch that was hopefully a clue. Sorry, I can't give any further information regarding these events and our ongoing investigation. Rest assured that the DEA will be working around the clock together with our FBI colleagues to ensure the safe return of Kurt. Sorry, Agent Rawlings. Bowtie fired back. The YouTube film that's gone viral. Can you give us your opinion of the significance of Agent Rawlings smirking at the end of his plea? Walters put his hands over Rob's microphone. Gentlemen, please. You have to understand the nature of the stress in such circumstances and the duress Mr. Rawlings must have been under when making the film. Clearly, in our opinion, it was a nervous tic, nothing more. Walters shuffled his papers and then ran his finger inside his shirt collar. Sorry, but we have no further time for any more questions. We'll be issuing a press release which you can collect as you leave. The broadcast returned to the newsroom. I couldn't work out if the broadcast was newsworthy because of arguments over negotiating with terrorists, or intrigue as to me smirking at the end of the film. I thought I'd have had some sort of breakdown, but the whole thing left me numb and staring blankly at the screen. Why, I couldn't put a finger on, save a sense of relief they'd skillfully dodged the State Department's policy. Seeing Mary stressed out and emotional had left a cloud rather than a positive feeling. Then, thinking about it, she could hardly have given my kidnappers the barbed side of her tongue. I guess it was the spectacle of seeing my wife distraught which left me devoid of feeling. Seeing Mary upset left me more determined than ever to get out of there. There were things I needed to put right in our marriage when I returned home. Leandra rose from the floor. She's beautiful. The photograph doesn't do her justice apart from the smile. Looking straight through her, the image of the broadcast replayed in my mind. Yeah, she is. The dream had edged its way into my thinking. Leandra, you remember Maria giving me that face mask treatment? Yes, why? Is that a normal face pack in Mexico? No, you usually wash them off. What do you know about Maria? Not much. Her husband works for Perez, and she said that she works for a television studio. What, in the makeup department? Maria said she hadn't done it in a long time. She works in the props department. Chapter 25. A cheat's game of chess. 11 days in captivity, and today was hopefully my last. The decision made, plans committed to memory, tomorrow would be the day. Excitement, anticipation, nerves, butterflies, angst and fear, I doubt any of those words adequately describe the mix of emotions pounding at my body and brain cells, but jumbled together, it was all of those and more. I'd done all the push-ups and squats I needed to get back into shape. Leandra had provided all the schedules and positions of the guards. All I needed was to walk around the grounds for her to physically point out the camera's blind spots. Then it was simply a question of her delivering the guard uniform, hidden in clean sheets, and I was good to go. The rest was in the hands of God. One mistake, or one turn of the wrong card, and I'd be dead. One thing I did know, I needed to change things when I got back home. They say that when you have a near-death experience, it makes you question where you're at in life. With some certainty, I could now testify to that phenomenon. My time in captivity had made me search the depths of my mind, especially since I'd seen Mary and Rob on television. Yes, I loved Mary, but those were words of sentiment that comes from a long marriage. There had to be more to life than bed and work. We were like the proverbial passing ships in the night, what with my unpredictable hours at work and Mary's tireless charity work. The kids were growing up with an endless stream of babysitters, and I was missing those special times so important to them. It must have been 3 years since I'd seen either of them in a school play or Christmas nativity. Work came first. I had deluded myself that as breadwinner, I was putting the family first, but at what cost? The loss of that spark when we had first married and set up home was a high price to pay. I desperately wanted that back. Even the photograph of them on my nightstand had taken on a different significance. Why? Because I wasn't in it. Hell, I hadn't even taken the picture. In a way, I was annoyed with Rob for taking that promotion, especially when he and Mary had talked me out of the position he had accepted. You'll be a spare part. Like some retirees suddenly finding time on their hands, he had said, and Mary agreed. His motives might have been right for taking the job, but if there was no other opportunity for regular hours, I would have to think seriously about a career change. In fact, there was no thinking about it. I would have to change direction. I wasn't sure how Mary would feel about giving up her charity work, but for once, my will would have to prevail. I thought back to when I was first kidnapped and trying to remember the last time I told her that I loved her and seen it returned in her eyes. Truth was, I couldn't answer. I couldn't even remember the last time she told me that she loved me, and meant it. Things hadn't been right between us for at least 2 years. I had just hoped it would pass. It's not as though I could have shared my problems with Rob. He was too close to both of us. It's not that I didn't try talking. I tried talking to Mary. She just said we were fine. Rob, he'd just throw up his hands in despair whenever I approached the subject. For God's sake, just get divorced if you're so unhappy, he'd said, the very last time I ever tried confiding. The bedroom door handle twitched. What happened to the squeaky wheel? I asked Leandra as she entered. Cooking oil. Worked great. We both laughed as she parked the cart next to me. The guard didn't even bother to enter. Smells good, I said as she poured a coffee. Ah, you notice my perfume? I smiled, not wanting to deflate her ego by telling her I was referring to the coffee. After breakfast, Perez wants you to join him in the dining room. She held her features in a solemn mask. Why? Her mask cracked into a smile. Don't look so worried. He wants you to play chess with him. Don't do that to me. You had me in a panic. Sorry, just teasing. Don't be so serious. At times, I thought she was older than her years, but on other occasions, she could act like the teenager I had first encountered. It was an endearing trait, but on this occasion, I could have done with the older version. Still, that aside, she made me smile. As I tucked into my breakfast, we swapped anecdotes about our childhood, although her tales from childhood on the farm were far more interesting. Sometimes I hated my directness, but the subject brought a question to mind. Talking about farms, and sorry to bring this up, can you describe where they took you to have the baby? Damn you, do I have to? I felt bad at having broken the banter. Listen, if I get out of here, I'm going to help you all I can with the authorities to get your child back and get you out of here. So anything you can tell me, anything, however insignificant. Leandra took hold of my hand. You're a good man and I trust you not to do anything foolish to put our lives at risk. But really, I don't know where they took me. I placed my other hand over hers. Think. Try and describe the buildings. Leandra sighed and closed her eyes. I remember the farmhouse. It was painted white, but that's about it, I think. Wait, she opened her eyes. There was a 2-story building with stable doors and wooden steps leading to the upper floor. I can picture large oil drums at the bottom of the stairway. They can't have used the stables because they had razor wire rolled out in front of the stable doors. I felt a cold chill creep through my bones. You said you passed Rosa to a small guy. Can you describe him? I'll never forget him. Bald head, fat, and a mustache with a goatee beard. McGill's ghost seemed to walk through me again. It had to be Squaw. Did you see any gates to the entrance? Yes, large, ornate wrought iron gates fastened to a high wall with a dirt road out front. I think there was a wooden cabin next to the gates. Yes, that's right, a wooden cabin. She grimaced. Kurt, you've gone white. Your hand, you're hurting. She pulled her hand from my grasp. Sorry, that's a great help. I won't ask again. Are you okay? Yeah, it's nothing, just a little cramp. It's gone now. Good. I hope it does help. You know, I'm going to miss your company when you've gone. She pouted like a sulking child. Me too, I said and drank the last of the coffee. Better not keep our Mr. Perez waiting. We can meet up later and go for that walk in the garden, she said, and getting up from the mattress, she pushed the cart out of the room. With my head pressed into the pillow, I closed my eyes. After what she had told me, I began to have doubts if the plan I had made to escape by minisub was the right one. The crop duster's engine spluttered overhead. X-Men, border, ultraviolet wings, I recited in my head, followed by Layla's address. Their home couldn't be more than a mile from the farm where they had originally held me captive. It was a pity Squat's hacienda was outside the jurisdiction of the DEA and the FBI. Relying on the Mexican authorities to release her child and at the same time rescuing Leandra to avoid one action causing the death of the other would be fraught with possibilities for it to go horribly wrong. I shuddered at the thought, rolled off the bed and got dressed. 3 guards entered the room and one of them ordered me to stand against the French doors. Another guard whipped a bedsheet from the bed. With 2 of the guards holding the sheet behind me, the other passed me a newspaper and stood back, pointing a camera. I got the message and looked at the title. The Detroit Free Press, dated yesterday. I held it in front of my chest and scowled as he clicked a few pictures. Throwing the sheet on the bed, they hustled me out of the room and down the stairs. One of them knocked on the dining room door. Enter. When I stepped into the room, Perez took hold of the camera and removed the memory chip, placing it in an envelope addressed to DEA headquarters. I watched him passively, taking it all in and making a mental note. He placed the envelope into one of 2 canvas bags, zipped it, and nodded. Make sure they know to get this through the usual channels to Detroit and have it posted from there, he said. And remind them, no trail. Grabbing the 2 canvas bags, they left the room and the remaining bodyguard stood behind Perez with his back against the wall. When I glanced at the wall clock, I noticed they were on time for the exchange. Perez beckoned with the sway of his hand. Please, Kurt, take a seat. I hope they're treating you well. I sat, placed my arms on the table, and glanced at my bandaged hand and wrists. Suddenly, an oh no moment struck at the thought the photograph would indicate I might have attempted suicide. He must have taken my glance at the bandages as an answer. Unfortunate, but it was your choice. You did well. They tell me you managed to hold out far longer than most. It's not a record to hold up that long, but still impressive. You should be proud. Quite an achievement, don't you think? There was nothing to be proud of. I ignored his question and fired back with a question of my own. Why the photo? Yes. Good news. We've opened up a negotiating channel. I must say, I was surprised. I guess you've seen your wife's plea. Good of them to give us a contact number. Yes, I saw it. Impressive. She was very touching. I must admit, I almost felt like sending you straight back to her and your children. Then why am I still here? His smug expression turned to a cheesy grin. Chess, I can't let sentiment get in the way of a good game. I promised you a game of chess and so far I've kept my promises to you. The so far was right. All I had to do was tough it out for the next 24 hours and he could stick his mind games up his ass. Perez sat down opposite me and moved the chessboard between us both. He reached into a box holding the chess pieces. Withdrawing his clenched fists, Perez presented them to me. I tapped his left hand. He flipped it over and opened it to reveal a black pawn. Unlucky. I have the advantage of making the first move. White always goes first. I hardly needed lessons in the rules. Tipping the box out, the cheating bastard pawned the other black pawn with the rest. I wasn't really thinking strategy as the game developed, making reckless moves without any thought of winning. For all his studying the board in silence, the game was heading for a stalemate when my mind whipped into overdrive. I stroked the stubble on my chin, calculating all the possibilities. 3 more moves and I had him in checkmate. We returned brief poker stares and I saw him frown. He glanced over my shoulder. What the? I turned in time to see a guard outside the window twisting a fruit from the branch of a tree. Perez jumped up from his seat and turned to his bodyguard. Follow me, he said, his cheeks engorged, and he strode briskly out of the room. A few minutes later, I heard voices and turned to see Perez remonstrating and circling the guy who had picked the fruit. The guard stood to attention, staring straight ahead. Perez made a move, slipping his hand under his jacket at his back as he rounded on the guard. He pulled out a handgun. He pointed it at the back of the guard's head, and there was a sudden explosion. A mist of brain matter and blood shot out from the guard's head like a geyser spouting. I flinched. Then he dropped out of sight. I turned and stared at the chessboard, my heart responding to the scene by beating so loud and fast that I almost fainted. Winning the game didn't seem to matter anymore, nor did I think it was an option. Perez burst through the door, his bodyguard in his slipstream. He walked over to the table and swiped the chessboard, scattering the chess pieces to one end of the room. He paced the length of the room, waving his handgun. Thieving bastards. No one steals from me, no one. 2 guards hurried into the room, carrying canvas bags from the crop duster. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that they were on time, 20 minutes from the exchange. I lowered my head. Sir, what's happened? Get out of here, all of you. Take the body outside to the barracks and nail him to a tree. Then I want you to write up a placard and hang it around his neck, so everyone knows what happens to those who steal from me. I felt a jab on my shoulder and turned. You, Perez said. You get out of my sight. He waved the gun in front of my face. I didn't need telling twice. Walking briskly back to the bedroom, I worried about my escape plan. If he could kill someone for stealing the fruit from a tree, then even the slightest hint that Leandra had helped me would hand her a death sentence. Chapter 26. Interrupted sleep. Nightfall brought with it a breeze from the Pacific. Standing outside on the bedroom balcony, my fingers gripped the metal balustrade. The full moon stood majestically in the sky. The sun had not quite surrendered to the inevitable. It was setting on the horizon, laying down a rippled pathway on the ocean, as if rolling out an invitation to follow its path, but then I would think that tomorrow, that's where I would be heading, out to sea and the unknown. So much could go wrong. I guess that's why my stomach bloated. I'd heard of opening night butterflies, but these were badass giant moths fluttering around inside. I hadn't thought any further than taking over the mini-sub, other than skipping ahead to walking down the pathway at home and a warm welcome from my family. But looking out at the ocean, the middle part of the journey took over my thoughts. It wasn't that it would be like hijacking a car and driving down the highway with directions at the side of the road to guide me. All I'd worked out was that we needed to turn right and head north, hopefully to end up on the American side of the border. Saying we, assumed I could get the pilot to steer the damn thing. The thought of me steering the mini-sub alone and ending up trapped on a sandbank, or worse, smashing into rocks, scared the crap out of me. Still, I took some comfort that I had my pilot's license. I hoped the sub would be far less complicated than flying a light aircraft. A shrug of my shoulders, and I wheeled around to step into the bedroom. Jumbled voices outside the bedroom door and a glance at the time on the television screen told me that Leandra was right on cue. The door opened in time for me to catch a glimpse of the guard taking a sip from a cup. She entered, pushing the cart inside, and closed the door. Stepping over to the closet, she opened the door to obscure the camera. Moving back to the cart, she lifted a pile of sheets from the bottom tier, quickly placing them on a shelf. Leandra threw me a tight-lipped smile as she moved swiftly to close the closet door. Standing in a blind spot, Leandra held out her trembling hands and whispered, "That's it, uniform stowed away. I've spread some treats around in the pants pockets and a small bottle of water in case you can't get any supplies." Walking over to her, I took hold of her still shaking hands. "I'm sorry to have put you through this." When I released her hands, we briefly embraced. She started to sniffle. "Hey, what's wrong?" "Nothing," she said and turned away, fussing around, pouring me a coffee and adding sugar. "You know I appreciate everything you've done for me." "I know," she said and passed me the coffee. "How do you feel about going?" "Nervous as hell." "No, I didn't mean that." Oh, never mind. I think I'd be nervous too. All I did was wheel in the uniform and I thought I'd blow it. My hands shook so much when I passed Carlos his coffee, I was sure he would guess I was hiding something. She managed a faint smile, but moisture formed in her eyes and her cheeks flushed. "Come on, out with it, what's wrong?" I'm going to be lost tomorrow. I'll miss your company. But it's not just that. I can't help it, I just can't stop thinking about something going wrong. Nothing will go wrong, trust me. I hoped I sounded convincing, because inside I felt the same way about something going awry. I'm going to miss you, too, but you know I can't stay. Plus, when I get out of here, like I said, I'll try and get you and Rosa reunited. Yeah, I know, she said. Send me a postcard from El Paso. We both laughed and then I downed my coffee. Come here, I said and gave her an affectionate cuddle. Let's not say goodbye. I'm sure we'll meet up in the future and laugh about all this. I gave her a friendly peck on the cheek and let go of her. This time, there was no mistaking the sweet smell of her perfume. I drew in a deep breath through my nose in the hope of committing her fragrance to memory. That had better be a promise, she said. A toothy smile developed and she winked. The door opened and Carlos walked in, placing his empty cup on the tray. He didn't seem to be up for moving. Time for bed, she said and then mouthed good luck. The minute she had wiggled out of the room and closed the door, I felt empty inside. There would be no one to hold my hand if some injury befell me during my escape, no magic cloak to protect me. It would be just me, DEA Agent Kurt Rawlings, relying on the hand of fate and the throw of the dice. Stepping over to the nightstand, I picked up the picture of my family and stared at it long and hard. My eyes lifted to the ceiling and I began to cry in a snuffle at first and then with more abandon. Placing the photo down, I dove onto the bed, burying my head in the pillow to hide my shame at having broken down, and I sobbed my heart out. I must have drifted to sleep when I suddenly cracked open my eyes. I thought I was dreaming when I heard a scream and slamming doors. Outside I could hear vehicle engines and footsteps running with men shouting. I sat up, groggy and confused. The muted television and bedside lamp were still on. The time on the screen was 7:30 a.m. There was only 2.5 hours to go until my escape. The bedroom door crashed open. Carlos threw some clothing on the bottom of the bed. 2 more guards entered, one carrying shackles. I prayed the scream hadn't been Leandra and we had been rumbled. What's happening? You're being moved. Lie back. I did as I was ordered, and they removed my ankle tracker. Dress. There was urgency about their movements and nervousness in their eyes. Quickly, Carlos threw the pants at me. The pants were lightweight and camouflage, as was the jacket. With the pants on, he threw me a pale green t-shirt. One of the guards threw open the closet door, obscuring the camera. "You have boots?" Carlos asked. My heartbeat went into overdrive at the sight of the guard dragging clothing out of the closet, and I prayed the other guard wouldn't do the same and open the robe next to him, to discover the uniform. "Yes," I said, "bottom shelf." The guard threw the boots onto the bed. "Get them on," Carlos ordered. The closet door was still open, covering the camera. I guessed if they knew I was about to escape, the punishment would be death. It crossed my mind that Leandra could have betrayed my plans. After I had slipped my boots on and tied my laces, I lunged at Carlos. Removing his taser from his belt as we crashed to the floor and spinning around, I fired the taser at the nearest guard charging toward me. He danced like a puppet on strings, his arms flailing, and he dropped to the floor. I should have paid more attention to Carlos. An arm gripped around the neck from behind in a sleeper hold. Carlos's legs entwined in mine, immobilizing me in a vice-like grip. I thrashed about, but there was no way out. Then the butt of a rifle smashed into my temple. It was all a daze after that, until I heard Leandra's voice. "Kurt, can you hear me? Kurt, wake up." I flicked open one eye, but the other wasn't up for opening. "Where are we?" "They've dumped us on the back of a pickup truck." Managing to sit upright, I was surprised to see her in the same type of beige and green camouflaged fatigues that I was wearing. Both of us were shackled. My head thumped as I glanced around to see our vehicle parked outside the villa. A large body of guards lined up on the lawn, standing at attention. Commanders marched up and down, screaming at them. Perez scuttled by the pickup, staring ahead, clutching his laptop, flanked by 2 bodyguards. They disappeared into the maze. Stony Face appeared and dropped the tailboard of the pickup. "You, out," he said, pointing a handgun at me. "Don't you hurt him," said Leandra. "Don't worry. He'll be back this time. I just need a word." I shuffled to the edge. He dragged me off the back and then hustled me 10 feet away. "You're going on a journey. You have a job to do for me, and I promise, if you don't carry out my orders, or you escape, I will track you down like an animal and make you suffer 1,000 deaths. I'm not doing anything for you, you piece of dog turd." "Not me, you're doing it for Leandra, but the promise holds." "What is it I'm supposed to do for her?" "Have you ever had jungle or first aid training?" "No jungle training, but first aid, yes. Why?" "Because I'm giving you 2 survival backpacks for your journey. Why don't you take off our shackles and send us on our way if you're that concerned?" "That's my business." "You'll get the shackles removed. There's a vial of morphine in each for any serious injury and a medical kit. Don't drink anything other than bottled water without boiling it first. In one of the pockets there's some purifying tablets. Use them." "So where are we going?" "You'll find out. Oh, and at the bottom of your backpack there's a GPS transmitter. Don't tell anyone about the transmitter, not even Leandra. Only use it if Leandra is in extreme danger and stay put. It'll scramble a message to my receiver. Your backpack has a red tag on the straps. Don't mix them up. Remember, I need you to stick to her like glue, understood?" "Understood." "What's happening here?" "Cobra. We're going to be under attack from some of the units as payback for your little film causing them problems. Now get back in the truck. And remember, if anything happens to her, I'll hold you responsible." The conversation puzzled me. Why not give his men a GPS transmitter? But then maybe they had them. Thinking about it, I reckon Leandra must be worth more than her weight in coca leaves for them to lose her. Back at the truck, he helped me climb onto the back, and tossed in the 2 backpacks. Carlos jumped in the back with us. Stony banged on the side of the truck's panel and we set off. "No more heroics," said Carlos. "Or 600 RPM will cut you both in half." I heard him, but didn't acknowledge him. I didn't doubt for 1 minute how many rounds per minute his FX5 automatic assault rifle was capable of, but I doubted his cartridge could hold 600 rounds. Still, it was fast enough to do what he said, cut us in half. I set my eyes to watch Stony fade into the distance. Leandra nudged me with her shoulder. Kurt, I'm frightened. Don't be. I'll look after you. I lifted my elbow and she sneaked her head into the gap, laying her head on my chest. They're not going to harm us, trust me. Pedro said they're moving us for our own safety. At least that's what it sounded like. The pickup passed through the gates and straight across the road, following a rutted track toward the beach. The vehicle stopped and I could hear the sound of waves lapping the shoreline. Carlos dropped the tailgate and removed our leg irons. 2 more guys appeared in ordinary clothing and helped us off the back of the truck. Carlos passed out our backpacks, donned his own, and prodded us toward the sea. A rubber dinghy with an outboard motor awaited us on the beach. Where are we going? Fishing, said Carlos. Get in. I stepped into the rigid base of the dinghy. Speedboats may look graceful when you're watching them glide the waves, but the bouncing on the surf turned me green and I threw up over the side. Leandra didn't fare much better and squeezed her eyes closed for the entire journey. It didn't seem to affect Carlos, who set his gaze on me for the whole trip. We were heading for what looked like a tiny boat, but it grew bigger as we approached. The dinghy swung to one side and the engine spluttered to idle. It wasn't the research vessel, but a fishing trawler. The swell bounced us up and down alongside the hull of the boat. A metal arm swung out from above, lowering chains to the dinghy. The crew set about fastening the chains. Then they signaled to one of the crew above, before they winched us upward and then onto the deck. One of the crew approached and started shouting in Spanish at Leandra and me, at too fast a pace for me to translate. What did he say? I asked. Leandra sidled up close to me and clasped her trembling fingers in mine. He's the captain. He says, try anything and they'll feed us to the sharks. Chapter 27. Boat Boy. We sat in the cabin with the door closed. The stench of the fish in the hold somehow managed to pervade every nook and cranny. Clever the traffickers, really, I thought. Set off from port with an empty hold, pick up a consignment of narcotics on the way, then ship it to wherever for collection at sea. All they had to do was to set out their nets, bring in a haul, and set it down back home, with customs none the wiser. Just how they'd explain their human cargo, now we were shackled again and singing like canaries if the authorities did board the trawler defied thinking about. That thought gave me the idea we'd be sinking 20 fathoms down with the plankton long before then. I couldn't say how long we had been sailing, but it must have been for over 24 hours. The trawler headed for a cove and we transferred to a biplane. I slept for most of the flight. When we landed close to the shore, we were transferred to another trawler. After a hearty breakfast, Leandra dozed off to sleep, resting her head on my shoulder. Carlos had not been with us the whole time, but then he was secure in the knowledge that there wasn't much room to escape. The extra set of cuffs connecting my leg shackles to Leandra's chain made sure of that. Even if I could unfasten our chains, I knew that I couldn't swim well enough to get to shore. The cabin door swung inwards, with Carlos teetering and holding onto whatever he could grasp as he made his way to our table. Leandra didn't stir, still with her head on my shoulder. Nearly there, he said and sat down. Sandwiches packed? Yeah, all stowed away, with a bottle of water like you ordered. A man of few words, other than for giving orders, he acted to type as we stared into each other's eyes, each trying to get the measure of what the other was thinking, until he broke the silence. No hard feelings, he said, and offered his hand. I hesitated and pushed back into my seat. For what? I asked. Everything. Especially that black eye of yours. That was your buddy, I said. Still, the admiration is there for you trying to take the 3 of us on in your bedroom. That, and how long you held out back at the barracks. Well, are you going to take it? I reached out, took his hand, and shook it, using a firm grip. Carlos grinned. I didn't last that long in interrogation training, and that wasn't for real. So you have balls. I'll give you that, he said. Our grasp untwined, with Carlos displaying an awkward disposition, as if we had shared an overly long manly hug. The revelation of mutual respect was unexpected, but I thought it a good opportunity to get him to open up about his background. You said training? Yeah, special forces. So that's where you got that chokehold from? He laughed. Yes, that and a few others, if you ever want to try me out. No, thanks. Why join up with Perez? Money. He pays 10 times what we were paid in the army. I came out with nothing, unlike your CIA guys who accompanied us on some missions. Another 12 months and I'll be out of it, I hope. Pity about the other troops. How come? I don't have family like the rest, only a girlfriend. They keep a record of everyone's family. If you try to leave, they know where your family lives. If you cross them, they make your family pay. It was clear when he said pay that he wasn't talking about money. So what do you want to do if you manage to leave? Get married, buy a small farm, anything to have a normal life, but it will have to be outside Mexico. Maybe Brazil. His eyes rolled as he placed both hands on the table and drummed his fingers. I think he'd realized he was giving too much of himself away. So really, you guys are prisoners like me. If you put it like that, I guess so. But don't think I won't do my job. He who pays the soldier, controls the trigger. I didn't doubt him for 1 minute, but his describing them as prisoners gave me an idea as to the weakness in their psyche. How I wished it were in my ability to offer him and his girlfriend American citizenship, if only to help me get out of this quagmire. But then I thought that he wouldn't know it wasn't within my power, and stored the notion to long-term memory. Understood, I affirmed. Good, then listen to what I say. I'm going to remove yours and Leandra's shackles. 5 minutes and we'll be heading to our destination in the dinghy. Where are we going? Don't interrupt. All you need to know is that where we are going, we're going to have to rely on each other for our own survival. Even if you were armed to the teeth, your chances of surviving alone would be next to zero. I need your word, one man to another, that you won't attempt to escape. I recalled Stoney's words about jungle training. So I guess you're talking about the jungle? The rainforest, to be precise. Crossing my fingers under the table, I responded. It's a promise. Carlos leaned across the table until our noses were almost touching. It better be a promise. If I lose you, I'm responsible and I'll get to my girlfriend before I have the chance to get to her first. If anything were to happen to her, wherever you go, you won't find a hole big enough to hide in. Leandra let out a long yawn, lifted her head, and then groaned. What's going on? We've arrived. Time for another dinghy trip, I said. Carlos leaned over the table and said, Put your hands on the table and I'll remove the cuffs. The cuffs were the easy part, the leg irons more problematic, with Carlos bending under the table to remove them. When we made our way outside the cabin, the skipper was standing on the deck, scanning the shoreline through binoculars. We were hustled into the dinghy. Carlos and 2 of the crew joined us. At a signal from the skipper, we were winched into the air, swung over the side, and lowered to the ocean. The outboard spluttered to life and we were off. I found my sea legs this time around, much to my relief. The tide was in when we hit the shore, and the dinghy followed an inlet. The river narrowed. The rainforest became more dense and intimidating. Why bring us all the way out here? Wouldn't it have been easier to hide us locally? I asked Carlos. I'm here to make payments. Maybe they thought the Cobras would already have ambush points set up and so they sent you with me. Can't say I'm happy about it, but orders are orders. When we rounded a corner, the river widened. Over on the left, I could see a long, narrow boat moored by rope to a tree. The propeller was tilted out of the water, fastened to the end of a long shaft and attached to a small outboard engine. The dinghy slowed and pulled up alongside. A young boy in his early teens, with the look of an indigenous Indian, greeted us with a toothy grin. Dressed in nothing but twine and a leather pouch covering his dignity, in pretty much the same design as a woman's thong, he looked the part with the jungle backdrop. His jet black hair was cut as if someone had placed a bowl over his head as a template. Running from ear to ear, his face was daubed with a wide band of red dye. He stood with his feet apart for balance as the crew held our craft to his boat. Get in, said Carlos. One at a time, Leandra first. As soon as you're on the boat, sit down. Leandra glanced at me with a horrified expression. She must have been thinking the same as me. The longboat looked unstable and barely wide enough for a backside. Carlos passed over our backpacks and then he helped her to her feet. The young boy held onto Leandra as she stepped over to the longboat, which started rocking. The teenager grinned and his legs danced. I couldn't be sure if he was trying to create equilibrium or having some fun with her. Leandra yelped as she lost her balance, but she managed to sit before the boat rolled over. I didn't fare much better, but sat with my back to Leandra. After Carlos had joined us on board, the dinghy turned and set off back to the trawler. The young man fired up the engine and dipped the prop in the water, and we started to glide down the river. Debris from fallen trees and branches floated past and littered the river, sometimes only inches away. The young man didn't slacken his speed for 1 second as he skillfully navigated the obstacles. The wave from our boat plumed to the banks either side, rinsing the roots of trees in its wake. I was pleased that Leandra was facing in the opposite direction when I saw a caiman slither into the water from the bank to my left. "Carlos, are there piranha in this river?" I asked. "It's not them you need to worry about. I'll tell you more when we get to camp." "Ladies present." "Sorry, Leandra," he said. "No worries," she replied. We rounded a bend and a clearing over on the left came into view. A ramshackle wooden jetty jutted out into the river. 5 narrow longboats were moored alongside. Bare-breasted women unloaded bales from one of the boats and carried them on their heads, scrambling up a slope that defied gravity, yet they carried their loads deftly. To one side, wooden spikes rose from the river, with some kind of rushes woven into a net and attached to the poles. Naked children, within the safety of its boundary, splashed and screamed with delight in the water, with an old woman sitting in a haunch watching their every move. "Is this where we're staying?" I asked Carlos. "No, we've got a little stroll before we get to the camp. The native village is 5-star. Where we're going is 1-star. "Oh, great," I said as our navigator ran the boat onto the bank. I stepped out of the boat, then helped Leandra out and we headed toward the village. There weren't many structures. All were built with logs, using tree trunk stilts to raise them off the ground. The leaves of palm trees formed the roofs. One large structure stood out and I guessed it was some kind of communal hall. "Stay here," said Carlos. I watched as he walked toward the community hall. A portly Indian appeared in the open doorway to the hall. I imagined he was the chief of the tribe. On his head, he wore a headdress of feathers and a regalia of necklaces fashioned with animal teeth around his neck. To either side of him were 2 bodyguards, each carrying a bow and a short bamboo stick. They had the same hairstyle and face paint as the teenager. The chief stood out, with a white band across his face framed by red stripes, top and bottom, and wearing the most hideous-looking floral Bermuda shorts. Carlos exchanged words with him, dipped into his pocket, pulled out a wallet and handed the chief what looked like a few bills. Whatever he had given the chief couldn't have amounted to much, but it wasn't as if there was anywhere to spend the money. A group of women sat huddled together next to a pile of bales they'd removed from the boats, together with other supplies they must have unloaded before we arrived. Away from them, the men sat together, laughing and joking, rolling stones toward a pebble in the center of the circle in some sort of game. The chief shouted across at the group and everyone rose from the ground. The women lifted the provisions to carry them on their heads and the men formed a group around them. Carlos joined us. "Let them go first and we'll follow. You two, stay in front of me." "Is it far?" Leandra asked. "No, but if you're wearing socks, take them off, or you'll get jungle rot." "It's not far, but it's slow going, so it'll take some time. You also need to take off your jackets. It's going to get hot and humid in there." Leandra asked, "What's jungle rot?" "When you sweat, the skin on your feet will shrivel and end up looking like a walnut, only soft and chewy. Last thing we want is to have to carry anyone on a pole." I glanced at Leandra, then we both shrugged in a shiver and quickly removed our boots and socks. With our shoelaces tied, we rose and set off in convoy. 2 of the males dropped behind us, with some of the others forming an escort on our flanks. A thought struck me when glancing at the natives. Those short spears without tips they're carrying don't look like they could do much damage. I said, glancing back at Carlos. "That's because they're blowpipes. See what looks like overgrown cotton buds they're carrying in those pouches next to their arrows?" "Yeah, I see them. Poison darts. So I guess we don't want to be messing with them." It's not them you have to worry about. If you see one come out of the forest daubed with black and white face paint, drop to the ground to give me a clear line of fire." I gulped, not sure if he was joshing me. Chapter 28. Monkey Business. The trek through the dense rainforest proved to be hard going. The sound of machetes up front swathing a route made things easier, that, and the natives treading a path. However, what the tribe couldn't help with was the sticky heat. The shade from the canopy of trees did little to provide respite. There was no breeze to be had, and the foliage overhead locked in the moisture. Perspiring profusely, my clothing was soaked as if someone had hosed me down. Wiping the sweat from my eyes was a waste of energy. Only tilting my head slightly forward and following Leandra's boots allowed the constant steam from my brow to divert and stop my eyes from stinging. How the natives managed without footwear, only God knew. But then, they were at one with nature the way it was intended. Boots offered little advantage over the uneven undergrowth, and despite following a trodden path, it was difficult to stay upright, especially carrying the weight of the backpack. Taking the water bottle from a pocket in my fatigues, I took a slug of warm water. Inwardly, I cursed at the thought that but for delaying our trip by 2.5 hours, I could have escaped and would probably have reached the American border. "Steady with that, you need to ration the water," said Carlos. "If we don't make it to camp, you'll regret it if you drink it all." "How long to the camp?" "According to what the chief told me, maybe another 4 hours if it doesn't rain." "We're probably halfway there." Judging by the distance we were covering, I reckon we could have made it to where we were at in less than half an hour in a car, as the crow flies. My hearing had become accustomed to the sound of the creatures in the forest. The contrast between the relative quietness and the clearing of the village and the noise when we first entered the forest had brought on a bout of nerves. The sheer scale of the sounds had banged away at my eardrums with the constant drone and trill of the sounds of the creatures as if they were alarmed at our intrusion. There was a sudden intensity of critter and bird calls. I stumbled as Leandra stopped and she turned to me, gripping my arm. "Kurt, can you hear that?" "Do you think they're wild animals?" "Keep moving," said Carlos. "It's only the menfolk communicating and hunting for lunch." "Lunch?" Leandra asked. "You'll see. That's what they use the poison darts for, hunting. Now move on." Another 15 minutes and our convoy stopped in a clearing to a crescendo of bird calls. The natives escorting us cupped their hands and returned their calls. Women dropped their loads and sat on their haunches, forming a circle. The hunters appeared from the forest, and like the changing of the guard, the menfolk who had been escorting us moved out into the dense undergrowth. The hunters walked over to the women. 4 of them unloaded furry critters from their shoulders and launched them into the circle. "What are those?" Leandra asked. "Monkeys," Carlos said and grinned. "No way," she said. "I'm not eating monkey." "Why do you think I had you pack sandwiches?" My backpack, which had started out as a minor inconvenience, felt like I was carrying a mountain on my back. Slipping the straps from my shoulders, I dropped it on the ground and helped Leandra to remove hers, and we both sat. "Don't get comfortable just yet, you two. Take your jackets from the pack and sit on them, or something may just bite your backsides. Then remove your boots to give your feet some air." "How come we're not plagued with mosquitoes?" I asked. "Give it time. They usually get active around dusk. There's a net for your head in that pocket of the pack." He pointed. "You'll find repellent in there too, but if I were you, however hot it gets, I'd put on your jacket when the time comes." "How come the natives don't bother?" "Guess the mosquitoes just like fresh blood." He laughed, took his knife from its sheath, and stabbed it in a log at his feet. Smoke drifted over from where the women were still huddled in a circle. The smell of burning monkey flesh soon followed and cooking got underway. With swollen feet, my boots, which had started out a size too big, now wouldn't budge. "Here, let me help," said Carlos, and he pulled off each of my boots. "Were you serious about the Indians with the black and white faces, or was that to stop us from running off?" I asked. "Deadly serious." "Shouldn't I be armed?" "Don't worry, I have enough firepower for the 3 of us." "Nice try, though." "What natives are these you're talking about?" Leandra asked. Carlos placed his feet on the log in front of him and retrieved the knife. I flinched as he launched the knife in my direction, in unison with Leandra's scream. I turned at the thud, as the knife struck the trunk of a tree behind my head. Scrambling away, I grabbed Leandra's arm and pulled her with me. Best not to lean against trees, he said, and jumped up, strolling over to the tree trunk. The snake was still wriggling when he clasped it behind its head, removed the knife, and chopped off its head. One of the women rushed over, bowed, held out her hands, and he handed her the snake. More food for the pot, I guessed, which churned my stomach. Leandra asked you about the other natives. The Indians? Oh yeah. There are only 2 tribes in the area, each with their own territories. The tradition used to be that if there were disputes, the offending tribe would hand over one of their women to settle the matter. Clever, really, as it extended the gene pool and cut down on inbreeding. Used to be? Yeah, it all went wrong when the coca farmers arrived to set up a cocaine production facility. They paid our friends here with outboard engines for their boats and for them to set up a supply route for the coca leaves to get to the processing unit. What happened? Well, the tribe here was sustained mainly by fishing and a little hunting, but the cocaleros wanted the cocaine plant further out into the forest, at the edge of their territory. One of the farmers killed one of the other tribe and they wanted the chief's daughter as payment. The chief refused and it sort of escalated. By the time we got here to try to mediate, the farmers had massacred most of the other tribe. Now they want half the women of this tribe to try and rebuild. And Perez sent us into the middle of this? Afraid so. Pedro tried to talk him out of it, but he said he'd rather you 2 die here than have the cobras managing to release Leandra and kill you. Leandra and I exchanged glances. The horror of the revelation was evident by her open mouth. So, Perez was prepared for us both to die out here, I said. Carlos ignored my question. Leandra threw her eyes upward. The bastard, I should spit in his food the next time I prepare something for him. Carlos shot her a look. You mean you haven't already, Carlos said. He winked and then grinned. Leandra answered with reddened cheeks. I was beginning to like Carlos's new openness. It sort of put a human face on him, but he hadn't answered my question. Rummaging in my backpack, I took out a sandwich and started to eat. One of the women approached, holding out a large broad leaf and offered it to Carlos. He picked up something from the leaf with the appearance of a barbecued chicken leg and chewed on it. Looking more closely at what he was eating, I spat out what I was about to swallow. How in the hell can you eat that? They haven't even cut off its hand. Leandra threw up and I stuffed the remainder of the sandwich into my backpack. Carlos shrugged. What's up with you both? Protein, it tastes good. Wait until we run out of provisions and we have to eat grubs. He laughed loud enough to set off a flock of birds in flight from the branches above. Carlos tossed a bone to one side and opened his backpack. Take one each with a drink of water. What are they? I asked. Quinine tablets. They're for malaria, but they also relieve cramps. Wait, I read somewhere that they're banned in the United States by the FDA as a cure for cramps. Isn't everything banned up there? This isn't the United States, Carlos said and raised an eyebrow. It's not like I'm asking you to smoke a joint for chronic back pain. Take it. I'm not carrying either of you. Just pretend you have malaria. Thinking back to the cramps I had experienced in the trunk of the car and at the barracks, I popped the tablet in my mouth and chugged it down my throat with a drink of water. I hear they've legalized cannabis for medicinal purposes in some states. How do you feel about that? Carlos asked. I don't feel anything, but it seems to be counterproductive. I just do my job. Carlos glanced over my shoulder and said, It looks like they're getting ready to move on. Grab your packs and let's go. My stamina waned, despite the rest. Leandra surprised me by trudging along without complaint, considering I had to grit my teeth at times to keep going. The smell of the Cocaleros camp hit my senses before I saw it. A foul odor of chemicals hung in the air. Discarded rusting cans, some marked hydrochloric acid, littered the side of the trail. The convoy ahead stopped. Follow me, you two, Carlos said. He brushed past us, and we followed him up to the head of the convoy. Welcome, said a young man in Spanish, wearing only grubby blue Bermudas and carrying an AK-47 cradled in his arms. Leandra stepped forward, ahead of Carlos, as if she intended to sit on a boulder. Carlos grabbed her arm. "Don't move," he said. "Stay absolutely still." She froze. Looking down at her feet, I could see wire resting on her boot. Carlos sidestepped to an exposed root of a tree and brushed away some of the dead foliage to reveal a hand grenade. He knelt and fiddled with the wire attached to the pin and turned, giving the thumbs-up sign. Leandra extracted her foot and moved behind me. The convoy passed on by. Carlos shook hands with the young man, reached into a pocket on his fatigues and pulled out an envelope. The young man opened it and flicked through a thick wad of bills. A huge grin developed across his face and he waved us on. Carlos turned and reset the wire to the grenade. "Let that be a lesson not to stray from the camp," said Carlos. "Who are they expecting?" I asked. "Anyone with no business here, from soldiers to those Indians I told you about." "I can understand the natives knowing, but how did you know about the booby trap?" "I visit twice a year during the harvest seasons to pay them for the product." "I was scheduled for a visit." "Maybe that's why Perez decided to send you along," like I said. Carlos was right. Our survival depended on each other, although for now, we were more reliant on his skills. Glancing around the dense rainforest, I decided that escaping to civilization seemed akin to a suicide mission. I turned to Carlos. "Why do you think the Cobra cartel would have wanted to kill me?" He hesitated. "Just an assumption." His demeanor told me he was hiding something. I changed the subject, deciding to press him later. "Wouldn't it have been a good opportunity for you to leave the cartel back at the river and for us all to have kept on going while you had the money in your pocket?" "Not for the pittance I've just handed over." Then he hadn't said a definitive no gave me the idea that he would get out if the price were right. Chapter 29. Destination. It crossed my mind that this was by far the weirdest experience I had ever encountered. There I was, sitting next to Leandra on a damned plastic patio chair in the depths of the rainforest. We watched the Cocaleros' children preparing the coca paste, straining it through muslin to remove the mix of toxic chemicals. Quite the family affair, the camp was a hive of activity. No sooner had the natives stacked the bales and provisions, than a Cocalero walked over and counted them all. He split one of the bales open with a knife and poured the dried leaves into a homemade vat lined with plastic sheeting. More leaves followed. Once the vat was full, he sprinkled in what looked like a scoop of cement powder and began mixing it in with the leaves by treading them and kicking them around with his grubby feet. "Have you not seen this before?" Leandra asked. "You look awestruck." "No, I've only seen the finished product." "It looks disgusting." "Yeah, it smells that way too, and it'll get even worse, what with the acid, the bleach and kerosene that will be going in there." "You seem pretty familiar with the whole thing." "My father. Remember, he's a Cocalero." As I watched in horror, the children upended buckets containing the toxic runoff from the coca paste down a slope. Knowing there was a stream at the bottom made me cringe. I thought back to the children playing in the river. This unit would be just one of thousands. I dreaded to think what damage they were doing to the environment. "Why did he get into growing coca?" Leandra chuckled. "He didn't get into it." She gave me a playful tap on the shoulder. "Father was born into it, being from Bolivia, unlike mother. They've been producing coca leaves in our country ever since the Incas, maybe for at least 8,000 years. We chew the leaf to stave off altitude sickness amongst other things. We even make tea leaves from the plant and sell it in supermarkets," she said. "It's still a drug," I said. "Really?" "You know, in its natural form, there's nothing narcotic about the coca leaf. I think it only contains less than 1% cocaine. It's no different than drinking energy drinks." There and then didn't seem to be the time and place to be debating the rights and wrongs of chewing the leaf. Although saying that, I was interested if Leandra had ever chewed the leaves. "You said we?" "Okay, well, not me. My mother is from Argentina. She wouldn't allow us to chew on the leaves, but I've drunk the tea." I shrugged my shoulders. "I'm not judging, just asking." She sighed. "Father never used to be involved with cocaine. Our main crop was bananas, with a few coca bushes to sully the local supermarkets with tea leaves," she said. "Then what was it, the money?" I asked her. Leandra shook her head. Sort of. Mother told me that when the army was in charge of our country, they signed the UN Pact to eradicate coca growing. Then one year, our banana crop failed and he planted some more coca bushes out of desperation. Soldiers turned up that same year during harvesting of the coca leaves and burned all the bushes. They shot dead some of our farmhands when they tried to intervene. They had nothing, no food, nothing. You don't get food stamps in Bolivia. Leandra picked up a twig and poked at the dead foliage on the ground. So it was for the money, and survival? And revenge. My father's brother lived on a neighboring farm. He committed suicide when the soldiers arrived, along with an American observer team, and they destroyed his coca crops. After that, father traveled to Argentina and that's where he met my mother. When he returned, he started to grow coca illegally and to produce cocaine. Later he organized other growers into cooperatives and he bought their illegal crops. Most of the cocaine went to Brazil, but then the Mexicans turned up offering more money and he's been supplying them ever since. It was better for him, because they only harvest the leaf twice a year. The Mexicans bought it in bulk and shipped it direct to America. My eyebrows raised and I stroked my chin. This would be news back at the office. As far as we knew, very little cocaine worked its way from Bolivia to the U.S. Leandra continued. When Morales came to power as president, father wanted to go legitimate again and apply for licenses, but Perez had other ideas. So isn't that a more likely reason for Perez to take you captive, and that's why you're here? I'd like to think so, but I can't discount father having a hand in it, or the death of Andreas. He could have suspected we were an item. One of the women scooped some coca paste and filled a 5-kilogram mold. She put a star-shaped brander on the top, placed a board over it and using a press contraption, she ratcheted the gear to press the final moisture from the product. What do they do next? I asked Leandra. They'll leave it for a while to set and then pop it in the microwave to zap it and hey presto, the finished product ready for wrapping. It defied credulity that they would have use of a microwave here in the forest, but there it was, standing on a makeshift bench next to a small generator. For all I sympathized with the Bolivian farmers, it still didn't get away from the fact that the cartels, having ventured into supplying all forms of narcotics, including the more recent synthetic ones, they were responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands across the border in the U.S. A water bottle landed in my lap. Come on, said Carlos. It stinks around here. This place makes me sick. Let's get to where we're going to be billeted. Thanks for the water, I said. There are plenty of supplies now that we're here. You may want to grab some leaves to chew, he said, and taking his knife from its sheath, he slashed at a bale, scooping a handful of leaves and stuffing them in his pocket. We can't be at that high an altitude. Well, we're going to climb uphill and it's good for stamina, but also, the trees in the forest may give off oxygen early on, but at this time there's more CO2 about and it'll keep you from getting dizzy. No, thanks, I'll manage. When I glanced at Leandra, she was busy loading her backpack. As we prepared to head in one direction, the cocaleros handed the natives sacks of the finished product and they set off back to their village. I couldn't be sure if it was out of deference to my feelings on the subject, but Leandra ignored Carlos's suggestion. We set off walking with Carlos up front. I don't know about coca leaves, but I could have done with a sports drink. The climb and the uneven terrain took its toll, sapping my energy. When I was just about ready to collapse, the ground underfoot leveled. The sound of rushing water greeted us and we came out into a clearing next to a waterfall, cascading into a gorge. There was a single tent and the remains of a fire with a cooking pot perched on a stone in the ashes. We all dropped to the ground and sat, removing first our backpacks and then our boots. Leandra tried her backpack as a pillow, and then inched over to me like a crab on all fours. I need to borrow your lap. The backpack doesn't do it for me, she said. Before I could agree, she curled up at my side and rested her head between my thighs. With Leandra in teenager mode, I ran my fingers through her hair. Carlos looked at us and said, "Don't get too comfy." Why? I asked. Because there's only one tent and we need to make something to sleep on for tonight. He tossed his knife to me, it landed on the ground beside me. I need you to cut down some bamboo, and for you and Leandra to collect some large leaves. I'll get some vines to use as twine. As I picked up the knife, my mind went into hyperspeed. Our eyes locked. Trying to put myself in his mindset, I didn't get it at all. It seemed akin to removing a prisoner's cuffs and giving him my can of mace. But looking around, there wasn't anywhere to go. What are we making? Hammocks, native style. Best we keep off the ground. Can't we use the tent? We could, because it's the Cocalero's tent and they'll be busy tonight. But if you take a sniff inside, you'll see why we can't use it for sleeping. That bad? Afraid so. Doesn't it bother you, all the damage they're doing with the chemicals? What can I do? The powers that be don't care. I must have burned down more than 100 camps for the government, but all we could do was to pour out the chemicals so they couldn't use them in the future. There wasn't the funding to have the cans removed, so everyone is guilty. Maybe if those who snore cocaine knew the shit that went into it, they'd think twice, he said. Amen to that. I think that the users either don't care, or the further away you get from its production, the more they think it must be produced in hygienic laboratories, with staff in white coats. Carlos scoffed. Whatever, it doesn't matter which side you're on, we're all pinpricks in the scheme of things. He turned away. Subject closed. When he said he'd worked in special forces with the CIA, I hadn't thought he might have been involved in counter-narcotics. I wondered if maybe he'd been seconded to assist the Colombian army. That would have made sense, because of the terrorists there who used trafficking to fund buying weapons. Working with the CIA, I could understand where his command of English came from. It was such a pity that he'd sold out. I was getting to like the guy. The mosquitoes arrived in a frenzied search for blood. Leandra started slapping her face and jumped to her feet. I quickly followed her, swiping my arms across my face and arms. Nets and spray, said Carlos. Then let's get to work before we lose the light. There are some nasty creatures out there when it gets dark. Just don't venture out more than 100 yards, tripwires. They had picked a good spot. The gorge covered our rear. The slope would give a commanding advantage of the high ground. The only way into the camp was ahead, and that was booby-trapped. I wouldn't have been surprised if the likes of Carlos had used their experience to pick the spot. Leandra and I moved into the forest, parting company with Carlos. Working together, we cut down a stack of broad leaves and bamboo poles. The trees didn't seem to be as tall on the hillside. Up ahead, one had fallen, its trunk locked into the tree with its branches like two stags tangled by their antlers in combat. I'm going to climb this fallen tree. Maybe I can see a town or a village from up there. Be careful, there are no hospitals around here, remember? A moment of hesitation and I thought, what the hell? On all fours, I worked my way to the top. With 6 feet to go, the tree trunk felt hot to the touch. The heat in the canopy hit me and I could taste it, like walking into a hot sauna fully dressed. My palm stung on the dead bark as if I'd grasped glowing cinders. Loosening the bandage from my wrist, I slid it to my palm and continued. The view was breathtaking as I raised the mosquito net. Mile after mile of a carpet of forest, with the top of the canopy not unlike a never-ending landscape of broccoli sprouts. It had to be one of the 7 wonders of the world. Mist swirled amongst the treetops in pockets as far as the eyes could see, but there was no sign of habitation. Turning, I could just about make out the gray band of the ocean. For a few minutes, I was free, walking down the path to my front door at home, the children greeting me and taking my hand. Kurt, please, come down. I worked my way to the ground. Leandra's voice had broken the magic. The reality of the situation was that Carlos was right. Even though I could walk out of there, a city guy would be lucky to make it out alive. At least Carlos was motivated to keep Leandra and me alive. Once I was back on a firm footing, we collected the fruits of our labor and headed back to the clearing. What kept you? Said Carlos. We couldn't carry it all. Carlos rolled his eyes. We're not building a house. Give me the knife and I'll start with the hammocks. You two can go back and get the rest and then collect some dry logs for a fire. Holding the knife by the handle, I offered the blade to him. His rifle was leaning against a tree, next to one of the hammocks. For a brief moment, I paused, gripping the handle, not wanting to let go. Carlos looked me in the eyes, but didn't try to take it from my grasp. Now's not the time, Kurt. Ladies present. I knew that I wouldn't have the guts to attack someone with a knife, other than in self-defense. That was the second time he'd considered Leandra. All my training had been in disarming someone with a knife. Then I realized that Carlos would have had unarmed combat training. Flicking the knife and catching it by the blade, I extended my arm. Carlos took the knife and turned his back on me. If nothing else, I hoped it would gain his trust, and by offering his back, it looked as though my move had had the desired effect. With all the leaves and poles back at the clearing, we headed out back for the kindling. Picking up some of the logs, I looked around. Leandra was nowhere in sight. Turning in a circle, my heart raced. Leandra, where are you? She damn near gave me a heart attack when she jumped out from behind a tree trunk. Boo! Leandra snickered, probably at my reaction, when I dropped the logs. Playfully, I grabbed her. We lost our footing and I fell on top of her. We were both laughing, then stopped. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds that we looked into each other's eyes, but it unnerved me and I rolled off her. Taking hold of her hand, I hauled her to her feet. Let's get the wood back to the camp and get the fire going, I said. Neither of us spoke after that on our way back to camp. You could almost taste the tension, at least I could. I'm not sure what was on her mind. Carlos had picked out trees on the edge of the clearing to construct the hammocks, and fastened mosquito nets from our survival pack over them. I was impressed. After an evening spent around the fire, exchanging anecdotes, Carlos stood. Time to turn in. Both of you can get some sleep and I'll take watch for a while. The natives, I asked. No, they won't attack at night. Really, I just want some time to myself before turning in for the night. The hammock, though difficult to get into, it was surprisingly comfortable. Good night, Kurt, Leandra called out. Good night. Lying with my hands under my head, I could hear Leandra tossing and turning restlessly. Thinking back to our playing in the forest, I didn't like where my thoughts were taking me. Closing my eyes, I managed to grasp the photo from my memory of Mary and the kids. Sometime later, I heard Carlos climb into his hammock and I drifted to sleep. My eyes opened to dawn and sunlight slicing through the foliage above. I could see the outline of Leandra through her netting, but Carlos had vacated his hammock. Glancing along my body, my eyes popped at the sight of a Glock 9mm resting on my stomach. Leandra, wake up. I think Carlos has deserted us. A loud explosion, more like a popping thud, cut the air. When I scrambled to get out of the hammock, it rolled over, dumping me on the ground. I picked up the Glock and released the magazine, relieved that it was fully loaded. As I was clicking it back into place, Leandra called out. What was that noise? Grenade, I think. Chapter 30. Under attack. It was hard to get a bearing on where the sound of the explosion had come from. Get dressed and grab your backpack, quickly, I ordered. Stepping into my boots, not bothering to tie the laces, I donned my jacket and swung a strap of the backpack over my shoulder. My eyes darted in all directions. Leandra scrambled behind me. Quickly, I said, back up to the giant tree next to the gorge and get behind it for cover. A staccato of gunfire erupted. This time the direction was clear. It was from the direction of the narcos production area. Behind the tree, I started to fasten my laces. My fingers shook, making it difficult, but I finally managed to loop the last bootlace. Do you think it's the natives? Leandra asked. Her entire body was visibly shaking. I don't know. Carlos had something on his mind last night. Maybe his conscience bothered him after our exchange of words and he's destroying the Cocaleros production facility. Why else would he leave us with a gun? Unless he wanted us both to escape, I said. I'm glad he left us his gun, but I hope he's not attacking them. There are women and children down there, Leandra said. Another burst of gunfire sounded, but this time directly in front of us. Damn! I turned and leaned back against the tree trunk. Holding the pistol with both hands, I tapped the barrel on my nose, briefly closing and then opening my eyes. What are you thinking? Leandra asked. The color had drained from her face. I'm thinking if there's someone ahead and below, it's as good as being surrounded. I'm also thinking the shots have stopped. So they've either scared off whoever is out there, or what? Leandra asked. Or, if it is the natives, they could have overrun the cocoleros. Great, so now we're like your Colonel Custer at Bighorn? Not quite. We could go further uphill, and I doubt they could span the gorge. Couldn't we make it to that tree you climbed and both of us climb to the top? We could wait until dark and then sneak off. Shush. I strained my hearing, but what with the waterfall at our backs and the critters making noises in the forest, I doubted we would hear anyone advancing toward us. Well? Leandra said. I'm thinking. A single shot rang out further down the hill. Think quickly, because I don't care to stay here, she said, still trembling. Climbing the tree is out of the question. If it is the natives, remember how they hunted the monkeys high up in the trees with their poison darts, and the monkeys are more agile than us. What then? Leandra covered her eyes with her hands, resting her elbows on her knees, and shook her head. We'll just have to wait it out here and see what happens, I said. Damn it. You know I can't escape? I have to go back to the villa. I'm going to need you to get me back to the village, assuming we can get out of this mess. I understand that you will have to go on from there alone. I wish I could escape with you, she said. She folded her arms and dropped her head. Yeah, I know, but I'm not sure I'm for going in alone in the rainforest and escaping. I don't want to emerge in 30 years, like those Japanese soldiers who didn't know the war was over. I'm pretty sure, though, that I could pick up the trail the natives trampled, especially with them hacking the undergrowth. Wait, I just had a thought. What thought? It could have been an animal tripping the grenade. Maybe Carlos and the cocoleros are out hunting for lunch. You wish. Critters don't fire automatic rifles. Why leave us with the gun and why spray whatever they're hunting with automatic fire? My shoulders dropped, along with my slender optimism. I was just thankful that we had the protection of the Glock 18, with a 33-round magazine. Double-checking, I made sure the switch wasn't set to automatic. The last thing I wanted was to squeeze the trigger and empty all the bullets in less time than you could blink an eye. The kapok tree that afforded a shelter had 4 root fins at the base like on the old V-2 German rockets. The fins of the root system provided more than enough cover right and left. The trunk gave cover ahead, but the advantage of a barrier didn't compensate for not being able to scan the area for any threats. I thought it ironic that our sanctuary might have produced the very weapons that could be used against us. Carlos had told us around the campfire that what I had thought was cotton wool was the floss from the kapok seed and that Indians used it to wrap around their poison darts. It was little comfort that he also told us they used the bark and seeds to produce cures for fever and other ailments. It was only 6 feet to the edge of the gorge, and I hoped, a possible escape route. I'm going to have a look over the gorge to see if there's a way down. Crawling on my belly, I peered over the edge. It was maybe 50 feet to the bottom. The waterfall cascaded into a small lagoon, which drained over a barrier to form a stream, bubbling onward into the forest over the rocks. A route from the kapok exited the face of the gorge, all the way to the bottom, but it was 4 feet away and too far to reach. What do you think? Leandra asked. No chance. I scrambled back to Leandra on all fours. She sighed. Shouldn't we try and find some bushes so we can see what's out there? What, and risk getting an arrow in either of our butts? No, thanks. We're safer here. Listen, let's just stay here. The next thing we'll probably hear is Carlos shouting our names, or the cocoleros returning. Give it 2 or 3 hours and if we hear nothing, we can head back to their unit. An attempt at a smile did little to put Leandra's mind at rest. Leandra dropped her head into her hands. My mind turned to Stony Face and his lecture before we left the villa. I deliberated pulling the GPS transmitter from my backpack. If I activated it and we had to move on, the signal would be a waste of time. Even that prospect assumed I could transmit a signal through the canopy. Besides, how long would it take him to get here with the cavalry? Fishing in my backpack, I located the gadget wrapped and sealed in a large plastic zipper bag. Leaving it at the top for easy access, I fastened the pack. We sat in silence for some time, both craning our necks and trying to decode the sounds. A sudden burst of activity rose above the background noises. Monkeys screamed at each other as if in alarm. Birds called out chattering signals. Leandra sidled up to me and gripped my arm. We exchanged glances but said nothing. The fear in her eyes was evident. I prayed for someone to call out our names. I was the one holding the gun. All Leandra had was me for protection. As good a marksman as I was, I would need a clear sight of a target. In the open, whoever was out there, they could outflank us if they had superior numbers and their weapons would be silent. With heightened senses, and a rush of adrenaline, I finally understood the fight-or-flight syndrome. The critter panic intensified and seemed even closer. I whispered to Leandra, "We can't take a chance on fighting it out." "What then? Wave a white flag." If I wasn't imagining it with distress, I was sure I saw a figure with a white painted face dart between two tree trunks, but kept it to myself. "No, we need to jump into the lagoon before we're spotted. Get your backpack on and let's go." Her already pale face turned ashen. Unzipping my backpack, I opened the transmitter bag and dropped the Glock inside, then sealed it and returned it to the pack. Leandra had already slipped her backpack straps over her shoulders and scrambled to her feet in blind trust. We exchanged a brief glance as I pulled the straps to my backpack over my shoulders. Taking a deep breath, I took her hand in mine. "Go," I said. "Don't hesitate." Running hand in hand, we jumped at the precipice. Kicking empty air, with legs thrashing to stay upright, our fingers slithered apart. It was too late to turn back, whatever transpired. Our bridges were truly burnt. Chapter 31. Temporary Sanctuary. A friend of mine once asked me to go hang gliding. I declined, nerves getting the better of me. Not to mention that Mary was pregnant with Claire, so common sense came into the equation. What possessed me to jump into the abyss on this occasion was more a fear of the possible consequences of not jumping. There was no wingspan or parachute to provide a gentle landing. As for common sense, I think I'd left that behind the kapok tree. Hurtling toward the lagoon, I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. My feet plunged through the surface of the water, the drag of the backpack slowing me down. My knees bent with the momentum as my boots hit the bottom and I kicked to rise to the surface. My lungs were about to explode as I broke through to the fresh air, coughing and spluttering. It was around then that I wished I hadn't fastened my bootlaces. Bobbing under the surface, I quickly shrugged out of my backpack, only to lose buoyancy, and ducked under the water again. Clawing at the water, I finally escaped from the darkness, squinting at the bright light as I took in a lungful of air. Like a contortionist, I reached down to remove first one boot and then the other, each time surfacing and launching one to the bank. Horror struck. As I treaded water, Leandra was nowhere in sight. Her backpack surfaced and I dog-paddled over, expecting her to surface, but she didn't. Like a lemming, she had followed me over the precipice, but I hoped not to her death. Taking a deep breath and in sheer panic, I dove down. The waterfall created a never-ending cycle of silt and water trapped in the lagoon, leaving the water murky. It was impossible to see anything underwater. I felt an object like a branch and grabbed it, using one hand over the other to haul myself further into the depths. I felt her jacket first and then her limp arm. When I searched around, I found that her jacket was snagged on a branch. With an arm around her waist, I released her arms from the jacket and kicked for all I was worth. I can't recall getting Leandra to the bank, it was all a blur. Thrashing about had taken its toll and sapped my energy. I could only think ahead. Thank God, I knew first aid. I laid her on her side in the recovery position. Leandra's body was lifeless, her face tinged blue. I was about to lay her on her front to pump the water from her lungs, when suddenly her eyes popped wide open and she spewed out bile. She rolled over and rose on all fours, vomiting. Raising my eyes to the heavens, I gave a silent thank you. Leandra dropped to the bank and turned over onto her back, her chest rising and falling. Color returned to her cheeks. Without saying anything, I fell to my knees and then lay beside her. Gently, I stroked the side of her face with my fingers. Soaked through to the skin, it was a relief to have the heat of the forest acting as a comforter. Leandra rolled over onto her side. Her head snuggled up to my chest and she wrapped her arm over me. I placed one arm around her waist and held the back of her head with the other, teasing the strands of her tangled wet hair with my fingers, pleased that she wouldn't see my tears of relief. As I lay there, all thoughts of danger were lost to me. Mixed emotions were tumbling around like a clothes dryer, back and forth. As bad as the situation was, I was in a good place. "You saved my life," she said. "It's the least I could do, seeing as how I was the one who nearly took it away from you." "How do you feel?" "Like I've been in a head-on car wreck." A bush sprouting from the face of the gorge afforded cover for us. Turning my head, I faced the lagoon. Our survival packs floated on the surface. The swirl from the waterfall had delivered them within grabbing distance. "Leandra, I need to get our packs. If someone looks over the top, they'll see them floating. We're exposed here and we need to move on." We unraveled our arms and I crawled over to grab the packs. They didn't call them survival packs for nothing. When I unzipped mine, I noticed a plastic lining underneath the canvas outer surface. No wonder they had floated. I took out the Glock and dragged the backpacks to Leandra's side. I returned for my boots which had washed up. Placing the gun down, I tied my boots together by the laces and twirled them over my shoulder. "Kurt, I don't think I have the strength to move." I scanned the area in all directions. To our left, there was a thicket of bushes on the bank, with more growing out of the sheer rock face. "I'll help you. We only need to move 10 yards to cover." Tucking the Glock into the waistband of my pants, I helped her to stand. With one arm around her waist and the other hauling the packs by the straps, together, I stumbled with her over to the bushes. Crawling through a gap, we collapsed to the ground. "We'll rest up here a while, until you've fully recovered." Leandra managed her first smile. I took off her boots and put them to one side. Drained of energy, I lay down. Facing away from her, lying on my side, I curled my knees toward my chest. Leandra cuddled up to me, fitting my contour, and she draped her arm over me. I hoped that she felt as safe as I did. I couldn't help but think that there we were, in the middle of God knows where, surrounded by goodness knows who and what, yet I'd never felt as secure in my journey since the kidnapping to be there under that screen of bushes. We lay there for maybe 15 minutes, then Leandra broke the silence. "I think I'm okay now. Do you want to move on?" Much as I wanted to take root, I didn't want to wait and find out what sort of animals would use the lagoon as a watering hole. The responsibility hung heavy. It was like tossing a coin. Stay and get eaten by some wild animal, or move on and get pierced with a spear and bleed out. My earlier decision had nearly killed Leandra. I took the coward's way out. "What do you think we should do?" "Well, I'm thinking the cocoleros are only 15 minutes away. If this stream is the one they poured the chemicals into and we follow its route, it may take us less time. We'll just need to be careful when we approach their camp. If they've fought off the natives, assuming there are hostiles out there, the cocoleros will have more firepower. It'll be safer in numbers." "Okay, boots on and let's go then." Keeping close to the rock face of the gorge, we passed the lagoon to where the water drained over a boulder barrier to form a stream. We soon left behind the thunder of the waterfall. It was a hard slog following the stream. Underfoot was a quagmire of mud and decaying leaves. The rock face of the gorge transformed to a tree-lined bank, sloping in line with the incline down to the cocoleros' production unit. Rounding a bend, I froze, signaling for Leandra to stop. I dropped to my haunches, beckoning Leandra to do the same. Sidestepping, I moved behind some bushes. My heart thumped fast and loud. Leandra joined me and whispered, "What have you seen?" "A body, draped over that tree trunk ahead." I pointed. "See the trunk spanning the banks over the stream?" "Yeah, I see it." "One of the cocoleros?" "No, a native I think." "One of ours?" "Not sure. I can't see his face." I drew the Glock from my waistband. Stretching my neck and listening, I was sure I heard a child whimper from the direction of the body. "Did you hear that?" I whispered. "Hear what?" I heard the sound again. It was definitely a child whimpering. Chapter 32. Strange Sounds. Imagination has a weird way of making you think you can hear and see things that are not there, especially in unfamiliar surroundings. But this was not an illusion, there was definitely a body in plain sight. The child whimpering was another matter. There were so many strange sounds in the rainforest, I wasn't sure if I really should chalk it up as a given. Below where the tree trunk spanned the stream, the bank was eroded down to rock. I imagined that during the rainy season, the stream would swell and hit the bend with force. The stream had worn the soil away, leaving an overhang. Large rocks and boulders were strewn on the ground. For now, the stream was merely a trickle by comparison. Turning to Leandra, I whispered, "Look at the area over to our right behind me. Tell me if you see anything move." "Okay." I scanned the area in front and to the bank on the right. "Listen, anyone could see us from the opposite bank. I think we should make our way to the boulders for cover. Keep low, but move quickly." Grasping the butt of the gun with both hands and with eyes flitting in all directions, I moved swiftly to the first boulder. Looking up, I noticed that we were under the tree trunk. The body was clearly a hostile, draped over the makeshift bridge with arms and legs dangling. I could make out his face daubed with black and white dye. His bow lay in the stream, trapped on some rocks. Arrows had slithered from their quiver, which hung loosely by a cord around his neck. A pool of water trapped below his body was stained red. Leandra winced, closed her eyes, and grasped my arm. "Let's move on," I said. Moving to the next boulder, our boots scrunched the pebbles underfoot. As we dropped to our knees, breathing heavily, I heard the whimpering again. We exchanged glances and Leandra whispered, "I heard that." So did I. It came from under the overhang. My eyes rose to look at the canopy above, searching for inspiration for our next move. I took off my backpack, took out the GPS transmitter, and handed it to Leandra. "Listen, slip this in your pocket. If anything should happen to me, press that button and stay put." "What is it?" "Don't ask, just do it." Leandra looked at me questioningly, but did as instructed. "What should we do now?" she asked. "I don't know. It could be the hostiles luring us into a trap. If they can mimic bird and animal calls, they could imitate a child crying. But what if it is a child?" I'm thinking. I didn't have to think long. If it was a child and they were hurt, time could be of the essence. Pick up some pebbles and on the count of 3, toss them over to the overhang. Leandra didn't question me, simply picked up a pebble. Springing to my feet and with arms steadied on the top of the boulder, I gripped the Glock and took aim. 2, 3. Now. The pebbles ricocheted off the rocks in front of the overhang. Taking slow, even breaths, and through sheer concentration, I was able to block out the sounds around me. As if in slow motion, I saw the barrel of a rifle rise over the rocks and a woman's face appeared. I dropped behind our boulder. "It's a woman." "A native?" "No, I think it's the wife of the head cocalero." Leandra called out a "Who's there" in Spanish. A tearful voice responded. "Simone, adjutor? She's asking for help. Tell her to put the rifle down, we're coming." Leandra called out and I bobbed my head to see the rifle disappear. We scurried over and squeezed behind the rock. The woman grasped Leandra's arm, gibbering in Spanish. Her 2 daughters, one in her early teens and the other who looked to be around 8 years old, sat huddled under the overhang, tears streaming down their cheeks. "Kurt, thank God you're here." The male voice was labored, but it was instantly recognizable. I turned to see Carlos, propped with his back to a boulder. The shaft of an arrow protruded from his shoulder. His bloodied knife lay at his side. His fatigues were soaked with blood. His knuckles were white, grasping the rifle strap that he'd wrapped around the top of his leg as a tourniquet. There was a cut in his pants leg, exposing a large gash. Leaning against the boulder behind him was a spear with a bloodied blade. To one side, I noticed a syringe and an empty vial of morphine. "Looks like you've been in a war. I'll take a look at that leg wound. It's gonna need cleaning or it'll get infected." Carlos sucked air rapidly through gritted teeth. Slipping the backpack straps off my shoulders, I unzipped it and dug deep for the medical kit. "Try breathing more slowly." He nodded his head. Picking up his knife, I extended the slit in his pants all the way to the bottom. Peeling the material back, I winced. "You're lucky. It looks as though the spear sliced through muscle and missed the artery." I glanced across at Leandra and the woman. They were busy consoling the children. I passed him his knife. "Chew on the handle. This may hurt." I poured some antibacterial fluid onto some cotton and wiped around the wound. Ease off on your tourniquet and let's see what happens. There was no sudden spurt of blood. My initial thoughts had proved to be right. You're gonna need stitches. The best I can do for now is to bandage it tight. You can let go of the strap. A mixture of grit and determination, together with the morphine kicking in, helped him not to scream as I tied off the bandage. His t-shirt was stained with blood from where the arrow had struck. Carlos, I don't know what to do with the arrow. Don't pull it out. Barbs. I was pleased he'd reminded me about the barbs. I thought back to the arrows in the stream. The arrowheads were barbed all right. He was correct, pulling it out could snag an artery. Listen, Carlos, we need to get everyone to the production camp. I need to break the shaft so you don't snag it in the undergrowth. I'll leave a few inches of the shaft protruding. He nodded, placed the handle of his knife in his teeth, and gave me the thumbs up sign. Grasping the arrow with one hand, I gave the shaft a sharp twist with the other, snapping it cleanly. This time, the handle of the knife dropped from between his teeth and he screamed. His head slumped until his chin touched his chest. I picked up his knife and slipped it into my belt. You go, he said. Get everyone to safety. Leave the gun, take the rifle. We're not leaving you here. We'll wait. Leandra joined me and pulled me to one side. How is he? Weak. Somehow, we need to move him back to their camp. I'm just worried about that arrow. Moving him could cause Carlos more damage. At least we have his assault rifle as well as the gun. Can you use a firearm? The gun, yes. The rifle, no. I handed her the gun and picked up the rifle. It's a double action safety. Take up the slack on the trigger then pull again to fire. Okay. There was a sudden cacophony of animal calls. Carlos lifted his head. Natives, he said and then groaned. Ours or hostiles? Ours. Should we call out? No, just whistle. I placed 2 fingers of each hand between my lips and whistled. Simone, I heard a voice calling. The children became excited and both called out in unison. Papa, Papa. First, the father joined us, followed by his 2 young sons, all carrying assault rifles. One of them was no older than my son Craig and it made me shiver. The family gathered in a circle, exchanging hugs. The youngest of the girls clung to her father's leg. Leandra exchanged words with the cocalero and returned to me with her report. He says the Indians waited until the girls were washing at the stream with their mother. Some of them created a diversion, while others abducted his wife and daughters. I asked him about Carlos and he says he'll get the natives to make a stretcher. The cocalero tore his daughter's grasp from his leg and then left us. Why snatch them? I asked. Carlos said, like I told you, they wanted the chief's daughter, but with him not accepting, maybe they thought they'd take these girls instead. I shrugged my shoulders. The morality of the situation didn't bear thinking about. Still, I couldn't help but think that the cocaleros had brought it on themselves with the slaughter they had inflicted on the tribe. Will they abandon the production unit? No, too much to lose. Carlos used his hands to shuffle on his backside and wince. The natives who do the work here have lost most of the old ways. No product, no money. No money, no food in the town where they live. These are not from the native village we visited, only the others who have just arrived. There must be other work they could get. I doubt it out here. Maybe illegal logging. Or burn the wood to make charcoal, unlicensed. Whichever way I looked at it, the rainforest and its indigenous occupants were the losers. Why the glum look? Leandra asked. None of this should be happening. The natives should be left to get on with their lives. Carlos laughed, until he choked with a throaty cough. He composed himself and looked me in the eye. You hypocrite! What about your pilgrims and founding fathers? And what became of the Indians in your country? I couldn't answer him, not having a political bone in my body. I'll go and see if they'd made the stretcher. Truth was, I just wanted to take my mind elsewhere. His question was still burning a hole in my brain. Take the spear in my backpack, Carlos said. When I picked up his backpack, my jaw slackened and my eyes widened. A poisoned dart was lodged in the back of the pack. Another half-inch higher and the dart would have struck him in the neck. "You were lucky," I said, and used the discarded cotton to remove it from the pack and threw it to one side. "You think?" Carlos said. "I don't see it that way. Having a hospital around the corner would be lucky." He grasped at his shoulder and moaned. When I squeezed past the boulder, I saw that the natives had lowered the body and laid it out next to the stream. The cause of the man's demise was apparent, with a gash just below his ribcage and a gash across his throat. One of the natives stood with his legs apart in the rock-strewn stream, gathering up the arrows and returning them to their pouch. He stepped out of the stream and laid the pouch next to the body. Another man recovered the bow and placed it in the dead man's hand. The young boy who had brought us to the village by boat walked up to me and held out his hand. I guessed he wanted the spear and handed it to him. He strode over to the body and placed it in the other hand of the corpse. The older of those assembled started to chant. Stooping, he cupped his hands in the stream, gathering water. Raising his hands, he trickled the water over the torso of the body. He stooped again and picked up a handful of dirt, repeating the process. Leandra took my hand. "This is fascinating," I said. "Such respect." The cocalero appeared through the foliage on the other bank, followed by two natives carrying a bamboo stretcher. Carlos came up behind me, defiantly cursing his situation. Two of the natives had moved him from cover and they helped him onto the stretcher. The wife and children followed. Then the elder of the tribe faced the other bank, put his hands to his mouth and made a call that sent shivers through my body. In the distance, I could hear the call returned. "What was that about?" I asked, talking to myself. "He's calling out for them to collect their dead," said Carlos. I shook my head in disbelief at the civility of it all. Then we set off in convoy. After we had trekked for maybe 10 minutes, I caught up with Carlos to check on him. "How are you?" I asked. He was sweating, and when I placed my fingers on his forehead, it was hot to the touch. "Crap," he said, then continued. "The only good thing is that the natives have received word we're going to return to the villa tomorrow. That's why they're here." "Hang in there, buddy," I said and stroked my bandaged palm, feeling the contour of the key. The villa had been the furthest from my mind. Here in the rainforest I was free, the only prison being in my mind and the fear of the unknown. Going back would be as big a gamble as staying. We continued onward for another 5 minutes. The stench of chemicals hung in the air. Entering the production unit, I checked on Carlos. His fever had worsened. Slipping in and out of consciousness, he kept calling out for Rosanna, his girlfriend. "Is he dying?" asked Leandra. Chapter 33. Struggle for life. Without a full command of the languages being spoken, I felt inept, somehow distanced from what was going on around me. We had the natives speaking in a mixture of Spanish and tongue-clicking sounds, and the cocalero talking rapidly in an odd dialect, all of it hard to translate. If I hadn't had Leandra with me, I would never have had a clue what was being decided. Even Leandra was finding it difficult to follow what was happening. "Have you worked out what they're saying?" I asked. "I think we're going straight back to the village." It soon became apparent that she was right. Two of the natives picked up the stretcher and set off walking. The young boy from the boat scurried ahead and took point. The elder of the natives signaled us to follow and he walked at our rear. 5 more of the natives moved into the undergrowth, with 2 at either side to cover our flanks. When I glanced back, the family waved. Some of the tribe had stayed behind, I figured, to provide additional protection. Without the women of the tribe carrying their loads, we made far better progress than on the march inward. It seemed strange to be carrying the assault rifle. A sense of invincibility made me feel as tall as the trees that surrounded us. It helped that the natives were covering our flanks, point, and rear. That, and knowing Leandra had the protection of the pistol, added to the secure feeling. All it would have taken was for me to have access to a cell phone and a signal, so I could phone my family, and I would have been at peace. Keeping up was difficult as the stretcher-bearers set a punishing pace. 2 hours had elapsed when those up ahead stopped and placed the stretcher down. Dropping to the ground, I took out my water bottle and took a sip of warm water. Screwing the top back on, I looked at Leandra. You okay? I asked. I'm fine. Exhausted, but fine. I'll check on Carlos. You rest here. Using my hands for leverage, I pushed myself up to a stand and, dragging my backpack, walked over to Carlos. When I knelt beside him, I saw that he was out cold. I say cold, though when I touched his forehead, his temperature was off the charts. I lifted his t-shirt at the neck. Around the point where the arrow had penetrated his skin, his flesh was crimson. I sucked air through my teeth at the sight of the infection. Taking the knife from my belt, I put down the rifle and decided to cut away his t-shirt to administer some antibiotic powder. As I poked at his t-shirt with the knife, there was a sudden grumbling and activity around me. Leandra screamed. Snapping my head to look upward, I found myself staring into an eye, and followed a line of sight down an arrow shaft, the bowstring held taut. I dropped the knife and held up my hands. Leandra appeared between the arrowhead and me. The young boy came forward, spoke to the native holding the bell, and had him lower his aim. He talked to Leandra in Spanish. Leandra turned to me. What the hell are you playing at? They think you were going to put him out of his misery with the knife. This was the second time she had stood between a weapon and me. But there was no time to thank her. Heat rising in my cheeks told me how stupid I had been. The arrow wound is infected. All I was going to do was cut away his t-shirt and apply some antibacterial powder. Without that, he might not make it to the village. Please explain to them. Leandra turned and exchanged words with Boy. Carry on, she told me. This time my actions were slow and deliberate. First, I opened my backpack and took out the packet of powder from the medical kit. I handed it to Boy to hold, making sure he was involved. Leandra must have spotted my hands shaking. She picked up the knife and deftly cut away Carlos's t-shirt. I held out my hand for the packet. Tearing off the top, I sprinkled the powder around where the arrow had penetrated his shoulder. Will that do it? Leandra asked and handed me the knife, which I slipped into my belt. I don't know. If the infection spreads, well, hopefully it won't. The rest period didn't last long and we were on our way. Somehow, I didn't feel as tall after my encounter with the native and his bow and arrow. I guess they owed Carlos some loyalty. Carlos had told us back at the campfire that he'd spent 3 months with the Indians, when illegal tree loggers had threatened to interrupt the supply line to the production unit and to encroach on their tribal territory. No wonder he knew so much about their call signals and customs. He didn't explain the outcome, but I could guess what it had been, seeing as how we hadn't encountered any tree felling. We must have traveled at twice the speed of the inbound journey as we broke through the edge of the forest to the clearing. We were greeted by the women and a group of children who joined in the walk to the community hut. Inside the hall, it was a huge open space. They set Carlos down in the center, next to an open fire. The women and children formed a circle around the stretcher, interrupted only by an out-of-place-looking ornate gilt chair with a red velvet seat. The legs had clawed feet, the likes of which I had only ever seen in one of those garish Italian furniture reproduction shops. Goodness knows how they had shipped it out there. More of the natives joined in the circle and they all chanted. Boy beckoned Leandra and me to join the circle, now swelled by the men. All went quiet as the chief entered carrying a spear and took his place on the ornate chair, with a warrior standing on either side. What do you think is happening? Leandra whispered. The chief raised his spear and started to chant alone. Maybe he's calling on the spirits to cure Carlos. At least his chest is still rising and falling. Truth was, the infection was spreading and the redness now extended to the bottom of his ribcage. It wasn't looking good for Carlos. The chief pointed his spear to the entrance of the hall. I turned to see the weirdest specter it had ever been my misfortune to encounter. The ghostly apparition was painted head to toe in white, with symbols daubed in red all over his body. As he danced and chanted, his hand shook what I hoped was a monkey's skull and not a shrunken head, attached to a stick. On his head he sported a panther head, with the skin flowing as a cape. Around his neck he had a multitude of necklaces with bird claws swaying to his movement. In need of some dentistry, he looked menacing with his top 2 front teeth missing. His actions were agile and rapid. We flinched and ducked as he leaped over Leandra and me and into the circle. The skull must have had something like small pebbles inside to create a rattle. He circled Carlos, shaking the skull over his body and still chanting. He paused by the fire, reached into a pouch, and flung something into the embers. The fire sparked like a firecracker and a plume of smoke rose to the heights of the room. The assembled tribe gasped. The shaman knelt at Carlos's side and, with his eyes closed, waved his hands and fingers over where the arrow had entered as if he were playing an imaginary piano. Everyone in the circle chanted. The shaman took a cloth bundle from a second pouch and rolled it out on the ground. He picked up a large dried leaf and scrunched it in his hands, allowing the fragments to fall onto another leaf. Rolling up the leaf, he then picked up a stick from the fire and began sucking on the leaf like a cigar, blowing the smoke over the area of the wound. Fascinating as the exhibition was, I couldn't see how it would do Carlos any good. The shaman beckoned to the crowd and two of the men stepped into the circle alongside him. They took hold of Carlos and lifted him to a sitting position, his arms hanging limp, his head slumped forward. The shaman lifted Carlos's arm and felt around the fleshy area where the arrowhead was lodged. After blowing more smoke under his arm, he discarded the leaf cigar in the fire. His attention turned to the contents of the cloth he had rolled out. Picking up an assortment of berries and leaves, he placed them in his mouth and began chewing. One of the men handed him his knife. Lifting Carlos's arm again, the shaman made an incision away from the entry point and then placed the blade in the fire. Leandra grasped my arm as he took hold of the broken arrow shaft. At first I thought he was going to pull it, but unexpectedly, he thrust it through the skin and pulled it out through the other side. I scrunched my eyes. Leandra gripped me tighter and buried her head in my chest. Carlos was oblivious to what had happened, not making a sound. The shaman took the knife and seared the entry and exit wounds. Then, without warning, he spat the contents of his mouth onto the wounds. A mixture of purple and green slime dribbled over the wounds and the men lowered Carlos back to the stretcher. My stomach churned at the thought of what might have been in that mixture. "You can look now," I said to Leandra. "I think he's finished." She raised her head, the color drained from her face. Once more the shaman reached into his pouch and tossed what looked like dust into the fire. The crowd gasped again as a magnesium type of sparkle erupted and a cloud of white smoke rose into the air. They all returned to chanting and swaying sideways in unison. The drone went on in a hypnotic tone. My eyelids felt heavy. The next thing I knew, when I opened my eyes, the tribe had left, save for the shaman. He was no longer chanting, but swaying back and forth, his eyes once again closed. It was dark outside. Leandra was still asleep, her head on my lap. I had to do a double take when I looked across at Carlos. In the light from the fire, the redness on his torso looked to have been reduced to a small area around the entry wound. Luckily, he was still breathing. The trauma of the day's events and the grueling walk had left me weak, my limbs aching. I moved my backpack to use it as a pillow, trying to move slowly so as not to disturb Leandra. As tired as I was, getting back to sleep again was difficult as I ran over my options. If I didn't go back to the villa, Perez could order retribution against Mary and the kids. If Leandra didn't go back, she might never see her child again. Moreover, if Carlos pulled through and we were gone, likely his life would be at risk, along with that of his girlfriend. We were all in a hopeless situation. Carlos wasn't in a position to stop either of us from leaving. All we had to do was to take a boat before anyone awoke and head upriver, hopefully to find civilization. But really, Perez had us all in checkmate. I heard someone call in the distance. "Kurt." I opened my eyes to daylight. Carlos was leaning on his good arm, with a weak smile on his lips, but nonetheless a smile. "Aye, aye," the shaman called at the top of his voice, followed by a series of clicking sounds made with his tongue. As some of the tribe entered, whooping with delight, the shaman held a bowl to Carlos's lips and he took a sip. Something was missing. I looked around, Leandra and her backpack were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 34. Leandra goes missing. With some of the tribe gathering around Carlos and the shaman, I took the opportunity to slip out of the community hall, unseen. A crazy, almost frenzied feeling took over my thought processes. My eyes rolled in all directions around the village looking for Leandra, not unlike forgetting where I had left the car in a crowded parking lot. However, this was no concrete jungle. She should have been easy to spot in the rainforest clearing, but she was nowhere in sight. Under the shade of a leafy canopy, women were pounding seeds on stones with large pestles fashioned from logs. To one side, young boys under the supervision of one of the men were practicing with their bows and arrows on a swinging target. Over to my right, one of the men was passing palm leaves to another on the roof of a hut, carrying out repairs. An old woman stoked a fire in the center of the village, the flames licking a steaming cooking pot. Two elders of the tribe walked toward the woman, carrying a string of freshly caught fish, and dropped them at her feet. I called out, "Leandra!" The activity stopped. Eyes turned to me and then everyone carried on with their chores as if I didn't exist. A tap on my shoulder startled me. Gripping the stock of the rifle, I turned. Bo Boyd greeted me with his almost permanent toothy grin and pointed in the direction of the river. Walking quickly, I headed for the river. As I approached the brow of the slope down to the river, my heart thumped. Recall of the caiman slithering from the bank filled me with dread. Leandra's backpack stood at the side of the river, opened. Her fatigues were strewn on the bank. Scanning the scene before me, I started to snicker. My legs weakened and I sat on the grassy bank. Children were splashing the water, laughing and giggling, their hair covered with soapy bubbles. The old woman I had seen when we first arrived, who was now watching over the children, had joined in the fun. Leandra rubbed the woman's hair with a bar of soap. The children hooped with glee. Leandra formed her thumb and finger into a circle and blew bubbles. The children soon followed her example. I shook my head and smiled. I'd almost forgotten what it was like to have fun as a family. The routine of the drudgery of surviving in the real world hadn't allowed much time lately for family activities. Burying my head in my hands, I began to think about all the things that I would want to do differently when I returned home. The short time in the rainforest had taught me how little I knew about nature. As a child, Dad used to take us camping as a family until Mom died. After that, alcohol and prescription drugs hastened his following Mom. My taking Craig fishing was the nearest we ever got to nature. I had always wanted to do better than Dad had done. Working on an automobile production line wasn't my idea of a life, but at least Dad had regular hours and time to spend with us as a family. My body sagged as the thought crossed my mind that Mary would need some serious persuading to exchange her Gucci shoes for hiking boots. Pictures of Mary as a broken woman on the television screen flashed before me. Not once had she lifted her head to look me in the eyes, such was her grief. I tried to recall the last time we had looked into each other's eyes. "Kurt, join us," said Leandra, followed by an ear-to-ear smile. Shaking my head, I mouthed no. I hoped she would leave it at that and let me wallow in my self-pity over what I had done to my family. But Leandra wasn't taking no for an answer. She waded out of the river. I didn't know where to look, and my cheeks flushed. She looked like a Bond girl, walking to shore from the sea. Only Leandra wasn't wearing a bikini, and her wet bra and panties left nothing to the imagination. The children followed her, scrambling up the bank. Surrounded, Leandra took my hand and hauled me to my feet. "Come on, playtime. Besides, you stink. I have some soap I took from my pack." She laughed as she took my hand in hers. The children followed her lead, pushing and pulling me to the river. The heat rose in my cheeks, taking my embarrassment to a completely new level. "Strip! You can't go into the river with your pants on." At the water's edge, I stripped down to my boxers. Leandra took my hand and had to drag me into the river. With the water up to my waist, Leandra and the children splashed me happily. My reluctance to join in the fun evaporated, and I splashed them back. When I made the mistake of grabbing one of the boys and launching him into a dive, they all wanted a turn. Leandra rescued me, rubbing my hair with the bar of soap and then washed my back. "How was Carlos?" she asked. Conscious and smiling. "I don't know what the shaman spat on his wounds, but his fever has gone and the infection is reduced. When I left, a woman looked to be sewing up his wounds with what looked like a fishbone." "God knows what they use for the suture," I said. "Bo Boy told me he uses kapok and coca leaves, together with some berries for what he chewed and spat on the gashes. The kapok reduces the fever and the coca acts as an anesthetic. The berries fight the infection. It's incredible. They should get the scientists to check it out, she said. What, and have them come up with a new narcotic like they did with the coca leaf, I replied in all seriousness. Leandra stood akimbo. Smarty pants, she said with a coy smile, her head tilted to one side. I playfully took her by the shoulders and ducked her under the water. The children thought it was a game and, piling on me, they dragged me under the water. Surfacing, I held my hands up in surrender and waded out of the river. Wait, I'll join you to dry off, said Leandra. Frolicking in the water had loosened the bandage holding the key. I turned to Leandra. I need a fresh bandage. Sit down and I'll get a new one from my backpack. In the intense heat, my skin had already dried. Leandra took a fresh bandage from the medical kit and handed it to me. She slipped her t-shirt on over her shoulders. Unraveling the bandage from my hand, I took the key and grasped it in my other palm. What are you going to do about escaping? She asked, as she wrapped the new bandage around my hand. I don't have an option, I have to go back and escape from the villa. Why the frown? Because Perez has my family under surveillance, that's why. I need to find some way of contacting them to tell them to get to a safe house before Perez can do them harm. Trouble is, I don't know if the mini-sub will have a radio. So what, then? I really don't know. Placing the key on the bandage, Leandra continued to wrap it around my hand and then tied it off. I raised my eyes to the heavens. The key wasn't enough by itself to guarantee my escape and to save both my family's lives and mine. All I could hope was that on the journey back to the villa, I could come up with a new plan to overcome what seemed to be an insurmountable problem. Do you think Perez will have the time or the inclination to harm your family? Leandra asked. What with the cobras mounting attacks on him, won't he be distracted? I can't gamble with my family's lives. It's not only Perez I have to worry about. Without knowing who put the original hit out on me, they might just be pissed at Perez for buying out the hit and place a new contract with someone else. It could be the cobras. Carlos never did answer me, remember? Added to that, Perez may want to seek retribution when and if I get home. How in hell am I going to protect my family? Can't you move somewhere safe? It's not that simple. I'd have to go into witness protection, along with my wife and kids. This whole thing is a mess. We have to give up everything. Our home, our friends, our whole lives. Drawing my hand to my face, I shook my head to dispel the negative thoughts from my mind, but they weren't going anywhere. Leandra pulled my hand from my face, placed her fingers under my chin and lifted my head. She looked directly into my eyes as if she were trying to read my mind. Oh, Kurt, I wish I could make your troubles go away. I wish that too, but it wasn't going to happen. Chapter 35. Return Journey. Inside the community hall, two of the men helped Carlos to his feet. Boat Boy handed him a crutch that he'd fashioned from a branch with the fork as an armrest and helped him to settle it under his good armpit. Carlos grimaced as he took his first step and then another. Wouldn't you be better off using the stretcher? I asked. No, it wouldn't fit in the boat or the dinghy. Please, just make sure I don't fall on the way outside. I need to make it to the bench next to the entrance. Slowly he made his way outside. His teeth gritted with every step, but the nature of the man didn't groan. Pure grit and determination got him to the bench. He removed the crutch and with some skillful hopping, he maneuvered to sit. I'm surprised you two came back. I thought you'd have taken a boat and gone upriver, he said. What, and get ambushed by Indians? No thanks. I made you a promise and I'll stick to it. Besides, you left us a weapon back there, thanks, I said. I still reckon I owe you one, even though under threat. You promised me you wouldn't escape. I simply nodded. When are we due to get the dinghy? An hour, maybe less. How's the leg? I asked him, and noticing he'd bandaged it up from the slit in his pants. Stiff. But maybe that's me not wanting to bend it just in case the stitches come apart and it opens, he said. No chance of that. The bandage will likely hold it good and tight, I said. He winced a little. When you were sleeping, one of the women removed the old bandage and stitched up where the spear entered with a fish bone and some kapok floss, spun into a thread," he said. "Yeah, I saw that. It's some tree they have." "They should call it the Tree of Life," I said. "You'd be surprised at some of the other uses of the kapok tree. The Indians use the trunks to fashion their boats. They trade the floss from the seeds for use in life belts on account of its buoyancy. So yeah, it should be called the Tree of Life." I'd never really considered the lives of indigenous Indians before, other than to think of the rainforest tribes as savages. Why, I don't know. Unless it was the tales I heard as a child of them killing their enemies and shrinking their heads to carry as trophies. But seeing them surviving in their natural habitat, in what we would consider a primitive life, they were flourishing, and on the face of it, happy with their lot. I just felt sorry for them that the cocoleros and the loggers were upsetting the delicate balance of the forest around them. Taking the combat knife from my belt, I turned to Carlos. "Let me cut away the flap from your pants. It'll make it easier to walk and save you from tripping." Carlos nodded. I cut away the surplus material and handed him his knife. "No, you keep it until we get on the dinghy, same with the other weapons. I doubt I could use them if I needed them. Listen, you know when we get to the villa that I'll have to shackle you until you get to your room. Don't worry about it, I know." "I'm not worried," he said. He shuffled his backside on the bench. "Kurt, I have to tell you that you should be worried. Perez is unpredictable." "Yeah, I've seen." I couldn't be sure if he knew something that Perez had planned, but his expression told me he was fighting a battle not to spell it out to me. We had clearly bonded, man to man. Still, I couldn't help thinking that if ordered to do so, he would take my life. The only consolation to that thought, however macabre, was that he wouldn't let me suffer. Carlos said, "I suppose you thought about taking over the trawler and setting a course for the U.S.? His question had me sitting upright. "Are you suggesting that's what I should do?" "Well, is that what you thought of doing?" "Yeah, I've thought about it, but like you, they know where my nearest and dearest live." "I guess we're all held for ransom one way or another," he said. "Yup, that's about the size of it." I hadn't seen a radio on board the trawler, but there must have been one in the captain's cabin. If the captain managed to get a signal to Perez before I isolated and took control of the cabin, my family could be toast. Then there was the problem of Leandra needing to get back to the villa. I wasn't giving up on the idea, if only to get a message to my family. But then if I alerted the Coast Guard in South America to get a message to them, how would I know whether or not Perez had the Coast Guard in his pocket? Whichever way I looked at it, I kept getting snared. Perez was the key. Only taking him out of the equation would prevent him from declaring checkmate, but there was no chance of that happening. Leandra joined us and sat next to me. "What have you boys been talking about?" she asked. "Just saying, we'll be heading back to the villa soon." Boat Boy walked up to Leandra and they exchanged words. "Looks like we're going now," said Leandra. "I'll get your backpack, Carlos." Two of the Indians picked Carlos up bodily and set off walking. Safely on the long boat, we returned the way we came. The dinghy was waiting and along with the crew, we helped Carlos get on board the craft. The crew didn't even question that I had the rifle. All the same, I laid it at Carlos's side and slipped his knife back in his belt when the captain pointed his gun at me. The return trip to the trawler proved uneventful, same as the journey on the biplane over the ocean and then the trawler back to the villa. Try as I might, there wasn't an opportunity to get inside the captain's cabin, so all of my worrying had been for nothing. It didn't help that although they weren't armed with guns, all the crew carried knives for gutting the fish. The only refreshing part of the journey was that Carlos didn't order either of us to be shackled. All that changed is the captain called for us to get in the dinghy, although I was the only one put in chains. Lowered into the dinghy and into the swell of the Pacific, I became anxious. Cold inside, my body shivered in waves, yet sweat formed on my brow and my hands were clammy. On the beach, I could see a vehicle waiting for our arrival. No one spoke on the journey until we landed on the beach. Guards greeted us, assisting Carlos out of the dinghy, taking him to one side and whispering to him. The crew helped Leandra and then me onto the sand. Carlos walked with a limp, but at least he could manage it without the crutch. The three of us climbed into the vehicle, sat on the back seat and we headed for the villa. It's 10 a.m., said Carlos. Perez is on his way in the minisub to deal with the Cobra insurgents. You mean they have them alive? I asked. They'll have been interrogating them for information. I shuddered at the thought. I doubted they'd have bothered with CIA-type interrogations. The crop duster flew overhead and came into land. Insurgents or no insurgents, it was business as usual for the flow of money and drugs. I was ordered out of the vehicle, with Leandra following. Carlos stayed inside and held the door open. I'm going to the barracks. I'd stay in your bedroom if I were you and keep out of the way of Perez, he said, and then pulled the door close. The vehicle drove away, leaving a guard to escort us to our bedrooms. Staring at the vehicle as it headed down the drive, I dwelt on Carlos's words and manner of delivery. His ominous tone made me wonder just what the guards had whispered to him. I'll take a shower and change, Leandra said, then I'll make breakfast and come to your room. Arriving back was something of an anticlimax. Nothing seemed to have changed until I shuffled into the bedroom. The television had been removed. The guard had me lie face down on the bed. He clasped the ankle tracker into place and removed my shackles. Leandra stepped into the room as the guard opened the French doors. He walked out of the room and Leandra closed the door behind him. My television has been removed. Yeah, mine too. Leandra twirled to look at the space vacated by my television. It set me thinking why they would remove them. The only thing I could come up with was that there was news they didn't want me to see. Leandra whispered, I still have Carlos's pistol in my backpack. Well, I did have. I'd hidden it under my pillow. What? He must have known we hadn't given it to him. I recalled Carlos saying that he owed me one, but I hadn't expected him to act voluntarily. That reminds me, do you still have the GPS transmitter in your pocket? Yes, if you mean that contraption in the plastic bag. I couldn't think what use it would be as it was only a transmitter with a pre-programmed autodial to Stoney's receiver. Still, I thought it would be worth keeping. Look, don't hand it to me now, but after you've showered and made breakfast, get the gun and the transmitter to me wrapped in some towels or something. Are you okay with that? Sure. Have you checked to see if the guard uniform is still in the closet? No. Quickly, take off your boots and hand them to me. Slipping off my boots, I handed them to her. She turned and opened the closet door and placed them inside. My body shook as she twitched the pile of sheets hiding the uniform and then closed the door. Leandra sighed. Praise be to God. It's still there. Listen, I'm going back soon. She opened the door, walked out, and closed the door behind her. The sound of an engine and tires crunching the gravel outside distracted me. Doors slammed and voices were barking orders. Hurrying over to the French doors, I peered outside. A guard opened the rear doors of a truck. A group of men huddled inside. One at a time, two guards dragged them out as other guards joined in to line up the men on the drive. Their hands were clasped behind their backs with short ropes secured to leg irons. The guards forced them to kneel. I counted 22 in all, but I could see another lifeless pile of bodies still in the back of the truck. Some of the men groaned, some cried, and others looked straight ahead, expressionless. All of them had bloodied faces and blood-stained t-shirts. Perez appeared from the maze with two guards carrying canvas bags. I stepped back and pulled the net curtain to hide from view. The guards with the bags walked on into the villa. Perez marched up and down the line of prisoners, ranting, his words inaudible, carried along with the breeze out to sea. Perez reached underneath his jacket and drew his pistol. A gunshot echoed. The bullet passed through from the front of the prisoner's skull, exiting along with a mist of brain cells, and he keeled over. Perez hadn't even afforded him the luxury of an unseen bullet from behind. Looking through the nets was like watching a movie from World War II unfold as he walked down the line dispatching each prisoner in the same style. He reached the last of the prisoners and shot him in each leg in turn, then in his arms. The prisoner rolled onto his side, screaming. Frozen where I stood, I was strangely detached from the events. Perez knelt at the man's side, opened his mouth, forced the barrel inside, and fired. Then he stood and fired more shots into the prisoner's body until he ran out of ammunition. Slipping his gun back in his waistband, he turned and marched into the villa. The horror I had witnessed had me wishing I were still in the rainforest. The pit of my stomach tightened and I retched. Rushing to the bathroom, I threw up the contents of my stomach down the toilet. I picked up the bar of soap. Stuck to the back of it was a piece of paper. I turned it over to find a smudged message. "You're going to die tomorrow," it read. I scraped the paper off the bar of soap with my fingernails, then dropped the message into the toilet and pressed the flush. The message couldn't have come from Carlos. I grasped the wash basin with both hands, my knuckles turning white. There wasn't time to consider who could have left the warning. I couldn't even be sure if it was some sick psychological joke. I heard the door to my room open. "Kurt, where are you?" Leandra called out. "In here." Leandra's ashen face appeared around the doorframe as I turned the faucet and cupped my hands under the water at the wash basin. She rushed up to me, tears streaming down her cheeks, and flung her arms around me. I turned off the tap water and dried my hands. Did you see what just happened outside?" Leandra asked. "I saw it. Try and compose yourself. But it could be you next." She sobbed with abandon. I held her head, drew it to my chest, and placed an arm around her waist, my fingers trembling. "Shush. I have a new plan I want you to think about tonight. I'm definitely going tomorrow." Chapter 36. Surprise Ally. There's justice through the criminal judicial system, and then there's doing the right thing. Perez was nothing more than a murderous psychopath. But did that give me the right to take his life? It would sure get all of us out of trouble. After tossing and turning until daylight arrived, I still didn't have the answer. There again, maybe I did have the solution and my moral compass was trying to deceive me. One part of me kept saying it was not in my power to be judge, jury, and executioner. The reality was, besides his cartel being responsible for thousands of murders, I had personally witnessed Perez committing mass murder and ordering the killing of others. Then there was the guard whose brains Perez had blown out simply for taking fruit from a tree. El Presidente deserved death by execution. I just didn't think I could be the one to end his life, without him having a gun in his hand and my life in immediate danger. I had to ask myself, what would that make me, if I executed him? I guessed that if I were an ordinary John Doe, kidnapped, with even only inferences and veiled threats against me and my family's lives, or a soldier with rules of engagement to kill the enemy, I wouldn't have to think twice. However, I was a United States law enforcement officer. How would that look in any inquiry leading to a trial if I killed someone other than in self-defense? I could tell a lie, I suppose, but in homicides, lies have a way of catching you out. There were mitigating circumstances, sure, but try to get that through the thick skull of some upstart prosecuting lawyer wanting to make a name for himself. Add to that, a what-if that the scenario happened in a Mexican court, with some judge and a bunch of jurors pissed at not getting their monthly backhanders and they would likely throw away the key. My ears prickled at the sound of Leandra's door opening, closing, and then hearing her exchanging words with the guard outside my door. Without a television, I could only guess at the time. Leandra's heels clicking down the marble steps and fading gave me the idea it must be around 9 a.m. With an hour to go before my planned exit from the villa, my nerves took hold. Going over the plans in my head, I tried to blot out anything going wrong and concentrated on how it should unfold. Easier said than done, everything that could go awry played out like a damn horror movie. Throwing the bed covers to one side, I eased my legs over the side of the bed and stood. My head pounded, and my legs hardly had the strength to stand. Taking a deep breath, I walked to the French doors. The breeze gave me an instant rush of soothing cold air. When I looked out to the maze, it seemed further away than the 20 paces I had measured. Doubts about my plan took root. Needing to keep my mind occupied, I stepped back inside, and I started my daily exercises. I was just about to start another round of push-ups when the door opened and I jumped to my feet. Leandra wheeled in the breakfast cart and closed the door. "What time is it?" I asked. "Just after 9:30. Her face flushed and her hands trembled. "Did the guard outside or the guy in the CCTV room remark about you being early?" "No, but they noticed my hands shaking." I said the first thing that came into my head. Told them I was having my period. They laughed and seemed to accept the explanation. "Let's hope the powder from the sleeping pills works on time," I said. It should work, all right. I put 2 doses in each of their coffees. 1 dose is enough to put me to sleep inside 20 minutes. Incidentally, Perez is in the dining room with Carlos. I raised an eyebrow. What's Carlos doing there? It sounded like he was asking for a sick pass. Damn it, I hope he goes before 10. You sure you're up for this? Her lips twitched into a nervous smile. It's too late to change my mind now. Good, go back to the kitchen, like we planned, so you don't get caught up in anything if something goes wrong. Kurt? What? Come here out of sight of the camera. I walked over to her. She gave me a hug, kissed me on the cheek, and whispered, "Good luck." Returning her squeeze, I kissed the top of her head and said, "Good luck to you, too. Better go, quickly." As soon as she was out the door, I stepped back to the balcony at the sound of a vehicle braking and the tires crunching to a halt on the gravel. When I peered out, I saw a 4x4 sitting alongside the villa entrance. On cue, the driver and a guard exited the vehicle and sat on a low wall, facing away from me. The engine was left idling as usual. I moved over to the camera's blind spot and removed my bandage. Taking hold of the key to my ankle tracker, I slipped it into my pajama top pocket. My head jerked to the door at the sound of something crashing on the ceramics outside. I pressed my ear to the door. A cold shiver ran down my body and my heart rate rose to alarming levels. The minute I listened seemed like an eternity, but I heard no other movement. It was then, or never. I opened the closet door to obscure the camera, then moved outside and dragged the guard into the bedroom, gagged him and bound him with strips torn from the pillow. Grabbing the bedside chair, I jammed it against the door handle. The last thing I wanted was an unwelcome guest. Then I hurried to the closet holding my stash and pulled out the guard's uniform. As quickly as I could, I fumbled out of my pajamas and into the uniform, almost tripping in panic. Fully dressed, I jammed the Glock in the waistband of my pants and took the tracker key from my pajamas, slipping it into my pants pocket. Reaching into the closet, I ripped sheets from the shelf and tied 2 of them together. I then quickly moved to the balcony. When I looked across at the villa entrance, the guards still sat with their backs facing the balcony. I pulled the key from my pocket, but the damn thing dropped to the floor. Wishing I hadn't trimmed my nails the night before, I struggled with thumb and finger, and finally managed to pick up the key. The moment I placed it in the lock, the bracelet sprung open. I closed it again and the LED started to flash. I was thankful for the doctor's checkup, because if my heart had raced any faster I would have expected it to explode. In the stance of a baseball pitcher, I glanced toward the villa entrance to make sure the guards were still in position. With all the strength I could muster, I launched the tracker in the direction of the maze. Happy it was on a trajectory for somewhere inside the maze, I turned my attention to the sheets and grabbed them from the bed. A look at the guards told me the tracker landing hadn't caught their attention. Tying one end of a sheet to the metal balustrade, I lowered the rest, all the while keeping an eye on the guards. Then I had to pause and take a deep breath. Adrenaline was flowing so fast, I was losing control of body and mind. More deep breaths and a degree of composure returned. Realizing I had not picked up the roll of duct tape, I reached up on the closet shelf, picked it up, and stuffed it into a pocket. One final suck of air to fill my lungs and I took hold of the chair, jamming the door handle. Trying not to make a sound, I removed the chair and opened the door slightly. Taking a hold of my pistol in one hand, I gradually opened the door. The hallway outside was clear. I turned and took the remote detonator for the tracker from around the guard's neck and slipped the strap from his assault rifle from his shoulders. I slipped through the door, careful not to walk on the broken shards from the coffee cup. Along the corridor, I crept on past the CCTV monitoring room. The door was slightly ajar and the guard was slumped with his head on the desk. If only the doctor knew the use I'd put his pills to, I thought. Arriving at the dumbwaiter, I opened the door, climbed inside, and pressed the button to descend to the kitchen. On the way down, the rest of the plan whirred around in my brain. As the ride stopped with a jolt, I pictured the door opening onto my living room at home. Dreaming aside, my escape hadn't even reached first base. The door opened to reveal Leandra, out of her head with panic. She grabbed my arm and helped me out of the dumbwaiter. Leandra whispered, "Carlos is still in there with Perez." I heard the faint buzz of the crop duster. There was no time to wait for Carlos to leave the dining room. We still have to make our move, I said. I moved silently behind Leandra to the connecting door leading into the dining room, clutching the assault rifle, the stock firmly resting on my shoulder. Leandra rapped the door with her knuckles and entered. She moved quickly to one side. The heads of Carlos and Perez snapped in my direction. If either of you move or make a sound, you're both dead. Hands on the table, now. I kept my aim on Carlos, fearing him the most. Stand, hands in the air, Carlos. Carlos stood. I took his assault rifle and removed his knife, dropping each in turn on the floor and kicked them down the length of the room. Taking 2 steps back, I alternated my aim between the two of them. You won't get away with this, said Perez. Maybe, but I'll make a damned good try. Reaching into my pocket, I tossed the duct tape at Carlos. Gag him and tie his hands behind his back. Carlos did as ordered and limped behind him. Perez's complexion turned scarlet with rage, and he muttered curses from underneath the tape over his mouth. Standing behind Perez, Carlos gave me a wry smile and looked directly into my eyes. What are you going to do next? He asked. That's up to you. There are 3 canvas bags full of money on the table. If I'm not mistaken, that's a sick note pass on the table to get you through any roadblock. That stack of cash ought to buy you a nice farm in Brazil. Carlos glanced at the bags and sucked on his bottom lip. We're going with or without you, but it would help if you drove the vehicle to the crop duster. It should be refueled by the time we get there. What about Perez? He's going with me. And the guards at the entrance? With one hand, I took hold of the detonator and held it aloft. Distraction. Their vehicle is running and waiting. Leandra, grab the laptop, the knife, and the rifle. When I pressed the button, an explosive thud cut the silence. I prayed the sound wouldn't carry to the barracks. Carlos grabbed the sick note pass, stuffed it in his pocket, and took hold of the straps of the bags. Let's go, he said. I took hold of Perez by the scruff of his neck and we exited the room. Opening the villa's front door, we were just in time to see the leg of one of the guards disappear into the maze. Carlos loaded the bags into the front seat of the vehicle, while I maneuvered Perez onto the back passenger seat between Leandra and me. Reaching over, I took the pen drive from Perez's top pocket. Are you sure you can drive with your leg injured? I asked. Too late to think about that now, but I think I'll manage. The vehicle set off like a bucking bronco, but he soon tamed it and sped toward the airfield. When we approached the crop duster, the pilot was dragging the refueling tank under cover of the trees. Do you want Leandra to come with me? Carlos asked. No, we have business to attend to. What if the pilot won't fly? We don't need the pilot. I can fly. He has a flight plan on a clipboard. What if he alerts the others? We'll tie him up with duct tape. Hopefully, we'll be long gone before they realize anything's happening. His question unnerved me. Carlos said, I'll take care of the pilot. You concentrate on getting the crop duster off the ground. We stopped alongside the aircraft. Duct tape and knife, said Carlos. He turned and held out his hand. I passed him the tape, but hesitated at giving him the knife. For a moment, our eyes met. I needed time to think. While I thought I could read Carlos's psyche, I couldn't be sure if I could trust him not to reverse the situation. Let me get Perez out and onto the crop duster first. He must have read my mind. Forget the knife, I'll manage, he said. The pilot knows my face. Carlos climbed out and limped toward the woods where we had seen the pilot. Perez fought like some demented lunatic not to get out of the vehicle. By the time I had dragged Perez over to the crop duster, Carlos had returned and he tossed the duct tape to me. All set. He won't cause you any trouble. I didn't ask what he meant, but the roll of tape didn't look any smaller. Carlos helped me bundle Perez on board the aircraft. Carlos shook my hand and then Leandra's. You're on your own now. Good luck, he said. He limped over to the 4x4, hopped in and drove away. With Carlos out of sight, I took one last scan of the area toward the woods, and then turned, wary of the thick cover of bushes only 5 feet from the wingtip. Leandra clambered on board, and I was just about to follow her when the sound of footsteps brushing the grass behind us brought me to a halt. I turned to face the barrel of an assault rifle trained directly at me, and I froze. Pulses of cold energy ripped through my body. "Where do you think you are going? Turn around." Chapter 37. Mexican Standoff. I'd been right to be nervous about the cover of the bushes next to the crop duster. But then doubt had tormented me about the whole escapade. Every nook and cranny had been a potential chance for someone to be surveying the area. Without eyes in the back of my head, and with Stoney and his guards' expertise in Special Forces operations, I guess we were lucky to have made it that far. The only redeeming feature until had been was that all eyes and efforts had been concentrating on access to the villa since the Cobra's insurgency. I'd been thinking it was all too easy. Stoney's voice was the last thing I had wanted to hear, never mind the feel of the barrel of his assault rifle prodding the back of my head. Leandra peered at me through the open cockpit door, a look of terror distorting her features. An arm gripped her around her throat. My shoulders stooped even lower. Perez's face appeared to one side and behind her. Tearing away the duct tape from his mouth, pistol in hand, he jammed the barrel of his gun to her temple. "Well done, Pedro. Seems your personal alarm setup worked. Take his guns. He won't need them where he's going." "The same goes for this slut." Perez pushed Leandra out of the plane and followed her. Putting his lips to her ear, he growled, "Think you were going to escape to your child? Well, I've got news for you, she's dead. Still, I guess you'll soon be joining your little bastard." "You're lying," Leandra shouted and tried to wriggle from his grip. "Drop your weapons," Pedro ordered. The cold steel barrel of his rifle stabbed at the nape of my neck. I ignored him, resting my hands on my rifle, hoping for an opportunity to put a round into Perez. "Kill the bastard," screamed Perez, spitting through his gritted teeth, waving his gun and then forcing the barrel to her ear. Leandra looked me straight in the eye, her body passive. It was as clear a signal as I needed. All I could hope was that I'd get my shot off before Stony Face dispatched me, or Perez squeezed his trigger. "What are you waiting for? Shoot him." Pedro took a step back. "Why shoot them? Let's cut them up and make them both suffer. Really, we should keep the girl until we can replace her with her sister." Like some slowed-down movie, events played up before my eyes. Perez waved his gun with a frustrated scowl aimed at Stoney. Then, as if someone had switched on a light, he relaxed and grinned. Perez said, "Good thinking." He tapped the side of his head with the barrel of his gun and loosened his grip on her neck. Leandra tore his arm from around her throat and dropped to the floor. A shot rang out, instantly taking out the side of Perez's skull to the sound of the click of his empty pistol. His arms flailed as if an unseen hand controlled his contortions and then had released the strings. Perez crumpled to the ground. I swung my aim to Stoney. He was still facing Perez, his rifle shouldered and smoke drifting from his weapon. "You'd better get out of here," said Stoney. He didn't even look at me. My finger twitched on the trigger. Leandra scrambled on all fours in my peripheral vision, past and behind me. My mind raced, trying to make sense of Stoney's intervention, but hit a dead end. At a loss, I had to ask the question. "Who are you?" "Why?" "Orders." "It doesn't matter who I am, just get her to the Bolivian embassy. They have her travel documents ready and waiting. They'll take it from there and see she gets home." Stoney lowered his rifle. "I'll cover your asses from here." His radio crackled. Stoney let go of his rifle, leaving it swinging on the shoulder strap by his side, and ripped the handset from his jacket. "Stay there and guard the mini-sub. He's on the loose somewhere on the grounds. I'll alert the Seven Sisters." He turned to me. "What are you two waiting for? Get going! I'll tell them you must have shot Perez." From his words, it was easy to deduce that the guards had pursued my ghost down the wishing well ladder and into the smuggler's cave. Leandra said, "What do you know about my child?" Perez said, "Sorry, I don't know about any child." He looked genuinely shocked at the revelation that a child was involved. "Listen, I'll get word to the DEA that you've escaped as soon as I can and tell them the truth. Hurry, there's no time for idle chatter. But be careful." One of the Cobra prisoners we tortured says they were tipped off we were holding you. They were under instructions to kill you. Someone over the border wants you dead in return for favors to the Cobra cartel." I nodded and hauled Leandra to her feet. She was dazed, but then so was I, still amazed by Stoney's apparent change of allegiance. Fortunately, I had the sense to help Leandra on board the aircraft. I fired up the engine and eased the throttle control, and we set off down the runway. Thank God they designed the Zenith aircraft for short takeoff, and we lifted from the ground and took the flight path I had witnessed almost daily. Banking and turning, I could see guards emerging from the tree line. No doubt the rifle shot had alerted Perez's men resting in the barracks. Stoney waved at them, cradling Perez in his arms, and then beckoned the guards to his position. As I gazed out of the cockpit, the villa, the maze, and the swimming pool all passed by. The sheets still hung from the balustrade at the balcony. All were images I doubted I would ever forget. For all I knew, we could have had a hail of bullets passing by on the outside of the plane. My hands visibly shook on the controls, knowing we were not out of danger. Clearing one of the Seven Sisters hills by the bay, I braced, hoping that Stoney would be true to his word and an RPG wouldn't put an end to our escape to freedom. Taking hold of Leandra's hand, I gave it a squeeze. She looked directly ahead. Her hand was limp and there was no acknowledgement. Leandra's mind wasn't in the crop duster, but then I couldn't blame her and I left her to her thoughts. Headed along the coastline of the Pacific, I sighed as our flight path took us over dry land again, out of the range of any incoming fire from any of the lookout posts. With a 90-degree turn, it would be a straight line from there on, but not toward home. There was unfinished business to attend to. Most of all, we had to find out if Perez had spoken the truth about Leandra's daughter. It would have been impossible for me to make it out of there without Leandra's help. There were promises I had made and I wasn't about to go back on my word. The drone of the engine put Leandra to sleep. At least sleeping gave her some respite from her anguish. Me? Well, I couldn't help but go over what had happened back there on the airstrip. Stony face puzzled me. Having contacts at the Bolivian embassy who had Leandra's travel documents ready, I had to think he was undercover. Stoney couldn't have known I was going to escape with her. He had to have planned Leandra an escape route all along. It made sense of his protective attitude towards her that had baffled me. The department would jump for joy when they heard about Perez's death. Still, I couldn't help but think of the many innocents who would end up caught in the fight to fill the vacuum left by the death of Perez. Stoney's words, "I'll tell them the truth," nagged at me. The words seemed out of context, unless it was to say it was the Perez cartel who had kidnapped me and not the Cobra gang. Picking up the radio mic, I pressed the on switch, but it was dead. That made sense. The pilot would hardly likely want to contact customs, especially when he was carrying contraband. Looking over my shoulder, I noticed the duct tape that had bound Perez. The tape wasn't unwrapped, but stretched. It had been a big mistake not frisking him, and I shook my head that I had goofed that up. Lucky for all of us that he hadn't loaded a new magazine since emptying it on those prisoners. A stray bullet could have taken any one of us down. Lady Luck had sure been with us this time. A sense of newfound freedom overwhelmed me. I couldn't have stopped the glow that I felt rise inside me if I tried, or the curl on my lips. It was as though I could smell Mary's perfume and the scent of the children's freshly shampooed hair, but their touch eluded me. That's when it hit me. Whoever had put the original contract on my life wanted to see it through to a satisfactory conclusion. But just how they knew I had been taken by the Perez cartel left me perplexed. Down in the footwell, next to Leandra's feet, I could see Perez's laptop. The sight brought me back to the reality of the situation, and I scowled at the realization that Perez's death had left a hole in my plan. Instinct told me to turn and head for the border, but torn loyalties ending with a final resolve spurred me to continue with our chosen path. We could have used Perez to trade for Leandra's daughter, Rosa, before the authorities arrived to take him into custody. Now we didn't even know if Rosa was alive. Chapter 38. Unwelcome Reception. Approaching our destination, we had made good headway with a strong tailwind and hit a steady cruising speed of 120 miles per hour. I nudged Leandra. "We're here. I need you alert." Leandra stretched her legs and yawned, shaking her head to come around. She had a look of determination on her face. She shuffled her butt on the seat, stooped and picked up the pistol from between her feet. "Oh, I'm alert all right, and ready," Leandra said. Holding the Glock in both hands, she outstretched her arms, aiming at an imaginary target and mimicking recoil. Bang! "Hey, steady, we don't want a bullet to ricochet in the cockpit before we land." "Don't worry, I know exactly how to handle a gun." I didn't doubt her for 1 second. "Listen, there are a couple of bags behind you. Lean over and put the laptop in one of them." I took the pen drive from my pocket and handed it over. "This too." Leandra maneuvered to kneel on the seat and leaned over the back of her chair. I heard the zipper draw back. She knelt upright. "Hell, it's full of $100 bills. Put a couple of hundred in your pocket and pass me the same. We may need some money." Leandra turned to sit, stuffing some bills in my pocket. "Fasten your seatbelt. We're going to land soon." I eased up on the controls and turned the aircraft. There it is. I can see the building I told you about, tucked in the trees. The runway looks clear. I'm going to circle before landing. Keep a lookout on your side and tell me if you see any movement. As we circled the field, Leandra called out. "There's a pickup truck over by the gate, but I can't see anyone." "Damn." "Okay, listen. I can't just keep circling. I'll come in from the opposite end and land away from the building. As soon as we stop, we'll grab a bag each, run over to the bushes, and then follow the hedgerow. We'll dump the bags there, so we can collect them later. If no one shows, we can head to where you saw the truck. If they haven't left the keys, we can hotwire the ignition. Then we need to get hold of the authorities to meet us at Squat's farm." "Hotwire? We?" "Okay, I meant me. Whatever happens, keep low behind me, and watch for my signals. With a bit of luck it could be the pilot's pickup. Or maybe it's only a driver waiting to collect the pilot and the drugs. If it is just a driver, we can hopefully get a jump on him and ask him about your daughter. Are you prepared for that, whatever the answer is?" "I honestly don't know. If she's dead, it depends how she died." Her eyes moistened. "If she's alive, have they told her about me, or claimed her as their own? Whichever it is, I'm still the loser. If everything turns out perfect, I still can't get back those 4 lost years." Leandra swiped the back of her hand over her eyes. She took a deep breath and we exchanged glances. Her eyes glazed, giving me the impression that she was devoid of emotion and mentally prepared. Lining up with the field, I feathered the throttle and adjusted the flaps. I was out of practice, so we hit the ground and bounced, sending my innards skyward. The tires touched down again. This time I had the stall under control. With a rumble, I taxied near the hedgerow and we slowed to a halt. In a frenzy of activity, we unfastened our belts, grabbed the bags, opened the doors, and jumped. Leandra rolled over, clutching her ankle, and winced. "Damn it, I twisted my ankle." I shouldered my rifle, then launched my bag at the hedge, and then, rolling behind the crop duster, I helped her to stand. My vision danced in all directions as I stumbled toward the hedgerow, dragging Leandra with her arm over my shoulder and carrying the second bag. Crawling on hands and knees through a gap, we both collapsed in a drainage ditch, breathing heavily. "How's your ankle?" "Painful. I don't think I'll be able to walk very far." I turned around on my belly and peered through the hedgerow. As I looked in the direction of the barn, the large wooden door rolled open, grating on the runners. Alongside the barn, there were barrels of aviation fuel, one of them mounted on a refueling cart. A figure appeared in the doorway. He gestured, pointing in the direction of the crop duster, and someone joined him. Sweat from my brow dripped and smarted in my eyes. I rubbed both eyes and blinked, focusing on the 2 figures. Damn if it wasn't Squat and his sidekick, the one who'd gunned down Layla and her family. Another figure joined them and Squat pointed to the crop duster and then scratched his head. Squat slapped the 3rd figure on the backside, sending him stumbling our direction. As he approached, I identified him as the young man I'd put to sleep back at the farm. He looked nervous, constantly looking back at Squat, who simply waved the young man onward. "We've got trouble," I said. Leandra's eyes widened and she crawled over to my position. The young man walked around the crop duster, whose doors were still open. He looked over in the direction of the barn, outstretched his arms, palms upright, and lifted his shoulders. He put his hands to his mouth and hollered, "Vaccio." Leandra whispered, "He's saying it's empty." When she moved her hand, a twig snapped. The young man looked directly over our way. I looked down the barrel of my rifle, lining him up in my sights. Leandra grabbed the barrel. "Don't shoot, he's retarded." The young man froze, like an actor on stage who had forgotten his lines, not sure whether or not to exit stage left. Bewildered, he glanced over at Squat and then back in our direction. He made to grab his rifle still hanging on the strap over his shoulder, but he fumbled and it dropped from his hands. Darting toward him, I grabbed him, bringing him to ground with a tackle any linebacker would have been proud to make. A burst of gunfire dug up the soil around us, raking in a line and stopping just short of causing any damage. Spinning him over, I wrapped my arm around his neck and twisted his arm up his back. My body reacted with a flinch at the explosion of Leandra firing a covering round past us and toward our assailants. I dragged our prisoner through the hedgerow into the ditch. That's blown any surprise. Now we're in for a fight. How do you know he's mentally challenged? Chapter 39. Outflanked. The young man acted confused, rather than fearful. Bound with duct tape, secured to the base of a bush, he wasn't going anywhere soon. Lesson learned from Perez, I patted him down for weapons. All I found was his iTunes player. Securing his wrists, I tossed the tape to Leandra. "I'll take over as lookout. Gag him for me." "Not yet. I need to talk to him first. He's the only one at the farm who looked after me. He never left my side during my labor. Listen, they've gone inside the barn and closed the door. Can't we get back in the crop duster and get the hell away from here and alert the authorities?" "Not without refueling. Besides, we'd be sitting ducks." "What should we do now?" "You question the boy for information about your daughter. I'll move to a new position and fire off some shots at the barn as a diversion to make them think we've moved and then come back here. Just one thing, please keep scanning in all directions. We don't want anyone getting the jump on us again." More than anything, I was giving myself a reminder. 3 times in a row was beyond a joke, but then I wasn't a trained Marine. I rummaged in my pocket and pulled out the GPS transmitter. You know the drill. If I don't come back, press the button. Leandra took hold of the transmitter with one hand and clasped her other hand in mine. "Good luck," she said, and my hand untwined from hers, lingering at our fingertips. "You too." This close to victory, I needed to up my game. Crawling through the hedgerow and onto a dirt road, I scanned the flat terrain covering our rear. I doubted even a snake could sneak up on us from there. Leandra started her questions as I set off along the line of bushes. "Do you remember me?" "I was at the farm having a baby." "Baby, Rosa." Their voices drifted, mingling with the rush of leaves in the strong breeze. Birds sang in the bushes. The midday sun had sucked any moisture from the land. The heat of the day was unforgiving, relentless. Clouds of dust whipped up like many twisters, dancing in front of my eyes, the occasional tumbleweed rolling by. After around 30 yards, I stopped. The sun was high in the sky and to my back. At least I thought it would blind Squat and his crew. But for now, shielded from the breeze at the hedgerow, the rays were like laser beams trying to ignite the hairs on the nape of my neck. Crawling through the hedge on my belly and into a ditch, I peered toward the barn. A rusting plow stood between the barn and my position. The barn door was slightly open, maybe 6 inches, the gap appearing as a dark band against the faded gray wood of the structure. Lining my vision down the barrel of my assault rifle, I concentrated on the opening and feathered the trigger. When I lowered my breathing rate, my nerves steadied. A flash of white appeared in the gap, about the right height for a t-shirt, and I squeezed a single round toward the target. I remained motionless. The round struck the wall, 3 or 4 inches to the left of the gap. A last-second adjustment at the idea the target could be someone innocent wasn't an excuse for my being unable to hit a barn door. Muzzle flashes appeared in the gap, returning fire. The sound of automatic gunfire rounds pinged off the iron plow, with some rounds swishing overhead, and I ducked back in the ditch and hugged the ground, tasting the dirt. This time, my assailants hadn't aimed short. Bullets ripped through the hedge, showering me in leaves and twigs. It was too close for comfort, but at least they had a secondary target. I began to wonder where the hell my head had been at, returning there. The Zenith had a short landing profile, and even on rough ground, I could have set it down anywhere near civilization. All I would have had to do was phone home to let everyone know I was safe, alert the authorities to take down Squad, and find out what had happened to Leandra's daughter. The vision of Layla and her family lying dead in a heap rolled through my mind, and reminded me why I was there. I looked to either side along the drainage ditch. As much cover as I had, I still felt exposed behind and on both sides. I had only seen the three of them and I had one tied up, but that wasn't to say there weren't more inside. I doubted they would risk a full frontal attack and tried to put myself in their mindset. The barn was a wooden structure. It wouldn't take a genius to work out that they could remove some planks and exit from the back and into the woods, then simply hightail it out of there. Then again, this was Squat. Somehow, I didn't think he would be the type to run, at least not with the comfort of an automatic rifle and ammunition at his command. I raised my rifle over the ridge of the ditch, this time aiming blindly in the direction of the barn door, and ducked back. There was no return fire this time. I was nervous about them not firing back. They obviously had my position marked. If they hadn't run, then I guess they were going to try outflanking me. No sooner had that thought passed and I had decided to return to Leandra than I saw a figure dart behind the engine block of the pickup. It was parked 30 yards along the hedge to my right and next to the gate. Easing back under the hedge, I could see enough through the cover of leaves to keep a view of the pickup. All my thoughts turned to a prayer that Leandra had finished her questions and was alert to everything around her. There was another burst of fire from the direction of the barn. I stayed focused on my right flank. The figure darted from behind the vehicle out of my sight through the gate. Their attempt at distraction didn't work. I switched the rifle over to 3 rounds and turned under the bush only to snag my pants on a branch. He wouldn't need to cover the 30 yards. All he would need to do would be to rake my position. Chapter 40. The Challenge. Lying in the hedgerow ditch, my pants were still snagged on a branch. Not daring to break the twig, or to move, for fear of alerting my stalker, my body acted like an amplifier. Every breath and beat of the heart sounded like a beatbox with sounds exiting woofer and tweeter speakers at full volume. Remaining motionless, I peered through the leaves, training the barrel of my rifle in Sidekick's general direction. Another burst of automatic gunfire from behind me and in the direction of the barn created enough commotion for me to break the branch, releasing my pants. Snatching my hand back to the barrel, I caught a fleeting sight of a shadowy figure through a gap in the foliage, too late to get a clear shot. Instinctively, I melted into the ditch and ducked. Not a second too late, I was taking evasive action, rounds peppering my position from the front, one bullet flying so close it almost parted my hair, then click. More shots from the direction of the barn and I used the sound to mask a change of position. Like a crab, I scrambled along the ditch. My elbows and knees dug in, carrying me forward, cradling my rifle. Heavy breathing aside and with my heart pumping crazily, the air was still when I came to rest, that is, apart from the metallic noises. When I peered through the base of a bush, there he was, kneeling in the dirt road, frantically slapping the loading mechanism of his rifle and then reclipping his magazine. I took steady aim at his chest. "Drop your weapon." He glanced upward, and raising his rifle, I squeezed the trigger. 3 rounds hit him in rapid succession, ripping at his t-shirt in close order. He keeled over, his blood forming a pool. "That's for Layla and her family, bastard," I said in a mumble through gritted teeth. More gunfire erupted from the direction of the barn. Spinning around, I dropped to the ground and then scrambled back through a gap in the hedge and into the ditch. I could see Squat and 4 of his men were advancing, firing from the hip toward my original position. A single shot from my left and one of the men dropped, clutching his chest, the others freezing, except for Squat at their rear. He ran back to the barn door and closed it behind him, leaving those remaining to dart behind the stack of barrels. It had to have been Leandra who fired the shot. They continued to spray rounds in my general direction. Switching my rifle to automatic, I waited for a lull and then, raising my head, I poked my automatic over the ditch and sprayed the barrels with rounds. Aviation fluid spilled out from the bullet holes. I fired another burst. One of the barrels exploded, taking off like a rocket and landing on the barn roof, setting it ablaze, and rolled off into the other barrels, leaving a stream of flames in its path. I looked on with my jaw gaping as another barrel exploded and then another. The entire barn was quickly ablaze. Figures ran around, engulfed in flames, their fate sealed. One by one, they dropped to the ground, thrashing at first, then motionless, their clothes still flaming. With the breeze drifting in my direction, I retched at the smell of burning flesh mixed with the odor of aviation fuel. I backed up from the ditch, through the hedge and ran for all I was worth along the dirt road toward Leandra, to the sound of more explosions. "Leandra, don't shoot, it's me." I dove under the hedgerow and into the ditch alongside Leandra. Short of breath, I sucked in some air and I looked in the direction of the barn in time to see the entire roof lift at the sound of yet another explosion. The roof fell back and then collapsed. A column of flames and smoke rose into the sky with the burning wood crackling. "That's done it now." I wasn't expecting Squad to go to his own hell so quickly. "Did the boy tell you anything?" "I can't see there being anyone left here to give us answers." I turned to look at Leandra when she failed to answer. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She sat with her back hunched against the ditch, her arm limp and holding the Glock loosely in her hand, resting it on her lap. Her eyes seemed to plead for comfort. Wriggling over to her, I put my arms around her and drew her to me. "Hey, I understand. The first time you shoot someone is always the worst, and it wasn't a pretty sight watching those men burn." She pulled away from my hold. "It's not that. It's what?" There was a brief silence. I glanced at the boy. She hadn't gagged him, but she had connected his earphones to his iTunes player. He was smiling and bobbing his head to the music, apparently oblivious to all that had happened around us. "Rosa is dead." Stunned, despite what Perez had said, I wasn't ready for that answer. I turned sharply and looked directly into her moist eyes. Leandra's expression was solemn and her bottom lip trembled. "What? Oh no. How?" I drew her to me once more as she sobbed and I kissed the top of her head. Her voice faltered and was muffled, with her head buried in my chest. She was stillborn. I often wondered. I never did hear her cry. "The guy you called Squad, he said to put her in the garbage." I gave her a squeeze. "Sanchez here, he took her on his cycle to St. Mary's Church Cemetery in a nearby village and buried her in a flower bed next to a cypress tree, after dark. Her words turned to wails. "If I could have, I would have sold my soul right there and then to make things different for her." I blinked an eye and released a tear. "Shush there, you can tell me later. We can't stay here. Really, we need to get away from here to a phone. I hope we can get the pickup going. There's not much chance of refueling the crop duster now, is there?" Leandra drew her head back and attempted a smile. I let go of her and she lifted her t-shirt to dry her eyes. "What about Sanchez?" Leandra asked. "We'll take him with us and release him near his farm. Squad and his cronies aren't a danger to us now." Leandra took several deep breaths. Her eyes misted with grief, but drawing on inner strength, she somehow managed to function. I had to admire her tenacity. After I passed her my knife, she sliced at the duct tape binding Sanchez and released him. Looking on, watching her comfort the boy, I wished it were in my power to take her home with me so she could recover. Somehow, I felt emptiness inside it knowing we would soon be heading our separate ways. A shrug of the shoulders dispelled the idea. All my thoughts turned to getting home. "Stay alert," I said. I felt an urge to hug her and shout we're free, but a dance in triumph wouldn't have been appropriate. For the life of me, I couldn't separate the relief that we were now on a home run, from the sadness in my heart at Leandra's plight and one she would have to face alone. Leandra handed back the knife and ushered Sanchez through the hedge and onto the dirt road. I took one last look over at the barn in time to see the front give one last heave and collapse inward. Sparks rose into the smoke, and the flames spiraled with a roar. The fumes had thickened the air with a rancid taste that stuck at the back of my throat. By the time I had worked my way out of the ditch, Leandra was hopping down the dirt road, with Sanchez holding her arm and helping her to keep her balance. "Wait for me." I caught up and walked ahead. The body of Squat's sidekick lay motionless on the road. His pool of blood had soaked into the dirt, leaving a dark stain. I stopped and waited for Leandra and the boy to catch up. Leandra averted her gaze from the corpse. Sanchez let go of her arm and kicked the body. "Bad man. He did bad things to me." That's the way I translated his words. I pulled him back. "Keep moving," I said, and I took Leandra's arm. We walked on until we reached the pickup. "Kurt, I can't walk any further." I helped her to sit near the gate. "Watch the boy," I said and opened the pickup door. "Damn, there's no key." "Wait there." I walked back to the body in the road and used the toe of my boot to turn him over. The vision of him gunning down Layla and her family flashed through my mind. I had no remorse at having killed him. I just felt relief that the scumbag wouldn't be around to end anyone else's life. Stooping, I fished in his pocket, located a set of car keys, and picked up his rifle. Jogging back to the pickup, I wiped my blood-stained hand on my pants. Leandra held her ankle and winced. "It's starting to swell. It could be broken. Hopefully we'll find a clinic." Over at the pickup, I yanked the door open and climbed onto the driver's seat. Setting my rifle on the passenger seat, I stowed the other rifle under the seat. I fumbled to insert the key into the ignition, but it didn't fit. My eyes darted around the dash and I pulled down the sun visor, hoping to find a spare key. I jumped when Leandra screamed. "Looking for these, American?" Squat asked, dangling a set of car keys. Leandra's face appeared in the mirror as he dragged her to her feet by the hair. "Put your hands where I can see them, or she dies. Move out of the pickup real slow." My automatic might just as well have been the other side of the field, rather than sitting next to me. "Get out of the pickup and keep your hands where I can see them, now. Then move to the tailgate." Slipping out of the driver's seat, I walked to the tailgate and stood facing him, shaking with rage. Squat grinned, sidestepped over to Leandra's gun lying on the grass, and toe poked it out of reach. "Perez isn't going to like it if we're dead." "The girl's a ticket to his source of your coca leaves," I said. "Well, now, you're assuming I'll own up to killing you and your girlfriend, here." His reply confirmed what I hoped. The news of Perez's death hadn't reached him. "Oh, I think Perez will find out." "Can you gamble on Perez not knowing?" By his expression, he was calculating the odds. He pulled at Leandra's hair, tilting her head to one side and rasped his tongue along her neck. Her face contorted and she scrunched her eyes closed. "Get off me, you animal." "I'll show you an animal." Releasing her hair, he mauled at her breast. The young boy looked at Squat, horrified. "No harm in tasting the goods before I send you back." He grabbed her hair again. Infuriated, it took all my willpower not to lunge at him. But someone else was more incensed and less restrained. The boy grabbed Squat's leg and took a bite at his calf. Squat grimaced, let go of Leandra's hair and smashed the butt of his rifle into the boy's head. Then Squat showed the boy the barrel end of his automatic rifle. Leandra dug her elbow into Squat's potbelly, to the sound of an empty chamber as he squeezed the trigger. I was already on him, tearing Leandra to one side. It was too late. Squat sideswiped and smashed the stock of his rifle into Leandra's temple and stepped back. She screamed long and loud and fell to the ground. Surging forward, I slipped my leg between and behind his legs as both my palms smashed into his upper chest, sending him crashing to the ground. In an attempt to subdue him, I dove on top of him. He suckered me in one fluid movement, lifting a leg, digging his boot into my midriff and launched me over him. Rolling over, I jumped to my feet. For someone so overweight, his agility surprised me as he too sprang to his feet, drawing his machete. I pulled out my knife and we circled. He glanced away and, following his line of sight, I could see Leandra's gun lying by the gate. Our eyes followed each other and I cursed inwardly at my height. His low center of gravity made him an awkward opponent. Not only that, but his blade gave him the reach advantage. Taking deep breaths, I emptied my mind and concentrated on his every move and body language. We continued to circle and jab at fresh air. Only one of us was going to come out of this alive. Chapter 41. Unarmed Combat. If it weren't for Leandra, lying unconscious in the dirt, I would have tried to run. I doubted Squat would have the stamina to catch me. Nevertheless, over a short distance, I didn't think either of us would chance going for the gun lying by the gate. Toxic fumes drifted around us, carried by the smoke from the fire, smarting in my eyes and leaving a bad taste in my throat. Holding the knife didn't give me any comfort, it was more of an encumbrance. I was more skilled at defending against a weapon in unarmed combat than in using a knife. He made to lunge at me with the machete, and I stepped out of reach. Still, his blade swished past my nose, uncomfortably close. We continued to circle. His attempt at a chop was telegraphed, and I avoided it. Without the knife, I could have stepped into his movement, throwing him off balance. I threw the knife at him, but the handle struck his arm as he turned sideways, and it fell lamely to the ground. Very brave, but you're making it easy for me, American. That's how you like it, isn't it, defenseless victims, like the family back at the farm in Miguel? Why should I care? None of you mean anything to me, he spat at me. Squat didn't need to tell me, I already knew the psyche of bullies and he was as psychopathic as they came. He struck again, with a forceful sweep from left to right. With little room to spare, I drew my stomach backward to avoid the slash of the cutting edge. The momentum of the sweep had him drawing his arm around his body, pulling the blade out of harm's way. Changing my stance, one foot in front of the other, before he had time to draw back his blade, I launched a kick at his arm. The blow connected my boot full on with his biceps. Squat lost his balance, stumbled, and fell backward. I stepped back. He still had control of his blade, and he scrambled to his feet. One thing I knew, I needed to get inside of his head to rile him. Brave? You don't know the meaning of the word. Better to be who I am than to be the coward that you are. You should try being a man, I said. Why don't you drop the machete while you can and surrender? He gritted his teeth and his complexion darkened as we continued to circle. Surrender? I'll show you who's a coward when I part your head from your shoulders, American. I spat back at him. You're all talk, like all the thugs I've ever come across. I'm 10 times the man you'll ever be. I've seen your dick, remember? You're nothing but a fat tub of lard. I bet your wife has to masturbate to a picture of some pop star. The jibes had the desired effect as he tore toward me growling. Swinging wildly, holding his machete aloft, he committed to a downward strike. I sidestepped, chopping him in the nape of the neck as his momentum took him past me. He tripped, with his machete digging into the dirt. I delivered a solid kick to his butt, and he sprawled headlong on the ground, leaving his machete behind. Sanchez! Grab the gun! Squat called out. His cry distracted me. In my peripheral vision, Sanchez stooped to pick up the gun. We both dove for the machete. Squat beat me to the handle. Grasping his hands in mine, I forced the blade further into the soil as he fought to extract it. Our heads clashed, like rutting bulls using each other's foreheads for purchase, both of us gritting our teeth and growling at the exertion. Leandra screamed out, Sanchez, no, pass the gun to me. Squat drew back his head and butted me, leaving me stunned. He ripped the machete from my grasp. Rising onto his knees, he raised the blade. I expected him to strike, but his body froze like a snapshot, his frame held rigid to the sound of a gunshot. His vest tore apart as a bullet entered his shoulder and he flinched, his eyes bulging. A second bullet hit his arm and he dropped the machete. His arms fell limp to his side and his eyes glazed over. A third shot rang out and his body jerked as a round sunk into his gut. Who's going to hell now? I growled. And then rolled away as he keeled over and hit the dirt with a thud. I turned, expecting to see Leandra holding the gun. Instead, the boy dropped to his knees next to Leandra, holding the gun with both hands. The Glock fell from his grasp, and he let go, as if he'd been holding a hot coal. Leandra sat upright and placed an arm around Sanchez's shoulder. He began to sob and mumble, burying his head in her breasts. "What's he saying?" I asked. I sprang to my feet and walked over to pick up my knife and the pickup truck keys. "He's saying that Squat can't hurt him or his mom, or me anymore." Standing between Squat's corpse and the two of them, all I wanted to do was to get the hell out of there and alert the authorities. Leandra screamed. "Look out!" I turned, horrified to see Squat on one knee. He used his machete as a lever so he could stand. He was unsteady on his feet, his shattered left arm hanging by his side. "Come on, pussycat, let's finish this. I should have killed you along with that family." He stumbled toward me and raised the machete. A vision of him putting that final shot into the twitching body of the child flashed through my mind. I rushed to him, grabbed his wrist as he attempted to strike, and dug my knife into his belly just below his ribcage, thrusting upward and twisting the handle until the hilt prevented the blade from penetrating further. He fell backward and I landed on top of him. "See you in hell," he moaned. "I doubt it," I replied through gritted teeth. In a final life and death struggle, he gurgled and blood trickled through his lips. His chest twitched, rising and then falling as a final exhale escaped his mouth. His body relaxed and I rolled off him in time to hear the hiss of his bladder emptying. When I took hold of his limp wrist, I found no pulse. I let go, as if releasing a piece of garbage. Finally, we were free. "Let's get the hell out of here before anything else crawls out of the ashes," I said. My entire body trembled. Leandra's temple was gashed and already swollen. I walked over and picked up the gun, slipping it into my belt. The boy was still sniveling when I tapped him on the shoulder and signaled for him to stand. I beckoned Sanchez to help me. He did as I asked and helped me lift Leandra to her feet. "You'll have to carry me to the pickup," Leandra said, her voice weak, and she winced at her pain. I nodded, still dazed from the experience. Lifting her into my arms, I carried her to the pickup. The boy opened the rear door and I eased her onto the back seat. Sanchez followed Leandra onto the seat and snuggled up to her, and I closed the door. My hands still trembled as I climbed onto the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel, taking a moment to gather some composure. I glanced over at where Squat was lying, the knife buried to the hilt in his body. Avenging the deaths of Layla and her family gave me little comfort, though some degree of closure. No amount of revenge could bring them back. I pushed my back into the seat, shook my head, and shuddered. "You okay back there?" I asked, as I turned the key in the ignition and fired up the engine. "Just get us away from here." "I feel like crap, but I'll mend," Leandra said. I doubted anything could go wrong now. But something at the back of my mind told me not to be complacent. I'd been wrong before. Chapter 42. Phone call home. I drove out of the gate and turned right along the dirt road, veering past the corpse of Squat's sidekick and along to where we had thrown the bags into the ditch. When I jammed the brake pedal, the vehicle stopped. The top of the crop duster was visible above the hedgerow. My fingers still trembled as I pulled on the door handle and elbowed it open. I made my way through the hedgerow and into the ditch to retrieve the bags. The stench from the fire engulfed me, and with an already fluttering stomach, I threw up. Swiping my arm over my mouth, I held my breath and wriggled back through the hedgerow, then dashed to the pickup. Not wasting time, I threw the bags into the footwell on the passenger side and eased onto the driver's seat. With tires spinning, we set off and sped along the road. Once away from the scene, I rolled down the window, relieved by the inrush of fresh air. It must have taken 20 minutes for the trembles to subside. Leandra and the boy exchanged words during the ride, but my mind was elsewhere, so I didn't even attempt to translate what they were saying. We came to an unsigned junction. Sanchez leaned over my seat and pointed left. We drove on for some time before we saw a road sign as we approached another junction. After a left turn, it was maybe a 30-minute drive to the border. Right, and we'd be heading toward Layla's home and Squat's farm. I stopped the pickup and pulled over. With millions and $100 bills in the truck, me armed and wearing a blood-stained uniform, not to mention that neither Leandra nor I had documents, I felt wildly uneasy. I thought it would be better to call DEA headquarters and ask them to contact their counterparts in Mexico and arrange an extraction. "What's wrong?" Leandra asked. We need to find a telephone. Sanchez is saying we're nearing his home and he wants his mom. Drop him off first and then we can find one. We can't go too near. Last time I was in this area, there was a dozen of squats gang at a farm, and they'll be heavily armed. My stomach tightened as I turned right, then accelerated and headed along the road toward his home. Ask him where the nearest village is where we can get to a payphone. They exchanged words and Leandra tapped me on the shoulder. He says the closest village is past a gas station in the opposite direction, near the border. Over on my left, I could see Layla's home, set back 50 yards from the road. As we neared, I tried to look straight ahead as gloom descended. I couldn't stop myself from glancing left as we passed the entrance. Police tape straddled the posts of the dirt road drive leading to the farm. At least I knew they'd had a decent burial. We drove on for another 10 minutes, then I pulled over. I placed my arm over the seat and turned. It's around 3/4 of a mile from here. He can walk from here and will be long gone before he gets home. Leandra talked to Sanchez in a soft voice and they hugged. Then he opened the door and climbed out of the pickup. He stood at the side of the road and I tipped him a salute. Sanchez responded with a smile and mimicked a kung fu fighter's actions. Weaving his hands and kicking a leg in the air, he wobbled on one leg. I had to smile back at him as he fell on his backside, still smiling. For all his disadvantages, he had stood tall. He was more of a man than Squat had ever been. Sanchez had saved my life. I'm so glad I didn't shoot him back there. Thanks for stopping me, I said. So am I, or we both could be dead. It really is tragic, but I'm glad he's finally free. What do you mean by that? His dad, Squat, as you called him, and his uncle who you left dead in the road, both abused him as a child. His mother didn't fare much better, from the sound of it. He told me Squat was forever beating her. Well, I guess neither of them will have to worry about it now. Sanchez stood and waved as I twirled the steering wheel, made a U-turn, and headed for the border. A mile past Layla's home, I spotted a single-story house. I'm going to stop here and see if they have a phone. With the pickup parked, I walked up the path and knocked on the front door. After several knocks with no response, I walked over to the window. A glance inside revealed an empty room. Working my way around to the backyard, I stopped and looked through another window. Inside was a single bed with a mattress, but no bedding. I passed some patio doors with one of the glass doors smashed and headed back to Leandra. Any luck? She asked. No. It's empty. No phone. Kurt, my ankle really hurts, and I have a terrible headache. Can't we rest a while? The pickup isn't doing me much good, bouncing around on the potholes, she said. My need to get to a telephone to speak to Mary and the authorities was tempered by my concern for Leandra. Her expression told me she was in agony. Wait here. I hurried back to the patio doors. Reaching through the break in the glass, I unhinged the catch and slid the door open. Retracting my hand, I snagged my finger, slicing a small cut. Back at the pickup, I lifted Leandra out and carried her along the pathway, through the patio doors and into the bedroom. Setting her down on the mattress, I sat beside her. Listen, I don't feel comfortable driving around with all that money and the computer. How about I go on to the village, pick up some painkillers and something for that gash from a drugstore? I can call and explain where we are, then head back here, and we can wait for someone to arrive. Fine by me, but don't hang around. Get back as quickly as you can. I slipped the gun from my belt and tucked it under the mattress. That's just in case. Listen, I'll get the bags and the laptop. If anyone arrives back here before I do, don't tell them about the bags, or the computer. Whoever it is. I hurried from the room to the pickup. Unzipping one of the bags, I managed to squeeze my automatic rifle in with the contents. Looking left and right, I returned with the bags and laptop and hid them under the bed. There was a broken mirror fastened to the wall, and I took a moment to examine my reflection. I looked like someone from a SWAT team, but without the armored vest and helmet. Still, I was thankful the black clothing didn't show the bloodstains. I turned and walked over to the bed. Leandra had curled her knees to her stomach and was resting her eyes. I ran my fingers through her hair. Back soon. She opened her eyes and smiled. Driving along the highway, I could see the gas station sign. Farther ahead, cones created a filter lane to a rest area, with cars parked and their lights flashing. I could just about make out a police officer waving a truck into the rest area. It didn't surprise me, as we used the same tactic north of the border to catch drug traffickers. I pulled into the gas station and parked. They were bound to have a payphone, or so I hoped. As I walked over to the shop, to my relief, there was a payphone hanging on the wall. I fished in my pocket and pulled out $100 bill. "Do you accept American money?" I asked the cashier. "Sure, if you have ID." "Look, I don't have it with me, but I desperately need to make a call. Just give me the equivalent of $10 in change and you can have the bill." I slapped the bill on the counter. He picked it up and held it to the light. "What's that stain?" "Oh, that. Cut my finger." I held out my finger. "I'll change it for you, buddy," said a guy with an American accent standing behind me in line. He snatched the note from the cashier. "I'm on my way home and I have a stack of change and some Mexican bills. I don't need none of that ID crap from a fellow American." The cashier looked pissed at losing a bonus. I took the change, thanked the guy and walked outside. As the glass door swung open, I could see the cashier glare at me in the reflection and pick up his telephone. Ignoring him, I picked up the handset and inserted some coins in the slot. I dialed the country code and my home number. 2 rings and Mary answered. "Hello?" "Mary, it's me, I've escaped." "Is this a joke?" Mary's words weren't delivered with the warm welcome I had been expecting. I wondered if maybe I had dialed the wrong number. The handset sounded as though she had dropped it and all I could hear was muffled voices. I guess the shock had overwhelmed her. "Kurt, it's Rob." "Where are you?" "Mexico, near the border." The phone went dead as a hand reached over my shoulder and tapped the cradle. "Put the phone down and turn around real slow." Chapter 43. Back in chains. I dropped the handset on the cradle at the order and whirled around. 2 police officers trained their rifles at me. Dread turned to relief. This time, there was nothing to fear. Identification. The nearest officer held out his hand. "I don't have any. I'm American. DEA Agent Kurt Rawlings. Listen, I was just about to have our guys speak with yours. The Perez cartel kidnapped me in El Paso. He interrupted me mid-sentence. "Turn around, place your hands on the wall, legs apart." His poker face and penetrating glare left me no choice but to comply. It all seemed undignified considering what I had suffered, but I did as ordered and he frisked me. He pulled out the second $100 bill and taking a plastic bag from his pocket, sealed it in the bag. From my other pocket, he took the pickup keys and tossed them to one of the other officers. The American guy who had changed the first bill walked through the door. The cashier followed him and pointed to him. One of the police officers stopped him and relieved him of the bill I had exchanged. The cashier smirked in my direction. I guessed he'd called it into the police more out of anger at losing his bonus, rather than him considering me looking and acting suspicious. "Hands behind your back." Despite my otherwise resigned compliance, I sighed at the absurdity of the situation as he cuffed my wrists. "Listen, please phone my headquarters. You're making a mistake." Poker Face ignored my request. One of the officers leaned into the pickup. Rummaging around, he withdrew an automatic assault rifle that I'd placed under the seat back at the barn. He waved it at the guy standing next to me. Poker Face pushed me toward the open trunk of their hatchback. Once he'd forced me inside, he closed the tailgate. I could feel my cheeks flush at the thought I had forgotten all about Sidekick's rifle. Metal bars separated the back seat from the trunk. It looked as though I was going to finish my journey the way it started, albeit with a scenic view. A police tow truck pulled onto the forecourt. The crew jumped out of the cabin carrying crowbars and headed for the pickup. I guessed it had to be my luck to pull over near a roadblock looking for traffickers. They started to tear apart the door covering. I wasn't too concerned, even if they found anything else. I was sure everything could be explained once they'd spoken to DEA headquarters. One of the car wreckers jumped up, holding aloft what looked like 2 cocaine packages. The other wrecker followed, holding 3 packages. I could see how it must look to them, but I still wasn't too worried. The first wrecker tossed one of the packages back into the car and walked to his tow truck. He sliced the package and took a sample on his penknife blade, then sprinkled it into a tester. It wasn't a shock when it tested positive and the chemical in the vial turned purple. He gave a thumbs-up sign to the police officers. At his signal, they climbed in the hatchback. As we pulled off the forecourt, the wreckers hauled the pickup onto their tow truck with a winch. "Listen, I can explain." "Explain back at the station," Poker Face said. With me wearing black combat gear, in possession of an unlicensed automatic assault rifle, and goodness knows how much cocaine hidden in the pickup truck, the officers must have been thinking that they had hit the mother lode. All they had to do was to make the call and I could have saved them a heap of trouble. At least Mary and Rob knew I had escaped. They knew I was in Mexico, so I felt sure the FBI would send an alert to the police down here. With Perez out of the picture, there wouldn't be anyone to order a hit on my family. It was more of an annoyance than anything that my telephone call had terminated. There would be plenty of time to talk with Mary and Rob once the situation was resolved with the Mexican police and I had returned home. Leandra had a stack of money and simply needed to pay for transportation to her consul and she could be on her way home, especially if I found myself overly delayed by the police. Overall, I felt reasonably relaxed. We drove past their inspection point, toward the border. As we approached a small border village, we turned off to the right, and after a few miles picked up a freeway, signposted for the city of Ciudad Juarez. Traveling away from the main border crossing at the city, it seemed like a backward step. After driving for about 10 minutes, we turned left into a small village and parked outside a police station. They helped me out of the vehicle, then escorted me into a reception area. Poker Face sat me down next to a counter. He sat next to me with a clipboard. "Please, I need to make a phone call. This isn't the United States. First you'll need to be processed." "There's no need for that. Just phone DEA headquarters in El Paso. They'll tell you I'm not a drug trafficker." He rolled his eyes. "Tell that to the investigator. For now I need your details." I was enraged by his indifference to my request and I could feel my temperature rising. Then again, I knew he was just doing his job. Like me, he probably heard every cockamamie excuse and time-wasting ruse. I guess he was acting no different than if I'd said I was Mickey Mouse and I needed to phone Walt Disney. As far as he was concerned, they had caught me with a pickup packed with drugs, headed for the border, end of story. He wrote down my details and then stood up, ripped the completed form from the clipboard, and handed it to an officer behind the counter together with the confiscated bills. At around 6 feet tall, with a bodybuilder's frame, the man behind the counter was a brute. He looked as though he'd be better suited to the front line rather than pushing paper behind a counter. "Stand next to the white board, over by the wall." Brute handed Poker Face a wooden board with an arrest number. "Hold this in front of you, face forward and then turn sideways, first right and then left." With the photographs taken, Brute took the camera and connected a cable, downloading the pictures to his computer. He pushed a digital fingerprint pad toward me on the counter. "You don't need all this. Just make the phone call." Brute and Poker Face exchanged words in Spanish. Brute laughed and then fixed me with a stare. He reached over and grabbed hold of my wrists. I knew the procedure, and as difficult as it was with the cuffs, he rolled each of my fingers in turn on the pad. With all the flourish of a piano tuner, he pressed enter on his keyboard. "Open your mouth," said Poker Face. He took a cotton bud from a container and wiped it inside my cheek, then placed it back in the container and handed it to Brute. Poker Face said, "Follow me." Back at his computer, Brute initiated a database search of the fingerprints. Then he flipped the counter and followed Poker Face, carrying a bunch of keys. Walking along the corridor, Brute kept pushing me on with the flat of his hand against my shoulder blade. I stopped and turned. "Hey, no need for that." He gripped me by the throat, pushed me against the wall, and drew his pistol. Poker Face shouldered his rifle. "Let's not have any trouble," said Poker Face. Brute released his grip and stepped back, waving me onward with his pistol. Poker Face opened a cell door and stood to one side. Brute's boot connected with my backside. I stumbled headlong into the cell to the sound of the door slamming behind me and the key turning in the lock. By the time I turned, Poker Face had gone. Brute stood at the barred cell doors swiping his keys on the bars. "You're mine now," I translated. "Do you speak English?" "No English." I smiled directly at him. Having a jailer who couldn't speak English just about summed up my luck, but it still had its advantages. "Good, because when I get out of here I'm going to kick your butt, you steroid pump jackass." He spat on the floor and walked away. As I looked around at the 8-foot square cell, my shoulders drooped. There was a concrete base for the bed and a torn plastic mattress. The room stunk to hell of urine. An aluminum sink basin and a toilet stood at the far wall underneath a barred window. I pressed the flush, but all that did was to flood the crapper, releasing an obnoxious smell from the last prisoner's bowel movement. I sat on the corner of the mattress and buried my head in my hands. It was as though I had gone full circle. Only hanging on to the thought that at some stage they would confirm who I was gave me some comfort. Business must have been slow. I couldn't detect anyone in the other cells. In the solitude, I kept running over events in my mind. It all seemed unreal. Not getting to speak to Mary had been a killer. Then my thoughts turned to Leandra and I felt a pang of guilt that she would think I had deserted her after all the support she had given me. Everything that had happened had been, and still was, like a bad dream and I was waiting to awake. My stomach ached at the anticipation that at any minute, the key would turn in the lock and I would be on my way home. The seconds turned to minutes, the minutes to hours. Daylight turned to twilight and then to darkness outside. Each tick of the clock in the corridor built my levels of anxiousness to the boiling point. Tick, tick, freaking tick. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Brute arrived, carrying a plastic garbage bag. He pointed to an opening in the cell door and signaled for me to put my wrists through the hole. At last, I thought he was going to remove the cuffs and release me. With my spirits lifted, I placed my hands through the opening and he removed the cuffs. He stuffed a sealed plastic bag through the opening and made signs for me to open it there and then. I ripped eagerly at the package and unrolled a lightweight plastic overall. He tugged at his shirt and then his pants. It was clear he wanted me to change into the overall. I stripped and put on the overall. Brute passed through the garbage bag and I put my clothes and boots inside the bag. He placed his wrists together, indicating he wanted to replace the cuffs. I hesitated under a cloud of confusion, until he whipped his gun from his holster, waved it in the air and cursed at me in Spanish. Reluctantly, I placed my hands through the opening and he cuffed my wrists. More footsteps in the corridor and 2 guys appeared, wearing suits and ties. "Leave the bag by the cell door. Move to the far wall and turn around," one of them said. The key grated in the lock and the door creaked open. The door closed and I turned around as Brute locked the door. The 2 men were looking at a Mexican newspaper and then at me. It had to be a report of my kidnapping with a photograph. "Please, I need you to phone my headquarters. They'll confirm I'm Agent Kurt Rawlings, kidnapped by the Paris cartel 2 weeks ago. We know exactly who you are. First, we have some questions for you. If you know who I am, why the cuffs, and why am I still in the cell?" Chapter 44. Under suspicion. The people in suits turned and walked away, leaving my question as to why they had me incarcerated, unanswered. "Food, I need food and water," I said to Brute in Spanish. He held out his hand. "Dinero?" he said and then laughed. Brute knew I didn't have any money, only the bills and the evidence bags. It was hard to believe he would be asking for money for something as basic as food and a drink. He made a slash across his throat, turned and walked away. The lights extinguished. Sitting on the mattress in the dark, I didn't have a clue what he meant by his sign, other than that he still had me marked as a trafficker. I rolled over onto my side and contemplated what might be happening outside. I convinced myself that now that they had identified me, they would be contacting headquarters to have someone come and pick me up after they had gleaned some intelligence from me in the morning. But then, why the cuffs? I'd heard that Mexican law enforcement procedures were like night and day compared to our methods, but it seemed far from logical given the circumstances. As I turned things over in my mind, through sheer exhaustion, my eyelids closed and I must have drifted to sleep. I awoke to car doors slamming and horns honking outside. Easing my legs off the bed, I sat up. My neck had a crick and down one side, my body was sore. I pushed myself to my feet, walked to the wash basin with a hell of a thirst, and turned the faucet. Pipes clanked and the faucet gurgled, spewing out bursts of brown water. A door opened in the corridor and footsteps headed my way. It was one of the shirt anti-brigade. "Good morning," he said. "My name's Diego Alejandro Otego. I'm what you would call a federal district attorney in your country. Just what the hell's happening? Why are you holding me in cuffs? I should in a hotel being wined and dined, not stuck starving and thirsty in this pigsty you call a cell. I want to make a phone call." "Calm down, Mr. Rawlings. I'll explain your rights in the interview room, and then you can make a phone call. As for the food and drink, I'm afraid we don't provide room service. You either have to get family or friends to bring you food, or pay for it. But that's inhuman. How am I going to get my family to fly food down here before I starve to death? Don't worry, I'll get you some breakfast." He clicked his fingers and Brute appeared holding ankle shackles. "You've got to be joking. I'm not a trafficker. You obviously know who I am. Humor me, Mr. Rawlings. We've sent your details through to the FBI. Once we've received their confirmation of your identity and you've answered a few questions, I'm sure things will be clearer to us all. Now please sit. The sooner we get to the interview room, the sooner you can make your call." Brute unlocked the cell door. Mention of the phone call was all the motivation I needed to act passive. Brute fastened the leg irons and hauled me to my feet. Otego was already out of sight when Brute's fist dug into my stomach and I doubled over, gasping for breath. He stepped behind me and grabbing my overall by the scuff of the neck, then pushed me out of the cell. The leg restraints dug into my ankles as he ushered me down the corridor. Official confirmation of my identity couldn't come soon enough for him to answer for his lousy attitude. In the interview room, Otego sat at a table, tapping a ballpoint on a buff file. "Please take a seat." I shuffled over and sat. Otego unfastened the coat button of his Armani pinstripe suit jacket, revealing a heavily starched white shirt and a thin blue silk tie. His attire looked on the expensive side for a district attorney's salary south of the border, until I noticed a safety pin holding his pants button flap. His black hair complemented his olive skin and 5 o'clock shadow. Close-cropped hair at the sides, combed back on the top, flattened down with hair cream, and sporting a central parting, together with a pencil-thin mustache, gave him the look of someone out of the 30s. "Where were we?" he asked. Yes. Let's get straight to the point." He opened his folder, tilting it so I couldn't see the contents. "We'll start here." Otego passed over a photograph of some clothing laid flat on a white surface. "Do you recognize any of these?" I didn't need to study the picture for long. Seeing the blood-stained clothing gave me a stark reminder of my kidnapping, the journey to Squat's farm and onto Layla's home. It looks like the clothing I was wearing while I was kidnapped, but I would need to see it physically to be sure. "Where do you think we found it?" "Look, why don't I just start at the beginning with the kidnapping? That'll explain everything. The kidnapping is not my concern. I'll repeat, where do you think we found this clothing?" A flashback to Layla taking my clothes out of the bedroom started me thinking. It nagged at me that he didn't want to know about the kidnapping. "You must know where you found it. You tell me." He crossed his legs and sighed. "Yes, I know the answer. What can you tell me about your connection to Eduardo Garcia and his family?" "Never heard of them." "Let's jog your memory." Otego took out a series of photographs and spaced them out on the desk. I trembled with horror. "You can't think?" The picture showed the dead bodies of Layla, her father, and the 2 children. I turned away. "I don't think. I only look at facts. We have your blood-stained clothing at their home, together with fingerprints that match yours and 4 corpses. Now, I'm not paid to think for you. What do you think?" I knew exactly how it looked, and with a full explanation, I could easily answer his question. However, I was in a country whose legal procedures I had little working knowledge of, which told me I needed to tread lightly. "Listen, there's a simple explanation, but can I make a phone call and speak with a lawyer?" He leaned back in his chair and grinned. What is the simple explanation? No, wait. Listen, I think it's better if I talk with a lawyer to advise me. The American right to make a phone call. He leaned forward. Here's what you get in Mexico. Within 48 hours, we have to let you phone your consul if we were to charge you with an offense. If we don't charge you within that time, we have to let you walk. If you don't have a lawyer, your embassy will give you a list of local lawyers who speak English and who are familiar with our technicalities. You won't be allowed any other phone calls, but your consul will be able to contact your family. In the meantime, you don't have to say anything without your lawyer present. How long will it take to get the consul here? They have a busy workload locally. You can phone Tijuana. They will give you advice. So, am I being charged? Yes. For now, the charges are drug trafficking and possession of an unlicensed automatic rifle. You're going to be transferred to a high-security prison in the south of Chihuahua as soon as we get some tests back from forensics later today. Otego picked up the handset, dialed a number, and passed me the phone. Your consul. You'll need to ask him for a small loan to buy food when you get to the prison. As I told you, prisoners don't get a free ride. All I could hear was the telephone ringing at the other end of the line. What about bail? Unlikely. In any case, you would have to deposit cash if granted bail. We don't accept personal sureties in our country. However, that's for a judge to decide, and you won't get to see one for another 72 hours. You have to remember, here in Mexico, you're considered guilty until proven innocent. The judge will determine the evidence, and if he's satisfied there's a case, you will go to trial. Why do I need a loan? I have $200. You mean you had? They've been sent off to forensics. The consulate's receptionist finally answered and put me through. A woman answered and I gave her all the details. How long before a consul can get to me? Difficult to say. We have the address of the prison you are going to and someone will contact you there. What about letting my family know what's happening? We have to confirm your citizenship first. Hang tight and discuss it with your consul. Have a nice day. The call ended. Have a nice day? I put the phone down and turned to Otego. Incidentally, do I have to put up with your officer beating on me? Otego raised an eyebrow. You have to understand, there is a war on down here with traffickers, and many innocent people have lost their lives locally. Sometimes officers can get a little overzealous. I'll have a word with him. That didn't make it right for the officer to act like a thug, still, I took him at his word. Otego left the room and the door closed. Sitting back, I stroked the stubble on my chin. The bad dream was now a nightmare. It didn't seem as though I would get to see Mary and the kids anytime soon. Once Rob and the FBI had tracked me down and I had explained everything that had happened, I was sure they would have our Mexican counterparts allow me to go home. I could just see the headline. United States Drug Enforcement Agent charged with trafficking. My spirits waned at the absurdity at the whole situation. The door opened and in walked Brute, carrying coffee and a sandwich. He set the sandwich down on the table. Gracias, I said, offering a truce. He spat in the coffee. A surge of anger ran through me, and I curled my feet around his ankles and butted his chest. Brute fell backwards, sprawled on the floor, and the hot coffee poured over him. Otego rushed into the room. What's happening here? He tripped. Wait outside, Otego ordered. Brute climbed ungainly to his feet and glared at me as he left the room. We've got the forensics back on the rifle and the bullets in the magazine. And? The transport is on its way to take you to the prison. I'm charging you with the murder of Eduardo Garcia, Layla Garcia, her son and daughter. Chapter 45. Unlikely companion. A runaway train couldn't have hit me any harder than the revelation that I was to be charged with trafficking, together with the murders of Layla and her family. The horrific vision of Sidekick spraying Layla's family with his automatic flashed through my mind, and then a snapshot of me picking up his rifle and stowing at the pickup under the seat. Do you wish to make a signed statement? Otego asked. Yes, no, I spluttered out, like a bumbling idiot. Sorry, I'll have to wait to speak to an attorney before I say anything. Otego was standing in the room, but I stared right through him. The room started to spin. My head sagged and I closed my eyes and covered my face with my hands. At the sound of the door closing, I opened my eyes, and lifting my head, I looked around the empty room. Any thoughts that my journey was close to an end deserted me, replaced with the realization that my journey had just begun. I felt detached from my body and the situation. Cut off from the world and all that was familiar, drowning in my own solitude. Forensics had always been a blessing throughout my career. Now the science was acting as a curse to conspire against me. I've never believed in ghosts, but I couldn't help thinking Layla had hung around long enough to see justice done with the deaths of Squat and Sidekick. Maybe with them out of the way, Layla was targeting me for turning up on her doorstep and bringing about the demise of her and her family with my lies. I tried to grasp the vision of Mary and the kids from the photograph, but it eluded me. Instead, I pictured myself placing the picture frame in a side pocket of the canvas bag I had left with Leandra, and I sighed. Leandra was probably long gone, together with the money and the photo. There was no doubt she would think I had deserted her, only to find out what happened to me through the newspapers at some time in the future, a faint memory of someone she once knew. If I could have sent her a telepathic message, I would have. I felt a need for her to know she was special to me, and I would have given anything to see her impish smile to get me through my current predicament, as she had done so many times. Tires screeched outside and I heard vehicle doors slam. The door to the interview room opened. 2 police officers entered the room, armed to the teeth, wearing SWAT-type uniforms and body protection, including steel helmets. Both of them wore ski masks covering their faces. Otego followed them into the room, and one of the officers signed what I imagined was a release form, to hand me over to them. I managed to slip the sandwich into my pocket before they grabbed me under the arms, lifted me to my feet, and then ushered me outside the station. On either side of the entrance, 2 more officers crouched, shouldering their rifles, and surveying the street. A black armored truck stood in front of the entrance, not unlike the type used to ship money to banks. At the front of the vehicle was a black 4x4 SUV. At the rear were 2 more, all with dark-tinted windows. It seemed to be over-the-top security to escort a prisoner, but then this was Mexico, the epicenter of the drugs war zone. The rear door to the armored truck opened and my escort dragged me with my feet trailing and manhandled me inside. 2 guards took over and sat me on a bench, securing my ankle restraint to the floor. The door closed and I raised my head, to the side of a toothy grin. "Hi, bud. You American?" "Yeah." Similarly shackled, but wearing blue jeans, sneakers, and a t-shirt, the guy grinned. Maybe in his late 20s, his hair was long over his ears and looked bleached, with dark roots showing in a center parting. His arms were heavily tattooed, and I focused on a cannabis plant sitting on a surfboard, on his bicep. "What did they get you for?" Surfer asked. "It's a mistake. My lawyer will get me released." "Yeah, right, dude. Everybody says that." "This your first time?" "Yes." "Look, I don't want to talk, I have things on my mind." "Just being friendly." He sat with his hands clasped, twiddling his thumbs. Wherever I looked, I could sense him staring at me. I glanced at the 2 guards sitting next to the rear door, hoping for silence. "You look familiar," Surfer said. "You from California?" "No." "Talkative, aren't ya?" "It's a long journey, best we get acquainted. We may need each other when we get to the prison." "How do you work that out?" He shrugged. "Not too many of us from the U.S. at the facility. Most of the inmates section off into gangs and they're left to run the day-to-day shit. The warders just guard the perimeter and leave the prisoners to the blocks. I'm telling you, man, it's not safe to hang around on your own." "So you've been there before?" "Yeah, man, but last time my lawyer sprung me. This time they caught me at the border with my truck loaded to the hilt with green turf. Best weed I've had in years." He shook his head. "You're gonna need to buy some clothes when you get there, or you're gonna stand out." "You got money?" "No." I looked at my white overall and bare feet. Annoyingly, Surfer wouldn't let go. "I've got $75. I can lend you some, but I want double back." A smirk crawled onto his face. "You could always sell your ass if it came down to that." "Your choice." "I'll think about it for now." "What, selling your ass?" He let out a roar of laughter. The conversation was only making matters worse. Listen, I need to sleep. We can talk when we get there. Whatever, dude. Feigning sleep, I dipped my head and closed my eyes. Got it, Surfer said. You've been caught skinny dipping. That's why you've got no clothes. Well, a damned bare-assed runner, that's it. Come on, own up to the crime. You're not funny, I said, not lifting my head. If it's not that, then they must have taken your clothes for forensics. Shit, did you rape somebody? Surfer's voice acted like an annoying housefly, buzzing around inside my head. No, I haven't. Now shut the hell up. Boo-hoo, scary. I'm pissing in my pants. Wait, that clinches it then, you whacked somebody. You're a freaking murderer. It looks like I'm gonna need your protection rather than you needing mine. Is that what you've done, killed somebody? I lifted my eyes and glared at him. Just saying, dude. No worries. Not answering him at last bought his silence, and closing my eyes, I dropped my chin to my chest. It hadn't taken long for them to arrange transport to the prison. The vehicle lurched to a stop, throwing me sideways, and I opened my eyes. We're here, Surfer said. Stay close when we get into the yard after processing. The vehicle rumbled forward and stopped again. You sure do talk in your sleep. Who's this Leandra, your wife? I ignored him, hoping we weren't going to finish up in the same cell. The truck door opened. One of the guards released the floor shackle and helped me out of the vehicle. Surfer followed me out of the truck humming Yankee Doodle until the dig of a rifle but silenced him. A prison escort approached and they signed for our custody. The prison guards waved us forward and we shuffled toward a steel door at an office block. Looking over my shoulder, I noted that we had entered through a solid steel door and then wire mesh gates, leaving a no-man's land of around 30 feet around the perimeter and a further 100 yards of open space leading to the accommodation blocks. With an outer brick wall and a wire fence 30 feet high and topped with razor wire, it looked secure enough. Add to that, armed guards on towers, spaced out every 100 yards, and I doubted anyone would risk escaping. We entered reception and a guard signaled us to sit on a bench facing a counter. My palm itched like hell and I picked at the dead skin around the edges of the old wound. It had almost healed, leaving a red patch with new skin over the blister area. Where the tracker key had cut into the flesh, all that remained was a small scar. Don't do that, it'll make it worse, Surfer said. Listen, when we get to our cells, stay there. Don't go wandering alone in the yard. Why? Because you're going to need to know the rules if you want to survive. Do you speak Spanish? Yeah, a little. A word of advice, learn it a lot. Only use English if you're in a group of Americans, or they'll think you're conspiring against them. Who are them? The two main gangs are the Cobras and the Perez crew, but there are others. The MS-13 gang acts as the arbitrators when there's a dispute. I'll point out their tattoos so you know which is which. No need, I already know. Is there anything specific to watch out for? Yeah, the ones who pump iron may look menacing, but they're so pumped up, they'd have trouble unzipping themselves to take a piss, never mind throwing a punch. Mind you, if they do connect a punch, it'll send you into another dimension. The ones you really have to watch for are usually the skinny runts. Always watch your back for the hit and run. What's that? They stab you in the back with a homemade shank. If they just want to mark you, they'll fashion a slasher out of a toothbrush and a razor blade. Another thing, don't look anyone in the eye. Try to keep a general lookout and watch for anybody converging on you from different directions if there's a crowd. If you get in a fight, or see anything, don't tell the guards anything. The only thing these guys hate more than a snitch are pedophiles and child murderers. Any of those suckers and it's as good as a death sentence for them. I was beginning to think my time as a kidnap victim had been easier than what might lie ahead. The thought that the inmates might find out I was suspected of murdering Layla's children and a DEA agent had me in a shiver. What do you have to do to get locked up in solitary? Usually, you need to get into a fight. Trouble is, only one of them gets to solitary, which by the way is a hellhole and a living death. The other ends up a corpse for the buzzards to pick over. Chapter 46. Dead Man's Clothes. When Surfer told me we had to strip for a shower after processing, I wasn't expecting a hot shower and room service. Then again, turning my back on the power hose as the spray bit my skin, I wasn't expecting a guard to spray me with a cold blast of high-pressure water either. The guard finished and threw me a towel. "Bend over," the guard said in Spanish as he donned a latex glove. The indignity of his probing finger looking for contraband made me feel less than human, especially with Surfer looking on with an ear-to-ear grin. Looking down, my skin was nothing but red blotches. Judging by my flamed cheeks, I guessed that my face matched the rest of my body. Numb from the experience, I noticed Surfer talking to the guard. He turned to me. "What's your shoe size?" he asked. "Size 10. The guard cast his eye over me. Surfer reached into his pocket and handed the guard a bill. "That's your clothes taken care of. It'll be cheaper buying them through the guard. They cost me $5, so you'll only owe me $10. I raised an eyebrow and gave him a look. I couldn't recall giving the go-ahead. But then, I did need clothing. "Will they be prison issue?" "Sort of." "What does that mean?" "Well, they're sort of what ex-prisoners don't need anymore." I felt like a new kid at school, being shown the ropes by a mature student. Grateful as I was, I had to remind myself that he was a trafficker. The guard returned carrying jeans, a t-shirt, boxers, socks, and a pair of shoes. He set them down on the bench. The jeans fit my waist, but they were a little short and in need of a wash. One of the shoes had a hole in the sole, and I thought it was less of a bargain than I first imagined. My eyes opened wide when I held up the t-shirt. There was a dark stain around the chest area and a rip in the material. "Shit, what's this?" "Oh, yeah, I forgot to say. They empty the stuff from the stiff cells and store it here. This guy must have still been wearing it when he died." I rolled my eyes at the thought I'd be wearing a dead man's clothes. Not only that, but the guy must have been stabbed. I already felt like a dead man walking. Wearing the t-shirt, I figured I'd be tempting fate. "Please ask him if he has a different one." Surfer conversed with the guard, turned to me, and shrugged his shoulders. "Listen, don't worry about it, it'll add to your street cred. You can buy another one later from one of the inmates." I threw the t-shirt down on the bench. "No thanks. I'll wait to buy one in the yard." Surfer showed me his palms raised in the air, and said, "Your call, man." Walking along the corridor to the yard without leg restraints and cuffs offered little relief. My chest tightened as we approached a barred gate. As anxious as I was at what might lay ahead on the other side of the gate, I couldn't get my mind off how things had gone so wrong. If only I'd left Sidekick's rifle where it lay, my explanation for my clothes and fingerprints at Layla's would at least seem credible testimony from a law enforcement officer. Especially when I was known to the FBI as a kidnap victim. The ballistics evidence was going to be a tough one to crack without a witness. In Otego's mind, I was guilty. Kidnapped or not, innocent victims were dead. He had a need to pin the slaughter on someone, and that person was me. My thoughts flipped from one notion to the other until my mind scrambled. At the sound of the guard's key scraping in the lock at the gate, we were brought to a halt. "Room 82, they had told us at reception. I had expected them to escort us to the cell. Instead, the gate opened and Surfer walked forward into the yard alone. My legs were like tree trunks, firmly rooted. I didn't want to move, but a push from one of the guards sent me on my way. "Head up and walk tall, eyes forward," said Surfer. The gate clanked as it closed behind me. His instructions were lost on me as I glanced around the yard. All eyes looked in our direction and activity stopped, leaving silence. Enclosed by two-story accommodation blocks, inmates leaned against the top floor rails, peering down toward me. In the blink of an eye, everyone around the facility carried on with their activities. The decibels cranked up as the prisoners resuming talking. "Come on, man. Don't dawdle." Walking behind Surfer over to the stairway, the hairs on my neck stiffened and I wished for eyes in the back of my head. A group of 4 men stood at the stairway, blocking the entrance. They weren't looking our way, just talking casually. One of the gang stood sideways and I could see a clenched fist tattooed on his arm, the sign of the Perez cartel. All 4 of them had black and white check bandanas hanging from their hip pockets, confirming they were all from the same crew. I now knew where the idea for the colors came from, having experienced Perez's love of chess. I glanced around and picked up more of Perez's pawns, spaced out in the yard. Only these pawns were not acting casually, but edging toward us and occasionally looking our way. I veered to walk along the wall. If this was going to be a confrontation, at least the brickwork would save my back. My heartbeat quickened. The words of Stony Face that he would tell the other guards I had killed Perez ran through my mind. If they'd received word I was instrumental in his death, I really was a dead man walking. One of the men at the stairway turned to face Surfer and blocked his path. I stopped and leaned with my back to the wall in a loose passive stance. My temples throbbed and the back of my throat felt as though it had been left to dry out in the desert. Maybe my senses heightened, or it was the smell of fear, but the stench of a testosterone-filled yard, full of sweaty bodies, hit my nose. "Out of the way, Ricardo," Surfer said. He stepped to his left and then to his right, with Ricardo copying his moves like a reflection in a mirror. My brain must have split what was happening into its two hemispheres as I listened intently to translate what they said, while keeping an eye on the yard. "You owe us money, Wild Eyes. You left without settling your debt." "Hey, it's not my fault they freed me so quickly." The guy held out his hand. "Money. I'll pay you later, Rico." "I don't have any money." "Out of the way." Surfer put his hand on the guy's shoulder. I glanced across at the top floor tier as rapid movement caught my attention. 6 Caucasians were rushing around the gantry and I imagined they were the American crew. Rico pumped his chest out to Surfer. "Take your girly hand off me, gringo. That's no way to respect a real man." I didn't rate Surfer's odds very high, but this wasn't my fight. Half expecting Surfer to back off and wait for the cavalry, Surfer sunk his fist into the guy's gut and head-butted him. The guy dropped to his knees and a sneaker connecting with his jaw sent him crashing to the ground. Hoping for a circle to form, like in the school playground, and for them to tussle out their disagreement together proved futile. Grabbing at Surfer, 2 of the other guys locked their arms around his and the third sunk a blow into his groin, and then dug his knee into Surfer's chin as he doubled over. Like some wild cat in a struggle for life and death, Surfer managed to struggle out of the arm locks, stamping on one guy's foot and elbowing the other in the face. The cavalry arrived, but instead of striking blows, they simply restrained the aggressors. Surfer rose to his full height and dusted off his jeans with his hands, as if it was all in a day's work. In my peripheral vision, someone charged out of the throng at Surfer's rear, half running, half shuffling like a javelin thrower and holding a blade aloft. I stuck out a leg and tripped him. One of those damn now-I'm-in-it feelings that hung over me. The guy hit the dirt, then, rolling over and springing to his feet, he faced me. He was on me in no time, the blade poised high, ready for a downward strike. I grabbed his wrist with both hands and twisted, taking his arm up his back. I turned his wrist at the joint. He let go of the blade. I pushed him away, stooped to pick up the knife, and tossed it out of reach. The blade hadn't even landed when I realized all I had done was to pass the baton. One of the gang members picked up the knife and headed in my direction. A huge guy stepped out of the onlookers and thrust out his arm, catching my assailant on the throat, his halted momentum sending him spineless to the floor and writhing, holding his throat. The Hulk-like figure stepped forward and picked up the knife, slipped it into his belt and then raised his hands. "Stop, enough." Surfer joined me. "Thanks for that, I owe you." I nodded in acknowledgement, keeping an eye on the big guy. The American crew released their captors. Both sides separated a respectful distance, but still throwing each other dagger stares. "What's all this about?" Big guy asked. Around 6'6" tall, with a shiny bald head, he had MS-13 tattooed across his forehead, with enough clues from his other tattoos to indicate he was a top man in his gang. A scar ran vertically through a closed left eye, giving him an even more menacing appearance. Yet more evidence of battles was evident, with what looked like bullet entry scars peppering his chest. Clearly, this wasn't a man to mess with. More of his crew stepped up behind him. He held his muscular arm aloft and waved at the crowd. They got the message and dispersed, leaving the warring factions facing each other. "He owes money for drugs and skipped without paying," Rico said and spat his blood on the dirt. "How much is the debt, in dollars?" I called over to Rico. $50. I turned to Surfer. Pay the man. No way, it shows weakness. I couldn't believe that a life could be so cheap and that Surfer would risk dying for a lousy $50. If Surfer thought I'd murdered someone, it was time for a bluff. Either pay the man, or I'll kill you myself. No way. He can wait. You asshole. I turned to big guy. I'll pay his debt. Surfer grabbed my arm. What the hell are you doing? You ain't got any money, man. Yes, I have. Lend me $50 until the consul gets here, and you get 100 back. You said you owe me. Shit, man, that's clever. He fished into his pocket, peeled off the bills and gave them to me. I walked over to big guy and handed him the money. We're good, right? I asked, still shaking from the adrenaline rush. Big guy stuffed the bills in his jeans pocket, leaving me perplexed. You're a smart man. Yeah, we're good. He looked over at Rico. I'll take it from your account, Rico. You have 7 days for the rest of what you owe. Big guy clenched his fingers together and cracked his knuckles. Rico skulked away with the rest of his injured pride, but with the score settled. Surfer tapped my shoulder. Come on. Everyone's honor is intact. Let's get bedded in. Surfer set off walking to the stairway. Incidentally, talking about honor, I said, you owe me $110 for saving your ass, so we're all square. He whirled around and frowned. With his arms at his sides and his fists clenched, Surfer's arm muscles twitched. And, you have a problem with that? Remember, you said you owe me? I sensed his mind ticking over, then he broke out into a grin and relaxed. Nah, no problem. It's all cool, man. You learn the rules fast. We walked in line with the rest of the American crew until we reached our cell. My resilience dropped as we entered. There were no chairs to rest on, only 3 sets of bunks. With 6 to a cell, the beds were so close you could reach out and touch the bunk next to you. Pictures were stuck to the walls of family and loved ones. It reminded me that all the inmates would have a softer side and love in their hearts, somewhere deep down. Me? I just cursed at not having Mary and the kids' photo. All I had were memories that were getting harder to conjure up as time went by, but my love for them remained steadfast. How come the jailers didn't step in back there? I asked. It's like I said. The inmates run the block and the guards run the prison. The guards step in after the event, but only to remove the dead and wounded from the yard. Surfer sat on a vacant bottom bunk. You're on top. Maybe you don't learn so quickly after all. I climbed up onto the top bunk, hoping to gather my thoughts, but then I'd forgotten about Surfer and his insatiable hunger for talking. Listen, bud, you earned a tank full of yard cred back there. Just go easy on the gas, 'cause it's easily used up. The last thing you want is to be running on empty in here. I didn't need reminding. If the prison smoke signals in Texas were anything to go by, I knew it would only be a matter of time before they discovered who I was and what I was in jail for, no mistake. Surfer left the cell, returning a few minutes later. He threw a t-shirt at me. Here, you owe me again. One of our guys has loaned it to you, so you owe him a favor as well as me. When you get some money from the consul, you can pay the guards to bring some treats for both of us. The trading favors for a favor rule was becoming tedious. Does this favors thing ever end? No, it's like holding a cash card. It's always best to stay in credit. You never know when you'll need to cash in a good turn. Anyway, best work your way to the gate. Words come from the guard you have a visitor. Me and the guys will walk you down. Who is it? Not got a clue as they didn't say. Chapter 47. Bad news. My gaze remained constant on the door of the interview room. I prayed for Mary to walk through the door. However, just who was here to visit me remained a mystery. The guards had shrugged their shoulders at my questions on the walk along the corridor. 10 minutes of chewing my lip and I'd still not worked out how to greet her or how she would react to my appearance. The leg irons and cuffs left a hug out of the equation. Disheveled, with 2 days of facial hair growth, I cupped my hand at my face and exhaled, reeling at the foul odor of my breath as I inhaled through my nose. At the sound of footsteps outside in the corridor, I quivered inside. The steps had sounded like a woman's heels. Placing my hands palms down on the table, I took a deep breath and breathed slowly. The metal door creaked on its hinges as it opened. Lifting my hands off the table and placing them between my knees, I shook my head. A woman, maybe in her 50s, strolled into the room and dropped her brown leather briefcase onto the table. Pulling out a chair, she sat down opposite me. Short, curly hair with a blue rinse framed a squashed upturned nose, together with small bulging eyes. It gave her the appearance of a pug dog. She unclasped her case and took out a file. "I'm Jane Roberts, your consular representative, Mr. Rawlings. Do you have any news from my wife? Is the FBI getting me out of here?" She took a pair of eyeglasses from her case, adjusted them on her nose, and thumbed through the file. The expression on her face as she looked in my direction gave me the idea she couldn't have turned her nose up any more if she were dealing with a child molester. "No, I haven't contacted your wife, but if you give me her email address and telephone number, I'll speak with her." She had delivered her answer curtly, in an officious manner, which took me by surprise. "What about the FBI?" "The FBI confirmed your citizenship this morning. I can't get involved in the legal issues. All I can do is to explain your rights as an American citizen incarcerated in Mexico and contact your relatives." She handed me a typed list of names. "All these are public defenders who speak English. I took the liberty of emailing them all in view of the short time before your case will go in front of a judge. The Mexican authorities are complaining about the cost of phone calls, so I've narrowed it down to who is available locally. No choice, I'm afraid. It's the last one on the list. Seeing as how there is only one, we exchanged emails and she'll be here in 20 minutes. Thanks, but can't my department or the FBI send someone from the United States? You're perfectly entitled to hire your own attorney. Anyhow, first things first. Here, sign for the loan. It's on your own surety. Complete your bank details for the authority and we can transfer the money to our account." She dipped into her case, handed me a form. $200? Is that all you could come up with? For now, yes. Of course it's in Mexican denominations. I'd advise you to keep it hidden. Signing the form with a flourish, I almost ripped the paper. She handed me the money across the table and with some difficulty, I slipped it into my side pocket. "So what are these rights?" She pushed her back into the chair and seemed to relax with a smile. "Well, you already know that you have a right to an English-speaking public defender. If a prosecutor interviews you, you have a right to a translator, which they have to provide if requested. All we can do as your consul is to make representation to the authorities if you are mistreated, and that's it, I'm afraid. We can't interfere in the legal system. Good luck." She took off her glasses, placed them in her briefcase, snapped it shut, and rose from her chair. "Here's my card." "Wait, there has to be more. For God's sake, I'm a DEA agent, wrongly accused of murder and trafficking. Can you get me transferred to a single cell? If word gets out in here about who I am, I'm as good as dead. Try to stay calm, Mr. Rawlings. I've already spoken with the warden and they're looking into that possibility at the request of the FBI. He assures me that the prison respects confidentiality and none of the inmates will know of your background." "Yeah, right. Can't the FBI or DEA do anything to get me out of here?" "The only thing I've heard of the authorities ever doing is to arrange for your sentence to be carried out in the United States if you're proven guilty. Really, you need to speak to your lawyer about such matters. The FBI representative I spoke with says it's on file for them to visit you shortly, so perhaps they'll be able to help. Now, unless you have any complaints regarding your treatment, I have to take my leave. I'll stay on top of the situation regarding a single-cell accommodation." She turned on her heel and knocked on the door. Mouth open, I stared, watching the door open and then close. I wasn't sure what I'd expected from the consul, but the interview hadn't gone the way I'd hoped. In my naivety, I guess I'd half expected the American authorities would have prearranged bail for me, so that I could have walked out of the prison gates with Ms. Roberts. The least I hoped for was for them to hold me in a plush hotel under house arrest, where Mary and the kids would be waiting until the authorities could sort out the mess and get the charges dropped. Drumming my fingers on the desk, I waited for my lawyer. A spider in the corner of the ceiling busied itself spinning a web. After putting the last secretion of silk in place to complete the intricate design, the spider scurried off to hide and await its unsuspecting prey. I couldn't help but think I was heading for my own entanglement with the web of evidence against me and with Otego waiting in the background to devour me. All I could hope was that my lawyer would rescue me from my plight. The door opened and in walked a young woman. Anorexic thin, the heavy case she carried looked as though one more piece of paper added to the contents would snap her arm. Walking lopsided to the desk, she dropped her briefcase to the floor and held out her sinewy fingers. I shook her hand lightly for fear of causing her damage. She sat and looked me in the eyes. Another 20 pounds and she would have looked attractive. With her long black hair shrouding her gaunt features, the young woman had amazing dark brown eyes and pouting lips. Miss Lopez. You can call me Angelica. I'm your lawyer. Yes, I know. She bent over and took a file from her case. I have the details of the charges and a summary of the evidence against you. Do you intend to plead guilty? I wasn't sure if that's where a lawyer should start. No, I'm innocent. She let out a sigh as if she'd heard it all before and looked at her wristwatch. The evidence is pretty damning. Why don't you summarize the events and we'll see if we can counter the evidence. But please be brief. I have a heavy caseload. To hell with your caseload, lady, I need you to get me out of here. Her face flushed. I can understand that, but I need your statement and time is of the essence. I'm due in court in 2 hours. So please begin. Are you due in court for my hearing? No, that's tomorrow. You won't be attending. The prosecution will put forth their case and we'll put forth your rebuttal. From the evidence presented, the judge will decide if it's to go to trial. So the sooner you tell me your story, the better. Is that how it's done here? Surely I'll get my say in person. Sorry, things are done differently here. You'll get to attend during any trial only if you are needed to speak. As I said, I'll be putting forth your side of things. Now please, I really don't have time to waste. Angelica shuffled on her chair, her agitation clear from the expression on her face. She sat back in her chair and covered her mouth with her hand as I gave her a shortened summary of what had happened. When I finished, she shook her head. Do they know about the bodies at the barn? I don't know. I didn't tell them anything other than that I wouldn't speak without advice from a lawyer. Besides, he didn't want to know about my kidnapping and escape. This Leandra woman, the one who is a witness to the events at the barn and who killed one of your assailants, where do we find her? I honestly don't know. I can tell you where I last saw her, but she'll be out of the country by now. No matter. For now, we have to concentrate on the charges at hand. The incident at the barn complicates an already complicated situation. We're going to have to get the judge to get the prosecution to widen their investigation. So do you think the judge will release me? Not on the forensic evidence. It looks as though you've terminated the alleged culprits, so it's going to be a mess. Have the U.S. authorities interviewed you yet? No, but they will, according to the consul. She just didn't say when. Under the circumstances, I don't want you talking to them until I've had a chance to work out how to play the strategy in your case. In any event, I'll want to be present. Are you thinking it will go to trial? My honest opinion, yes. Let's say it all goes wrong and I'm found guilty. What am I looking at? We have a long way to go before we need to consider a sentence. Yeah, but what's the worst case scenario? Worst case, 70 years. Chapter 48. The Paper Trail. With my restraints removed, a guard ushered me out into the prison yard. Surfer sat to one side of the gate, his back to the wall. How'd it go, bud? What? Your visitor? That, oh yeah. Consul and my lawyer, that's all. You don't look pleased. You got that right. I'm far from ecstatic. I was hoping for family. He sprang to his feet and dusted his jeans with his hands, and then we walked the yard together. Wife or girlfriend? Wife, but maybe it's too early to expect her to be here. No worries. I'm sure she'll turn up to visit. My girlfriend should be here in the next few days to bring me some money. We arrived at the stairway and Surfer stopped. My head's burning, man. You sick? I asked him. Nah, I just know I've seen you somewhere before and it's driving me crazy. I doubt our paths have crossed. A hope clung to me that he'd drop the subject. If he'd seen the news report and my mugshot, I prayed that my beard growth gave me some disguise. I don't know, man. It'll come to me. He turned and continued walking up the stairway. What happens here at dark? I asked, in an attempt to take his mind off the subject. Lockdown. I thought the guards left the prisoners to run the block? Well, yeah, to a point. They come in as soon as the light drops and we have to be in our cells. Then first thing in the morning, the guards come in and open up and we go down to the yard for 2 rolls of stale bread and water. The next thing we see of them is lunchtime when they dish out the food. I thought they didn't provide food and you had to buy your own. They provide subsistence foods, usually rice, beans, and some shit that's supposed to be chicken. If you want a decent diet, you have to pay the guards to do your shopping and they'll add 20% to your check. If you need drugs, see me. I raised an eyebrow at his last comment as we entered the cell. The other inmates were already inside, lying on their bunks. Thankfully, Surfer struck up a conversation with one of them and I climbed onto my bunk. Whoever had had the bunk before me had removed his pictures from the wall, leaving lumps of blue tack dotted around. The inmate in the top bunk next to me was writing a letter. You got a sheet of plain paper to spare? I asked. Sure, take 2. He handed over 2 blank pieces of copier paper. As a child, Dad had taught me how to fashion paper patterns by folding the paper and tearing out shapes, so I thought I'd try it to pass the time. If nothing else, I thought the distraction would take my mind away from my grave situation. No amount of picking at the folds of the paper could get the thought out of my head that 70 years stuck in this, or any other hellhole as an ex-law enforcement officer, meant death would stalk me every second of every day. That was a high price to pay for someone who's innocent and who would die before the end of the sentence. The light faded. Figures slouched past the cell door, like the march of the zombies. No one spoke. It was as if the prisoners were pre-programmed to return to their cells. 5 minutes and then heavy-booted footsteps followed along the gantry. 5 steps I heard, and then the clang of a cell door closing in an unholy rhythm that grew ever closer. A guard appeared at our door, took a cursory glance inside, and then slammed the door shut before he moved on. The light flickered on in the cell and conversation resumed. I restarted teasing and tearing at the folds in the paper. Carefully unfolding the paper, I held it up to admire my handiwork. It wasn't exactly a photograph, but the paper chain figures of the representation of Mary and me and the kids brought on a smile. I leaned over and took a blob of blue tack off the wall, rolling out small balls between my thumb and finger. As I pressed the paper chain to the wall, a voice called out. What the hell you doing up there? It's snowing down here. Surfer's face appeared over the mattress, and he flicked paper from his hair. Man, that's cool. Wife and kids? Yeah. You miss them? Sure do. Listen, I know it's hard, and it always digs at you, but try and be strong. You're gonna have to learn to deal with the pain. You know kids can visit and if they're old enough they can write letters? I don't think I want them to see me in here. You got kids? I asked him. Surfer roared with laughter. Probably, but not sure how many. His eyes glazed and he turned away. Seriously, I have a daughter. She's 3 years old, name's Jenny. His head disappeared and I heard him settle onto his mattress. As I lay there staring at the paper chain, I must have lived my life with them over a dozen times. I couldn't help but feel guilt at all the things I should have said and done with them, but hadn't. The light went out and I closed my eyes, hoping for sleep. It wasn't just the angst of my situation that prevented me from sleeping, the stench in the cell overpowered my senses. I buried my face in the mattress, but the odor of years of sweat, from which there was no respite, made me want to vomit. 9 hours later, after a night filled with tossing and turning, I stared at the ceiling sensing night turn to day. The sound of what I assumed was one of the guards rapping his nightstick on the cell door bars, before throwing open a door, cut through the silence. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Banging and clattering followed, with a rumble of conversations. Come on, get ready to hustle, or you'll be left with crumbs. Grab a tin mug, Surfer said. My cell buddies were already standing in line at the cell door when the guard arrived and opened it before moving on. I jumped off the top bunk and followed. The sound of the guard's nightstick was lost in the throng of footsteps outside. For a dog-eat-dog society, I was surprised by how everyone lined up at the breadbaskets. I stooped and picked up 2 rolls, then peeled off to join Surfer in the waterline. Surfer hadn't exaggerated when he said the bread was stale. One bite told me anyone with dentures would be struggling. "Why didn't you see the consul yesterday?" I asked Surfer. "No need, I know the ropes." "What about a lawyer?" "Today, hopefully. But I don't rate my chances too high this time. I'm gonna try pleading ignorance." "Ignorance? I thought you only got 2 choices." "Ignorance, innocent, it's all the same. All I can say is someone must have stashed the dope in my truck while I was at a rest stop on a sleepover. I'm not worried about doing time, I'm more worried if the MS-13 crew in here find out I owe them money for the consignment." "So you hadn't paid them?" "No, me and my big mouth talked them into giving me the stash on account." "What did your lawyer say about your chances?" I began to wish I'd not started the subject. "It's too early to tell." "Yeah, these things take time." I filled my mug with water and walked over to a wall in the yard. We both sat on our haunches, our backs to the wall. It sounded as though we both needed to watch each other's backs, but for now, everything in front of me seemed like a threat. The only thing I knew was that Surfer might be the enemy on the outside, but having seen him handle himself, my time in there was going to call for keeping my enemies close. The other cell buddies joined us in conversation. All I could do was laugh and shake my head in the right places. Still, at times their anecdotes were amusing and passed the time. A new intake arrived through the gate. 2 men with cobra tattoos were greeted with high fives from their compatriots. "You don't say much," Skunk said, aptly named and in need of some serious deodorant. "Nothing much to say. You're doing all the talking that needs to be done. When we get back to the cell, you know it's your turn to slop out the piss bucket," Skunk said and gave me a grin. "Why me?" "Because you're the new kid." My stomach was already struggling with my breakfast. I wasn't optimistic about it not erupting when I emptied the bucket. "Anyway, what's your name?" "We can't keep calling you new kid." Tension pulled at my chest. I searched for a name. "Razor." "Razor, how come?" "Because I cut throats," I said and drew a finger across my throat. It felt stupid to come out with a street name, but I figured impressions were everything. Everyone in our crowd seemed to big themselves as part of the survival mentality, and now I joined them. A scuffle broke out in the yard, a welcome distraction. I jumped to my feet. A group of cobras were facing off against a group of the Perez crew. One of the cobra gangs stabbed the index fingers of both hands in the air gang style and danced around on his toes. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but some of the Perez crew were holding back one of their men. His face was bright red and contorted in anger. Skunk slunk off in their direction. Surfer tugged at my wrist. "Stay out of it. Skunk will report back." Big Guy stepped into the fray, exchanging words with the cobras. They walked away from the unlikely peacemaker, strutting and grinning. Skunk returned and I dropped back to my haunches. "What was it about?" Surfer asked. "Perez is dead, and a cobra was mocking one of the Perez crew." "Did they say who killed him?" I asked. "Some American kidnap victim shot him during his escape." Damn it, I thought, if Stoney's parting words weren't coming back to haunt me. I dropped and sat on my hands, hoping nobody would see them tremble. A spell in solitary was becoming more attractive. Surfer shot me a quizzical look and stroked his chin. Chapter 49. From bad to worse. 5 guards, all carrying automatic rifles, entered the yard. I'm not sure if it was out of disdain, respect, or fear, but the inmates stepped aside to leave a wide path, like the sea parting for Moses. One of them signaled to Big Guy and then turned to me. "Visitors." Pleased as I was at the revelation of yet another visitor, I felt uncomfortable walking alongside Big Guy. At the same time, I felt relieved at walking away from Surfer's company, before he realized how he knew me. When I looked over my shoulder, Surfer's eyes followed me. He stood akimbo, still stroking his chin and appearing deep in thought. We both stood passively as they shackled our wrists and ankles and then led us through the second gate. Taking a sideways glance, big guy stared at me. "You don't fit," he said. "Yeah, the jeans are too short." "Smartass, don't you dare disrespect me, or I'll turn you to mincemeat. You seem too clever to be in here." "I'm watching you." He growled out some phlegm and spat on the floor in front of me. Skillfully shuffling around the green slime, I saw two suited guys sitting on a bench ahead. One of them with his back to me rose from his seat and dipped his hand inside his jacket. He turned and whipped out his ID. "Special Agent Doug Walters, FBI. I didn't need any introductions. I wasn't expecting you." Big guy stopped and shot me a look before a guard tapped him on the shoulder and he moved on and through a door. "Thank God you're here," I said, praying Walters had put our spat behind him. "Have you come to get me out?" "It's not that simple. Let's talk inside." There was intelligence I wanted to feed them. It was hard to know where to start, but my priorities came to the fore. "How's Mary?" "Is she coming to see me soon?" I asked as I shuffled around the table and sat. The guard closed the door. Walters sat opposite me, but with only 2 chairs, his buddy had to stand. "Mary's in shock and under sedation, but she's going to be fine," said Walters. "Does she know what's happened to me down here?" "Yeah, she knows everything. She'll know I'm innocent." "I guess you want to know about the kidnapping, how I escaped and ended up in here." Walters didn't reply, but held his hand out to his partner, who handed him a file. "Ah, yes, the kidnapping. We'll come to that. First, you'll be pleased to know we've put pressure on the authorities here and they're going to transfer you to a facility where you can have a cell to yourself. The bad news is we don't know where and when. From there hopefully we'll get to extradite you to the U.S. "Hey, less of the extradite business." I laughed. "Surely you mean free me to the U.S. My excitement waned, replaced with a tightening gut. His expression remained somber. I looked at his partner for some solace, but he simply lowered his head and inspected his shoes. "No, I meant what I said about extradition." "What?" "If this is a joke, you're not funny." "This is no joke." "You got careless." My mouth gaped open. He wasn't making sense. He opened the file and slid a photo across the table. If this wasn't a joke, I was mindful of my lawyer telling me not to speak to them. All I could see was a photo of me holding the Detroit newspaper, with the bedsheet in the background. I said nothing, but inched it back to him. "And the significance is what?" He took another photo from the file and pushed both back to me. "Take a look and tell me what you see." I inspected the second picture, noting the date and timestamp. It was a grainy picture from a CCTV camera of someone dressed in a black SWAT-type uniform, holding an automatic assault rifle across his chest and wearing a ski mask. My eyes were drawn to his bandaged wrists and left hand. The hand bandage was stained. I noted a mesh fence and behind that, a pile of narcotic bricks framed the background. Where was this taken? Oh, I think you know the answer to that. I know the second picture isn't me. Sure, it's similar bandaging to the one where I'm holding the newspaper, but I was held captive in a rainforest at the time of the second photo. And you have someone to give you an alibi? Why would I need an alibi? But yeah, if you can find her, she can testify to our whereabouts on that date. She was captive with me and we escaped together, but we got separated just before my arrest. Girlfriend? Nothing of the kind. You know I'm married. Oh, yeah, married. According to Mary, things haven't been very rosy this past 2 years. It seems to her like you've been living 2 separate lives. What the hell does that mean? You're twisting her words. It's nothing we couldn't work through. He sighed and slid another photo across the table. Try this one. The picture was the same guy as in the second photo, but he'd almost removed his mask with one hand, while placing his left hand on a counter. Whoever it was looked remarkably like me. Walters handed me another photo of the clothing I'd been wearing when I was arrested by the Mexican police. My eyes popped in disbelief at what he was suggesting. Let's not fence, Walters. What are you driving at? I'm just wondering why you turned from gamekeeper to poacher. Or have you been a poacher all along? Anger welled inside. Stop talking in damned riddles and spell it out. If this is your idea of payback for our spat, you're a sick mother. Okay, here's what I think. My idea is that you planned your own kidnapping. You had a bullshit film made to divert us and tie up our resources, but you gave the game away with that smirk at the end. Got to say, we had a lot of discussion about that smile. Anyway, then you carried out the raid on the DEA evidence facility that held the cocaine from the bust you made. Then either you or one of your gang tortured and killed an agent in the process of the heist for the combination of the lock to the evidence area. With no money coming in until your haul hit the streets, you fled to Mexico and got caught trying to smuggle a relatively small amount of coke to give you some pocket money. I sat back and laughed at the stupidity of this scenario. Me and whose gang? Where the hell would I get the resources from to carry out a hit like that? Why don't you try and find the girl? She'll put you straight. No need, and here's why. We think you sold out to Perez, so you could start a new life. Why else would you turn down promotion? Intelligence reports have rumors coming out of the northwest of Mexico that you killed Perez. I figure that was probably the result of some disagreement with him over the split of the $50 million haul. But all that's irrelevant. The DNA from the blood smear from the counter matches your DNA from a sample of your hair taken from a hairbrush at your home. Same with the blood sample taken from the clothing of the agent that you tortured and killed. As for the girlfriend or your partner in crime, if she exists, the only reason we would have to find her is if we had evidence that she was implicated. I wondered why Perez would go to that extent to frame me, but then I didn't have to think long and hard. As he had said, no one steals from me. The bullet in the back of his guard's head for stealing fruit from a tree was testimony to his warped mind. Walters handed me a clipping from the front page of a newspaper, dated at the time I was in the rainforest. In scenes reminiscent of the Patty Hearst story, could this allegedly kidnapped DEA agent have turned to crime, plotting a $50 million heist of cocaine from his agency's own evidence facility? A picture of me holding the Detroit newspaper stood alongside the picture of the guy removing his mask. If you see this man, do not approach him. He is considered armed and dangerous. The rest of the article blurred and I tossed it back at him. 50 million? It would take God knows how many trucks and pallets to shift that amount of coke. You've got this so wrong. I turned over my hand and stared at the scar on my palm. I shook my head at the vision of Maria handing the face mask to a guard and then the doctor taking my blood sample. It was easy to understand why the TV sets had been removed from my room and Leandra's. Even in death, Perez had me in checkmate. A flash of light and I blinked. I looked up in time to see Walters sliding his cell phone into his pocket. Thanks for the picture of the scar on your palm. I guess all we need now is your confession, but first I'll read you your rights. A smirk developed on his face. You can read me anything you like, but when my lawyer and I have finished, the truth will slap that freaking smile from your ugly face. So I'm saying nothing, except, I see your hand in all this. Lawyer. Yeah, right. You mean that skinny broad who stood up in front of the judge this morning? I guess she hasn't told you yet that you're going to trial? I shrank and trembled as if someone had removed my skeleton. I was aware of him reading me my rights, but all I could think of was what Mary and God forbid the kids must all be thinking. It was no wonder she was in shock. In a daze, I couldn't quite grasp if I was imagining the whole thing. He swayed his head as a signal to his partner, who walked over and left the room, closing the door behind him. What are the charges again? Murder 1, in the process of a robbery and extortion. Hopefully, the Mexican authorities will think it's better to let us deal with you than for you to pay the price for the rest of your crimes down here. He sat back with a self-satisfied expression etched on his face. I wished I could reach out and knock the smirk from his face, but a question burned in my mind. Where would you be thinking of having the trial? He leaned over to me. Do you think it will get to trial? You're in the gutter, exactly where I said you'd end up. Once they find out who you are in here, you won't make it to any court. Think about that tonight when you try to sleep. As for Mary and your kids, you're already toast. Gripping the edge of the table, I shoved it into his gut. He winced, but kept his balance, and then stood. Walters walked to the door and turned to face me. To answer your question, if you get that far, we'll be having the trial in Texas. Incidentally, we'll be asking for the death penalty. Chapter 50. The Bucket. It was a strange experience returning to the yard from the interview room. I had no recall of the journey, as if I had been beamed to where I stood. All around me, my vision blurred. I can't say I was in shock in the sense of trembling, just numb. Surfer stood in front of me. His mouth moved, but his words were lost to me in the muffled conversation rising from the throng of bodies around the yard. If he wanted an answer to a question, there was none to give. I had lost the will to converse, as if disconnected from reality and craving solitude. Surfer took hold of me by the shoulders and gave me a shake. "You in there?" Taking hold of his wrists, I forcibly removed his hands and marched toward the stairway. Arriving at my cell, I climbed onto the bunk. Surfer walked through the cell door. "Listen, man. When you feel the need to talk, I'm a good listener." Not wanting to share my thoughts with anyone, I turned over and fixed a stare at the paper chain. "Whatever, man. When you're ready." I thought about the implications, not just for me, but also the damage that this situation would inflict on my family. However I shuffled the cards, it was a lose-lose scenario. If Otego didn't get me, there was still a chance Walters would have his day of glory. Me, I just felt like an inconsequential cockroach, only any good for being stomped on by a heavy boot. 13 years of loyal service and my words of explanation wouldn't count for diddly against forensic evidence in a courtroom. All I had was the truth of the story of my journey. Weasel had been right, I was nobody. I should have told him all he wanted to know without the torture. My head pounded at the tension brought on by my thoughts spinning in so many different directions. All this grief I had suffered for the sake of some lowlife with a grudge putting a price on my head. I began to wish that whoever it was had succeeded. The unthinkable came to the fore. For my family's own good, maybe I would have to cut them all adrift, even if it meant taking my life with my own hand. "Hey, Razor, you forgot the piss bucket," Skunk said and tugged at my shoulder. "It stinks in here." I growled, turned over, jumped off the bunk, and faced Skunk nose to nose. "Empty it yourself before I tip it over your freaking ugly head. While you're at it, go take a shower. The only smell in here is you." Surfer squeezed between us. "Whoa, steady there, you two. I'll empty the goddamn bucket." Skunk stood his ground and I shoulder charged him on the way out to the gantry. Grasping the railing, I took a deep breath. The tension drained through my knuckles and I slapped the railing, turning to face the cell. "Sorry, Skunk, I've just had some bad news." "I shouldn't have badmouthed you like that." "Whatever. It's all bad news in here, so to hell with you." Skunk sat on his bunk, picked up a book, flicking the pages as if nothing had happened, except I could see his fingers shaking. Surfer walked out of the cell, holding the bucket, and whispered, "See, you've got a temperamental side to your nature. Just be careful not to snap, 'cause Skunk's a good guy really, for a serial killer with a sweat gland problem." Surfer laughed and then whistled a tune as he walked away. I turned and looked out over the yard. Even though they were all grown men, the activity was akin to a school playground. Inmates huddled in groups, others played handball, while some sat around reading books, or watching what was going on around them. Big Guy, I noticed, stood near the gate with 5 of his clan. They all touched fists and broke away, as if they'd just discussed tactics in a football game. Something was afoot. Call it a sixth sense from years at school as a victim, developing a nose for danger and watching the bullies at play. But nothing could compare with a yard full of psychopaths, taking their will to dominate to a completely new level of tension. Big Guy walked through the center of the yard with his buddies spreading out and following. He waved at a prisoner across the yard, and then in the blink of an eye, brought his arm around someone's forehead, clutching him to his chest. As if the whole thing was choreographed, one of his men walked quickly past him and handed him a knife. In a fluid movement, he stabbed his victim in the back and then drew the knife across his throat. Big Guy released his arm and his victim dropped to his knees, clutching his throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow. Blood oozed through his fingers. Another of his crew walked past him and palmed the knife from Big Guy's hand. I couldn't be sure if Surfer was in the wrong place at the wrong time, but I saw the guy with the knife drop it into the bucket. Surfer walked onto the toilet and shower room. In no hurry, Big Guy walked away and glanced up to where I was standing. A shiver ran through me. The central area of the yard emptied as inmates walked to their cells, with everyone turning their backs to the victim. The corpse lay face down and bleeding out. I saw the gate open and guards walk nonchalantly over to the body, laying down a plastic sheet. They rolled the corpse onto the sheet and dragged it across the yard and through the gate, leaving a slug trail of blood in the dirt. I looked left along the gantry at the sound of footsteps. Big Guy and his crew were walking in line toward me. He paused and we exchanged glances. That's what you get for being a snitch. Remember that the next time you talk with your friends. I'm keeping my eye on you. For someone with only one eye, I thought his words ironic. They're not my friends. What did they want? They came to charge me and to tell me they've applied for my extradition. What charge? Not charge, charges. Murder, robbery, and extortion. He rolled his tongue across his top lip and nodded his head in approval, like some toy dog that you stick on your dash, with a spring attached to its head as a neck. Big Guy moved on and into his cell. Turning to the railing, I buried my head in my hands, doubting that I could sink any lower, as if I were stuck in the mudflats with the tide coming in to drown me. Getting moved out of there couldn't come quickly enough. As I removed my hands, it started to rain. It was a few drops at first, and then it came down in buckets. The stain of the inmate's blood in the yard washed away in the deluge, as if nature was sweeping the entire event away. The ferocity of the downpour abated to a drizzle. Surfer ran across the yard to the gate and put the bucket down. The gate opened and he stepped through. I glanced right to see if any of the MS-13 gang were watching, thinking that maybe Surfer was looking for a ticket out of there by snitching. The gantry was empty. 5 minutes later he returned to the yard, picked up the bucket and burst into a rendition of Singing in the Rain while hopping, skipping, and jumping in the puddles. I heard his footsteps clattering up the stairway and then watched him speed-walking toward me. His smile arrived before his presence at my side. Yes, I'm out of here. They're transferring you? No, man, 24 hours and I should know if I'm going to be released. Another 24 hours for the paperwork and I should be gone. He punched the air. Slow down, speak English. What's happened? My attorney made the prosecution look like idiots. I just spoke to her on the phone. Told you I'd plead ignorance. The judge has given them 24 hours to find the padlock they cut from my truck. How come? She told the judge the lock must have been tampered with at a sleepover and I knew jack shit about the dope being stashed inside. She said the lock would prove it, one way or another. Yeah, but what if they find the padlock? No chance. I snuck it from the bench and tossed it away. You said she. Who's your attorney? Angelina Lopez. Man, she's something else. I looked at him with disbelief that my attorney could spring a guilty party, but as an innocent, I was facing trial. Hey, dude, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm pleased for you. She didn't do much for me. I'm going to trial. So that's why all the gloom. Hell, I'm sorry it hasn't gone your way. Still, I'm not surprised. I've figured out who you are. Told you it would come to me. I guess someone had to find out sooner or later, but it was what Surfer would do with the information that worried me, especially if he got word out before my transfer. Chapter 51. Outed. Surfer cocked his head to one side, with an equally lopsided grin on his lips. So, who do you think I am? I asked. Surfer did a 360 turn to make sure no one was listening and moved close to my ear. You're that bent DEA agent everyone's been looking for. Man, that was some daring heist. I should have known right off. It was on CNN 24/7 and front page on all the papers. You're mistaken. No mistake and you know it. Listen, your secret is safe with me. I figure I owe you more than the few bucks we scrubbed for you watching my back. But what? I could represent you with your gang on the outside. You know, watch out for your interests, and make sure your family is looked after. I mean, that's what the MS-13 guys in here do and they'll never see the light of day, but they still run things on the outside. Really, I don't know what you're talking about. Have it your way. Think about it, but if I were you I'd stay in the cell all day. If anyone else finds out who you are, You're meat for the scavengers for making toast of those kids. It was hard to figure out if that was a veiled threat, but staying in the cell wasn't an option as the rain poured down once again. The rest of the day, I couldn't help but think about what he had said. If the others did find out, I would have to be careful how to handle the situation and try to turn it to my advantage. The following day, a guard advised me at breakfast to be at the gate at 10 a.m. for visitors. Standing at the gate, Surfer watched my back, as he had done all morning. The gate drew open and I was ushered through the usual procedures and into the interview room. At least I knew it wouldn't be Mary, not since finding out the times the public could visit. When the guard said visitors, I assumed one would be my lawyer, but I still couldn't work out who the other would be, unless Angelica had arranged to meet up with the FBI for them to interview me again. The door opened and in walked my visitor. "Kurt, thank goodness they let me see you." I scrambled to stand as he walked over, throwing his arms around me in an embrace and a few back taps. "Rob, thank God you're here." We broke apart. I had to flash my ID and convince them it was department business, but yeah, thank God. We separated and he pulled up a chair beside me as I sat. "So you're not here on business?" "Hell, no. Just come to see my buddy and to see what the hell's going on. Damned FBI won't let me near your case. Agent Walters is freezing me out. I'm guessing he's still holding a grudge. You had any contact with Mary, a phone call, or a letter?" I had a bad feeling about Agent Walters' involvement and his grudge. "No, nothing since I called and she dropped the phone." "Yeah, it's hit her hard. How is she?" "What about the kids?" "The kids are fine. They're at her mother's house." "Yeah, I know, I saw a picture." His eyebrows rose. "Long story. I'll tell you later. How's Mary?" "Last time I saw her she was fine, but heavily sedated." "Has the FBI grilled her about me?" "Yeah, the usual background stuff. They question me too, and the guys at the agency." "Listen, tell me all that's happened. Start from the beginning. Have you any idea at all who kidnapped you from outside the crack house?" "Not at all. They put a sack over my head and threw me in the trunk of a car." He stood, took off his jacket, hung it on the back of his chair, and then did a spin. "See, no wire. I'm here for you, buddy. What's said in here stays in here. I hope you've got plenty of time." "What time is it?" I said. Rob pulled back his shirt cuff. 10 after 10. "New watch?" "Yeah, I lost mine a few weeks back. Bought this today." I sat back and studied Rob. I knew he was my buddy, but I couldn't understand him not talking about the case against me in the U.S. "Listen, Rob, while I was captive, I saw a television report about a gangland massacre near the border. Do you remember Carlos Lopez and Greg Hines, the ones who gave us loads of crap a while back? Did you get involved in the investigation?" "Only I think they kidnapped me." "Carlos and Greg, doesn't ring a bell." "Wait, yeah, I remember those scumbags, but no, I didn't get involved." "So that's who was involved. Homicide will have dealt with that case. I don't figure they'll be anxious to solve it in a hurry. Anyway, go on. Start at the beginning." "I have a meeting later this morning." I relayed the events of the past few days, giving Rob a condensed version, still mindful of what my attorney had said in case any of it got back to the FBI. As much as Rob was my friend, we'd both lied enough times to get confessions from suspects to support a prosecution. "So, you've been set up in fine style." "Afraid so." "The guys who kidnapped you, did they talk among themselves? Give you any clue I could follow up on as to who put the contract on your head?" "No." "What about Perez? If he bought the hit out, did he give even the tiniest clue as to who it could be?" "Nothing, but if I had his laptop and if it contains the information I think it does, it could have a payment listed and name my kidnappers. Hell, it may even have an email saying who put the hit on me. Then again, it could be a blank hard drive." "Yeah, it's a pity you don't have it." "So where do you think this Leandra will be?" "I don't have a clue." "When are you due back home, Rob? I mean, are you going to have the time to try and find me some witnesses?" "Time's not a problem. I have meetings arranged all week down here with my counterparts." Any investigation doesn't have to end with me going home, but then you know that. Oh, yeah, the new job. Rob shrugged his shoulders and tapped his nose with his finger. You never know what intelligence we can come up with to support what happened now that I'm in this job. Still, I don't get why you didn't just tell the FBI all this. You know the score with forensics versus uncorroborated testimony. Then there's the animosity between Walters and me, and he's running the show. Yeah, it does look pretty damning. Open and shut if it was our case. You don't suppose Walters could have anything to do with all this? Word has it that he was involved in black ops during his army days. Not much of a motivation to want me dead with Walters losing out on promotion. Well, he did make threats to see you in the gutter. Listen, I have a meeting soon. I'll write down my new cell phone number in case of emergency. I'll get back to see you before I go back to El Paso to report on my progress. We both stood and he embraced me. Then Rob walked to the door and gave it a knock. As the door opened, I caught sight of one of the heavily tattooed MS-13 faction shuffling along past the doorway and glancing my way. Rob collided with Angelina as she appeared. Rob stepped outside. The guard left the door open. Who is that? She asked. My friend and partner from the DEA, Rob. I do hope you've not made a statement. No, just talking. Only said enough to have him look for witnesses. I've held some things back. Good, don't trust anyone. We need to keep things close to our chest for now, especially from the FBI and their agent Walters. Oh, him. He visited me the other day, but I said nothing to him after he charged me. Have you spoken to him? No, but we met in front of the judge. I was sure we'd get you bail, and the investigation widened until he turned up with a statement about what you're alleged to have done north of the border. Should we be talking with the door open? Oh, sorry, I'm waiting for my assistant. She's in the restroom. I'm afraid your case is going to take a lot more work than I can handle on my own. Otego told me he is waiting for forensics coming back from the scene you mentioned at the barn. They managed to get a fingerprint off a knife stuck in a corpse, and they've sent off clothing and blood samples from the corpses for DNA tests. I sunk my head into my hands. You know it'll be my fingerprint on the knife and their blood on the clothing I was wearing when they arrested me. Yes, I gathered that from what you told me. But, hey, let's not worry. It's going to be our priority to fight the extradition. The possible sentence is going to be far more severe in the U.S. Having said that, we may just have the answers to strike a deal. We could have some leverage to sidestep the charges, or at least have the term reduced, north and south of the border. It's just going to take time. I removed my hands and lifted my head. What are you saying? Nothing just yet. I'll tell you when my assistant arrives and we can close the door. I could only hope her idea of leverage wasn't something as stupid as thinking I was guilty in trading the whereabouts of the goods from the heist and where Perez had been holed up, although I did have information about the fake exploration vessel. Outside in the corridor, I saw a guy wearing a crumpled suit. He handed my guard a couple of letters. The guard sauntered into the room, passed me the letters, and gave me a pen to sign for their receipt. You've been served, said a guy in the suit, popping his head around the door. Served? I looked at the envelopes. Both had El Paso court addresses. Nervously, I fumbled at opening the first letter. My fingers trembled so much I could open the seal. Here, let me. I handed Angelica the letters. I watched her open first one letter followed by a sigh and then the other. Her brow furrowed and her nose twitched. Go on then, what are they? Something you could do without right now. Chapter 52. Devastating news. Angelica eased the letters across the table. I can't help you with these. You'll need to get advice from an American lawyer. I picked up and read the first document, headed Temporary Restraining Order, in detailing that I was not to have contact with Mary, Claire, or Craig either directly or indirectly for a period of 10 days. Glancing at the second document, all I could focus on was the words divorce proceedings, when I lost all composure. I covered my face with my hands. No, no. Freaking no. This can't be happening. I clawed at my forehead and then tugged at my hair. Sorry. I know it comes at a bad time. Bad time? Why is she doing this? I'm stuck in a Mexican prison, for Christ's sake. Why so quickly? I slipped my head through my shackled wrists and repeatedly head-butted the table. I guess Walters knew about this when he visited me, and that's what he meant, saying I was toast as far as Mary and my kids were concerned. When I lifted my head, Angelica's face flushed. I wasn't sure if her reaction was out of sympathy or out of embarrassment at seeing a grown man with tears pouring down his cheeks. You have to get me out of here. Listen, I'll try my best to have you released, but you need to be strong. It won't happen overnight, and there's no guarantee. Look at the situation from your wife's point of view. You were on the FBI's most wanted list in America for murder, and now you've been charged with murder of a family, including children. She's protecting your children. Think about that. But I'm innocent. She doesn't even know my side. Yes, but look at all the damning evidence and the media frenzy they'll be facing. Mary and the children will be struggling to come to terms with all they're presented with as facts. Angelica handed me a tissue. The sound of clip-clopping heels echoed in the corridor. My chest tightened and sweat dripped from my brow. The assistant arriving couldn't come quickly enough, I thought, then suddenly the steps ceased. All I could hope was that whatever trickery Angelica had planned, it would get me off the hook, so I could fight the restraining order and divorce. I at least wanted to talk to my kids over the phone. Kurt, I'm going to leave you for 5 minutes. Try to calm yourself while I have a word with my assistant. Angelica stood and slipped out of the room, closing the door behind her. Now that I was alone with my thoughts, the court papers brought the death and ingratitude saying to mind. Now I faced the possibility of a death sentence, and I also faced the ingratitude of the woman I loved. That one person, on whom I thought I could depend, had put a final poisonous concoction in my heart to take away any reason I had left to live. There was no reason to look forward to anything in my life anymore, only death and ingratitude for a lifetime of loyalty. I just wished I could meet the person who coined the phrase to look him or her in the eyes and to say, "You're right." Calmness descended at the inevitability of the situation, and then anger. All I wanted was to get even. But to get even with who? Perez was dead, and so were the punks who had probably kidnapped me, together with Squat. Angelica was right. Under the circumstances, Mary was protecting our kids. I shook my head in silent resignation, then the door opened and closed. Kurt. I looked up. My jaw dropped open in disbelief. I pushed my chair back and stood. You? How? Shush, call me Christina. It's a long story. Chapter 53. Sight for Sore Eyes. As soon as Leandra had entered through the door, the familiar fragrance of her perfume and her beaming smile enveloped the room. She looked smart in her suit, with a knee-length skirt and a black jacket over a pinstripe blouse, carrying a black crocodile skin briefcase and with her hair tied in a bun. If anything, she looked more like an attorney than Angelica did. She opened her arms, stepped over to me, and took hold of me in an embrace that I wanted to return, but I couldn't, restricted by the cuffs. Oh, Kurt, I'm so sorry. Angelica told me all about the divorce. My head rested on her shoulder. Words eluded me, responding with first a whimper and then unbridled sobs. She released her hold and placed her hands on my shoulders. Head bowed, I sucked in a lungful of air, the breath faltering as I exhaled. Kurt, I know it's going to be hard, but you have to focus. Come on, sit down. It was as if I didn't know which way was up, and she guided me onto the chair. Leandra took a handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed my eyes. That's better. Her eyes followed mine, together with her broad smile, which I couldn't shake off however I tried to avert my gaze, at least not without attempting a faint smile in return to slake the plea in her eyes. See, it's not all doom and gloom. You have friends to get you through all this. She handed me her handkerchief and walked around the desk. Leandra took hold of the chair, dragged it in front of me, and then sat. Our knees touched and she took hold of my hands in hers. Talking. About friends, did you see my buddy Rob on your way in? What was he wearing? Black pants and a brown leather jacket. So that was him? I saw him. He opened the door for me at reception. His eyes followed my ass all the way through reception. It freaked me out. No harm in appreciating a female, but... At least I know he's not gay, I said, in an attempt to make light of the dire situation I was in. Would it make him any less of a friend if he was? Well, no. Just saying, seeing as how he never has a girlfriend. Anyway, he's going to try and help, but... Leandra interrupted my train of thought. You know something? I should have slapped you instead of greeting you with a hug. Do you know that? Why? For leaving me back there at the house and not returning. Have you any idea what that did to me? I had a good idea, all right. Sorry, but at least you're free. Don't think I didn't feel guilty. Look, we're leaving, you got me. Yeah, well, you should feel guilty instead of feeling sorry for yourself. I couldn't be sure of the logic, considering what I was facing, but her banter snapped me out of my mood. So, how come the Christina name, and how did you get to be Angelica's assistant? Never mind me. Tell me everything about what it's like in here first. Leandra listened intently, but there was no smile from her as I recounted all the events of the past few days. She sat back and threw her head upward. Oh, my God. That's worse than at the villa. We've got to get you out of here. She shook her head. I never thought to bring you any food. I'll bring some fruit tomorrow and some shaving cream with a safety razor. You look dreadful. Thanks, but my appearance isn't exactly a priority. So, tell me what happened after I left the house. Her brow creased, I assumed at the recollection. I slept at first, and when I awoke it was dark. My ankle had swollen, so I could only hobble. After a few hours, I sort of guessed you wouldn't return, and I called you all the demons under the sun. I cried a lot for my mom, but I knew I had to do something myself, so I pressed the button on that gadget you left with me. Then I slept until daybreak. What about the computer and the bags? Don't worry, I have them stashed away. So how did you get away from the house? Pedro turned up mid-morning, and it's been a helter-skelter ride ever since. Pedro? I don't get it, why he would want to keep you safe. Me neither, until he explained. Father hired him to infiltrate the cartel, to watch over me and at best to rescue me. I have to say, though, he's not pleased with me staying to help you, instead of returning home. I'm just blessed he has contacts in high places, and some low shady places. I'm still jet-lagged, we've done so much traveling. Where to? We booked into a hotel at first. Then I visited the embassy to collect my documents, and flew on to Panama. I was in Panama when I read about your arrest and flew straight back to Mexico. We found out who your attorney was and where they were holding you. Pedro arranged for some false Mexican documents, and here I am. What were you doing in Panama? Where are you staying? Slow down. I've rented an apartment near here. Let's just say I was putting my tutor's international business teaching to good use in Panama and leave it at that. Does Angelica know who you really are? Yes. There was a tap on the door and it opened. Our guard entered with 3 coffees in plastic cups on a tray and set them down on the table. Angelica followed, with another guard carrying a chair. I thought we could all use a coffee, Angelica said. I took a sip and savored the aroma. Oh my, Angelica by name and an angel by nature. You don't know how welcome this is. No, but I can imagine. The guards left the room. Angelica sat as the door closed. Good, now you and Christina are acquainted, we can get down to business. But you should know that it is vitally important we keep our identity in all this a secret. How do we do that if she's going to make a witness statement? That won't be required. Besides, it would just be words. What she holds is worth more than 1,000,000 words. Then there's always the chance that in the face of overwhelming forensic evidence to the contrary of any statement, they could charge her as an accomplice. Now you've got me baffled. The computer and pen drive, numbskull, Leandra said. It has everything on the hard drive we need to work a deal. Names, dates, amounts, equipment, sites, routes, bank accounts, everything. That will include your father. Leandra coughed, tapping her lips with a clenched fist. No. Funnily enough, it doesn't. She winked and crossed her legs. So how do we go about using what the computer contains? Christina is going to transcribe the information, splitting it into 2 parts. First, the information that's of interest to the authorities here, and another for the American authorities. To start the negotiations, we'll present the information without the names and full details. For example, we'll list that there are 14 known tunnels under the border, but without their locations. We can also say, for example, there are 122 customs and baggage handlers on the cartel's payroll in America and 231 in Mexico. Then we can split the government officials north and south of the border, with a separate list of elected officials. What? In the United States? You'll be surprised. It could bring down the governments both sides of the border, or at least create one hell of a lot of damage, Angelica said. And it's all in there? Honestly, it's all there, Leandra said. I've just had a thought. Can't Pedro make a statement? We tried that, but he can't, or won't. He said it would compromise his activities, whatever that meant. I don't even think Pedro is his real name. Maybe he's wanted somewhere by the police. He did say he'd contacted the DEA anonymously and told them you'd escaped, Angelica said. Did he now? Where is he? Pedro's probably outside waiting for me. He's following my every step, Leandra said. There was a tap on the door and it opened. Time's up, said Angelica. Christina can visit you every day as my assistant, so you don't have to wait for public visiting days. Oh, and I've told the guards you need to phone your American attorney before you go back to the cell. I don't have change for the payphone, I said. I have. Just make sure you stay around to pay me back, said Leandra. No heroics and don't do anything stupid. I won't. Listen, Angelica, when do you hope to have this meeting with the authorities? Tomorrow afternoon, hopefully. I'm just waiting to hear back from the Americans. I stood and watched them leave the room and the guards close the door. There was still a fog behind my eyes, to remind me of my grief, but at least I now had hope of getting out of there. The guard returned and escorted me to the payphone. I dialed the number from memory. Jeff Clayton, homicide. I waited. Who's calling? Jeff, don't hang up. It's Kurt Rawlings. There was maybe a minute of silence. I guessed that I was the last person he would expect to hear from. What is it? I understand you're working the gangland massacre at the trailer fire near the border from a few weeks back. Why, was it you? I could do with a confession to sign it off. The case is going nowhere. No, it wasn't me, give me a rest. I don't need anything more pinned on my chest. Let me run something by you. It may interest you. Then I need you to look up the name and phone number of a lawyer. Go on. I'm listening. Chapter 54. Revelation. With phone calls out of the way and return to the yard, my shadow annoyed my every step. Surfer danced around me in the yard like a Yorkshire Terrier, snapping excitedly at my heels with questions and scenarios. They all seemed to center around setting up a trafficking empire on the outside. I ignored him all the way to the cell. Surfer, take a hike. I climbed onto my bunk, pulled some blue tack from the wall and stuck my court papers next to the paper chain figures. Surfer's face peered over the bunk. Listen, if you already have someone on the outside, at least say you'll put my name forward. I've got to find some way of paying my debt to MS-13. There was no way I could shake him loose. His persistence in pursuing the matter stuck in my craw. Try getting a job. Come on, man. Don't be so self-centered. Okay, write down a contact number, for if you get out. I'll see what I can do. No promises, mind you. But let me ask you one thing, hypothetically speaking. Say someone paid off your debt and gave you a job. Would you take it and turn your back on trafficking? Depends. If it paid me enough money to look after my girlfriend and daughter, I guess I'd try it, hypothetically speaking, you understand. It ain't going to happen, though, is it? I didn't have any debt when I came out the army and no one would give me a chance. I've always dreamed of opening a surfboard business, but that takes money. Where did you serve? Afghanistan, mostly. Lost a lot of good buddies over there. Thanks for your service. Sorry about your friends. Surfer took a step back. No one's ever said that to me before. Most people don't give a shit. But, Yeah, thanks. Good friends and loyalty are hard come by. No joke, I meant it. Say, what are the papers for? Divorce documents. Oh, man, that's tough. Sorry. I'll leave you be. Listen, don't go doing anything stupid. Don't worry, I won't. Surfer disappeared and settled on his bunk. I lifted the corner of the mattress and retrieved the second copier sheet Skunk had given me. A little folding and tearing at the paper, and I unraveled my handiwork, depicting Leandra and me, and then stuck it to the wall. Surfer was right, good friends and loyalty are hard to come by. I had been disloyal in my mind and the affection I displayed toward Leandra. But not so disloyal that I'd acted upon it while ever I hoped to get home and to put things right with Mary. Maybe it was the effect of the Stockholm Syndrome on both our parts in captivity. Whatever, my feelings for Leandra were real. Time, I thought, was a strange beast. On the outside, there was so little time to cram in all the things that I wanted or needed to do. Time was like a drug, we're always craving more. The mundane tasks of life soak up every second, until you look back and wonder where all those precious moments went. Or the things you might have squeezed into your life, if only you'd made better use of your time. Here on the inside, time was the enemy. There was so much time, you could almost drown in the boredom of it passing, either that or go mad in a hailstorm of thoughts pounding at your brain. It was those ifs, buts, and maybes again. If only I'd paid Mary more attention, and maybe taken that promotion, things would have turned out different. Perhaps fate would have found a way of steering me back on an even course, instead of facing death on this deadly journey. It was time to accept fate. Whatever life threw my way, I wasn't prepared to accept the death just yet. Skunk walked into the cell, his head bowed, coughing and wheezing as usual. How'd the results of your examination go? Surfer asked him. Skunk sank his backside into his mattress. The big C. 2 weeks at best. The doctor's gonna get me onto the ward in a few days. Guilt stabbed me for having disrespected him the other day. Especially after I found out he wasn't a serial killer, just a petty thief. Can't they treat the cancer? I asked him. No, the doctor says it's too far gone and it's spread to my lungs. Did the doctor give you anything? No, nothing, only a damned half-hearted apology. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can get you through the guards to make things easier? You know, cough medicine for your throat or anything? I couldn't pay you back. Hell, this has nothing to do with money. He looked surprised at my offer. Some sort of snake oil would be good for the throat, and say some expectorant to ease my breathing. He looked pitiful sitting on his bunk. Surfer was joking when he said he was a serial killer. Maybe he'd said that to big him up, to give him a persona to protect him. All I could see was that he was a man in need. Whatever he had done, it was up to him to make his peace and not for me to judge him. Okay, I'm on it now. Easing off the bunk, I headed for the gate, only to be stopped mid-step by Big Guy and his crew on the stairway. Aw, American, you saved me a journey. I need a word. 2 of his crew sidestepped me on the stairway and stood behind me. I stood with my back pressed to the wall. What do you want? Seems we have word of a rat in our midst. What do you mean by rat? There's a few cockroaches in here, I'll give you that. I think you know what I mean, smartass. A certain DEA agent. A sort of run of the pig's litter. A rich one at that, I'd say. My Adam's apple tried to escape through my mouth before a sigh settled it back in position. Don't know who you mean? We've only had 6 Americans join us the past few days, and I figure it could be you. You seem smarter than the rest. Sorry to disappoint you, but it's not me. Besides, how do you know he isn't Mexican? He bit his lip at my question. I hoped the notion had penetrated his skull and upped his calculation. We'll see. I will find out when I'm sent a mug shot on visiting day. Whoever it is, they're going to need protection from El Presidente's gang in here when they find out who murdered their leader. I reckon $5 million should do it in money or coke at trade value. I'm sure it would. Think about it. There is an alternative. He drew his fingers across his throat and rumbled a laugh. But don't think about it for too long. The offer won't be on the anvil forever before the hammer strikes. He shook his head and laughed as he set off walking up the stairway and his other cronies passed me. It seemed everyone wanted a piece of the action I didn't have. Short of them transferring me out of there, I only had 2 days until public visiting before I was probably going to be carved up like a Thanksgiving turkey. At least they didn't have a name. They would be bound to put the question to all the Americans, but with the amount of comings and goings of Hispanics. With luck, I had seeded doubt to widen his options. All I could hope was that Surfer wouldn't ask them to put a price on snitching as to who I really was to clear his debt. Then it struck me. My name was written all over the divorce documents stuck above my bed. I hurried to my cell, ripped the divorce documents off the wall and put them in my pocket. Chapter 55. Losing a friend. My hands shook as I walked along the gantry, down the stairs and headed for the breakfast line. A cool breeze swirled in the yard. Waiting for breakfast, I thought back to a night locked in the cell and the relief I had felt when the key turned in the lock. My paranoia had subsided, helped by sharing and reliving childhood memories with my cell buddies. It came as a big relief to discover that Skunk was locked up for auto theft and not as a crazed serial killer. At least it made sleeping with both eyes closed a lot easier. But this was breakfast time, and with the daybreak, the fear had returned. I wasn't the only one from our American contingent that MS-13 had tried to shake down, but at least Surfer had managed to avoid them. The tension in our group was evident, with all eyes alert and darting glances in every direction. Outnumbered 10-1 in the yard, we all stood together in line. Big Guy stood with his cronies to one side, watching, as if hoping for some of our new guys to break ranks so they could cut them loose and hogtie them. "Today's the day," Surfer said. "What day?" "I should get word if I'm going to be released. Hope you're not going to be disappointed. Don't go jinxing it. I want positive vibes only." "I thought the court case was yesterday afternoon?" "Wouldn't they have known yesterday?" "Probably, but that's how things work down here, like I said. The paperwork takes time." Surfer wasn't the only one hoping for good news. If Angelina's negotiations had taken place yesterday, I hoped to learn from Leandra at least how the authorities viewed our offer. The anxiety of waiting was like a noose tightening around my throat. Peeling out of the line, with our stale bread and water, it was like circling the wagon's time. 10 o'clock arrived. I waited at the yard entrance. A guard acknowledged me with a nod and opened the gate. The clunk-click of the gate behind me was a welcome relief, the tension draining from my body. When I approached the interview room, Leandra was waiting outside, drumming the fingers of both hands on her knees. She turned her head to greet my smile, but all she returned was a slight curl of her lips. "What's wrong?" "I'll tell you inside." She stood and smoothed down her skirt as I shuffled past her and into the room. I guess the negotiations hadn't gone according to plan and sat on my chair, nursing a heavy heart. The door closed. "Angelica was shot last night." My chair scraped on the concrete as I pushed back and gripped the edge of the table. "What? Is she dead?" "No, she's in the hospital. They've removed the bullet and she'll live." "How did it happen?" "Did they catch anyone?" I asked. "No, they don't have a suspect, but it happened when she arrived home late last night and caught someone robbing her house. I think they were after Perez's computer." My take was that it could have just as likely been a normal home invasion. "What makes you think that?" "Because earlier, her office was broken into and ransacked, but nothing was taken except pen drives, her hard drive, and computer disks." Gave me room for thought. It could be just a coincidence. "No one knows we have the computer," I said. She shook her head. "The Mexican and American authorities know, or at least they could have thought she would have the computer with the full details of what we put to them. Thank goodness I didn't give Angelica a direct copy. It would save either of them cutting a deal. Incidentally, neither wanted an arrangement that didn't involve you pleading guilty and accepting a lengthy prison term either side of the border." Rattled, I attempted to wrap my thoughts around the implications. "I don't know about the Mexicans, but we wouldn't shoot some innocent." Leandra raised an eyebrow. "Really? Are you sure about that? Are you saying your government doesn't have a dirty tricks department and never uses criminals to do their dirty work for them?" "I can think of a few names on the list of government elected officials who would like to get their hands on the computer, both sides of the border." I'm saying, oh, never mind. All this means you could be in danger. Maybe it would be better if you cut me loose, I said. Now you're being stupid. Besides, we've moved out of the apartment and into a motel. Angelica says the authorities were just postulating and they need to discuss it higher up the chain. That may be, but I don't think I'm going to make it past public visiting day in here. MS-13 know all about the allegations against me. They just can't put a face to the deeds. Visiting day will change all that and then I'm a dead man. That's especially true when word finds its way to the Perez crew that I killed their leader, thanks to Pedro. Leandra sighed. When is visiting day? Tomorrow afternoon. Leandra bowed her head and stroked her chin. She raised her head and looked me in the eyes. I could try the warden again to get you moved, even though Angelica says he's the type to drag his heels. What about your consul? She's already tried, and so have the FBI. If nothing else, I'll just have to attack a guard tomorrow when you visit and hope they put me in solitary. I can't see any other way out, I said and felt a sense of desperation. Oh, Kurt. I really don't know what to suggest. Leandra picked up a paper bag she brought with her and placed it on the table. Fruit, treats, and shaving stuff. Peering into the bag I imagined was akin to looking at a last feast on death row. I couldn't help but smile, despite the sense of hopelessness. Thanks. It's the least I could do. Leandra bit her bottom lip, deep in thought. Listen, do me a favor, will you? When you shave, leave a goatee, beard, and mustache. Why? I think it'll look good. She cocked her head to one side and pouted her bottom lip. Please, just for me. I wasn't about to argue. At least it would create a different appearance from my mugshot. Leandra fussed with her briefcase. Staring at her, I wished for different circumstances. She glanced my way and raised an eyebrow. What? My eyes must have been speaking to her and she blushed. There was a tap on the door and it opened. Surfer shuffled past the door and glanced toward me. There was no smile aimed my way. Leandra took my hand and gave it a squeeze. I'll see you tomorrow at 10. Don't forget, I expect you to have a tiny beard. Will do. Surfer waited, held up at the first gate and I joined him. Good news and bad news, he said. Go on, enlighten me. The good news is I'm out of here tomorrow morning at 10. So what's the bad news? Chapter 56. Confrontation. Surfer didn't seem too excited about getting out of prison. I would have been beside myself with joy. Go on, what was the bad news? I asked. Oh, nothing really. His demeanor told a different story. The gate opened and we stepped into the yard. Surfer gripped my shoulder. Hang back, he said. Why, what's wrong? Listen, I know we all stick together as a group, but you have to remember these are all hardened criminals. Now that all our crew knows one of us is DEA, even a bent one, self-preservation comes into the equation. So don't expect any protection when you're outed. For now all the new intakes, including me, are in the picture. So, is that the bad news? I asked. The look in his eyes told me he wanted to tell me more, but his brain didn't connect with his vocal cords and he stuttered. Angelina was shot last night. They told me at reception. I guessed his answer was a cop-out. However, one thing I'd learned was to respect people when they had a mind to hold back. Yeah, her assistant told me. She survived, though. We headed for the stairway and tore our cell. Walking along the gantry, Big Guy and his crew ambled in our direction. Surfer whispered, covering his mouth and feigned a cough. Keep it a secret about me getting out tomorrow. Big Guy blocked our way. With his huge frame there wasn't room for two abreast, so sidestepping him wasn't an option. What's in the bag, American? Fruit. You gonna share it, or do I have to take it from you? I sensed Surfer step back and I glanced over the railing at the 15-foot drop. No, I'm not sharing, and no, you're not taking any. As soon as the words escaped my lips, I knew I was in trouble and I handed the bag to Surfer. Passing the parcel. That's brave, American. Sorry, Razor. No, brave is wondering if the guy in front of you is going to toss you over the railing, but going for it anyway. You know what they say. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Big guy glanced over the railing and laughed. You got balls, I'll give you that. Every sinew in my body trembled as adrenaline began to flood my system. There was only one target on my mind, and that was his good eye. Oh, make no mistake, I have plenty of balls. Big guy roared with laughter and stood to one side against the railing, signaling his crew to do the same. Good, I'm pleased you have balls, because we have plenty of time in here. It'll give me pleasure to cut them off and stuff them down your throat when the time comes, Razor. He waved his hand for us to pass. I grabbed the bag from Surfer and we sidled past them. Man, that was cool, you learned fast, Surfer said as we entered our cell. My legs weakened and I dropped my backside onto Surfer's mattress. I can't take much more of this. I'd be better off getting banged up in solitary. Forget it. They can get to you anywhere, unless you take out a guard, and then they have a special solitary for those idiots. Trust me, you don't want to end up in there. Better to go down like a man. Look, take my advice and stay in the cell all day. By tomorrow, they'll have another mark. Tell me, what would you have done if he'd made a move? I'd have taken his eye out and tossed him over the railing. Just like that? Yeah, just like that. It was clear it wouldn't be just like that, but my way of thinking, from restraint to survival mode, transformed the way my brain was wired into a strike first and ask questions later criminal type of thinking. The humanity was being sucked out of me. Nah, there were too many of them, Surfer said. What, like when you took on those 3 guys when we first arrived, I replied. He has a point, Skunk said. They could only attack him one at a time. Take the head of the snake out of the conflict every time. The rest would slither away, licking their wounds. Good strategy. On the gantry, it would have been like those Spartan 500 holding back thousands of Arabs. Rummaging around in the paper bag, I handed Skunk a peach. Here, this should be good for your throat. The guard will deliver your soothers tomorrow. Thanks. The strength returned to my legs and I climbed onto my bunk. I called out to Surfer. Do you want an apple? Sure. I tossed an apple to him. He caught it and walked outside the cell door, signaling for Skunk to join him. They huddled over the railing, keeping their conversation low. Skunk turned his head and glanced at me, giving the impression I was the subject of their conversation. He turned back, slapped Surfer on the shoulder, and nodded. What are you two scheming? I asked. Just saying you're not a bad guy for an ugly mother, replied Skunk. Lying back on the mattress, I focused on my divorce. Thinking about losing my humanity, I was finding it hard to understand why I had accepted the situation of divorce so quickly. But then I had thought about it long and hard. Maybe I had already known deep down there was nothing to fight for and Mary had done both of our children and us a favor. I pulled down my family paper chain and tucked it under the mattress. It felt as if my brain had adapted to my new circumstances so that I could compartmentalize my feelings as to what was for distant memory and what is for the here and now, as a way of personal survival. It was either that, or for me to take my own life. The day passed painfully slowly. There was no backup plan that made sense. Yes, I could insist on a meeting with my consul and hope she would be able to intervene. In addition, yes, I could strike a guard after Leandra's visit and take my chances on survival in solitary. However, none of what I could conjure up could be considered a long-term solution. The day spent in the cell left me with an aching back. I eased my legs over the side of the bunk, my feet touching the floor. The light was already failing and it would soon be time for lockdown. Where are you going? Surfer asked. I need to stretch my legs. I'll come with you, but stay on the gantry. Wandering outside the cell, I leaned on the fence and looked across the yard. The entrance gate opened and in walked 2 new prisoners. The activity and conversations in the yard ceased. A group of the Perez crew walked over to them. They exchanged gang shakes and hugs. Wall lights flickered all along the gantry and in the yard. One of the new intakes leaned against the wall under a light that accentuated his features. His face looked almost skull-like with high, gaunt cheekbones, a pencil-thin nose, and ears that stuck out at right angles. I drew back from the fence. What's wrong? You look as though you've seen a ghost. I have. I've just seen my Grim Reaper. Talk sense. That new prisoner under the light, he's one of Perez's elite guards who interrogated me at the barracks. If he sees me, I won't make it to my attorney's assistant's visit. Chapter 57. Sleepless Night. Weasel's features haunted me at every toss and turn as I relived my torture at his hands. Skunk wasn't faring much better, but incessant coughing was to blame for his lack of sleep. The scraping of keys and locks and gates grating open on their hinges brought with them a new sense of fear. Inmate chatter and the sound of footsteps on the gantry echoed into a cacophony of shrill noise, stabbing at my brain. Surfer's face appeared at the side of my bunk. He rested his elbows on my mattress. Looking forlorn, with his gold locks disheveled, he buried his face in his hands. Shit, man, that was some rough night. Listen, we better skip breakfast and leave the yard until closer to 10. I need some water for a shave, I said. Pass your mug. I'll get some water, Skunk said. The front of Skunk's t-shirt was covered in blood and mucus from using it as a makeshift handkerchief. I passed him my tin mug as the cell door opened and my buddies hurried for the breakfast line. Surfer stepped outside with Skunk and they exchanged whispers before Surfer returned. I need to tell you something. Go on. MS-13 has accepted a hit on you from the outside. The words rolled off his tongue as if it were no big deal. But the enormity of the consequences engulfed me in a fog, as if time had stood still and someone had turned off the volume. I turned ice cold. Was it government dirty tricks at work, I wondered. Maybe someone was running scared of what the Perez computer might reveal. Or had whoever put out the original contract on me picked up the bullet with my name on it and passed it on to someone else? What? Who? I don't know. I doubt Cyclops is going to reveal who it is. I didn't know how to tell you yesterday, 'cause you had enough to think about, but, yeah, that's the buzz. You have to stay close to me until we get to the gate. After that, it's your call, but I'd be calling your consul to get you the hell out of here. Why didn't they whack me on the gantry? Too open, the guards could have seen. So that's why you stuck to me like glue yesterday and insisted on us staying in the cell? Yup, that's about right. Now it's gotten even more complicated with that weasel guy of yours turning up in the yard. Listen, if anything does go down in the yard, I can't help you, he said. I showed him the palms of my hands to save his obvious embarrassment. I understand. You've got a ticket out to your girlfriend and daughter. Easing off the bunk, I stepped outside, looking furtively right and then left. Skunk approached along the gantry with my mug of water. You got serious trouble. Don't know if it's worth you getting shaved, Skunk said and handed me the mug. Why, what's happening? The whole yard's buzzing that you killed Perez and his crew want revenge. Apparently, the police gang unit had a tip-off about Perez's hideout after his death and they went in with guns blazing. The guy you call Weasel escaped and they captured him near here. They're holding a council meeting between the Perez gang, the Cobras, and MS-13. A colder shiver headed south, along with my shoulders. I let out a long, soulful sigh. Might as well look pretty, I said. Stepping back inside, I picked up the shaving foam and razor and began to work on my beard growth. A final wipe with the corner of my bed sheet and I inspected my handiwork in the stainless steel sheet on the wall that we used as a mirror. Skunk and Surfer remained silent as I stepped past them and onto the gantry. Gripping the fence rail, I peered into the yard. All eyes looked in my direction. The main contingent of Cobras was milling around the entrance to the stairway to block access. The Perez crew congregated along the opposite wall. There was just one of the MS-13 crew, sitting on his haunches near the gate. Pockets of other inmates scattered around, and in the center of the yard, I could see Big Guy, the leader of the Cobras, and the head of the Perez crew all talking animatedly. Weasel stood to one side of them and glanced my way. I'd seen that supercilious grin before and wished once again that I could wipe it off his face. Weasel started a slow round of applause. The rest of the Perez gang followed. A hand grasped my shoulder. Get back in the cell. You're only inflaming the situation. What are you going to do? Surfer asked. Man up. What else can I do? I've got a visitor at 10, so I'm going to have to walk or plow through them and hope I can get to the gate. The leader of the Cobras is on his way, said Skunk. He's walking along the gantry now, alone. Surfer walked up to greet him, blocking the entrance to the cell door. "What's happening, man?" he asked. "I don't want you. I want to talk to your amigo." He talked with a slow drawl, making his Spanish easy to understand. I brushed Surfer to one side. The guy spat on the floor in front of me. "That's for the DA," he said, "and this is for taking out Perez." We shared a high five, followed by a touch of knuckles. "So what have you decided?" "The Perez crew wanted to all take turns in slicing you to pieces, but we've invoked the honor challenge rule, on the basis that you're a criminal now and the grudge is personal." "What's the honor challenge rule?" "1 against 1, to the death, no weapons." "Who they picked?" He turned sideways and pointed at Weasel. "What about the guards?" "They won't interfere. Besides, their view from the gate will be blocked." Exchanging glances with Surfer, he shrugged his shoulders. Surfer mumbled, "Fair enough, 1-on-1. Didn't you say he was one of Perez's elite guards?" "Yeah, probably ex-special forces, so it's not going to be fisticuffs." Surfer shook his head and winced. "Still, I have revenge as a motive to beat him," I said. "You're going to need more than fists and motivation, man. It's a fight to the death, remember?" I could hardly forget. "Come on, let's do this," said the gang guy. We followed the leader of the Cobras along the gantry and down the stairway. By the time I reached the bottom, my legs felt like lead. "Listen. If you get through this, head to the gate. Move fast and don't react to anything," Surfer said. "You winning won't get the hit dropped. There's no one to ring a bell to start the fight and no rounds. Oh, and watch for him throwing dirt in your eyes. Will you button your lip?" "I'm nervous enough." The group of Cobras at the bottom of the stairwell parted, revealing Weasel standing with his hands on his hips in the center of the yard, with a circle forming. Big Guy's face blotted the view as he stepped in front of me and he signaled for me to raise my hands. He lifted my t-shirt and patted me down to make sure I had no weapons. He walked over to Weasel and repeated the procedure. All the while, our eyes remained locked, like two prize-fighters, each trying to psyche the other out. "Give me your t-shirt." "He can use it to strangle you," Surfer said. I stripped out of my t-shirt and handed it to Surfer. "If I don't get through this, good luck on the outside and try getting a job." "Yeah, well, if you do get through this, just remember you have my contact number to cut me on distributing that product you robbed." Weasel ripped off his t-shirt and threw it to one of his gang. I bent down and pulled off my shoes, passing them to Surfer. "What are you doing?" "You're not going to hurt him with a kick from your bare feet." I gave Surfer a shut the hell up look. He walked away shaking his head, tying the laces together and hanging my shoes around his neck. Weasel was dancing on his toes and changing stances. Me, I was stuck where I stood, until a dig in my back from one of the inmates sent me hurtling toward him, with chants from the crowd whistling in my ears. Chapter 58. A Debt of Honor. Stumbling to within a couple of yards of Weasel, I found my footing. The sun's rays peeked over the courtyard wall, causing me to squint. Sweat dripped from my forehead onto my nose and on down to my chest. I dipped and rubbed my clammy palms in the dirt. Weasel circled. I followed, stepping lightly backwards in a counterclockwise movement, away from the sun's glare. "Just you and me, Kurt. Say your prayers. You're nobody, nothing, remember?" A sea of contorted and growling faces in the backdrop spun behind him. "We'll see. You're about to find out who nothing is, now that I don't have shackles." Weasel feigned a blow and I flinched, stepping to one side. "Predictable," he said. "This'll be easy." His permanent grin started to grate. "Dream on." The faces of Surfer and Big Guy spun by in the background, with Big Guy's finger wagging in his face. The distraction, together with coming full circle to the sun, caught me off balance as a kick connected with my thigh. A searing pain sent me stumbling as I stepped back and moved quickly out of the glare, parrying the follow-through clenched fist with my upper arm. Weasel regained his balance. "Is that the best you've got?" I asked. "Just softening you up like back in the barracks." I was done talking. This was no time for psychology. Words never won a fight. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. The chants from the throng diminished. Weasel spun his hands as if gathering invisible strands of wool around his wrists. His eyes narrowed, telegraphing that he was about to make a move. I stood loose, my arms by my side, while still circling. He feigned to the left and stuck out with his right. My hand whipped in front of my face and I blocked his fist with the flat of my hand. Stepping to one side and casting him adrift, a second blow from him hit empty air. My other hand struck the back of his neck as he stumbled past me, off balance. "Nice move," he said and wiped the sweat from his chest. He charged toward me, dropping unexpectedly at the last moment, wrapping his arms around my legs, and shoulder-charged me to the floor. He wriggled along my body, sitting on my chest and rained down a flurry of blows on my face like a cage fighter. A thrust of my hips and I was free, springing to my feet. Kicking out, my foot connected with his jaw, sending him tumbling into the crowd. Inmates caught Weasel, lifting him to his feet, and pushed him back into the circle. I cupped my hands and struck him, slapping both his ears in unison. The blows did their work to disorient him. The grin was gone, replaced by a look of apprehension. He was ripe for the taking, but I hesitated. Weasel shook his head. "I let you have that one, Kurt." He stroked his jaw with the back of his hand and then spat on the floor. He turned away in a futile attempt to throw me off guard, and then he sprang at me. I dropped to the ground, sweeping my leg, taking away his feet and rolled away as he crashed to the floor. With Weasel face down and eating dirt, I jumped on his back, digging my knee into the small of his back, and grasping his hair, I banged his head on the floor. Gripping his neck with my biceps on his throat, my hands clasped in a vice-like grip. I twisted him over onto his side and wrapped my leg around his. For all his thrusting, it was over. All I had to do was to twist his head and he was gone. Kill him, the crowd roared, building to a crescendo. My mind began to spin. The voices turned to children's voices from back in my school days. Weasel's arm repeatedly struck the floor in submission, the life draining from his body. With my face touching his, I could see his pallor turn to ashen gray. Through the haze, I heard Surfer's voice break through, "Finish it, it's almost 10. Weasel's arm fell limp to the floor. "Now lose nothing," I said through gritted teeth. I jumped to my feet. The Cobras were cheering and sneering at the Perez crew. Surfer's arm grabbed around my throat and dragged me through the crowd toward the gate. An MS-13 guy walked past us. I saw him pass Surfer a knife and I froze. Surfer released his grip. Skunk brushed past, taking the knife from Surfer's hand and pushed his way through the crowd. Skunk screamed, holding the knife aloft, and the crowd made him a passage as he charged through. There was just time to see him plunge the knife into Big Guy's gut all the way to the hilt, then the circle closed and we arrived at the gate. "What the hell was that about?" Surfer fished in his pocket, took out his release paper and held it up for the guard. I pointed in the direction of the interview room and the guard nodded. Surfer nervously looked around the yard. He handed me my t-shirt and shoes as we rushed through the gate and I dressed. MS-13 found out I owed them money for my shipment. "I was supposed to take you out to clear the debt to satisfy the contract on your life that they accepted." "What?" The gate opened and we both stepped inside. Open-mouthed, I was still trying to get my head around what had just happened when the guard shackled me. He waved us onto the second gate, opened it, and let us through. More guards rushed down the corridor in riot gear, brushing us aside, and exchanged words with our guard. "Looks like it's kicked off big time in the yard," Surfer said. He took my hand. "Good luck, man." "You too." "What does it feel like to kill someone?" "Oh, Weasel's not dead. He'll wake up with a sore head and maybe he'll realize he's not the big man he thinks he is. I don't know what you do now, but you can't go back in there." "I know." "Was that planned with Skunk?" "Yeah. He said to say thanks for the consideration. I guess all debts are settled now." The guard joined us. Surfer walked ahead to reception, turning to hold an imaginary phone to his ear as I shuffled toward the interview room. The door swung open. Leandra stood at the desk with a welcoming smile. Sitting at the desk with his back to us was an odd figure with a gray wide-brimmed hat, round on the top, and wearing what looked like a gray cape. "Who's this?" Chapter 59. Shown the door. Leandra looked at me, aghast. What's happened to your face? Why are you limping? Never mind that. Who's this? I thought you might need a priest for your confession, she laughed, but I didn't see the funny side. Looking at you, I should have brought a nurse. I'll live, it was just a fight. Why would I want to confess? The chair legs scraped on the floorboards and the figure turned to face me. Though his head was bowed, I could still see he was sporting a goatee beard. The priest lifted his face and looked me in the eye. Far from having the warmth I'd expect from a priest, his cold, black as coal eyes fixed me in a stare. I stepped back. Pedro? Kurt, he acknowledged, with a slight nod and resting a Bible on his knee. I thought I'd seen the last of you. If it were up to me, I'd have left you here to rot. Whatever. Thanks for coming to Leandra's rescue. I don't need your thanks. It's what I'm paid for. So why are you here? Why don't you move on? Leandra and I are doing just fine now on our own. Pedro stood and narrowed his eyes. I'm here to get you out, because Leandra here won't go home until you're safe. Leandra huffed. Let's not measure weenies. Let's just stick to the task. What do you mean get me out? I asked Pedro. We're getting you out of here, right away. We're all just going to walk out of the front gate. Don't be stupid, I can't just walk out. Besides, how do I know it's not you who's put a price on my head in here? What? When did that happen? Leandra asked. Someone put a hit out on me yesterday. Pedro here would have a motive. Get rid of me and he could take you home. Well, that's definite then, you can't go back in there, Leandra said. But it isn't Pedro who wants you dead. He's been with me the whole time. Can't we try the warden again, or my consul to get me transferred right away? Pedro interrupted. To do what? To get you transferred to the equivalent of an American Supermax prison? There's still no guarantee someone can't get to you in there, and there sure won't be lax security like there is here. There was a tap on the door and it opened. Wisps of smoke drifted in the corridor, together with the pungent smell of fabric burning. The guard stepped into the room, coughing. The guard spluttered something in Spanish, at too fast a speed to translate. There was clearly some urgency in the situation. What's he saying? Pedro gave the sign of the cross and leaned forward to whisper. He says there's a riot and he needs to escort us to the gate for you to escape, my son. Now drop to the freaking floor in pain. I didn't buy the escape part of his translation, but I didn't need more than one cue. Clutching at my chest with one hand, I dropped, grasping at Pedro's gown with the other. Pedro called out for help. The guard rushed over and knelt at my side. I heard a sickening crunch and the guard fell over me. I scrambled from underneath his body like a crab on all fours. Leandra held the door closed, her eyes flashing in apparent panic. He's just knocked out. Quickly, give me a hand, Pedro said. Pedro pulled 2 handkerchiefs from his pocket. One he stuffed in the guard's mouth and the other he tied around the guard's head to keep it in place. He released my shackles with the guard's keys, refastening them on the guard's ankles and wrists. Pedro slipped off his priest's hat and gown and passed them to me. Put them on, hurry. As I slipped on the priest's attire, I noticed Pedro was already wearing the same colored shirt as the guard. He removed the guard's belt and put it around his waist. Finally, he removed the guard's name badge and pinned it to his shirt. Quickly, let's go. When we get to the gate office, hand them this ticket. Pedro thrust a ticket into my hand together with an identity card and the Bible. Leandra opened the door and peered outside. We're clear. Pedro tore his beard and mustache from his face and discarded them on the floor. Craning his neck to listen, he removed the guard's baton from his belt, ran his fingers around his shirt collar, and opened the door. Vamos, he called out and waved his baton at the door. Once outside in the corridor, Pedro locked the door and we headed for the exit. I didn't dare to look back as the noise of what sounded like a multitude of tin mugs rapping on cell bars and prisoners chanting filled the air. My eyes smarted from the smoke drifting down the corridor from the direction of the yard. Head bowed, I lifted my gaze to the exit door. It felt as though I was on a treadmill with the motor running in reverse. I lowered my head and plowed on, conscious that as the priest in the group, I'd developed a limp that wouldn't have been apparent to the guards on the way into the interview room. My heart raced along with my body temperature, the sweat dripping from my nose. The door opened and I followed Leandra's ankles through and out onto a cobbled path. I heard a buzz and glanced upward as the mesh gate opened automatically for Leandra to walk through. I was just about to follow her when a voice called out "Stop" in Spanish. I stopped as ordered and turned. Pedro rolled his eyes. "Ticket," Pedro said in a hushed tone and then bit his bottom lip. Sighing, I handed my ticket to the guard at the window, lowering my head, and then carried on walking through the gate. Pedro walked ahead to the outer gate. The buzzer operating the lock sounded and the door clicked ajar. Shivers ran through my body. Any moment I expected a hand to grasp my shoulder. Pedro opened the door and we walked through to the sound of a siren winding up and growing louder. Pedro followed us through the door and snapped it closed. "Don't run, just walk briskly," said Pedro. "Follow me." "Do you think the siren is for us?" I asked. "Who cares? Ignore it and just keep walking." "Hopefully it's for the riot," he said. If I hadn't glanced in a shop window and seen a shadow of a man, I could have been forgiven for not noticing we were being watched by someone sitting at a cafe on the opposite side of the road. He stood as we turned to walk down a side street toward our getaway car. Maybe I was being paranoid. All the same, it was a great relief to be in the back seat, with Pedro stepping on the gas pedal. As we drove away, I turned and looked through the back window. Black smoke billowed over the prison walls, hanging in a thick cloud over the vicinity of the yard. "Where are we going?" I asked. Pedro replied, "North, towards the border, to that abandoned house. The last place they'll be expecting you to travel is towards the American border. I've arranged a switch of cars along the way. Then we can make plans to get the hell out of Mexico and to get Leandra home." His eyes met mine in the rearview mirror. "For goodness sake, take off the priest's outfit and put it under the seat, or we may not make it out of town." As I disrobed, Leandra took the pins from her bun, shook her hair loose, and turned to me. I felt an overwhelming urge to take her in my arms. The sun streamed through the window behind her, and I squinted. She took my hand and snuggled up beside me, resting her head on my shoulder. Leandra said, "I think someone knows I have the computer. When we went to pick up some clothes from the apartment yesterday, someone had picked the lock." "So what are you saying?" "I'm saying whoever shot Angelina must have made a connection to me and the computer, so we gave the motel a miss and slept in the car last night. I hope you don't mind, but I need to sleep." Leandra pushed herself even closer until our bodies seemed to be joined as one and I placed my arm around her shoulder. A single tear worked its way out of my eye. Pedro reached over to the glove compartment and opened it. "Here, take this. You might need it." He handed me a Glock and a spare ammunition clip. "Listen, on the way north, Pedro, I need us to stop to buy a pay-as-you-go cell phone." "Why?" "Let's just say I may have someone I can call for help in an emergency." Chapter 60. A change of direction. We stopped a few times on the way to the abandoned house. The first time we changed our beat-up Ford Pinto for a Toyota 4x4 with tinted windows and a change of clothes for me. Leandra stepped behind some bushes and changed into some jeans. We stood and watched as the Ford rolled down the bank and into a river next to a bridge. The engine block dragged it down at a tilt, the trunk taking a lifetime to sink, then it suddenly gave up and disappeared. The second time, we stopped for a much-welcome coffee and a bite to eat. Pedro entered the coffee shop before us and by the time we walked in, he had sat down on his own by the window. We sat away from him. He ignored our presence, more concerned with staring out of the window. They say third time lucky, but it didn't feel that way as I searched the shelves for a cell phone. The hackles on my neck stood on end as a police officer walked into the store and stood next to me perusing the goods on the shelf. Picking up a cell phone, I walked briskly to the cash desk, pulled out some pesos, paid the cashier and left. Back at our SUV, Pedro said, "We've got a tail." I eased onto the back seat and closed the door. Looking around the parking lot, I glanced over at the patrol car parked outside the store. Probably waiting for backup. Not the cops, idiot. We've had a tail for the last 12 miles, but whoever it is, they're hanging way back. Are you sure? No, but I work on the old adage. What's that? Your first instincts are always correct. Still, it could be someone simply heading in our direction, but then they haven't driven past us at any of the stops. Leandra was oblivious to our conversation, curled up asleep next to me. With the engine already idling, Pedro eased on the gas pedal and we headed out of the parking lot and onto the highway. My body tingled when we picked up a sign for the border town Ciudad Juarez. I can't say I was happy to be driving toward the scene of my arrest. Pedro pulled over into a gas station that had been closed the last time I had passed by and drove around back of the store. Wait here, he said, and he switched off the ignition. I could use the bathroom, I said. Me too, said Leandra, followed by a yawn, and she stretched her arms. Pedro sighed. Okay, but when you've finished waiting in the vehicle, don't go wandering around. We're going to wait here for 20 minutes while I keep an eye on the road. I picked up the cell phone package, walked around the corner of the store, and entered the bathroom. I changed my clothes. Ripping at the packaging, I removed the phone and operator card, plugging the battery charger in the power socket. After a tap on the door, Leandra called out, "Kurt, it's me." When I opened the door, she stepped inside. "Who are you thinking of phoning?" she asked. "I need to contact Rob and an old friend of mine in America." "Why?" "You're free now." "Anyway, isn't that dangerous? Can't they trace our position through a cell phone call?" "It takes time to trace a call. We'll be long gone by the time they have a location. Besides, it's not as though I'm really free. I need to know how things are progressing before we get wherever we're going. I won't be able to contact them once we get there. Incidentally, where are we going?" "West, to the coast. Pedro says we can pick up a photo for your false passport on the way. He's arranged passage back to my country and onto my hometown. He really isn't happy about you coming with us." "What about you? Are you happy to be coming with me?" I already knew the answer. I'd been aware of my feelings ever since we played hide and seek in the rainforest and I'd landed on top of her. I'd been fighting my demons ever since. The search for the right words to reply was lost on me. Pedro's words rolled through my mind, "Your first instincts are always correct." The divorce papers had tipped the scales. Rob used a similar saying, "If you think it, it's true." I knew the truth. Her actions had gone way beyond loyalty to a friend. Her eyes searched mine for an answer. The impulse to take her into my arms overwhelmed me. I drew her toward me. We gently kissed and then drew back. The answer to her question telegraphed between our eyes, and we embraced in a passionate meeting of our minds and moist lips. Leandra rested her head on my chest. "I'll take that as a yes, then, shall I?" She already had my answer. I tapped her on the shoulder. "Time we went back to the SUV. We're not out of this yet." We parted. I picked up my clothes, the cell phone and charger, and followed Leandra back to the vehicle. "What kept you?" Pedro asked. "Charging the phone." "Yeah, well, don't go making any calls until we talk about it. We're heading back the way we came for a mile. There's a back road we can take that'll bring us out near the house." His eyes met mine in the rear view. "Why the smirk?" "Just happy to be free," I said. When I glanced at Leandra, the glow on her face matched mine. She entwined her arm with mine and held my hand, giving it a gentle squeeze. "What about our tail?" I asked. "A couple of vehicles passed by that could have been them." "Any ideas?" Pedro shrugged. "I'm thinking it could be anything from a covert government agency from either side trying to get hold of the computer, to some lowlife who has found out about what the computer contains and they need it destroyed. If you take my advice, that's what we should do, destroy it and toss it in a river. Leandra here put the original hard drive and the pen drive in a safety deposit box down in Panama. Carrying a copy isn't the best of ideas. It makes us a target. Yeah, well, for now I'm just pleased we have the laptop. It may contain information that will give me an alibi." "Why do you need an alibi for the heist in America?" "I phoned the DEA to tell them you had nothing to do with the heist." "Yeah, right. Like they're going to take your word for it. They've taken notice in the past when I used my code name." "Code name?" "Black Llama." I raised an eyebrow. "What?" You mean you were my informant all along? Why didn't you tell me before? Why the need to torture me? What if I gave up your name? I had a flashback to the torture room and broke out in a cold sweat. You mean I put myself through all that for nothing? It wouldn't have mattered. The name wouldn't have had a connection back to me. I could have made a connection, Leandra said. We use black llama like the Americans would use black sheep of the family, so there's a connection to Bolivia. Whatever. Pedro sucked air through his teeth. It's all in the past. My head sank into the headrest, with my mind in a spin. Squat's farm appeared along the road. As we drew closer, I shuddered as we passed the open gate. It looked deserted, with no signs of life. Any chance of having someone questioned as to how Layla's family had met their demise was going to be no easy task. I shuddered at the vision of Miguel's decapitated head drifting through my mind. As we drove along the road, I relived every tortured step of my escape from the hacienda. What I would have given to have a 4x4 back then. We drove on past the opening to Layla's homestead. The police tape still on the gated entrance was broken and flapping in the breeze. The children's screams and the sound of rapid gunfire swirled in my head. Kurt, you're hurting my hand. Sorry. I loosened my grip. Pedro, can't you go any faster? No need, the house is up ahead. We pulled into the drive and drove around back. Reliving the ordeals I had suffered was leading me to believe it was a mistake to have returned. Listen, Pedro, I understand you're thinking on heading for the border, but I was arrested only 5 miles from here. They may have roadblocks ahead. Don't worry, this is far as we go. We can rest up here a while and then we'll double back and head west. On the way, we need to stop at a safe house to take your photograph to attach to your passport. All we'll need is to take your picture and you're good to go. What nationality? Bolivian. And don't worry, the name is legit. Pedro dug into his pocket and handed me a passport. I opened it to reveal a piece of folded paper. What's this? Your birth certificate. Andreas Jimenez de Silva. Date of birth, May 5, 1974. Place of birth, Santa Cruz de la Sierra. I've lost 5 years, according to this. You should be so lucky, Pedro said. He winked and smiled for the first time since I'd met him. Commit the details to memory. Trudging through the open patio door, I headed for the bedroom and dropped my backside on the bed. Leandra followed, clutching a laptop to her chest. Who's this Andreas? I asked. Wouldn't he have family who'd denounce me? It's my ex-boyfriend's name, and he doesn't have any family living. It was all we could come up with when we met Pedro's contact at the embassy. My mouth gaped open. As if it wasn't bad enough to have worn a stiff's clothes in prison, I was now sporting a dead man's name. I shook my head and slipped the passport in my pocket. I guess I'll have to live with it for now. Can't say I'm happy about it being your ex. Me either, but like you say, we'll have to live with it. I turned to Pedro. Pedro, back at the villa, you said that I was the target of the Cobra cartel. Did you get a name of who had tipped them off I was there? No, we didn't get that far. The guy we tortured didn't have as strong a heart as you. Whoever it was, they must have some serious connections to offer them favors in return for taking you out. I'm just pleased you acted on my message. Although I didn't think that you'd take Leandra with you. I thought maybe you'd arrange for a rescue team to free her. So it was you who left the message on the soap. Yeah, I had an idea you had the tracker key, when the guard who took you back to the villa reported to me he'd lost his. I thought the key would spur you into action. Lucky I kept watching you. Not so lucky for Perez. I turned to Leandra. Is that the copy of Perez's computer? I asked. Yeah. I also have a pen drive copy for you and the battery is fully charged. Do we have a mobile net connection? Yes, why? Pass it here. There's something I want to check on the internet. Leandra sat beside me and placed the computer on the mattress. When she pressed the on button, flashing LED lights sprang to life. What about the money, Leandra? Do we still have it to help us start a new life? I asked. Some of it is in bags in the back of the SUV. The rest is safe. Good. The signal was weak and it seemed to take forever to connect to Google Maps. Once on the site, I tapped in the coordinates for an area of the border I was familiar with and scrolled along the border road. "What are you looking for?" Pedro asked. "I'll explain when I find it." Continuing to scroll, I found what I was looking for and zoomed in on the target. Bingo! "What is it that's so interesting?" Pedro asked. Chapter 61. Slight Detour. When I looked at the satellite view on Google Maps, the RV was intact and there was no gray Ford parked alongside it on the old image. Scrolling a short distance west from the RV, I saw the shadow of a wind turbine come into view, and then the turbine itself surrounded by a picket fence. Zooming out, I traced my finger south through the forecourt of a gas station, across the border road and over the fence. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. "And what's that?" Pedro asked. "There, that small industrial complex south of the border." I zoomed out further. "See that wind generator? That's the entrance to the drug smuggling tunnel, and that's the RV where they held me before sending me under the border. I don't remember any bends in the tunnel, so I figure that building is the exit point." My finger stabbed at the screen. "Well done," said Pedro, giving me a round of mock applause. "What good will that do you?" "I'm not sure yet, but it's more than I knew 5 minutes ago." I panned out to gain a wider image. "I figure it's an hour's drive from El Paso." I scrolled over to the east and down. "There we are, that's where we are, and there's Ciudad Juarez." "How long do you think it would take to get to the industrial complex?" "Around 1.5 hours if we cut through the back roads." "Why the hell do you feel a need to go there?" he asked. "We may not have to, but I have an idea." "Yeah, well, let me give you a better idea. Leandra has some packed meals in the back of the SUV. Let's eat and then be on our way and forget the tunnel." "Great idea," said Leandra, and sliding her backside off the mattress, she headed outside. Pedro kept his scowl together with his eyes glancing in my direction. "Come on, what are you scheming?" he asked. "I can't go ahead without trying something. I promise if it doesn't work when I've made a few phone calls, I'll forget what I have in mind and we can move on. But if I go, you can watch Leandra, and if I don't come back, you can set off without me." "No one is watching anyone and there's no way you're going anywhere on your own," Leandra said as she breezed into the bedroom. "Look what happened last time. We're here together and we stick together. Now explain what's on your mind." "Yes, ma'am." I saluted Leandra. "I'm listening," said Pedro. I ran through what was on my mind. "That's stupid," Pedro said. "How do you know if you arrange to meet, your friend won't set you up for a fall and have the authorities waiting to pick you up?" "I don't, but that's where you come in, if you'll watch my back." "I think I know where Rob is coming from better than anyone. I doubt he'll contact the authorities." "Are you sure you want to do this?" Leandra asked as she set the Tupperware on the mattress. "I'm sure." Pedro punched his hand in frustration. "Damn you, Kurt." "Leandra, just tell him no." "I can't. I can understand he needs to know what's happening, although I don't agree with giving Rob the computer. You've got to trust me on this." Leandra held her hands in the air in surrender. "Okay, but we need to study that Google image and make sure we have a getaway plan," Pedro said. "Right, while you two do that, I'll go outside where there's a better signal and make the calls. If nothing comes of it, then fair enough, we'll be on our way." Stepping outside the patio door, I took a deep breath. Fishing in my pocket, I took out a piece of paper with scribbled phone numbers and dialed Rob's new cell phone number. "Rob, it's Kurt." "Kurt, thank goodness you called." "I have a lot to tell you," he said. "You should have told me about Mary before," I said. "Oh, sorry. I just couldn't bring myself to break the bad news, what with the court injunction preventing you from seeing the kids and all." "How are you holding up?" "Do you have a message for her?" he asked. "Tell her thanks. I'll survive." "Where are you calling me from?" "That's a cell phone number on my screen. I've broken out of prison." "What? Did I hear that right?" "You heard, I'm on the outside." "What have you found out?" I asked him. "Oh, Jesus, you're putting me on the spot. Where to begin?" I got some good intel to put you in the clear for north of the border. It all just needs to be corroborated. I've also found some interesting things in Walter's background from his days in Black Ops. He's still in Mexico. I hear he's met up with one of his informants from MS-13. He's really pissed at your attorney having Perez's computer, he said. Listen, if this is going to take forever, we should meet up. Where are you? I asked. Ciudad Juarez. I've just finished a meeting here. Did you find your girl with the computer? Yeah, I have it. Can you meet me in 3 hours? Where? It's not far. Maybe an hour's drive from where you are. I have the computer for you and you can tell me how you're progressing at the same time. Have you checked out what's on the computer? No, there's too much data. I'll leave all that to you. Besides, the battery is almost done, I said. Damn, Kurt. Don't go getting pulled over. Don't worry, once bitten and all that. Give me the details and I'll be there. I gave him all the details, closed the call and then dialed El Paso Homicide Division. Jeff, how did your inquiries go? I listened intently to his reply and after exchanging words, I arranged to phone back later in the day. The third call was a long shot, but I got through to the person I needed to speak to and once our business was finished, I pressed the off button. Well, what are we doing? Pedro asked as he walked up beside me. We're going to the industrial complex right away. I can eat on the way. If we get going right away, it gives us plenty of time to reconnoiter the area so we know there's no trap being laid before the meeting with Rob. But I still say, he won't call the authorities, I said. How do you see it going down? Pedro asked. You watch my back. Leandra can stay in the car and I'll meet up with Rob. After that we can be on our way and you can finish your mission. Okay, let's get this done. Chapter 62. Moment of Truth. The lights started to fade as we reached our destination. Pedro pulled off the road and parked behind a thicket of bushes. He said, let's get this done with. Leandra, you stay here. You're not leaving me here on my own. Stop whining. You'll do as you're told, woman. The men will do their work and then we'll be away. The sooner I get you back to your family the better. I do have other things I could be doing, said Pedro. Leandra sulked at Pedro's sexist remark and drew her knees up to her chest. Pedro climbed out of his seat, walked to the back of the SUV and opened the rear door. I joined him as he rummaged around in his backpack. He took out some night vision binoculars and picked up his scoped assault rifle. Stay here and I'll go scan the area. Pedro disappeared through the bushes and I opened the door. Come on, stretch your legs. He didn't mean anything by what he said. It's just soldiers talk. I'll give him soldiers talk. If he wasn't helping us, I'd have slapped the back of his head. Leandra kicked a few stones around to vent her displeasure before the smile returned. Darkness quickly fell over the landscape. Incoming, Pedro's voice called out, and he joined us. It's all clear out there and he hasn't arrived. I suggest you go down there and find a way in before he gets here. The buildings look deserted. If I see a convoy arrive, or a chopper in the distance, I'll call your number. If that happens, abort and get the hell back here. Understood. Crossing the road, clutching the computer, I followed a hedgerow and turned into the industrial complex. Pedro was right, the place was deserted, with dilapidated buildings and smashed windows. A stiff breeze whipped up the dust and stung my eyes. When I arrived at the building I saw a sign hanging lopsided over the entrance shutters. Menendez Fruit Packing, it said on the sign. There were no windows and with my back to the wall, I shimmied around the side of the building until I reached a door. A chain secured to a bracket on the wall hung across the door, fastened with a padlock. I looked around on the ground and picked up a large stone. When I took hold of the padlock, I saw that the stone wasn't necessary and I placed it back on the ground. The padlock was already smashed open and the chain unthreaded from the door handle. I tucked the laptop under my arm, drew my Glock from the back of my waistband, and slowly opened the door. At a vibration on my leg, I jumped, my heart skipping a beat. Taking my cell phone from my pocket while juggling my gun and the computer, I flipped it open and read the text message. I looked around, nervous of the light from the display, and closed it, smiling at the message. Closing the door behind me, I opened my cell phone again and used it as a flashlight. A conveyor belt ran through plastic sheeting draped like the slats of a blind. I pushed them to one side and headed on through until I reached a pile of wooden fruit crates. I pulled 2 off the pile to make a seat and sat, closing my phone. Sitting in the darkness, I placed the computer on a crate next to me and waited, tucking my pistol back in my waistband. Opening and closing my cell phone quickly, I checked the time. Rob was 15 minutes late. The door opened and I nearly jumped out of my skin at the noise of his entry. It sounded as though Rob had stumbled into a box of crates and they hit the floor with a crash. A bull elephant couldn't have made as much noise. An energy saver light glowed above me, and then started making pinging noises as it fired up to full strength. While affording some light, it still left the room dull and shadowy. "You in here, Kurt?" "Over here, Rob." Through the curtain. Rob parted the slats, stepped through the curtain and stopped. Well, who'd have thought?" "I see you've brought the computer." "Yeah, it's here." I patted the laptop. "You're right, who'd have thought we'd be meeting like this? You've come a long way from that snot-nosed kid I first met at middle school." "Who'd have thought you'd turn out to be a villain and an escaped fugitive," said Rob. "Yeah, surprising how our childhood shapes who we are. Remember our first meeting?" "Can't forget. I thought I was going to whoop your ass until you turned the tables on me with those crazy moves of yours," he said. "And we've been friends ever since." "Where did it go wrong, Rob?" "Why are you saying that?" I eased off the crate and lifted my t-shirt. "I'm not wired if that's what you think. Just you and me, Rob. Time for some honesty." Rob laughed. "I know we're alone. I arrived long before you." "Where did it go wrong?" "Let's see. Nah, the list is too long. You always were the smartass. Grabbing Mary while I went to the toilet at the nightclub was the biggest smartass move you ever made. I swore I'd get even one day. Aw, Mary. I wondered where she came into all this, but I didn't like to think that scenario was true. You were too dumb to work it out." "Oh, I think I've worked it out, all right." "Was she on the plan to have me killed?" "Nah, too sentimental for me to even suggest. She wouldn't divorce you, even though we'd been having an affair for 2 years." His words stabbed at my chest. "Well, she's divorcing me now. You have the job meant for me, and I can't set foot on American soil, so you can go live happily ever after in my shoes," I said, trying to remain calm, while seething inside. "I can when we've finished here." He slipped his hand inside his jacket and pulled out his pistol. "I just need to finish what I started. I hope you're not expecting the cavalry." He took hold of a slat and dragged the curtain open. My jaw dropped. Leandra and Pedro sat on the floor, gagged, their backs fastened together with duct tape. Rob fished in his pocket and held up a pen drive. "I'd say that's all the loose ends tied up, wouldn't you?" My chest constricted my breathing and I froze for a second. "Aren't you curious how I knew you put the hit on me?" I blurted out for all I was worth, in a vain attempt to keep him talking. "Got to admit, I'm wondering. You continually whining about wanting a coffee before I sent you searching for drinks started me thinking. Then there was the watch. You wore my watch at Mary's press conference. I thought it was a signal at first to show you were on my kidnapper's trail." He gripped his wrist. "Oh yeah, that watch? I guess that was a mistake. The only place you could have got it was from the tunnel, but you told me when you visited me in prison that you didn't visit the RV. Well, you're right and in the same time you're wrong. I don't know about any tunnel. The young thug I tortured told me where your firearm was and the watch was with it in the chocolate box under the sink. The punk also told me that the Perez cartel had bought out my contract for the hit. Still, I got even with them for double-crossing me." "So, it was you who slaughtered them and then tipped off the Cobra cartel where I was held?" "Well, yeah. And I guess then it was you who put the MS-13 up to killing me back there in prison?" "Got it in one. Then there's the fact that Black Llama contacted our office, but you never told me." "Oh, yeah, the Black Llama. Never mind that. How did you guess about me and Mary?" "Like you always say, Rob, instinct. If you think it, it's likely true." And I've sure had plenty of time to chew things over. You weren't interested in talking about the divorce and my kids when we met. A true friend would have done that. All you were interested in was if I had any idea who put the hit on me. It was that, and setting my mind on Walters as a suspect. If you'd have had the guts to tell me you two were an item, you wouldn't have had to wait for her to divorce me. I'd have divorced her, I spat at him. I bet you've had plenty of time to think. In fact, I bet you wish you hadn't escaped to give you more time to think. Still, it's all for nothing. Who do I kill first, you or your girlfriend? Just tell me one more thing, before you do anything. Was it you who shot Angelina? Unfortunate, but yes. When I heard from Walters that she was offering the computer for a deal, I had to get my hands on the hard drive. Like you said, if Perez was that meticulous at recording things, it might name me as the one who put the hit on you. So was it you who followed us here? Yup. I got your assistant's address from Angelina's office and I've followed her and her shadow here ever since. Gotta say, I didn't expect you breaking out of jail. You could have knocked me over with a feather when you walked past me outside the prison in those priest's clothes. He racked the slide to put a bullet in the chamber of his pistol. I stood akimbo. My palms were sweaty. I started to think I'd messed up with having the meeting. Speaking of surprises, I guess you won't be expecting the guy standing behind you to pull the trigger and blow you away. Kurt, he said and shook his head. This is not a B-movie drama. Seeing a shadow, I needed the distraction, when I heard a tinkle of metal on the concrete floor to his right. He wavered, pointing his gun in the direction of the sound. I reached for my gun from behind my waistband and dropped to one knee. His aim deflected. I flinched at the flash of powder and an explosion of sound. Instantly, I heard a bullet ricochet next to where I knelt. A dark figure standing beside Rob with a pole brought it crashing down on Rob's gun arm and then he swung it horizontally into Rob's gut. Rob doubled up and dropped his gun, the figure kicking it out of reach. He's all yours. Jesus, you waited long enough. Sorry, but it was too interesting to intervene. I rushed over to Leandra and Pedro and tore at their binding. Did you get it on camera? It's all on my cell phone, man, Surfer said and showed the whites of his teeth with a broad smile. What should I do now? Look in his pocket for the roll of duct tape and secure him. He should have a pen drive. Pass that to me. I'll free Leandra and Pedro. Leandra clung to me, tears streaming down her face. Pedro darted over to Surfer and helped him to bind Rob. What next? Asked Pedro. And who the hell is this? I'll tell you who he is on the way, and maybe you can tell me how Rob got the jump on you too. First we need to find the entrance to the tunnel. My eyes rolled in all directions. Look, they're at the end of the conveyor. I pointed. There's a chain and pulley over the top of the hopper. Pedro tugged at the chain and slowly the hopper lifted to reveal the entrance to the tunnel. I walked over to the tunnel and picked up a small burlap sack from the floor. Turning, I knelt down, slipped the bag over Rob's head, and pulled the drawstring to secure it around his neck. Surfer, hand me your cell phone. He passed me the phone and I tucked it into Rob's pocket. Enjoy your journey, I said. Surfer found the light switch in the tunnel and with the help of Pedro, they guided Rob down the ladder, one step at a time. I retrieved my cell phone, looked over the hole, and dialed a number. Your parcel is on its way for collection. Check his pockets. Will do. Listen, like you asked, it's just my partner and me. We'll only notify DEA about the tunnel when we get back to headquarters. I walked away from the hole. Thanks, Jeff. I don't suppose you could take him there in the trunk. I shook my head. No, sorry, no one deserves that. He'll have plenty of time to work out his life once he's in prison. With Rob on his way to justice, we all walked back to our SUV. I opened one of the canvas bags, took out some bundles of $100 bills and handed them to Surfer. Here, don't spend it all at once. There's enough to pay off MS-13 and extra to buy you a small business. Be good and look after that girlfriend and daughter of yours. Man, that's cool. Surfer grasped my hand and we shared shoulder nudges. Give it another 20 minutes and you can get under the border through the tunnel. No sweat. My girlfriend has already driven through the border and she'll be waiting at the gas station. Good luck. Surfer walked away and I placed my arm around Leandra. No more heroics, please, her moist eyes pleaded. Don't worry, we just need to finish our trip, then we can rest easy. Leandra swung her arms around me and we shared a kiss. Leandra drew her head back. Promise me you'll never leave me alone again. I promise. Chapter 63. Epilogue. 3 years later at a location in Bolivia. Who am I? Good question, and one I often ask myself. I used to be Kurt Rawlings, a citizen of the United States of America and a DEA agent. A loving husband, and father to 2 wonderful children, Craig and Claire. Often, I think of the times I had with my children, and those special memories will stay with me always. I'm lucky I came across a true friend in Surfer. He never did open a surfboard business, but instead, opened a business selling, repairing, and giving desert sailboat lessons. Since that night at the industrial complex, he went on to marry his girlfriend and they'd had another 2 children, so he's turned out to be quite the family man. He sends me photographs and details of how my kids are progressing. It's not the same as holding them in my arms, but at least it keeps the memories alive, with the hope that one day, we will meet again. Rob is still battling and appealing his capital murder sentence, while stewing on death row. The cell phone recording was enough for Jeff to get a search warrant. Like many murderers, Rob stupidly kept trophies. They found the chocolate box in his garage, together with my service revolver and watch, and believe it or not, my shoes. I guess he was thinking of stepping into them after all. However, those things aside, the forensics taken from his assault rifle clinched his fate. The casings and bullets matched those of what they thought had been a gangland slaughter back at the RV. Mary? Well, she's married again, this time to a doctor, but I don't dwell on that. Angelina is still my attorney and trying to negotiate on my behalf. We haven't passed on all the contents of the computer, but we've given some of the information to the authorities to secure some concessions. You won't find me on any most wanted lists, but then neither side will give up on wanting prosecution and jail time of some description. Especially FBI agent Walters, who seems hell-bent on carrying on with his feud. I have a team of private detectives chasing up leads to get corroboration affidavits for my story, but with most of the witnesses being criminals, it may never happen. All I'm left with is my book, the story of my deadly journey. Only the names and places have been changed. Surfer is going to arrange for it to be printed up as a print-on-demand novel, and I'll send copies to all the government agencies and the presidents, North and South, in the hope of a pardon. Rich really, when you consider that I've done nothing wrong. The kids will get copies when they get old enough, but other than them still considering me guilty, I'm happy with my life. Pedro? Well, Pedro is Pedro, if that's his real name. He has a farmhouse down the road from us and goes on his travels for months at a time. The last time he returned he was badly injured and it took 2 months for us to nurse him back to health, before he set off on his travels once again. We never ask what he's up to on these excursions, but then you wouldn't if you knew him personally. I'm now married to Leandra. Andreas Jimenez de Silva is my name, loving husband and father to a girl and a boy, Maria and Alphonse. I found the new career I was looking for as sugarcane farmer and a citizen of Bolivia. Leandra, bless her, she put her business studies to good use. She opened investment companies on her visit to Panama, transferring sizable chunks to her accounts from Perez's offshore bank accounts as compensation for both our incarcerations. The money is put to good use. Some of it she invests with farmers to steer them away from making cocaine, and some of it we've donated to drug rehab centers. It won't end the drug wars, but at least we're happy that any small, though not insignificant, contribution we may make is creating a positive difference in someone's life. After all, to answer the question, that's who I am, with whatever name I use, who we are is defined by our deeds. What would I say to the guy with the death and ingratitude saying if I met him now? I think I'd tell him my first instincts were correct and that he was full of crap. I'd also tell him that whatever life throws at you, and forgive the cliché, there's always light at the end of the tunnel of adversity on the journey we take through life, deadly or not. It just takes faith, hope, a will to live, and a little nudge from Lady Luck. Dear listener, if you've enjoyed this story, don't forget to like it, and to subscribe for more stories to come. hit the notification button and you'll be notified when new audiobooks are uploaded to YouTube. You're welcome to check out the channel for stories already loaded. Declan Connor is the author of a catalog of full-length psychological, mystery crime, and speculative thriller fiction books available on Amazon in all territories. You'll find the link in the description.